Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In the year 3060, in Jiang City, within a modest single apartment, a fervently imaginative youth named Su Bufan was engrossed in emulating the techniques of energy manipulation as depicted in the anime Dragon Ball, striking various poses on his sofa. Should an outsider behold his antics, they would undoubtedly suspect he had escaped from a mental health facility. As Su Bufan immersed himself in his training, he remained oblivious to the peculiar transformation occurring in the sky above Jiang City, where dark clouds amassed with alarming speed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, atop a distant mountain, a group of elderly men clad in white coats were tirelessly striking a sophisticated piece of technology. A mechanical voice echoed, inquiring, "Device calibration complete. Shall we proceed?" Upon receiving the affirmative command, the apparatus erupted in a blinding flash of white light, only to fall silent thereafter. Little did anyone know that a young boy, far away, abruptly vanished amidst a thunderclap and a burst of brilliance in the vastness of the cosmos. A radiant streak traversed the heavens, culminating in a spherical object crashing heavily upon an unknown planet, leaving a profound crater in its wake. With a mechanical sound, the spherical vessel gradually opened a door, revealing a bewildered boy adorned with a tail. After a moment of bewilderment, a startled "What the hell?" reverberated across the wilderness as Su Bufan, dazed, touched his tail in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't he at home watching anime? How had he suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar realm? Surveying his surroundings and glancing down at the circular object beneath him, an exhilarating realization dawned upon him. Isn't this the spaceship from Dragon Ball? He mused, recalling the tail he had just touched. Have I traversed dimensions? Am I a Saiyan? Su Bufan chuckled heartily within his mind. However, as he regained his composure, a shadow of doubt crept in regarding his identity. Having watched the entirety of Dragon Ball, he distinctly remembered that Son Goku was sent to Blue Star. Observing the environment around him and the colossal celestial bodies in the sky, he struggled to convince himself that this was indeed the Blue Star of the Dragon Ball universe. Moreover, Broly's exile was accompanied by Paragus, and it was evident that he was not in that narrative. Furthermore, his current state was not that of an infant. He was uncertain of his exact age. Lost in thought, Su Bufan was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his head. As the discomfort subsided, frustration welled within him. He had inexplicably become the antagonist, Dorius, from the Dragon Ball franchise, a character who, in memory, had met his end at Son Goku's hands. Yet, there was little time to dwell on these revelations. Absorbing Dorius's residual memories and adapting to this Saiyan form became paramount. Time passed, and eventually, Su Bufan mastered his new physique, discovering through memory that he was now 14 years old. Eagerly, he swung his fist, reveling in the gust of wind it produced, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. From this day forth, I, Su Bufan, shall be known as Saiyan Dorius. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding the current timeline. The priority remained to enhance his strength, ensuring he possessed sufficient power for self-preservation in a world where, in later arcs of Dragon Ball, every individual wielded the capacity to obliterate the universe. After contemplating, Su Bufan decided to employ the flying technique, soaring into the sky and scanning the horizon for a direction in which to ascend rapidly. Lacking knowledge of cosmic coordinates or the locations of other planets, he found himself temporarily stranded on this planet, with survival needs becoming his immediate concern. After a brief flight, Su Bufan discovered a serene valley, where a magnificent waterfall roared with thunderous cascades, and the surrounding forest teemed with wildlife. Determined to establish a temporary residence, he resolved to await a means of departure while planning his next steps. Having secured shelter, he returned to his spacecraft, bringing it closer. After all, it possessed communication and healing capabilities, essential for his training and potential escape. Most importantly, it housed a seed from a spirit fruit tree he had previously acquired in the days that followed. Su Bufan utilized his memories of Master Roshi's training methods from Dragon Ball to craft his own regimen, enduring the waterfall's force to simulate weighted training and honing his reflexes and combat skills against the unknown creatures of this alien world. Unbeknownst to him, a year slipped by. During this time, Su Bufan received no communication from the cosmos, which led him to immerse himself in rigorous training. Each day, he emerged battered and bruised, yet thankfully, the healing functions of his spacecraft allowed him to persist. Despite the arduous training, progress was evident. The combat power detector indicated he surpassed 1,000 in battle strength. However, lacking systematic training and mastery over energy control left Su Bufan feeling despondent. Moreover, his current training methods yielded diminishing returns, and without discovering alternative techniques, his growth stagnated. In the absence of progress, Su Bufan ceased his training regimen, spending his days within the spacecraft, attempting to signal for help, yearning for a passing ship to receive his distress call. Yet, disappointment soon descended into despair as years passed without any sign of contact. Throughout those years, while Su Bufan's raw power saw little enhancement, his combat skills flourished, granting him a modicum of solace amidst the uncertainty. Chapter 2 Departure from the Unknown Planet Time seemed to lose its meaning as Su Bufan savored a piece of dinosaur tail when suddenly, the spaceship emitted a series of beeping sounds. Startled, Su Bufan instantly appeared within the spacecraft to investigate the source of the alert. He was met with a message indicating that the Carves planet was under attack from adversaries, with the remaining inhabitants in flight, accompanied by the coordinates of the planet. Laughter erupted from Su Bufan. He was elated at the prospect of finally escaping this desolate and forsaken planet. However, before departing, he realized that this barren world still held some potential for utilization. With that thought, he retrieved the seeds of the spirit fruit tree and, after selecting a suitable spot, he unleashed a beam of white light with a wave of his hand. Instantly, a deep pit formed in the ground, into which he cast the seeds. In a mere moment, a towering tree emerged from the earth, growing at an astonishing rate, and soon bore numerous green fruits within its branches. Concurrently, the verdant vegetation of the unknown planet began to vanish at an alarming speed. Rivers, lakes, and streams dried up, indicating that as the fruits ripened, the lifespan of this planet would draw to a close. Su Bufan remained vigilantly by the spirit fruit tree, and as the last vestige of green faded from the planet, the fruits within the tree transformed to a vibrant red. Perhaps due to the planet's depleted energy, only 10 fruits had formed, alongside the seed at the tree's core. Consuming a single spirit fruit would enhance one's strength tenfold, but further consumption would yield diminishing returns, merely restoring some vitality. Su Bufan, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly devoured one of the fruits, and an immense power surged forth from within him, creating waves of energy that rippled around his body. The readings on his detector skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 and reaching an impressive strength of 14,000. With this newfound power, he could now be considered a formidable figure in the vast cosmos. Regaining his composure, Su Bufan gazed upon the desolate planet, relieved that he could finally leave. Returning to the spaceship, he input the coordinates for Carves planet, and the vessel soared into the sky, vanishing from the unknown world and venturing into the depths of space. Curiosity piqued. He peered out the window to behold the cosmic scenery, yet all he could see was an abyss of darkness and an overwhelming silence. This desolation dulled his desire for observation, prompting him to close his eyes and meditate, for the planet he was bound for was still under siege, and a fierce battle might await him. After traversing through the dim expanse for nearly a week, he finally arrived at Carves planet. Before even entering its atmosphere, the sight of flames engulfing the surface and the incessant sounds of explosions greeted him. The spaceship, trailing a fiery plume, crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a thunderous explosion that drew the attention of everyone nearby, especially the invaders, who rushed forward to ascertain the source of the commotion. As the hatch opened, Su Bufan slowly ascended into the sky. Looking down, he discovered that the intruders were merely a band of ordinary star pirates, none boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000. At that moment, a small Karami approached and inquired, "Kid, who are you? Are you here seeking death?" Su Bufan raised an eyebrow and cast a casual energy wave, reducing the challenger to ashes. The surrounding invaders were momentarily stunned, then scattered in terror. Su Bufan, disinterested in pursuing these minor Karami, recognized that his primary objective was to ascertain whether this planet possessed a cosmic map, a matter pivotal to his future endeavors. He flew to the remaining Kafu inhabitants and asked, "Do you possess a cosmic map? If so, we can arrange a trade. You provide me the map, and I will assist you in vanquishing the invaders." An elderly Kafu hastily stepped forward, saying, "Yes, we have a cosmic map. Our planet engages in interstellar trade, and such a map is indispensable. Since you require it, we shall gladly present it to you. Please, we implore you to save our Kapha people. We will do our utmost to fulfill any further requests. That will suffice. I only need the cosmic map. Provide it, and I shall eliminate the invaders before departing. Su Bufan replied, waving his hand dismissively. The Kafu, overjoyed, promptly handed over a copy of the cosmic map. At that moment, the previously scattered invaders, led by their chief, charged back. Chief, it is he who thwarted our pursuit of the remaining Kafu. The leader shouted as he led his minions. Su Bufan glanced at the leader, whose combat power barely reached 8,000, and a mocking expression crossed his face. You lot think you can kill me? With that, he summoned an energy halo and hurled it toward the advancing intruders. Upon seeing the approaching attack, the leader panicked and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The energy halo swiftly caught up with them. A tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. When the dust settled, only a deep crater remained, devoid of any trace of the invaders. After dispatching this band of intruders and bidding farewell to the Kafu, Su Bufan returned to his spaceship. He scrutinized the cosmic map and realized that his current location was still a considerable distance from the blue planet, situated at the edge of the universe. Even piloting the spacecraft would require at least 2 years. He then turned his attention to Namek and Yardrat, noting that both planets lay on the route to the blue planet. Having previously been intrigued by the potential of the Namek Elder and the instantaneous movement capabilities of the Yardrat inhabitants, he recognized that this opportunity was too valuable to pass up. He promptly set his destination to Namek and then succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to him, during his journey, on the blue planet, the Saiyan Goku was embroiled in a fierce battle with the demon King Piccolo. Although he ultimately triumphed over Piccolo, Goku sustained severe injuries and returned to the Heavenly Temple to recuperate and continue his training. Chapter 3: Arrival at Namek in the blink of an eye. A year had passed, and Su Bufan finally arrived at Namek. As soon as he landed, several figures rushed toward him. Who are you? What brings you to Namek? One of them inquired. I am Su Bufan, but you may also call me Dales. I am a Saiyan who has traveled a great distance to meet your Grand Elder. I have heard that the Grand Elder possesses the ability to help others unlock their potential, and I hope he can assist me in this endeavor. Upon hearing his words, several Namekians were taken aback, as their memories painted Saiyans as ruthless beings. Leave at once. The Grand Elder will not see you, nor will he assist you in unlocking your potential. One of the Namekians promptly rejected him. Mu Li, bring him over. At that moment, Elder Mu Li received a telepathic message from the Grand Elder. But Grand Elder, this, Mu Li began to speak, but the Grand Elder interjected, it is all right. Bring him to me. I can sense that he harbors no malicious intent. Reluctantly, Elder Mu Li led the way, with Su Bufan following behind. Before long, they arrived at a towering stone pillar, upon which sat a white structure resembling a beetle. Just as they reached the entrance, an elderly voice echoed, Nalu, go greet our distant guest. A door slowly opened, revealing a green-skinned being adorned with antennae. Come in, he beckoned. Though I do not know why the Grand Elder wishes to see you, it is advisable that you remain honest. Nalu spoke in a measured tone. Having read the original work, Su Bufan was aware that Nalu was tasked with protecting the Grand Elder and concerned for his safety. He paid little heed to Nalu's demeanor. Ascending to the second floor of the dwelling, they encountered a massive Namekian. Although he remained seated, his imposing stature was undeniable. Grand Elder, I have traveled from a distant galaxy, hoping you could aid me in unlocking my potential, Su Bufan stated earnestly. I understand your intentions, the Grand Elder replied. However, it is rare to encounter a benevolent Saiyan. Come closer. I shall help awaken the dormant power within you. Su Bufan approached the Grand Elder, who extended his enormous hand over Su Bufan's head. A radiant green light emanated from the Grand Elder's palm, and a powerful aura erupted from Su Bufan's being. Nalu immediately assumed a defensive stance, clearly concerned that Su Bufan might pose a threat to the Grand Elder. Upon sensing the surge of power within him, Su Bufan swiftly reined in the excess energy, reveling in the immense force coursing through his body, thoroughly satisfied with his newfound strength. In the midst of his elation, he heard the Grand Elder's voice. Your body possesses great potential. I cannot extract all of your power, as the remainder must be uncovered by yourself. Thank you, Grand Elder, for enhancing what you have. I am already immensely content. The Scion reflected on his dwindling lifespan and ominously foresaw a future calamity that would befall Namek. A potential extinction event. He earnestly hoped that, should he possess the means, he could extend assistance to his Namekian kin. Su Bufan contemplated that the Elder's notion of an existential crisis likely referred to Frisia. With his current trajectory of growth, dealing with Frisia would be a trifling matter. Thus, he addressed the Elder, "Esteemed Elder, should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, kindly use this device to summon me, and I shall arrive with utmost haste." He then left behind a combat power detector. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Bufan, and he spoke again. "Elder, I have heard whispers of the Dragon Balls on Namek, which can grant any wish. Might I be permitted to make a wish?" The Elder's response was disheartening, regrettably, due to a recent wish granted to a brave soul. The Dragon Balls are currently in a state of restoration and cannot be used at this time. If you wish to utilize them, you may wait here until they are ready. This revelation left Su Bufan despondent, for acquiring the ability of instant transmission or other powers on Namek would have been ideal. However, he could still seek instruction on instant transmission on Yardrat, which was not an urgent concern, as it lay within his plans. To gauge his current combat prowess, Su Bufan requested a sparring match with Nailu, to fully acclimate himself to his newfound strength. Nailu, eager to engage, was invigorated by the immense aura Su Bufan had just displayed and wished to test the extent of his own power. To avoid disturbing the Elder, they soared several miles away from his presence, taking opposing stances. With a resounding roar, both unleashed their energies, creating waves of force that stirred the surrounding debris and conjured flickers of lightning where their auras collided. With a thunderous crash, they launched towards one another, leaving craters in their wake, the ground trembling beneath them. Upon their impact, the air reverberated with the sounds of their fists and feet clashing. As they danced through the sky, their movements echoing like thunder, their speed rendered them nearly invisible to the eye, with only the explosive sounds and erratically flying energy blasts betraying their fierce engagement. Su Bufan, suppressing his full strength to allow Nailu a fighting chance, soon recognized the magnitude of his own power and decided to unleash it entirely. A powerful punch landed squarely on Nailu's chest, causing him to emit a pained grunt as he was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater beneath him. "That will suffice, Nailu. At present, you are no match for me. Perhaps we shall spar again another time," Su Bufan stated as he reined in his energy and helped Nailu to his feet. He then bid farewell to the Elder and the others. As the spaceship departed from Namek, Su Bufan hastily retrieved the combat power detector to observe its readings. Upon witnessing the astonishing index of 80,000, despite prior anticipation, I was still taken aback, as I had not expected the Elder's power to escalate nearly sixfold. The next step was to learn the art of teleportation at the subsequent location. Chapter 4. Mastering Teleportation and Arriving at Blue Star after a month of profound slumber. Su Bufan finally descended upon the planet Adralat. As he entered the city, every Adralatian gazed at him with curiosity. He strolled through the city, for despite having traversed this realm for many years, he had yet to encounter a metropolis of such grandeur. After observing the unique specialties of Adralat and gaining insight into its inhabitants, Su Bufan sought out the most formidable warrior on the planet, hoping to be escorted to the sage for lessons in teleportation or other techniques. Although the combat prowess of the Adralatians was not particularly high, they possessed some extraordinary skills. Under the guidance of one individual, Su Bufan was led to the leader of the Adralatians. Upon learning of Su's aspirations, the leader took him to the abode of the sage Husu. "Our planet's sage resides here. The techniques you wish to learn fall under his purview. Whether you can master them depends solely on your own efforts," he remarked before departing. Su Bufan pushed open the grand doors, revealing a vast hall illuminated by a faint blue glow. Within the light, he discerned some inscriptions, presumably the techniques managed by the sage. Suddenly, he spotted an elderly man seated in meditation amidst the radiance. Su Bufan approached swiftly, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, sage. I wish to learn some techniques from you." The sage slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a unique brilliance. "I perceive countless lives in anguish within you, yet the malevolent aura surrounding you begins to dissipate. I should not teach you, but I see the darkness within you fading. I hope you will use these techniques to assist others within the bounds of your capabilities." After speaking, Sage Husu inquired, "What kind of technique do you wish to learn?" Su Bufan replied, "I wish to learn teleportation." The sage then led him to a wall. This is the method for employing teleportation. Whether you can master it depends on your own dedication. However, allow me to offer a hint. All techniques revolve around the manipulation of qi. The more adept you become at utilizing qi, the greater your chances of success. Now, take your time to comprehend it, he concluded before departing. Su Bufan seated himself beside the wall, beginning to grasp the intricacies of teleportation. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Su Bufan frequently sought counsel from the Adralations regarding the manipulation of qi, and they generously shared their profound understanding and applications of qi with him. In this nurturing environment, Su Bufan successfully mastered teleportation within 2 months. Though he had yet to achieve complete proficiency, he could already employ it, and the remaining challenge lay in his continual refinement and enhancement. Furthermore, he acquired the ability to fully control his combat prowess through the mastery of qi. After spending several months on the planet Adralat, Su Bufan, having mastered the art of instantaneous travel, felt an even greater urgency to journey to the Blue Star and witness the development of the protagonist group. Due to his inexperience with teleportation and his inability to discern the direction of the Blue Star, he was compelled to travel by spaceship. After bidding farewell to the Adralat inhabitants, he set forth on his voyage, now only 3 months away from his destination. Su Bufan chose to remain awake, only attending to his basic sleep needs. One day, as he traversed an uncharted star region, his ship was suddenly assaulted by an unidentified vessel. Aware that Scions could not survive in the vacuum of space, Su Bufan opted to land nearby to confront the attackers. Upon landing, he rose from his ship and awaited the arrival of his adversaries. Shortly thereafter, several smaller ships encircled a larger cosmic vessel, resembling a colossal pumpkin in appearance. As the hatch opened, a squadron emerged, clad in uniform weaponry. Recognizing their attire as members of the Frisia force, Su Bufan pondered their unexpected presence in this remote system. The distribution of their ships suggested they were searching for something nearby, only to fortuitously encounter him. "Kid, running into us is your misfortune. We merely came to this desolate place to find a planet with a better price. Although we didn't find one, you've provided us with some entertainment." One of them chuckled menacingly. "Oh, is that so? Then encountering me is truly your nightmare," Su Bufan retorted, indifferent to their expressions. Unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated their ship, enraged by the destruction, the group retaliated. Su Bufan, however, remained unfazed, toying with them like a cat with a mouse. After several rounds of their attacks, the ground became a cloud of dust, severely damaged, while he emerged unscathed. It soon dawned on the assailants that their combat prowess paled in comparison to his, and they scattered in panic. Su Bufan, however, had no intention of letting them escape. Ascending slowly, he concentrated beams of light from his fingertips, targeting the fleeing figures, and their screams were soon drowned by the sound of explosions. Before long, he had eliminated all of them, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he returned to his ship to continue his journey. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star, Sun Wukong and Krillin, having triumphed over Piccolo in the martial arts tournament, returned home to recuperate. Wukong had married Chi-Chi. Yet their victory did not deter them from pursuing further cultivation, each aspiring to advance their skills. Piccolo, vowing to kill Sun Wukong and dominate the world, and Wukong, seeking a worthy opponent, trained in their distinct manners. Thus, after months of travel, the spaceship finally reached the Blue Star at the edge of the universe. Chapter 5. A glimpse of the protagonist group. Su Bufan gazed upon the azure orb before him, his heart swelling with excitement. He had finally arrived at the place that had haunted his dreams, the very origin of this unfolding tale. Su Bufan chose a secluded location to land, as he certainly did not wish to be observed like a mere spectacle. Far away on Turtle Island, Sun Wukong and his companions were suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura that had descended upon Earth, instilling in them a sense of impending dread. What could this be? How could such a formidable presence exist? Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others wore expressions of grave concern, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never before experienced such an aura, such an oppressive force. Upon exiting the spacecraft, Su Bufan activated the detector, and with a series of beeps, numerous combat power indices materialized before him. He swiftly locked onto the position with the highest combat power and flew towards it with haste. "He's coming this way, Wukong," Krillin stammered, visibly shaken. Sun Wukong, his face serious, glanced skyward and cautioned, "He's heading straight for us. Be on guard." Just then, his pupils dilated in alarm. Something was approaching at an astonishing speed. A man clad in black, with hair strikingly similar to Sun Wukong's, hovered serenely in midair. Observing the tense group below, Su Bufan smiled gently and reassured them. There's no need to be anxious. Kakarot, no, you must be Sun Wukong. I have come specifically to find you. You indeed resemble your father remarkably. My father? What do you mean? Do you know him? Who exactly are you? Sun Wukong queried, bewildered. Su Bufan slowly unfurled the tail that was coiled around his waist, waving it before the astonished onlookers. What? Don't you remember this? It seems you have spent too long on Blue Star, to the point of forsaking your innate heritage. To speak plainly, you are not a Blue Star native. You hail from the distant planet Vegeta, a Saiyan. This tale is a hallmark of our kind. As for me, you may call me Dales. You can even refer to me as brother, though we are not of the same womb. Since I learned of your arrival on this planet, I traversed countless star systems to see if my brother was still alive. It appears you are not only alive, but have also integrated harmoniously with the inhabitants of this planet, even forgetting the mission that brought you here. Mission? Sun Wukong and his companions were left in a fog of confusion as Su Bufan continued. As Saiyans, we are naturally combative and notorious throughout the cosmos. We seek out habitable planets, launching attacks to eliminate the native inhabitants, subsequently selling the planets to those in need of habitation for profit. You, as a lowly warrior with merely 2 combat power, were dispatched to a remote planet with the sole task of annihilating its human population. What a cruel approach. Krillin interjected. No, it's impossible. I will not do this. Even if I am a Saiyan, I am a Blue Star native now. Sun Wukong exclaimed, regaining his composure amidst the shock. Is that so? Then it seems I must assist you in fulfilling that task, Su Bufan declared, releasing his formidable aura. Come, let me witness the capabilities you possess as a Saiyan raised on this blue planet, and how you intend to safeguard its inhabitants. The atmosphere is charged with impending conflict when, from a distance, several figures soar into view. Tianjin Han, Chaos, and Yamcha land beside Son Goku. Goku, who is he? And how can he possess such an immense aura? Krillin inquires, recounting the unfolding events, leaving everyone in a cold sweat. What shall we do? In this situation, we are surely no match for him. Su Bufan, however, gazes toward another direction. Come out. There is no need for furtiveness. Just as the others ponder his words, a green figure materializes atop the roof. Are we all gathered? Then I shall commence. With that, the figure vanishes, reappearing instantaneously beside Krillin. Let us start with this little bald head. A tremendous energy erupts, delivering a ferocious punch to Krillin's chest. Without so much as a reaction, he is struck and crashes to the ground, accompanied by a cry of agony. Krillin, the others, regaining their senses, are filled with shock. Fear not. I have spared his life, but the next time will be different. At this moment, Piccolo leaps to Son Goku's side. It seems we must fight side by side today. They shed their burdensome gear, and the readings on Su Bufan's scouter fluctuate once more. Ha ha ha. With your feeble combat power barely breaking 1,000, you dare challenge me? He swiftly launches an attack against the two. Both warriors roar in unison, retaliating as the sounds of fists and feet colliding echo across the small expanse of Kame House. Soon, the two figures crash heavily into the ocean, stirring up colossal waves. Their bodies battered and bruised, struggling to maintain their stance, unable to mount a counterattack. Enough. This shall suffice. With your meager combat prowess, should I unleash my full strength, you would be obliterated. He then retracts his aura. Addressing the onlookers below, Su Bufan states, I have come here today, firstly to meet you and gauge your combat ability. Clearly, your strength is woefully inadequate to resist external threats. Secondly, though the Saiyan planet has vanished from the cosmos, a few of us have survived. I am one of them. Another is en route to this blue planet, expected to arrive within 6 months. He is not amiable and is indeed a killer. With your current combat strength, you stand little chance against him. Strive to improve your training. I hope you can endure until then. With that, he departs, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. After regaining his composure, Krillin speaks. Goku, do you think we can trust what he said? As the others turn their gaze toward him, Son Goku replies, with his power, it would be effortless for him to eliminate us. There is no need for intimidation. Besides, even without an enemy, we must diligently train to protect this blue planet. Chapter 6. Training. After departing from Kame House, Su Bufan heads straight to West City. as his upcoming training requires the gravity spaceship crafted by Bulma's father. In an instant, Su Bufan arrived in the West capital, casually inquiring about the capsule company from a passerby before swiftly making his way to Bulma's residence. "Who are you?" He was taken aback to find an elderly gentleman upon entering the door. "May I ask if you are Dr. Brief? I hail from an extraterrestrial realm and have heard of your remarkable technological prowess. Would you be so kind as to construct a spacecraft equipped with gravity devices? I can exchange my original alien ship for your advanced technology. Where is it? Could you show it to me? It's currently in the outskirts. I didn't fly directly here, so I may require your assistance to bring it back. All right, provide me with the address, and I will study the alien ship before assisting you in building the spacecraft. How long will it take? You may return in 6 months. I need some time to analyze your vessel." After confirming the timeline, Su Bufan took his leave, for he had another pressing matter on Blue Star. The Senzu beans must not fall into the hands of that gluttonous fellow, as they represented lives in his grasp. However, he recalled Master Rashi, realizing he would need something to barter. With this thought, Su Bufan soared into the wilderness to catch some fish. Upon encountering the cat sage, he was met with a wary gaze from the suddenly materialized man. Although he had witnessed the battles on Kame House, the sheer terror of standing face to face with such a figure was palpable. "What brings you here?" "Senza beans. Do you have any left?" "I require some." "Yes. I have just harvested a few. I'll take them all in exchange for these fish." "Meow, is that true?" With that, the cat sage retrieved a small ceramic jar, filled with the precious beans. Su Bufan accepted the jar and exchanged it for the fish before bidding farewell to the cat sage and proceeding to the temple, where he sought to further master his energy through meditation. Upon arriving at the temple, he was greeted by Bobo, who had been waiting. Su Bufan spoke directly. "My grasp of energy is exceedingly rudimentary. Could you teach me the methods of control?" "I can, but I must consult the Divine Master first. Permit him to teach." "I sense no malevolence within him," the Blue Star deity interjected. "Thank you, Divine One. In the future, should Blue Star face peril, I shall lend my aid." Subsequently, Su Bufan commenced his training in the Divine Temple. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he not only perfected his control over energy, but also elevated his combat power to 200,000. He chose not to enter the room of spirit and time, as his current power was insufficient, and the potential gains would be greater in the future. Upon completing his training, Su Bufan hurried to the capsule company to check on the status of his spacecraft. However, before he could leave, he sensed an aura descending upon Blue Star. Su Bufan understood that the spectacle of the Fighting Five was imminent, yet he was not inclined to witness their exchange just yet. Securing his spacecraft was his priority, and he could always indulge in the commotion later. Regarding Sun Wukong and his companions, after Su Bufan had informed them of the impending arrival of a Scion on Blue Star, each of them devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their training. When Raditz finally descended upon Blue Star, they were still engaged in intense practice on Kame House, their unleashed energy captured by Raditz's scouter. The intensity of their power unmistakably indicated the presence of Kakarot, prompting Raditz to swiftly head in the direction of Kame House. The others, sensing this formidable aura, realized that the Scion Su Bufan had mentioned had arrived. However, they perceived his power level as not particularly formidable. Unbeknownst to them, under the immense pressure exerted by Su Bufan, their training had intensified significantly. Sun Wukong and Piccolo had exceeded Raditz's power level, while the others, although still slightly behind, were not far off, leading them to underestimate Raditz's strength. Su Bufan arrived at Capsule Corporation, discovering Dr. Brief busy beside the spacecraft. "Doctor, is the ship not completed yet?" "Just a little more. The sound system's placement hasn't been finalized, greatly affecting the experience." "Is it only the sound system?" "That's of little consequence." As they debated over the sound system, Mrs. Brief appeared, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Su, would you care for a cup of coffee? Perhaps we could arrange a date as well." She playfully linked her arm with Su Bufan's. Su Bufan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, resigned to the antics of the couple. He replied, "There's an enemy approaching where Goku and the others are. I must go check on them. We can discuss the sound system another time." With that, he made his way to the spacecraft. "Doctor, how do we shrink the ship into a capsule?" Still preoccupied with the sound system, Dr. Brief replied without looking up. "There's a red button beside the ship." Su Bufan pressed the button without hesitation, and with a click, only a bottle of medicinal liquid remained suspended in the air. Su Bufan grasped the capsule, marveling at it. Despite existing in the Dragon Ball universe, it retained an air of incredibility, given its implications of spatial technology. Only the brief family possessed such technological prowess within the entire Dragon Ball realm, rendering extraterrestrial technology utterly inferior by comparison. After securing the capsule and bidding farewell to Dr. Brief, Su Bufon hastened toward the battlefield where Sun Wukong and the others were engaged. Any further delay would mean missing the action. Upon arriving near the conflict, Su Bufon suppressed his own power level, ensuring no one noticed his discreet presence as he stood by, casually eating a snack. In Chapter 7, Raditz, Su Bufon sensed that Sun Wukong and Piccolo, through 6 months of rigorous training, had achieved power levels around 5,000. In this context, Raditz indeed appeared weak, which is why they had not yet entered the fray. On the battlefield, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan refrained from a coordinated attack. Their power levels still fell short of Raditz's, leading them to take turns in combat, sustaining injuries that were not life-threatening. At that moment, Krillin was defeated, and Yamcha eagerly stepped forward. Seeing Yamcha, Su Bufon suddenly recalled the tragic demise of the god of tea, and a sense of anticipation welled up within him. As the two individuals began to elevate their energies, Raditz, despite having endured 2 rounds of combat, emerged unscathed, with only a slight decline in his battle prowess, which still seemed to surpass that of Yamcha. Raditz initiated the assault, swiftly delivering a devastating blow to Yamcha's abdomen, with a resounding impact. Although Yamcha managed to intercept the punch, the sheer force propelled him across the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. Observing this, Yamcha retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, creating ripples in the air with each collision. Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha shouted, unleashing his signature technique. Instantly, a colossal black wolf manifested within the atmosphere, charging toward Raditz. However, Raditz, leveraging his superior speed and strength, mounted a counterattack. Amidst the fierce clashes, Yamcha began to sustain injuries, his speed gradually diminishing until he was ultimately struck down to the ground by a powerful energy wave from Raditz, suffering significant damage. Now panting heavily, Raditz realized that although his opponents had not inflicted severe harm upon him, the exhaustion of energy and stamina was palpable. He felt an overwhelming confusion. How could such formidable warriors exist on planet Blue Star? Moreover, Goku and Piccolo had yet to intervene. In his current state, he feared that any one of them could easily vanquish him, not to mention the potentially more formidable Kakarot. As it became evident that his companions were defeated, Goku stepped forward and declared, "Leave planet Blue Star. You are too weak at this moment." "Goku, why let him go? What if he returns with an even stronger foe?" Krillin interjected anxiously from the side. "Krillin, let him depart. I welcome the challenge of stronger opponents. It is the only way to grow," Goku replied. Leaving Krillin with no recourse under Goku's unwavering gaze, Su Bufon, feeling exasperated, reflected on Goku's nature, which was truly perplexing, even when faced with a life-threatening adversary. He allowed them to escape. It seemed imperative to assist Goku in altering such a disposition in the future. As Raditz prepared to take his leave, Su Bufon stepped forth, clearing his throat to announce his presence. "Derlis, what brings you here?" Goku inquired upon noticing him. "Derlis? You say he is Derlis?" Raditz exclaimed upon hearing the name. "Didn't you perish on a mission?" "Perished? Who claimed I was dead? I merely chose not to serve as Frisia's lapdog," Derlis retorted. "So, was it enjoyable being a lackey all these years?" "Let me inform you, Frisia, fearing the emergence of a Super Saiyan, annihilated the entire Saiyan race. Did you truly believe that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite? Consider Aunt Jine, ponder Uncle Bardock. They all fell victim to Frisia's hand. Do you not yearn for vengeance? And what of it? Though you may be stronger than I, you are still woefully inadequate compared to Frisia. You think you can confront him for revenge? Currently, we are certainly incapable of such retribution, yet we Saiyans possess boundless potential. Given a little time, defeating Frisia would be a trivial matter. Why should I place my faith in you?" With a sudden roar, Su Bufon unleashed his entire aura, causing the ground to tremble violently. Indeed, it felt as though the very planet itself was quaking. The overwhelming pressure made the bodies of those present quiver. "Is this sufficient to convince you?" Su Bufon said, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. "To speak candidly, my combat power has soared to an astounding 200,000. Will I ever fear facing Frisia again? 200,000? The crowd gasped in astonishment. With my cultivation method, achieving such combat prowess is a mere trifle. What say you? Care to join me? Before Raditz could respond, Son Goku rushed forward eagerly. Please, teach me. I too wish to elevate my combat strength. Although the others remained silent, their perked ears betrayed their intrigue. Is it truly possible for a Saiyan to attain such extraordinary strength? Can I achieve it as well? Su Bufon assured them. Of course, for we are brothers. However, I will need you to lure Vegeta and the others to Blue Star, as their strength would be invaluable. But my scouter has been destroyed, leaving me unable to contact them. Fear not, for I have a device we can utilize, though it will require some collaboration to stage a performance. After a brief discussion, they decided to use the wish-granting capabilities of the Dragon Balls as bait to entice Vegeta to Blue Star. Raditz connected his scouter to Vegeta's device and began the act. What? The Dragon Balls can grant any wish? You mean to say that the deceased can be revived? Impossible. I refuse to accept this. To perish at the hands of such a lowly warrior. His words were abruptly silenced by an explosion orchestrated by Su Bufon. In the vastness of the universe, it seemed Raditz, that useless fool, had met his end on Blue Star. Yet, before his demise, he had delivered a promising piece of news. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Vegeta, shall we journey to Blue Star to resurrect Raditz? What purpose does it serve to revive such a fool? Do you not find it far more significant to attain eternal life and the perpetual joy of battle? Indeed, for once I have eternal life, I shall exact my vengeance upon Frieza, who has always regarded us Saiyans as mere insects. One day, he will learn of our true strength. I, Vegeta, shall be the mightiest in the universe. Let us embark for Blue Star. Thus, Vegeta was ensnared by Su Bufon and his companions, making his way to Blue Star. Chapter 8. Training Raditz on Blue Star. Once everything had been settled, Su Bufon produced the remaining fruits from the spirit tree, distributing one to each individual. This is a spirit tree fruit, capable of significantly enhancing combat power. It is of no use to me now. Consume it, and discover how much your strength can be amplified. The group gazed at the dark red fruit in Su Bufon's hand, incredulous. This can truly augment our combat power? Indeed, I once relied on it to elevate my own strength considerably. Give it a try. Skeptical yet intrigued, they accepted the fruits and consumed them. Moments later, a sound of bones grinding echoed as their bodies seemed to swell, as if infused with newfound energy. And any prior injuries swiftly healed. What a miraculous effect. The crowd marveled. Now, let us ascertain just how much your combat power has increased. Suddenly, a tremendous aura surged into the sky, with the combat power detector revealing that Sun Wukong had reached a staggering 50,000, while Piccolo was close behind. And Raditz registered around 150,000. The others each boasted a minimum of 10,000. Next, Wukong. You and your companions should proceed to the Divine Temple to seek the deity, who will guide you to train with the King of Worlds. Raditz, you shall accompany me, and I will guide your training. Take these celestial beans. You will find them useful on your journey to the King of Worlds. With that, he handed a bag of celestial beans to Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and his companions made their way to the Divine Temple. Great deity, are you familiar with the King of Worlds? Could you escort us to him for our training? 2 more Saiyans will soon arrive on Blue Star, and we must continue to strengthen ourselves. Unfortunately, I cannot transport you directly to the King of Worlds. I can only take you to the office of King Enma. The remainder of the journey must be undertaken by yourselves. That is acceptable. Please take me to King Enma, and we will manage the rest. Very well. Hold on to me. I shall lead you to King Enma's hall. Inside a building, an unexpected group appeared before the imposing figure of King Enma, who stared back in bewilderment. Deity of Earth, what brings these living souls to my domain? Great King Enma, Blue Star has drawn the attention of the Saiyans. These individuals are martial artists from Blue Star, seeking to train with the King of Worlds to prepare for the impending Saiyan threat. Saiyans, you say? Quite troublesome indeed. Have you discussed the path to the King of Worlds with them? A single misstep could lead them to hell, from which there is no return. Great King Enma, the deity has spoken to us about it. However, in our quest for strength and to protect Blue Star, we shall undoubtedly reach the King of Worlds and learn martial arts from him. Very well, I shall summon someone to guide you to Snake Way. Remember, do not stray from the path. Wukong and the others boarded the vehicle that had come to collect them. The staff aboard were astonished to see living beings. It had been many years since anyone with a physical form had arrived, let alone those who were alive. During their conversation, they arrived before a colossal stone serpent's head. Ahead lies Snake Way. Just follow this path, and you will arrive at the location of the King of Worlds. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude before rushing towards Snake Way, unaware that due to their significantly enhanced power, their time on the path would be greatly reduced. Meanwhile, Su Bufan had brought Raditz to a deserted island, where he unveiled a spaceship created by Dr. Brief. You will train under gravity with me. Sun Wukong has his own path to follow, thus he will not join us in this training. First, acclimate to the gravity inside the spaceship. I will suppress your combat power and engage you in battle. Su Bufan adjusted the spaceship's gravity to 40 times normal, stating, "Let us begin with this level." For the following month, the two engaged in exercises such as sit-ups and push-ups under the 40-fold gravity, eventually mastering the ability to maintain their speed without the aid of zero gravity. Very well, you have adapted to the gravity. Now we shall commence combat training. Upon finishing his words, he delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Caught off guard, Raditz was struck forcefully to the ground, curling up in a ball as blood trickled from his mouth. Is this all there is? Fear not. As long as you survive, the sins of beings will heal you. Moreover, we Scions possess the ability to recover from near-death experiences, significantly enhancing our combat prowess. Therefore, the most effective means of augmenting our strength is through battle. Stand up and continue. Raditz rose and attacked Su Bufan, the interior of the spaceship resonating with the sounds of their fierce clash. Su Bufan deliberately suppressed his combat power. Yet the two were locked in a grueling struggle, their bodies marred with scars. This pressure is insufficient. Such a level of combat will not elevate my strength. However, it seems I must assist Raditz in boosting his capabilities first. With this thought, Su Bufan directly enhanced his own power. In an instant, Raditz was sent flying. Barely clinging to consciousness, Su Bufan quickly retrieved a senzu bean and placed it in Raditz's mouth. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting expression of terror crossing his face. Am I dead? Dead? No. Check how much your power has increased. 30,000. Haha. My combat power has reached 30,000. I am now stronger than Vegeta. I eagerly anticipate what his expression will be when we meet again. Do not rejoice too soon. You still fall short of Son Goku's strength. Moreover, our opponent is Frieza, who is far beyond what the current Vegeta can contend with. Our immediate goal is to meet the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Is that not the legendary warrior of our Saiyan race? Can I also become a legendary warrior? Raditz asked with excitement. Any Saiyan with a heart of justice can theoretically become a Super Saiyan. It is merely a matter of meeting the transformation criteria. For now, we have a long journey ahead before we reach that state. Our priority is to enhance our combat power, Su Bufan stated before resuming his attacks. Chapter 9. A breakthrough in strength on King Kai's planet. Goku and the others had already arrived. The tenfold gravity posed no challenge to them now. They had completed the requirements set by King Kai, and under the tenfold gravity, their strength had significantly increased. Several among them had even developed new techniques, such as Yamcha's Spirit Ball and Krillin's Energy Disc. However, their power had already been augmented by the Spirit Fruit, and further training would yield only marginal improvements. Initially, Su Bufan refrained from training alongside Goku, believing that Goku should forge his own path, as techniques like the Kaioken and Kamehameha could only be learned from King Kai. Su Bufan also intended to leave Blue Star. Certain adversaries would need to be faced by them alone. Yet, it appeared that they were learning quite rapidly under King Kai's tutelage, and he contemplated the possibility of constructing several spacecraft for collective training. After Raditz was once again knocked down, Su Bufan sought out Dr. Brief, hoping he could construct several spaceships equipped with combat power detectors. Dr. Brief readily agreed. Upon returning to the spaceship, Su Bufan sensed that after a period of training, Raditz could once again exploit the Scion's weaknesses. Summoning Raditz. Su Bufan noticed a reluctant expression on Raditz's face, as one would understandably hesitate at the brink of life and death. However, reluctance could not alter the fact that a beating was inevitable. Raditz retaliated fiercely, and Su Bufan needed to carefully control his strength to prevent Raditz from being dispatched too swiftly. For the moment, he found it challenging to subdue him. As their battle intensified, concerned about the potential damage to the spaceship, Su Bufan retracted it, and they moved their confrontation to another island. In an instant, dust swirled around them, and the shock waves from their clashes generated waves across the sea. With a powerful energy wave, Raditz raised his hand and shouted, condensing an energy sphere before hurling it at Su Buffon. Su Buffon extended his hands forward, catching the energy sphere and, with a forceful push, sent it hurtling back towards Raditz. The sphere collided violently with him, eliciting a pained scream as black smoke enveloped him, causing him to plummet from the sky. Oh no! I hope I haven't killed Raditz. Su Buffon hurriedly caught him, stuffing a Senzu bean into his mouth, relieved to find that Raditz still had a flicker of consciousness. Following this brush with death, Raditz's combat power surged to around 50,000. It was now time for serious training, as this method would eventually deplete Raditz's potential, leaving no room for further advancement. Let us take a day to rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue with gravity training, adjusting it to 100 times this time. Enjoy this beautiful day, but remember, no mischief on Blue Star, or you know the consequences. With that, he departed. Raditz scoffed, feigning indifference. Yet his body betrayed him with a slight tremor. Su Buffon then made his way to the temple. Deity, may I converse with Sun Wukong and the others? If you wish to speak with them, what is it that you need? I can only contact Lord Kai. Whether or not communication is permitted depends on his approval. Never mind, just reach out to Lord Kai and have Sun Wukong unleash his full strength. I will join them. Very well, I shall give it a try. On King Kai's planet, while he was busy building a house, the sudden sound caught his attention, causing his antennae to perk up. Blue Star's deity, what is your request? Lord Kai, a martial artist from Blue Star wishes to speak with Sun Wukong and the others. May I have your permission? As soon as he finished speaking, King Kai raised his voice sharply. Do you think I'm a telephone? If you want to connect, just do it. The deity, having been dismissed, relayed. He wants Sun Wukong to elevate his energy to the maximum, stating he will come to meet them. If he wants to come himself, fine. I want to see how he does it. He then called out to Sun Wukong, who was currently engaged in a 4-on-1 battle. Wukong, raise your energy to the highest level. Sun Wukong, bewildered, complied without hesitation. Just as the group was puzzled, a figure materialized before them. Su Buffon, how did you arrive here? Instantaneous movement allows one to appear beside another, merely by sensing their presence. This skill, acquired during my studies in the cosmos, is something I can impart to you, though not at this moment. My purpose for being here is to observe that your cultivation has progressed sufficiently. Further training may yield minimal advancement. Therefore, I propose that we return to Blue Star to continue our practice together. What do you think? After rigorous training on King Kai's planet, Goku's combat power has reached 450,000, while Piccolo stands at around 200,000, and several other Earthlings have surpassed 10,000. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the ineffectiveness of the current gravity on King Kai's planet. All right, grasp onto me, and I shall take you back to Blue Star. Farewell to King Kai, I declared. With that, everyone vanished from King Kai's planet, only to find themselves on Blue Star moments later. This instantaneous movement is incredibly useful. Teach me, Goku exclaimed eagerly upon their return. All right, but not at this moment. I'll teach you once your combat power increases further. The other two Saiyans will arrive on Blue Star in 2 months. Follow the training methods that Raditz and I have developed to fully adapt to the 100 times gravity before commencing other training. I've procured a spaceship from Dr. Brief. You may leave to practice. Having taken the spaceship, the group departed, just as Raditz returned. Su Buffon adjusted the ship's gravity to 100 times. Come on. Adapt to this gravity swiftly. I sense that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is not far off. For the following 2 months, Su Buffon engaged in intense training daily, his strength advancing rapidly. Even the modified combat power detector created by the doctor could no longer gauge his power. Su Buffon felt that his combat power had reached the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet he found himself unable to do so. He pondered whether it was due to an insufficient quantity of S cells within his body or if a state of extreme anger was necessary. However, he could not fathom how to invoke such intense fury without a catalyst. Choosing not to dwell on his inability to transform, Su Buffon reasoned that perhaps the opportunity for transformation had yet to present itself. Nevertheless, his current power was already vastly superior, and he resolved to continue increasing his regular combat strength, which would ultimately contribute to his potential as a Super Saiyan. Chapter 10. The arrival of Vegeta. While the group was immersed in their training, Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship had arrived at Blue Star. In City C, the inhabitants suddenly noticed two fireballs descending from the sky. Initially curious, they watched until the fireballs crashed through skyscrapers, prompting a frenzied scramble for safety. As the dust settled, two circular objects emerged from the ground, drawing a crowd of intrigued onlookers. What are these? Meteors or spaceships? Amidst their bewilderment and astonishment, one side of the circular object gradually opened, revealing a figure emerging from the shadows, suspended in midair. Someone is exiting that peculiar object. Can they really fly? Are they aliens? Outside, the curious crowd engaged in animated conversation. Among them, the shorter of two individuals gazed downwards with an air of haughty superiority, deeming the beings below as nothing more than inferior, pitiful creatures with lamentable combat prowess. The taller, bald figure chuckled, remarking on the absurdity of Raditz perishing at the hands of such a wretched race. Yet he took solace in the fact that they had been left with the Dragon Balls, a remarkable treasure. Shall we extend a greeting to these humans? He suggested, raising a hand that glimmered with white light, which erupted in a thunderous explosion. As the blinding radiance faded, the entire city had vanished, leaving behind only a vast crater. Meanwhile, as Goku and his companions hastened towards the site of the explosion, they were abruptly jolted by the trembling earth, followed by a powerful shockwave. They quickly looked up to behold a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. What have they done? Krillin exclaimed in horror. Whatever it was, it surely claimed many lives. This is unforgivable, Goku declared, accelerating towards the epicenter of the blast. In City C, at the heart of the explosion, Vegeta and Nappa remained unscathed, with Vegeta laughing heartily at the devastation below. Nappa, he called out, do try to be a bit gentler. This planet appears quite valuable, and we wouldn't want to ruin any potential Dragon Balls in the process. What if we jeopardize our immortality? My apologies, Vegeta, Nappa replied, scratching his head. I got a bit carried away. Never mind, just be more cautious next time. Now, let us prepare to receive our guests, Vegeta said, as they noticed Goku and the others had not unleashed their full power. Thus, Vegeta's scouter only registered a few thousand in combat strength, leading him to believe their overall capabilities were minimal. As figures emerged in the distance, they swiftly approached. Vegeta used his scouter to assess each individual, surprised to find so many with power levels exceeding 1,000 on this blue planet. No wonder Raditz, that fool, had met his demise here. But we are certainly not to be compared to such lowly warriors. The group was nearly bursting with anticipation, having not seen Su Buffon and Raditz for 2 months. They wondered how much their combat abilities had increased while these two novices remained blissfully unaware of their impending fate. Su Buffon and Raditz, sensing Vegeta's presence, suppressed their power levels, as this degree of strength held no allure for Su Buffon. They planned to reveal themselves only after Vegeta had been dealt with. Goku, the entire population of the city has been annihilated, Krillin remarked. Though they can be revived with the Dragon Balls, it is imperative we teach them a lesson. Indeed, he continued, although Dallas advised against killing them for now, leaving them half dead should pose no issue. While Goku and the others deliberated, Vegeta interjected once more. Nappa, do we still have any seeds of the vegetable race? This planet seems exceptionally suitable for their growth. It would be prudent to observe their combat potential. Nappa retrieved a bag and counted. There are 6 left. Should we plant them now? Vegeta nodded and turned to Goku, suggesting, Kakarot, why not engage in a little game? Let us each unleash 6 warriors to battle and see who perishes first. As they conversed, 6 grotesque green creatures emerged from the earth. Ugh, how disgusting. Krillin shuddered. Yamcha seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Goku, leave these creatures to me. I am eager to test the fruits of my training. With only a combat power of a little over 1,000, the others showed no desire to intervene and offered no objections. Yamcha stepped forward, adopting a derisive expression. You pathetic creatures, allow me to handle you. With that, he conjured a sphere of energy and shouted, Spirit Ball, hurling it towards the green beings. As Yamcha unleashed his Spirit Ball, the numbers on Vegeta's scouter surged wildly before the device exploded. In the midst of the ensuing shock, the energy ball Yamcha had thrown split into 6, and with a resounding explosion, the green creatures were reduced to mere fragments. How is this possible? I had not anticipated such formidable opponents on this remote blue planet. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Nappa remarked, his mouth agape. Once he regained his composure, he questioned, Vegeta, was it a malfunction of the device? Our scouters are the latest models, capable of detecting power levels up to 14,000. Could his strength exceed that? Yet just moments ago, his power was barely around 1,000. Despite this, Vegeta remained confident. Nappa, do not place too much faith in the scouter. I have heard of races in the universe that can enhance their power without transformation. It seems they belong to such a category. However, fret not. Even at their peak, they cannot surpass my strength of 18,000. Indeed. Then I shall leave him to you. As for the others, allow me to handle them. I can hardly contain my anticipation to hear their cries of anguish. With that, Nappa charged at Goku, declaring, Kakarot, let me show you what true combat entails. With a resounding crash, Nappa, in the midst of his assault, was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into a hillside and becoming trapped beneath the rubble. What? Vegeta, observing with an air of ease, was taken aback. He had not even seen Nappa being struck. Had their opponent's power escalated to such an extent that he failed to notice? Silence enveloped the battlefield. Chapter 11. Engagement in the ruins. The wind stirred up clouds of dust. The once thriving city lay in ruins, leaving behind nothing but devastation. Goku's attack had rendered the scene momentarily tranquil. The pride and arrogance within Vegeta made it unbearable for him to accept that the lower-class warrior Goku was stronger than he. In a sudden outburst, he unleashed his full energy. In an instant, a tremendous aura surged skyward, shaking the ground and causing the clouds to fracture under the weight of his formidable presence. Vegeta, consumed by intense fury, transcended his own limits of combat power, significantly enhancing his strength. Only Goku and Piccolo remained present, capable of withstanding his formidable aura. Piccolo, allow me to take this on, Goku declared, his impatience evident. With that, he amplified his own energy, and the two auras collided, sending fragments of earth and stone flying. Suddenly, both energies stabilized to a degree, their previously rampant forces calming. Goku surveyed the surroundings and proposed, let us engage in battle elsewhere, before soaring into the distance, closely followed by Vegeta. Observing this development, the Z-fighters quickly pursued. For such a spectacle was rare, and they hoped to glean valuable insights from the encounter. As for Nappa, he had long since lost the will to resist. With Vegeta disregarding him, the others felt no inclination to intervene. Moreover, as long as he dared to cause harm, the inhabitants of Blue Star could strike him down at any moment. Swish! In the skies, Goku and Vegeta darted forward, leaving behind trails of white energy. With his enhanced combat power, Vegeta effortlessly kept pace with Goku, who was exerting a power level of 30,000. Impressive. You've easily matched my current speed. Though I have yet to unleash my full potential, achieving such velocity with this level of power is remarkable, he mused. The duo ventured towards an uninhabited region, the landscape below shifting rapidly as they traversed forests and seas, finally halting amidst a barren wasteland. This shall suffice, they declared. Thud! They landed amidst a cluster of rocks, each taking a stance atop the stones. Vegeta perched high, arms crossed, gazing down at Goku. What is this? Have you contemplated your demise? You've chosen quite the grave site. He taunted, buoyed by his recent surge in power. Who is to say who will choose the grave? Goku retorted. I am a prodigious warrior among Saiyans, born with a combat power of 2,000, far surpassing your meager 2. Furthermore, Raditz must have informed you that as Saiyans, our battle power and potential are assessed at birth. Those like you and Raditz, with inferior potential, are dispatched to planets devoid of strong fighters. Is that so? I care not for warrior qualifications or inferior ranks. I only know that through diligent training, I can elevate my limits. Haha, absurd. Allow me to enlighten you on what true genius entails. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust and scattering the clouds, as if foretelling the imminent peril. Bang! Goku launched the first attack, thrusting a fist toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta deftly tilted his head to evade the blow, simultaneously delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku intercepted the strike with one hand, while raising his leg to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Vegeta's neck. Whoosh! Vegeta reacted with remarkable swiftness, retracting his hand and leaning back, executing a somersault kick aimed at Goku's chin. Wukong stepped back to evade the attack, and as Vegeta landed, he launched a flying kick. Vegeta quickly distanced himself to avoid the blow, but upon seeing Wukong pursue him, he abruptly turned on a rock and charged back with accelerated force. With a resounding thud, An unprepared Wukong was struck squarely in the face by Vegeta's fist, the tremendous power sending him hurtling into a cluster of rocks. With a thunderous crash, Wukong emerged from beneath the rubble, instantly vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Vegeta, launching a punch aimed at his back. Vegeta evaded to the side, gathering energy into his hands and swiftly hurling it toward Wukong. Despite Wukong's attempts to dodge, Vegeta's relentless barrage of energy blasts left him in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta landed a sharp kick to Wukong's abdomen. Is this all you've got? A lower-class warrior is just that, and even if you enhance your power, you'll never be on par with me. Your strength is commendable, but now that I've gauged your abilities, let us conclude this battle. He taunted. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Surely, you aren't dazed with fear, still boasting at this point. Just wait and see. Wukong retorted, clenching his fists and steadying his breath. With a resounding shout, Wukong's energy surged dramatically, soaring to levels beyond Vegeta's imagination. A tremendous aura bore down upon Vegeta, leaving him utterly astonished as his prior confidence evaporated. Impossible. How could you be so powerful? He exclaimed, disbelieving. Bluffing, are we? Witness my ultimate flash. Vegeta countered, unleashing his most formidable technique. However, Wukong, now fortified in strength, regarded the energy blast with disdain, even neglecting to dodge. Slowly, he extended a hand, effortlessly catching Vegeta's ultimate flash, and with a swift motion, he crushed it as if it were a mere glowing bubble. Vegeta stood frozen, unable to fathom how easily his ultimate flash had been neutralized. Following that, Wukong darted toward Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his left cheek. Caught off guard, Vegeta was struck again by a kick that sent him flying backward, shattering several hills in his wake. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta rose, suddenly realizing a pivotal truth. A smirk returned to his face as his confidence resurfaced. Ha! Although your strength is formidable, you have miscalculated. The true power of us Saiyans lies in our transformations. With the moon, we can become great apes, amplifying our strength tenfold, yet you foolishly chose to forfeit your tail. With that, he soared into the clouds, searching for the moon. Strange, this planet should have a moon, shouldn't it? Vegeta pondered, bewildered as he searched. What Vegeta was unaware of was that the moon had long been obliterated by Piccolo. After searching for quite some time and finding no trace of the moon, he resolved to proceed despite the significant reduction in his power. With that, Vegeta gathered a beam of white light in his hand and hurled it into the sky. The light exploded, forming a luminous sphere that hovered above, resembling the moon. What is that? Goku pondered with curiosity. After the creation of this orb, Vegeta's energy noticeably diminished. What purpose did expending so much power serve? Ha! This is a technique that only a select few elite Saiyan warriors can unleash, utilizing oxygen and energy to create an artificial full moon that emits over 17 million Blutz waves. Through this artificial moon, Saiyans can likewise transform into great apes. Kakarot, you are doomed. A lowly warrior like you will never surpass me. You stand no chance of victory now, and I shall utterly crush you. Thud, thud, thud. A sound resembling a heartbeat echoed as Vegeta's form began to morph roar. With a furious cry, Vegeta's body expanded, his fur sprouting across his frame, transforming him into a colossal great ape. In an instant, the formerly diminutive Vegeta towered as a giant, several meters high, rendering Goku seemingly insignificant in comparison. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, your doom is upon you. The immense ape bellowed. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation ignited a fighting spirit within Goku, for opponents of such caliber were rare. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. What happened to your earlier confidence? With a swift motion, the transformed Vegeta launched an attack, swinging a massive fist toward Goku. Unfazed, Goku deftly dodged. Recognizing that while Vegeta's power and speed had indeed increased, his blind spots had widened as well. Goku's speed surpassed that of Vegeta, leaving the latter defenseless against Goku's counterattacks, forced to endure the blows passively. Chapter 12. The brutal beating of Vegeta. This is impossible. Why? Why can't I win despite transforming? It can't be. Vegeta's despairing roar echoed in the air. Enough. Now let me reveal my true strength to you, so you may understand that potential is not everything, Goku declared. Leaping into the air, his body slightly arched. Ah! Accompanied by his fierce cries, Goku unleashed all of his power, causing the skies to crackle with lightning and the earth to tremble. Vegeta felt an overwhelming force press down upon him, realizing that Goku's battle prowess far surpassed his own. Behold, Vegeta, today you shall witness my ultimate strength. Without granting Vegeta a moment to react, Goku, having maximized his combat power, instantly appeared before Vegeta and unleashed a relentless barrage upon his formidable frame. The vast disparity in their battle powers rendered Vegeta utterly defenseless, forcing him to passively endure the onslaught. Fortunately, his transformation into a great ape provided him with substantial resilience, sparing him from any fatal injuries, at least for the time being. After a flurry of punches, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending the great ape hurtling through the air. As he tumbled, Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior among my kind. How could I possibly be vanquished by a lowly soldier like you? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta seethed, battered and bruised from Goku's relentless assault. He had come to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls, believing that securing eternal life would be a simple task. Little did he know he would face such a crushing defeat at the hands of Kakarot, that inferior warrior. As for the destruction of a city and the countless human lives lost upon their arrival, to Vegeta, those were merely the actions of inferior beings, hardly worthy of his concern. Kakarot, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Vegeta, a true genius and seasoned warrior from a young age, despite the significant gap in power, managed to withstand some of Goku's attacks. Vegeta, what can you possibly do now in your battered state? Goku inquired, observing the difficulty Vegeta had in merely standing. Damn you, Kakarot. One day, I will ensure your complete annihilation. Just then, the artificial moon's light began to wane, signaling the impending end of the transformation, and Vegeta realized the grim reality. Without the great ape form, he stood no chance against Kakarot. Feeling himself gradually reverting from the great ape transformation, Vegeta summoned the last vestiges of his energy for a final strike against Goku before collapsing to the ground. Goku effortlessly dispersed the attack with a mere flick of his hand. With a frustrated roar, Vegeta reverted to his original form. Cursed. Unforgivable. Huh, Vegeta. If you wish to continue this battle, I am more than ready. Goku taunted. Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed as he charged at Goku, initiating a fierce hand-to-hand combat. However, with no energy left, how much strength could Vegeta truly muster? His punches posed no threat to Goku. Surprisingly, Goku refrained from using energy attacks, and instead, the two engaged in a contest of physical might. Goku crouched low and landed an uppercut to Vegeta's abdomen. In retaliation, Vegeta, unwilling to yield, delivered a swift kick to Goku's chin. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who could not fathom why Goku, capable of swiftly dispatching his foes, was now engaged in such a drawn-out struggle. Yet they never truly understood Sun Wukong. His fervor for combat transcended mere victory. As he relished the exhilaration found within the fray, time slipped away unnoticed as Vegeta endured the relentless onslaught of Wukong's fists. The battle drawing to a close only when Vegeta's stamina was utterly depleted. Amidst the shattered earth, with his tattered garments, Sun Wukong stood resolute. And upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, the gathered crowd converged around him. As for Vegeta, it was a miracle he had not received a final blow. Teetering on the brink of death, in his weakened state, Vegeta surreptitiously retrieved a remote control for his spaceship from his battlesuit, pressing a few buttons before falling silent. His breath barely perceptible. Others noticed his actions, yet none paid heed, for he no longer posed a threat. Father, are you all right? The onlookers inquired, their eyes scanning Wukong's condition. Although he bore some injuries from the skirmish, a swift conclusion might have spared him further harm. Yet, he reveled in the joy of battle. Here, Sinzabine. To aid Wukong's recovery, Krillin stepped forward, administering the magical bean. The moment it entered Wukong's stomach, his body began to mend instantaneously. Once restored, Wukong waved at the crowd and approached the near-death Vegeta. Vegeta, you truly are a formidable opponent. Were it not for Su Bufon's unexpected arrival on Blue Star, I certainly would not have stood a chance against you. Kakarot, do not bask in triumph. Though I have lost this time, I will not let you escape unscathed. Even on the verge of death, Vegeta remained defiant, his heart consumed by bitterness at the prospect of perishing at the hands of a lower-class warrior he had long scorned. Vegeta, I shall grant you your freedom. Once you have recovered, we will engage in a proper battle. Your current power level is far too diminished for a satisfying contest. Vegeta remained silent, Speaking would require immense effort, and he needed to conserve his strength until his spaceship's arrival. Observing his reticence, Krillin and the others distanced themselves, wary of provoking him in his fragile state. They chose not to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Vegeta, for Wukong had expressed his desire for a rematch. Suddenly, amidst their discourse, a spherical spaceship descended from the heavens, crashing beside Vegeta. Upon seeing the vessel's arrival, Vegeta, despite his injuries, began to drag himself towards it. Kakarot, next time I shall surely kill you. Are you certain you wish to depart now? Just as Vegeta was about to enter the spaceship, Su Bufon appeared silently. Tails, you've arrived. Su Bufon acknowledged Wukong and the others with a nod before turning back to Vegeta. Though you are weak at present, your potential is undeniably high. With systematic training, your achievements may one day surpass Sun Wukong. I now present you with a choice. Either retreat, crawling back to Frieza like a dog, or remain and enhance your combat prowess, with the promise that one day you may surpass Frieza himself. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, asserting that although they were stronger than him, it was laughable to think they could defeat Frieza. Su Bufon chose to remain silent, gradually unleashing his full energy. The atmosphere shifted, leaving everyone present in awe. The overwhelming aura enveloped them, rendering their breaths labored. Incredulous, Goku murmured, I can't believe it. I can't even sense his limits. Krillin chimed in, Goku, can you not feel it either? Goku nodded gravely, yet a spark of eagerness flickered in his eyes, longing for a spar with Su Bufon. Impossible. Who are you to possess such power? Vegeta's composure shattered completely. I am Su Bufon, or you may refer to me by the Saiyan name, Dallas. How could a Saiyan achieve such combat prowess? Vegeta exclaimed, suddenly lifting his gaze, realization dawning upon him. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Su Bufon shook his head, replying, not yet, but soon. Chapter 13. After the battle, Vegeta fell into silence, his face betraying reluctance, yet his ascent towards the spaceship came to a halt. Observing Vegeta's actions, Su Bufon merely smiled, refraining from further words. He tossed a senzu bean to him, stating, this will heal your wounds. Once you recover, you may choose to leave or stay at your discretion. With little choice, Vegeta consumed the senzu bean, understanding that his life was at the mercy of these individuals, rendering any pretense unnecessary. A series of cracking sounds erupted from his body as he ingested the bean. His physique expanded, muscles became more defined, and most importantly, all injuries healed completely. What? Is there truly such a miraculous item in this world? Vegeta's astonishment was palpable. As his injuries mended, the Saiyan's unique physiology activated, and his energy surged, reaching approximately 50,000 in mere moments. Although still not exceedingly high, Vegeta was elated. Ha! He laughed boisterously, feeling his combat power increase. Turning to Goku, he declared, Kakarot, with my innate talent, I shall surpass you one day. Goku, however, bore a nonchalant expression. The disparity in their combat powers remained significant, and he had not been idle during Vegeta's ascent. Su Bufon interjected, presenting Vegeta with a fruit from the Tree of Might. This will enhance your combat power. Consume it, and let us see how far you can ascend. Without hesitation, Vegeta devoured the fruit, unleashing another surge of energy, ultimately reaching a combat power of 450,000, matching Goku's. However, this did not imply he could outmatch Goku, as Goku still wielded the Kaioken technique. As Nappa served as a subordinate to Vegeta, he sustained some injuries during the battle, yet they were not severe. The crowd, though irate at his arrival on Earth and the numerous lies he had claimed, recognized that in the realm of Dragon Ball, the Earthlings, who had scarcely brushed with death, were deemed unworthy of their planet, a notion reinforced by the existence of the Dragon Balls. Consequently, despite their disdain for him, Su Bufon bestowed upon Nappa a fruit from the Tree of Might. Regrettably, after consuming it, Nappa's combat prowess still fell short of Raditz. After enhancing the fighting capabilities of Vegeta and the others, Su Bufon imparted to them his daily training methods, which ignited their excitement as they glimpsed the prospect of ascension to a higher echelon. With this, the crisis on Earth was abated. The city, reduced to rubble by Nappa, along with its inhabitants, was restored with the aid of the Dragon Balls. The world returned to its tranquil state, and life resumed its usual rhythm. Though the training of the individuals did not wane, Goku placed the spaceship atop the Baozi Mountain, spending quality time at home with his wife and children in between training sessions. Gohan, too, was brought along for training. However, Chi-Chi disapproved of this endeavor. Thus Gohan's combat strength did not see significant enhancement. Moreover, Gohan's inclination toward academia meant that Dallas did not press the matter further. Krillin, feeling the vast disparity in strength between himself and Goku, refrained from training with others and returned to Kame House to continue his training under Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu resumed their training at the waterfall, with Launch accompanying them. Yamcha and Bulma returned to the city, where a slight discord appeared to have arisen between them. Coincidentally, Vegeta sought the doctor to construct a spaceship and took residence at Bulma's home, leaving one to wonder when the spark between them might ignite. As for Nappa, he temporarily trained alongside Raditz, occasionally venturing into the city. Although he held little regard for the Earthlings, he was compelled to train diligently, influenced by the strength of others and the potential for greater heights in the future. Uncertain of how long this simple and unremarkable existence would endure, Su Bufon felt a sense of melancholy. He quickly reminded himself that this was an action-packed saga, not a leisurely one. As a Saiyan, he was meant to perpetually challenge his limits and strive to enhance his combat abilities. However, the plateau he had reached impeded his progress, indicating that it was time to venture into the cosmos. The tranquil life on Earth threatened to dull his resolve. Reflecting on this, he realized that his combat strength had nearly reached the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Should he enter the hyperbolic time chamber and see if he could become a Super Saiyan in one fell swoop? With this thought igniting a sense of urgency within him, Su Bufon could no longer contain himself and promptly made his way to the temple. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the ever-serious Mr. Popo, who regarded him with an unreadable expression. "Mr. Popo, I wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, may I?" "Follow me," he replied, not waiting for Su Bufon's response as he strode toward the chamber, halting before an opulent door after traversing a lengthy corridor. The Spirit Time Room is a peculiar realm where the flow of time differs drastically between its interior and exterior. Outside, a single day passes while within an entire year transpires. This unique environment facilitates accelerated training. The descriptions of the Spirit Time Room in Dragon Ball are rather sparse, although later on, Super Saiyan 3 can transcend space. There is no record of them training inside, leaving one to wonder whether the effects of training within the room are akin to those experienced outside, or if they simply wish to avoid the room's daunting atmosphere. Inside, the air is thin, temperatures fluctuate incessantly, and gravity is tenfold that of Earth. Such conditions might be deemed harsh for most, yet for someone like him, who has already mastered the ability to withstand 100 times Earth's gravity, it is child's play. The true test lies in the psychological endurance required to remain in such a sealed environment. Spending a year in an expansive yet utterly barren setting, where the eye meets nothing but a void, subjects one to profound loneliness and solitude, fundamentally tormenting the spirit. Most individuals would likely succumb to mental collapse under such circumstances. In the original narrative, the Spirit Time Room was not frequently chosen as a training ground. Rather, it was utilized for its time differential to rapidly enhance strength. This indicates that the training efficacy is not significantly superior to that outside, merely offering a temporal advantage. At this juncture, Su Bufon seeks to depart from Blue Star in pursuit of breakthroughs, and what he lacks most is time. Thus he opts for the Spirit Time Room. Having resided in the Dragon Ball universe for over a decade, despite consistently boasting greater combat prowess than others, he understands that such strength is woefully insufficient given his foreknowledge of the impending events. If the original timeline unfolds as it did, it won't be long before Frieza learns of the Dragon Balls on Namek and heads there. Although he is uncertain of the remaining time, calculations based on Vegeta's return suggest it is scant. He must transform into a Super Saiyan before heading to Namek. While he does not necessarily aim to defeat Frieza, he seeks at least the power to safeguard Namek and fulfill his promise to the Grand Elder regarding the enhancement of his strength. Chapter 14. Training in the Spirit Time Room. Upon opening the door, Bubbles turned to Su Bufon and remarked, "Only two can enter the time room at once. Would you like to bring someone along? It would facilitate your training." After contemplating, Su Bufon realized that solitary training would yield only mundane results, lacking the benefits of combat training with a partner. Ultimately, he resolved to bring someone, yet he was uncertain about whom to choose. Earthlings were immediately dismissed as candidates. Their combat abilities were far too low to contribute meaningfully to his enhancement, and there was also the question of whether their bodies could withstand such an environment. After careful consideration, he chose to bring Raditz. After all, he was also a Saiyan and notably resilient. As for Vegeta and Goku, it would be better for them to enter the room separately later, ensuring that they adhere to their original narrative, especially since they would be the primary defenders of Blue Star in the future. Upon deciding to take action, Su Buffon instantaneously transported himself to the side of Raditz. He initially presumed that Raditz would be training alongside Nappa, only to discover that they were not engaged in any practice, but rather indulging in sugary drinks while watching television. With a furrowed brow, Su Buffon did not wait for Raditz to respond and promptly seized him, whisking him back to the temple, leaving a bewildered Nappa behind. Now, you shall train diligently with me in the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance your combat abilities, he declared, unceremoniously dropping Raditz onto the ground. Still dazed from the abrupt transition, Raditz found himself in an unfamiliar location, his mind racing with confusion. How did I end up here? And what exactly is this hyperbolic time chamber? He pondered. Su Buffon, uninterested in explaining the intricacies of instantaneous movement, simply stated, the hyperbolic time chamber is a dimension where time flows at a much faster rate than in the outside world. One day here equates to an entire year within. The gravity, air, and temperature differ significantly from Planet Blue, making it an optimal environment for training under extreme conditions, allowing for breakthroughs in one's capabilities. However, each individual may only enter twice, and no more than 2 individuals can enter at a time. This time, I have brought you along to train together. Such a remarkable place. This means I can rapidly enhance my combat strength, Raditz exclaimed, filled with excitement. He had no desire to remain idle. Yet the barriers to his training were not easily surmountable, which had led him to momentarily abandon it. Peering through the open door, he beheld a vast expanse of white. Devoid of any distinct features, only an overwhelming sense of solitude remained. As Su Buffon guided Raditz inside, they encountered a colossal hourglass that appeared rather peculiar from the outside, seemingly holding nothing within. The 2 individuals needed to acclimate to the environment of the time chamber before engaging in combat. Thus, they commenced with basic training. As overcoming the gravity was the simplest challenge, while the temperature fluctuations and thin air posed greater difficulties. After some time, both warriors adjusted to their surroundings, and the true training commenced. Positioned at the center of the hyperbolic time chamber, surrounded by a sea of white, the only hint of color was at the entrance, preventing them from losing their way. Their gazes met in the air, igniting a fierce determination within them, as they prepared for a year of intensive training. Fully ready for battle, Su Buffon, with his imposing stature, donned a casual combat outfit that accentuated his height and muscular physique, exuding an aura of immense power. As a warrior exiled from the Saiyan race, he possessed formidable strength and combat experience accumulated during his wanderings in the cosmos. Although Raditz's combat prowess was comparatively weaker, his fervor for battle rivaled that of Dale's. As the combat commenced, Raditz made the first move. With a swift motion, he transformed into a blur, surging towards Su Buffon. Unlike Goku, who often tested his opponent's strengths, Raditz, accustomed to flirting with danger, unleashed his full power, demonstrating his might in this fierce confrontation. Darius remained composed in the face of adversity. Since he was training with someone weaker than himself, he had no choice but to restrain his own combat power in order to create pressure. He did not intend to rely on Raditz to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Raditz's current fighting prowess did not merit such an expectation. Swiftly, he adjusted his stance to meet Raditz's assault. The 2 figures intertwined in the air, eschewing energy attacks for a raw, unarmed exchange, where each punch resonated with a heavy thud. As time passed, the intensity of the battle escalated. Darius continuously sought to breach Raditz's defenses, while Raditz, drawing on his extensive combat experience, adeptly countered Darius's onslaught. Their forms darted within the hyperbolic time chamber, each collision sending ripples through the air as if they could shake the very fabric of space. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, their confrontation reached a fever pitch, with energy attacks increasingly interspersed throughout the melee, illuminating the chamber with brilliant light and fierce energy fluctuations. However, the enhanced Raditz was no pushover. He withstood Su Buffon's relentless strikes time and again. Although his fighting techniques lacked the versatility of Su Buffon's, they were grounded and steadfast. Aware that he could never match Su Buffon's strength, Raditz refrained from counterattacking, instead opting to endure as many blows as possible. Yet, even the most impeccable defense is susceptible to flaws, and amidst the fervent exchanges, Su Bufan seized upon one of Raditz' vulnerabilities. He launched a swift assault, landing a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Pain surged through Raditz, propelling him backward as he involuntarily expelled a mouthful of blood. This blow rendered Raditz incapacitated, leaving him gasping on the ground, his eyes betraying a mix of frustration and disappointment. Though he recognized his inferiority to Su Bufan, the speed of his defeat at such a comparable power level was disheartening. Su Bufan offered Raditz a sense of being, and upon regaining his physical state, Raditz experienced a significant enhancement in combat power, nearly rivaling that of Goku and Vegeta. Through numerous battles, Su Bufan relentlessly pushed Raditz to his limits, challenging him to transcend his boundaries, while simultaneously honing his own abilities in anticipation of a breakthrough. Thus, the two engaged in a series of intense and protracted skirmishes within the hyperbolic time chamber. One day, without warning, Su Bufan's aura surged violently and ascended rapidly. Raditz, caught off guard, was swept away by the overwhelming energy, crashing forcefully to the ground. Chapter 15. The Ascendant Super Saiyan as Raditz slowly rose. Still bewildered by the sudden explosion of Su Bufan's formidable energy, he sensed an unmistakable shift in his companion. Though he could not articulate what had changed, he felt an untamed ferocity emanating from Su Bufan, as if it were spiraling out of control. Just as he grappled with his confusion, Su Bufan unleashed a furious roar. The white aura surrounding him gradually transformed into a golden hue, and his eyes began to change as well, with the pupils fading away to reveal only a blank white. Raditz sensed the increasingly ferocious energy, and, upon witnessing such a state in Su Bufan, felt a chill of fear sweep over him. It was evident that Su had lost all semblance of reason. In this moment, Raditz was acutely aware that, in this irrational state, a single strike from Su could spell his demise. With this chilling thought in mind, Raditz summoned all his strength to shout at Su Bufan, "Darius, Darius, awaken!" He had never exerted his voice so forcefully before, yet the stakes were his very life, making such an effort understandable. Caught in his rage, Su Bufan's attention was drawn to the sound, and he turned his gaze toward Raditz. Just that fleeting glance nearly sent Raditz's spirit soaring. Just as he was about to strike, Su Bufan abruptly emerged from his frenzied state, collapsing weakly to the ground. Raditz, sensing the diminished threat, cautiously approached. After observing for a while and detecting no immediate danger, he dared to step closer to Su Bufan, who had regained a modicum of strength and was slowly rising to his feet. Realizing his physical condition, Su quickly consumed a Senzabine, fully restoring himself. He then turned to Raditz and inquired, "What just transpired?" Raditz, having narrowly escaped death, was at a loss for words. "You don't remember what just happened? You suddenly lost control, devoid of reason. Thankfully, you collapsed. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished at your hands." Su pressed for details regarding his condition, particularly the golden aura that had enveloped him, which he recognized as characteristic of the Super Saiyan transformation. Could it be that he had inadvertently transformed into a Super Saiyan? Yet, that did not seem quite right, for transforming into a Super Saiyan did not entail a loss of rationality. He then inquired if there had been any other phenomena. Raditz recounted the events faithfully, including the alteration of Su's eyes. Su, undeterred, asked, "Did my hair change color?" "No," Raditz replied bluntly. Su concluded that his recent state was not that of a Super Saiyan. However, he pondered what it could be. After a moment of deep reflection, he recalled Goku's battle against the Super Namekian Slug, a state known as the false Super Saiyan. This form, while augmenting combat power, only provided a boost of approximately 25 times and consumed considerable stamina. Nevertheless, it was a promising development, as the false Super Saiyan form was not far removed from the true Super Saiyan transformation. Perhaps, in the next moment, he might transcend into a Super Saiyan. It was essential to adapt to this new state, ensuring that he could harness the power of the false Super Saiyan without succumbing to irrationality in the heat of battle. In the ensuing moments, Su Bufan refrained from training alongside Raditz, choosing instead to immerse himself in a solitary experience, endeavoring to master the newfound state. The time chamber intermittently erupted with bursts of ferocious energy, instilling a sense of dread in Raditz, who shared the space. However, it was not long before Su Bufan successfully harnessed this transformation. While his intellect remained intact, the toll on his stamina was unabated. He resolved to test the limits of sustaining this transformation, aiming to elevate his combat prowess to its zenith, and thus instructed Raditz to maintain a safe distance to avoid collateral effects. Prepared and poised, Su Bufon unleashed a formidable roar, his aura shifting from white to a resplendent golden hue, infusing the stark surroundings with vibrant color. Simultaneously, a tempestuous energy surged throughout the chamber, causing the very fabric of the space to tremble. What a terrifying aura! Raditz, astonished, endeavored to distance himself further while simultaneously exerting his own energy to counteract the overwhelming pressure, yet he remained subdued. Is this truly your power? How could you become so formidable in an instant? Raditz pondered internally as the terrifying energy radiated outward, sending shockwaves in all directions. In the face of such might, he felt as though he were caught in a tempest, poised to be engulfed at any moment. With the aura at its peak, Su Bufon stood firm, reveling in the immense power coursing through him. It was indeed captivating. This only solidified his resolve to swiftly transcend into the realm of Super Saiyan, for the disparity between 25 times and 50 times was unfathomable. After considerable contemplation, Su Bufon gradually reigned in his energy, the golden hue fading as the white aura enveloped him once more, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The terrifying presence vanished from the space, restoring tranquility. Yet, he still had not discovered the means to break through to Super Saiyan. It seemed that only through combat could he truly awaken his latent power. Currently, on Blue Star, there was no one capable of exerting the pressure necessary for his breakthrough. Clearly, the time to venture into the cosmos had arrived, especially since he could now assume the form of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 16. Departing Blue Star for the cosmos after achieving the form of a Super Saiyan. Su Bufon ceased his own progression and dedicated his time to aiding Raditz in his training. Under Su Bufon's guidance, Raditz's combat strength surged rapidly, now surpassing even that of Goku and his companions. With the abundance of senzu beans at his disposal, Su Bufon could swiftly recover from injuries, and thus, after several months of training, their time within the time chamber reached a full year. It was time to emerge. Upon opening the door to the time chamber, Bobo awaited them outside. After emerging, the two refreshed themselves and changed into clean attire, bidding farewell to Bobo and the deity before departing the temple. Once back at his residence, Su Bufon began to organize his belongings, loading essential items onto the spaceship, as his journey into the cosmos would require preparation for an extended stay. After tidying up, Su Bufon gathered everyone together to announce his departure, revealing the existence of the temple's spirit time chamber, inviting those who wished to cultivate to venture there independently. Once he had conveyed all necessary information, Su Bufon activated the spaceship, which surged into the cosmos enveloped in a radiant white light. Within the vast expanse of the universe, Su Bufon navigated the ship, weaving between countless celestial bodies. The stars sparkled brilliantly, akin to jewels adorning a dark tapestry, radiating enchanting luminosity. The ship's engine emitted a deep, resonant hum, while the fiery trail from its rear traced graceful arcs through the void. Su Bufon gazed ahead, his heart brimming with anticipation and yearning. He was acutely aware that within the universe, many beings surpassed him in strength. Though he considered himself formidable, he was not the mightiest. He longed to encounter such a powerful entity, one who could assist him in shattering the barriers of Super Saiyan transformation. As the spaceship traversed the cosmos, Su Bufon frequently consulted the star map, seeking the whereabouts of his target planet. He understood that his journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril. The unpredictability of the universe loomed large. Spatial rifts, cosmic storms, and various other hazards could easily claim his life, and even a damaged spacecraft posed a dire threat to his existence. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he aspired to stand atop this universe, accepting the inevitability of such dangers. As time elapsed, Su Bufon's vessel traversed innumerable star systems. He couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Brief's genius in constructing a spaceship capable of such speed. Throughout his journey, he encountered a myriad of celestial phenomena, brilliant stars, enigmatic black holes, and more. Regrettably, after such an extensive flight, he had yet to encounter a single life-bearing planet, let alone any sentient beings. Finally, after an extended voyage, Su Bufon discovered a life-sustaining planet. Even from his spacecraft, he could sense the vibrant essence of life emanating from its surface, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. After all, Traveling through the cosmos could be a monotonous endeavor, and with no opportunity for cultivation, the discovery of life was a most delightful respite. He deftly maneuvered the spaceship for a gentle descent, preparing to land on this planet for observation. With a resounding thud, the ship touched down, and Su Bufon stepped outside. Inhaling the unfamiliar atmosphere of this alien world, he began to walk towards the source of the life energy he had sensed. As he traversed the strange terrain, he noted that the ship had landed in a lush forest on the outskirts of the planet. Birds sang joyfully from the branches above, and small creatures frolicked amidst the underbrush. The air was imbued with a refreshing essence, enveloping him in comfort. It has been far too long since I have felt the invigorating breath of life, Su Bufon mused sincerely. Just as he was engrossed in observing the planet's flora and fauna, which bore no resemblance to those of Blue Star, a sudden surge of formidable energy from a distance caught his attention. Alert, he raised his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the presence. In an instant, a figure shot towards him at remarkable speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Before him stood a towering giant, exuding an aura of immense power. With 6 arms and a single eye atop its head, Su Bufon furrowed his brow, uncertain of the giant's origins, yet he could sense the formidable strength emanating from it, which stirred a thrill within him. Who are you? What brings you to our planet? The giant inquired in a deep voice, a hint of wariness flickering in its gaze. With a slight smile, Su Bufon replied, I hail from another world, traversing the cosmos. Upon passing this place, I detected the vibrant essence of life and, driven by curiosity, came to learn more about this planet. The giant appeared momentarily puzzled, yet it bore no malice. Nodding, it said, this planet is known as Greenfield Star. Indeed a realm teeming with vitality. We are the giant clan, and I am called Thanos. Greetings, distant traveler. Su Bufon felt a spark of interest and asked, might I inquire if there are other races besides yours here? Thanos shook his head and replied, this planet is solely inhabited by our giant clan. There are no other intelligent beings. Su Bufon sensed the combat prowess of this race, though it was not particularly formidable, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, he nodded in appreciation. Aware of the planet's circumstances, he decided not to linger, for his true aim was to seek stronger adversaries and enhance his own strength. Bidding farewell to Thanos, he boarded his vessel once more, prepared to continue his journey through the cosmos. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the vibrant planet, silently wishing for its enduring peace and tranquility. As his ship broke through the atmosphere once again, Su Bufon took the helm, feeling a renewed confidence in his quest for powerful beings after encountering a world brimming with life. In the days that followed, he navigated his spacecraft through the vastness of space, encountering a myriad of planets and creatures, some friendly, others hostile, but none could deter his progress. At last, he stumbled upon a peculiar celestial body. Initially, he believed it merely a wandering star, but soon he realized it was evading an impending collision with another planet. Piquing his curiosity, he maneuvered his vessel closer to the object, but just as he was about to land, a beam of light shot towards his ship. Acting swiftly, Su Bufon narrowly avoided destruction. Fuming, he retracted his ship, his anger boiling within him. Had he not reacted in time, his vessel would have been obliterated. Though he was unharmed, without his ship, how could he traverse the cosmos again? With a thunderous roar, Su Bufon unleashed his energy, turning his gaze upon the assailant. He discovered a creature resembling a frog, accompanied by 3 others who were laughing heartily. Metamaga, you are failing miserably. You couldn't even bring it down. Glaring at the bizarre beings, whom he could barely recognize as humanoid, Su Bufon deemed it unnecessary to engage in dialogue. Instead, he unleashed his full combat potential in a single, devastating strike, obliterating the group of miscreants. Chapter 17. The Super Namekian Slag. As Su Bufon unleashed his formidable aura, a spaceship located on the opposite side of the planet was suddenly interrupted by a series of urgent beeps from an instrument. The individual manning the device glanced at it with alarm, then hurriedly ran to the side of the ship. Lord Slag, the combat power detector has just registered an overwhelming force, and simultaneously, the life signs of Lord Ancilla, Lord Midama, and 2 other lords have vanished. Observing his trembling subordinate, Slag nonchalantly emitted a beam of energy, incinerating him to ashes. Open the hatch. I wish to see who dares to wreak havoc in my domain. As the hatch creaked open, Su Bufon was immediately engulfed by a tremendous aura, one that eclipsed all he had previously encountered, possibly even surpassing his own Super Saiyan form. A shiver coursed through him, not of fear, but of exhilaration, as he felt the Saiyan blood within him boil. Just as Su Bufon relished this moment, Slag appeared before him in an instant, and with that arrival came an immense pressure. "Who dares to trespass in my territory?" he scoffed, "Only a wild monkey." Upon seeing the figure before him, strikingly reminiscent of Piccolo from Blue Planet, coupled with the planet's peculiar environment, Su Bufon was instantly reminded of Slag, the formidable foe that even Sun Wukong, in his Super Saiyan guise, could not defeat. Slag was indeed a Namekian, and the lore of his origins was etched in Su Bufon's memory. The environment of Namek had deteriorated catastrophically, leading to the extinction of species. In the ensuing chaos, the Namekians devised a desperate solution to avert their demise, sending their offspring to other planets. During this tumultuous period, a child was born, a super Namekian endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and an inherently malevolent disposition. From birth, he surpassed the adult warriors of Namek, emerging as a once-in-a-century warrior. With heavy hearts, his parents sent him to Slag Star, where he acquired the name Slag due to his upbringing. While residing on Slag Star, he demonstrated unparalleled combat skills in his youth, declaring himself king and amassing numerous followers. His cruelty was notorious. He dealt ruthlessly with any subordinates who displeased him, often resulting in their untimely demise. With his followers, he rampaged through the cosmos, committing heinous acts, and his power and wickedness only intensified with age. Innately evil, Slag increasingly reveled in his malevolence, proclaiming himself the emperor of the universe as he invaded countless planets. Now, standing before Su Bufon was Slag, a super Namekian endowed with immense strength and unfathomable intellect. His towering stature, deep green skin, and cold, glimmering eyes exuded an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon the atmosphere of the entire planet. Su Bufon clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power coursing through his Saiyan lineage. He understood that this adversary was, thus far, the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. However, he bore no trace of fear. Rather, he was filled with a fighting spirit. The two exchanged glances, and before Su Bufon could utter a word, Shillager's lips curled into a cruel smile. He extended his palm, coalescing a formidable surge of energy within. "You dare to provoke me, wild monkey? It seems you are unaware of what true power entails." Shillager's voice was deep and chilling as the energy sphere in his hand began to swell rapidly. Su Bufon took a deep breath, aware that this battle would be the most arduous of his life. He had to give his all if he were to stand a chance against this formidable adversary. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. His body began to emanate a powerful aura, transforming into a golden hue. Su Bufon had directly ascended to the state of a mimetic Super Saiyan, for he knew that in his normal state, he possessed no means of resisting Sherlager. Sherlager gazed at Su Bufon's transformation, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident in his own strength. "It appears you possess some skill. However, it is still insufficient," Sherlager declared, hurling the energy sphere towards Su Bufon. With a swift motion, Su Bufon vanished from his original position, evading Shillager's attack, only to reappear behind him, delivering a powerful blow to Shillager's back. Sherlager smirked, sidestepping Su Bufon's strike effortlessly. He turned to face Su Bufon, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. "Interesting. I did not expect you to evade my attack." With that, Shillager's form suddenly vanished from sight. Su Bufon's heart raced. He understood that Shillager's speed and strength now surpassed his own. He had to exercise greater caution to withstand Shillager's onslaught. The two figures darted across the planet, each collision igniting tremendous waves of energy. Su Bufon continually pushed his limits, and under immense pressure, his strength burgeoned in the heat of battle. Sherlager also began to take the fight more seriously, no longer merely attacking but employing the inherent abilities of his Namekian heritage. His arms elongated impossibly, catching Su Bufon off guard as he seized his ankle and slammed him to the ground. Rising to his feet, Su Bufon quickly retreated to a defensive stance, while Sherlager stood still, coldly observing him, seemingly inviting Su Bufon to strike. Without hesitation, Su Bufon launched an assault, recognizing that he needed the pressure from Sherlager to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Their battle raged on for an entire day and night, leaving marks of their conflict across every corner of the planet. After prolonged combat, Su Bufon, in his mimetic Super Saiyan state, began to falter due to excessive exhaustion. During a fierce clash, Sherlocker seized upon a moment of vulnerability, delivering a devastating punch to Su Bufon's chest. With a muffled grunt, Su Bufon was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, Su Bufon found himself utterly drained, his physique severely battered, struggling to maintain even the state of a Super Saiyan. As he gradually rose to his feet, he began to reflect on his journey since arriving in this world, where his combat prowess had consistently surpassed that of those around him. Consequently, he had allowed himself to relax, feeling no pressure or worthy opponent. Thus, the urgency he had perceived was merely superficial, never truly penetrating his heart. This lack of genuine challenge had kept him teetering on the precipice of becoming a Super Saiyan, unable to fully embrace the transformation. However, as clarity dawned upon him, a profound shift occurred within, and his aura transformed. Golden energy enveloped him once more. The previously mocking Shrag noticed this change and launched another punch. Yet, without lifting his gaze, Su Bufon extended his hand and effortlessly absorbed the blow. Chapter 18. Super Saiyan. With a sudden explosion of golden light, the radiant energy surged around Su Bufon, cascading over him until it reached his head, turning his hair a brilliant gold. His long locks billowed majestically in the wake of his newfound aura. Super Saiyan achieved. As Su Bufon transformed, his gaze sharpened with an icy intensity, and he slowly straightened, instilling dread within Shrag. Shrag hastily freed his fist from its confinement and retreated, but Su Bufon, now invigorated, chose not to pursue. Instead, he stood firm, reveling in the sensation of boundless strength surging within him. "Ah!" Su Bufon roared, sending a shiver down Shrag's spine. Satisfied with his newfound power, he turned to face Shrag. "You enjoyed striking me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn." With that, he lunged toward Shrag, his form flickering and instantly appearing before him, moving with breathtaking speed. In a panic, Shrag threw a punch, yet Su Bufon sidestepped effortlessly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "The game is over, Shrag," he murmured, his golden eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Su Bufon unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from his strike howling as it hurtled towards Shrag's face. Shrag leaped back in a desperate attempt to evade, but Su Bufon's velocity was simply too great. Escape was impossible. With a resounding thud, Shrag was struck, sent flying backward to crash violently onto the ground. Su Bufon did not relent. He continued his relentless assault. Each strike carried cataclysmic force, leaving Shrag scrambling to defend himself, utterly powerless. Su Bufon exuded an immense aura, as if he could obliterate anything standing in his path. Despair washed over Shrag. Once a formidable adversary, he had taken pride in his strength. Now, he felt like a feeble insect, unable to withstand Su Bufon's onslaught. Su Bufon's fists and feet moved like lightning, too swift to be seen. Each strike bore immense power, and despite Shrag's desperate attempts to evade, he could not escape the terrifying onslaught of Su Bufon. Time seemed to stand still as Shrag gradually lost consciousness in this brutal battle, his body becoming frail and powerless. He realized that he could no longer contend with Su Bufon and could only await the inevitable fate of death. Just as Shrag believed he was destined to be defeated by Su Bufon, a sudden thought flashed in his mind. "No, I cannot concede defeat in this manner. I still aspire to become the sovereign of the universe, standing above all." Shrag gathered his strength anew, focusing his resolve to resist Su Bufon's relentless assaults. In the face of Su Bufon's attacks, Shrag's movements became unexpectedly agile and swift. Each evasion caught Su Bufon off guard. Sensing the change in Shrag, Su Bufon halted his assault, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, Shrag, you have grown at this critical juncture. But you have yet to develop the strength necessary to confront me," Su Bufon stated coldly. Subsequently, Su Bufon unleashed his full power, and this time, Shrag's defenses were shattered, leaving him with numerous wounds as violet blood streamed from his injuries. The battle between them raged on, fists and feet colliding in the air, producing deafening roars. Their silhouettes intertwined in a fierce struggle. As Su Bufon launched his next attack, Shrag felt fear in his heart. Yet, he knew that without defense, his life would be forfeit. Su Bufon moved with lightning speed, swiftly arriving before Shrag and delivering a crushing blow. The golden fist wind sliced through the air, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure that bore down on Shrag. Gritting his teeth, Shrag crossed his arms in defense, but the force was too immense, forcing him back several steps, pain surging through his chest. Shrag stared in shock at Su Bufon, having never witnessed such formidable strength. He understood that he was no match for Su Bufon. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? It is terrifying, Shrag murmured. Su Bufon offered Shrag no respite. Charging forward once more, fists and feet combining in a relentless barrage, each strike infused with astonishing might. Despite Shrag's desperate attempts to defend himself, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground. I am not willing to accept this. Shrag lifted his hand, gazing towards the cosmos, perhaps still dreaming of universal domination. Yet, the hand that once rose fell heavily, his life reaching its conclusion. Observing the lifeless Shrag, Su Bufon sighed, relieved that he had achieved his breakthrough. Otherwise, he too might have perished here. Returning to his normal state, Su Bufon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He quickly summoned his spaceship and retrieved a Senza bean, consuming it to restore himself to full vitality in an instant. Casting a glance at the devastated planet, Su Bufon contemplated for a moment before unleashing a powerful energy wave towards it. After his departure, the planet erupted in a tremendous explosion, transforming into cosmic dust along with the remaining inhabitants who had not been slain. In the vast expanse of the universe, aboard a spacecraft, Su Bufon indulged voraciously in his meal. Following an intense battle, his body was ravenous. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he prepared to return to Blue Star when suddenly, a voice emanated from the combat power detector. Picking it up, he activated the device, and an aged voice resonated, belonging to the Namekian elder. Saiyan Turles, our planet is under attack and on the brink of extinction. We implore you to assist us. A grave expression crossed Su Bufon's face. Is it Namek? Has Frieza already arrived? Indeed, the elder's voice lamented. He seeks the Dragon Balls to attain eternal life. Understood. I shall depart immediately, Su Bufon asserted, setting down the detector. Hearing the silence on the other end, the elder murmured, O Saiyan, may you arrive in time. Thus, Su Bufon altered his course from Blue Star to Namek. Chapter 19. The collective journey to Namek. Not long ago, the tyrant Frieza, having learned of the wish-granting Dragon Balls on Namek, led his minions to seize them. Upon arrival, Frieza dispatched his subordinates to various villages to capture the Dragon Balls. In a swift onslaught, the Namekians suffered devastating casualties, with several Dragon Balls falling into Frieza's grasp. Though they attempted to resist, the overwhelming disparity in combat power rendered them powerless. Frieza's forces swept through like a tempest, leaving a trail of slaughter in their wake. From elders to infants, none were spared. Presently, Namek resembled a veritable hell. The elder, as a paternal figure to all on the planet, witnessed the carnage with a heavy heart, driven to seek Su Bufon's aid. As the spiritual emblem of Namek, he understood that in this dire moment, relying solely on the warriors of his planet was futile. They required external assistance. Thus, he placed his hopes in Su Bufon, the scion from the cosmos. Previously, Su Bufon had journeyed to Namek to enhance his combat prowess, vowing to provide full support in times of need. Aware of the elder's plea, he recognized that Frieza's narrative had commenced, uncertain whether the Z warriors would arrive at Namek in the absence of Goku's demise. Unbeknownst to Su Bufon, Goku and his companions had already boarded another spacecraft heading towards Namek. Upon realizing his Namekian heritage, Piccolo had long desired to visit, yet opportunities had eluded him. Recently, a foreboding sense of calamity regarding his homeland compelled him to return. Goku and the others joined in, treating the journey as a mere excursion. They remained blissfully ignorant of the malevolent cosmic Emperor Frieza awaiting them. Had they known, their spirits would not have been so buoyant. Thus, unbeknownst to one another, all parties set forth towards Namek. Su Bufon is currently traversing the cosmos in search of a planet that would allow him to exit his spacecraft. For Scions can no longer survive in the void of space. Only by discovering a planet teeming with life can he utilize instant transmission to swiftly reach Namek. In contrast to Su Bufon, the inhabitants of Blue Planet are much closer to Namek. According to time calculations, if Su Bufon fails to locate a life-sustaining planet, Sun Wukong and his companions will undoubtedly arrive at Namek before him. At this moment, Wukong, who had been jesting and feasting, suddenly appeared to hear a distant sound, his expression turning serious. It was a message from King Kai. The king informed him that the cosmic tyrant Frieza was on Namek. relentlessly attacking its inhabitants in search of the Dragon Balls. Upon receiving this grave news, Wukong's brow furrowed, and an unprecedented solemnity washed over his face. He glanced around, observing that Piccolo, Krillin, Bulma, and the others were busily preparing for the final arrangements to reach Namek, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. Completely unaware of the peril that awaited them. "Wukong, what is it?" Bulma inquired, noticing Wukong's unusual demeanor. Wukong took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice calm. "King Kai has informed me that a being named Frieza is wreaking havoc on Namek. He advises us to avoid confrontation with him, as we are currently far too weak to oppose his might." Upon hearing this news, the group fell silent, their smiles vanishing in an instant. While they were aware that dangers might lie ahead, they never anticipated encountering a foe as formidable as the cosmic Emperor Frieza in their destination. "Frieza? Why would that fiend be there?" Vegeta asked in a low voice. "He seeks the Dragon Balls to fulfill his own wishes," Wukong explained. "Frieza, you say? If you are afraid, then do not go. I am eager to confront him," Vegeta retorted coldly, arms crossed. Memories of past humiliations under Frieza's command surfaced, and his fists clenched instinctively. The group fell into a contemplative silence, for they understood from King Kai that their current strength would not match Frieza's power. Only Vegeta, who had trained alongside Wukong in the hyperbolic time chamber, felt confident, as his battle power had soared to approximately 2 million, leading him to doubt Frieza's superiority. "Vegeta, do not speak so lightly. Since King Kai has specifically warned us, Frieza must be a formidable adversary," Bulma interjected. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, falling silent. Seeing Wukong's gravity, the others comprehended that this battle would likely be far more arduous than they had envisioned. However, they had no intention of retreating, for they could not bear to stand idly by while innocent lives were endangered, especially considering that Namek was Piccolo's homeland. "Then let us not hesitate any longer," Bulma declared, shattering the silence. "We must set off immediately to thwart Frieza's nefarious deeds." Others echoed their agreement, hastening their pace as they sped towards planet Namek. During their journey, Goku and his companions began to devise strategies. They understood that against a formidable foe like Frieza, their limited strength would not suffice. However, with no means to contact Subufan, they could only proceed step by step. Meanwhile, Subufan was also traversing the cosmos, unaware that Goku and the others had learned of Frieza's actions and were en route to planet Namek. All he knew was that he needed to reach Namek swiftly to assist the suffering Namekians. As he traveled, Subufan continuously adapted to his Super Saiyan form, realizing that to stand against a powerful adversary like Frieza, his strength must reach a requisite level. At that moment, Frieza remained oblivious to the arrival of Vegeta, Goku, and the others, reveling in his dominion over Namek, indulging in the pleasure of control. Little did he know that a battle for his very life was on the precipice of erupting upon this planet. Chapter 20. The Cosmic Tyrant Frieza finally. With a thunderous roar of the engines, Goku and his companion spaceship entered planet Namek. As soon as they landed, everyone eagerly disembarked from the vessel. Vegeta, impatient for vengeance against Frieza, was restrained by the others, as they deemed it prudent to first gather intelligence from the Namekians regarding their adversary's strength. Meanwhile, as they emerged from the spacecraft, Frieza's minions detected several unusual power levels. "Lord Frieza, strange combat powers have emerged over 1,000 kilometers to the west," one reported. "Strange combat powers? What is peculiar about them?" Frieza inquired. Just as the detection registered, those power levels vanished. Did the Namekian warriors' power levels dissipate? It should not be. The opposing force boasts warriors exceeding 10,000 in strength. Should we dispatch someone to investigate? Never mind. It's merely over 10,000. Sabo and the others can handle them easily. Your primary objective is to locate the remaining Namekian villages swiftly to seize the Dragon Balls. "Yes, Lord Frieza," the minion replied with a bow before departing. Frieza swirled a glass of red wine aboard his ship. "It appears others have arrived on this planet. We shall encounter them in due time and discover their identities." Goku and his companions were now en route to the Grand Elder's location. Along the way, they witnessed numerous destroyed villages and a landscape strewn with corpses. The grim spectacle filled their hearts with a heavy sense of despair and rage, knowing that all this devastation was wrought by Frieza. "That fiend, Frieza, is nothing short of a demon," Krillin exclaimed, his voice laden with fury. "We must find the Grand Elder swiftly to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and only then can we hope to stop Frieza," Goku declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. The group continued their journey and encountered some surviving Namekians along the way. They informed Goku and his companions that Frisia's minions were relentlessly searching for the Dragon Balls, employing exceedingly cruel methods, and many Namekians had fallen victim to their wickedness. We must act with utmost caution. We cannot allow Frisia's subordinates to discover our presence, Goku advised. At last, they arrived at the dwelling of the Grand Elder, an elderly Namekian endowed with remarkable abilities, serving as the spiritual leader of his people. Regrettably, he was now frail and on the brink of death. Welcome, beings of the Blue Planet, the Grand Elder spoke in a gentle voice, casting his gaze towards Piccolo. You are a Namekian, yet I do not recognize your lineage. In our efforts to prevent annihilation, we sent many of our children away. I am uncertain. I arrived from the Blue Planet alongside them, Piccolo replied. The Blue Planet? You say? I see now, you are the child of Kakarot. It is surprising that you still live. Alas, your timing is unfortunate. Our Namek is currently under siege, and we are unable to properly receive you. Goku interjected. We initially came merely to visit Piccolo's homeland, unaware of the dire circumstances. However, we shall remain and fight alongside you against Frisia. The Grand Elder shook his head slowly, saying, I can sense the immense power within you. Yet you are not yet a match for Frisia. Depart now, lest you squander your lives. The Elder's words cast a pall of silence over Goku and his companions. They acknowledged the formidable strength of Frisia, but understood they could not abandon the Namekians to face their calamity alone. Grand Elder, since we are here and aware of the situation, we shall not leave so easily, Goku declared resolutely. We will do everything within our power to assist you in resisting Frisia. Thank you for your willingness to help, but you need not confront him directly. If possible, try to buy us time. We have a powerful ally on the way, a Saiyan much like yourself. A Saiyan? Is it Subufan? Goku inquired with curiosity. Indeed. It seems you are acquainted with him. Once he arrives, we shall have a chance, the Elder replied. A wave of relief washed over the group. For Subufan's strength was well acknowledged among them. However, uncertainties loomed regarding his arrival. If Frisia reached them first, their resilience would be tested. Moreover, if he gathered all the Dragon Balls and made his wish before Subufan arrived, their odds would diminish further. What if he obtains all the Dragon Balls and fulfills his wish before Subufan comes? Krillin murmured. At that moment, a figure resembling Piccolo spoke up. That is impossible. Even if he acquires all the Dragon Balls, he cannot grant his wish. Why is that? Goku asked, bewildered. Because the Dragon Balls of Namek require invocation in the Namekian language to summon and fulfill wishes. Upon hearing this, the group finally felt a sense of reassurance. They understood that as long as Frisia was unable to fulfill his wishes seamlessly, they had a chance to thwart him. What should we do now? Goku inquired. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before responding slowly. At this juncture, I implore you to assist the remaining Namekians, to escort them to a safe haven. Shielded from Frisia's tyranny, I shall dispatch some warriors to aid you. The group nodded, aware that this would be a formidable battle. Yet they believed that with the arrival of Subufan, they would undoubtedly triumph over Frisia. In the ensuing days, Goku and his companions began aiding the surviving Namekians in evasion. However, due to Frisia's forces equipped with power detectors, they had to relocate periodically. At this point, Bulma proposed. Since that device can pinpoint our location, why not destroy it? The suggestion stirred some intrigue among them, but it also meant facing Frisia's army head-on. Should they become entangled and Frisia arrive, they would be in grave peril. Moreover, Frisia's subordinates were not to be underestimated. They swiftly discerned Goku's group's whereabouts, waiting for the arrival of Zarbin and Dodoria before striking. Anticipating Frisia's approach, Goku and the others resolved to make swift work of the situation, increasing their combat power to initiate an assault. Zarbin and Dodoria were utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, and were swiftly reduced to ashes under the onslaught of energy waves. Subsequently, Goku and his allies hastily relocated the remaining Namekians, unbeknownst to them that the fierce display of power had caused all the power detectors within Frisia's army to overload and explode. Upon witnessing the sudden detonation of the detectors, Frisia tilted his head slightly. What transpired? A trembling subordinate stammered, Lord Frisia, just moments ago. Dodoria and Zarbin reported detecting the presence of others and pursued them. Suddenly, several formidable power signatures appeared, causing the detectors to exceed their limits and explode. Oh, I recall that your power detectors can register up to around 30,000, correct? It seems a few rather strong grasshoppers are making quite the commotion. Send a message back to base, instructing the Jinyu force to arrive at Namek with the latest power detectors as swiftly as possible. Yes. The subordinate hastily saluted and dashed off to relay the message. Jinyu force, do not keep me waiting too long. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that all of Frisia's detectors had been rendered inoperative, still on high alert for any sign of Frisia's approach. After several days, the surviving Namekians had nearly all relocated to relative safety, yet none of Frisia's forces had discovered them. It was at this moment that they sensed something was amiss. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed several spacecraft approaching from the cosmos, landing near Frisia's vicinity. It seems our reinforcements have arrived, Krillin remarked slowly as he beheld the incoming vessels. Before Frisia's spaceship, amidst 5 resounding booms, the Jinyu force arrived on planet Namek. As the spacecraft opened, several figures clad in combat suits emerged. Raikum, Berta, Guldo, Jinyu assemble. The group performed an intricately choreographed combat routine, complete with their own music, leaving even the cold-hearted Frisia blushing and sweating with embarrassment. After their display, Jinyu produced a box. Lord Frisia, this is the detector you requested. Frisia accepted the box, donned the detector, and stated, some pesky insects have arrived on this planet, and our previous detector was destroyed. I summoned you not only to deliver the detector, but also to eliminate them and retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Frisia, we shall proceed at once. With that, they activated their detectors. Oh, there are quite a few of them, but their power levels are low. Why would Lord Frisia summon us? Seemingly reading Jinyu's thoughts, Frisia replied. They appear to be able to conceal their power levels. Their strength should exceed 50,000. 50,000. That is indeed a formidable adversary. We shall head out now. My lord. With a nod from Frisia, they assumed their positions and soared into the sky towards Goku's location. The Jinyu Force, the elite special unit of Frisia's army, is renowned throughout the universe for their unique combat techniques and formidable prowess. Each member possesses distinct qualities. Raikum is immensely strong. Berta possesses astonishing speed. Gish is cunning and resourceful. Guldo excels in time manipulation, while their leader, Jinyu, wields the extraordinary ability to swap bodies. Like shooting stars, they streaked across the sky towards Goku and his companions. Although Goku and the others concealed their powers, they were easily detected by the Jinyu Force's devices, leaving no room for evasion. Before long, the Jinyu Force located Goku's hideout. Upon landing, they immediately spotted Vegeta. Oh, it's young Vegeta. What is this? Are you contemplating betraying Lord Frisia? Raikum inquired. What is Frisia? One day, I shall slay him. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Frisia? Captain, allow me to deal with him. Raikum exclaimed. Before Jinyu could respond, the others expressed their discontent. Why should it be you? I should be the one to strike first. A commotion erupted as they bickered over who would take the first shot, ultimately resorting to a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide their opponent. While the others remained unfazed by this spectacle, the veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged with rage, unable to contain his fury any longer as he charged forward. You worthless scum. Let me, Vegeta, put an end to you. At that moment, although Vegeta's power level had not reached its peak, it was still far beyond what the Jinyu Force could withstand. Before Lycum could even discern the silhouette of Vegeta, he was struck and sent flying into the distance, lifeless. How is this possible? I barely had a chance to see clearly, and Lycum is already gone. I am the fastest in the universe, exclaimed Bart, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Jinyu was taken aback, wondering how it could be. Their combat power had not increased, and with a power level barely exceeding 10,000. How could Lycum be vanquished in a single blow? Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's power level had surged to 2 million. A mere momentary outburst that receded so swiftly that even the scouter could not detect it. Jeez and Guldo recognized that their opponent's strength was beyond their own. Retreating behind Captain Jinyu, after dispatching Lycum, Vegeta turned his attention to Bart. Although Bart prided himself on his speed in Vegeta's presence, his movements appeared sluggish and devoid of any capacity for resistance. Jinyu, observing Lycum's fallen form, felt a chill creep into his heart. He understood that the enemy before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, as the captain of the Jinyu Force, retreat was not an option. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and charged at Vegeta. The two figures clashed in midair, their speed so great that only afterimages could be discerned. However, the vast disparity in combat power rendered Jinyu powerless. After taking several blows from Vegeta, he fell to the ground, gravely injured. Seeing their leader defeated, Jeez and the others hastily retreated towards Frieza. Yet, in his fury, Vegeta would not allow those he despised to escape. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed his signature move upon the fleeing members of the Jinyu force, who sensed a tremendous energy wave approaching from behind. Though they wished to resist, their combined strength proved utterly insufficient against Vegeta's energy sphere, which struck them directly, reducing them to nothingness amidst the explosion. Through rigorous training, Vegeta's power had grown exponentially. Yet his arrogance had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. With an overwhelming aura, he approached Jinyu, looking down upon him with disdain. Is this truly the once mighty Captain Jinyu? How he has fallen into such disarray. Vegeta, I never imagined your power would grow so formidable. However, you shall regret coming here. I shall gladly accept your body. He laughed maliciously. Before Vegeta could respond, Jinyu shouted, Swap. What? Vegeta was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Vegeta, quick dodge. Although the others were unsure of Jinyu's intentions, they were certain it boded ill. Damn it, my body 1T move. At that moment, a beam of light shot forth from Jinyu's mouth, entering Vegeta's. Simultaneously, a phantom figure appeared behind both of them, and after the exchange, they returned to their respective bodies. As the exchange emitted a dazzling light, Goku and the others found it impossible to look directly, resorting to shielding their eyes with their hands. When the brilliance subsided, they discovered that Vegeta remained standing, seemingly unscathed. What could this mean? Vegeta appeared to be perfectly fine. Krillin remarked, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha! Vegeta, your body is truly remarkable. I am thoroughly satisfied with this formidable power. Lying on the ground, Jinyu wore a face of sheer terror, exclaiming, What is happening? Why is my body over there? The realization dawned upon everyone. The figure on the ground was indeed Vegeta, while Jinyu had seized control of Vegeta's body. Ha ha, Vegeta. I warned you that you would regret this. Now, I will reduce you to ashes using your own body. With that, he gathered an energy wave in his hand and directed it towards Vegeta. Son Goku, Vegeta is in peril. Vegeta, Krillin, Bulma, and the others cried out in alarm. At this crucial moment, Goku appeared beside Vegeta and effortlessly swatted the energy wave away. The wave crashed into a distant mountain, resulting in a tremendous explosion, and the dust settled, revealing that a small mountain had vanished entirely. Faced with such overwhelming power, Krillin stumbled backward and fell to the ground, though he simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had previously feared Vegeta, their time together had softened that perception. He now regarded him as a comrade. Goku glanced at the fallen Vegeta and declared, Vegeta, it seems today I must thoroughly mend your body. Taking a deep breath, Goku maximized his battle power, intent on a swift resolution. In a flash, he appeared before Jinyu. Their battle erupted instantly, the surrounding air swirling violently in response to their clash. Goku showcased his immense strength, while Jinyu, despite possessing Vegeta's body, struggled initially due to the incomplete fusion of soul and body, finding himself momentarily on the defensive. However, Goku was cautious not to exert too much force, fearing he might inadvertently damage Vegeta's body, which left him somewhat restrained. Goku, do not be so arrogant, Jinyu roared, attempting to retaliate with greater power. As the battle progressed, his soul began to merge fully with Vegeta's body, gradually enhancing his strength and mastery. With Jinyu's power escalating, Goku could only deftly evade Jinyu's attacks, while searching for a way to revert their bodies. He understood that only by restoring their original forms could he attack without trepidation. At that moment, Vegeta's body suddenly emitted a potent aura. Jinyu's soul had completely fused with Vegeta's body, and his power now matched that of Vegeta. Goku, behold my newfound strength. Jinyu laughed, launching a fierce punch towards Goku. Goku's expression sharpened as he sensed the might behind the strike. He swiftly retreated, while simultaneously gathering a formidable wave of energy. Boom! The two immense forces collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Both Sun Wukong and Jinyu were jolted back several paces by the sheer might of the impact. The fact that Sun Wukong could harness such tremendous power while adapting to Vegeta's body left him in awe. He realized that this battle had become significantly more arduous. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong did not yield. Taking a deep breath, he charged once more at Jinyu. They were soon engulfed in a fierce struggle, the surrounding air swirling chaotically from their combat. The remaining onlookers could scarcely keep pace with their movements, relying solely on the cacophony of their clashes and the explosive sounds of energy blasts to gauge the intensity of the confrontation. After an extended battle, both Jinyu and Sun Wukong were marred with injuries, panting heavily as they faced each other on a desolate plain. Sun Wukong felt a pang of urgency. If this continued, even if he emerged victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. He pondered that he might have to make do with Vegeta's situation for now, hoping to find a way to restore his body later. With this thought, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. The Kaioken surged through him, and his aura transformed to a brilliant crimson, escalating in intensity. What? You possess such power? Jinyu exclaimed in shock, but a moment later, his excitement surged. If he could swap bodies with such a formidable vessel, that power would belong to him. With this ambition, he abruptly rose, channeling a potent energy sphere in his hands. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly conjured his own energy sphere in preparation. The two spheres collided in midair, emitting a blinding radiance and a thunderous roar, as if the surrounding world were being consumed by their might. Both combatants infused their spheres with energy, but Sun Wukong, bolstered by the Kaioken, held a substantial advantage over Jinyu. With a mighty roar, he increased the energy he poured into his sphere, gradually pushing the amassed energy towards Jinyu. It was not long before Jinyu's energy sphere was overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's, resulting in an explosion of energy that formed a massive red hemisphere before dissipating in Jinyu's vicinity. As the smoke cleared, Jinyu lay at the bottom of a large crater, gravely injured. Sun Wukong, having expended a considerable amount of power, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed at the dispersing dust in the sky. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding how to help Vegeta regain his body. Vegeta, wait a moment. I will feign a vulnerability. He will undoubtedly attempt to exploit it to swap bodies with me again. You should have regained some strength by now. Whether or not you can reclaim your body will depend on this moment, he whispered to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded slightly, signaling his readiness as he awaited the opportunity that Sun Wukong would create. Suddenly, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, gathering an energy sphere in his hands before diving towards Jinyu from above. Jinyu, seeing this, couldn't help but feel exhilarated. What a perfect opportunity. Exchange. He once again employed his exchange skill, attempting to seize Goku's body, unbeknownst to him that this was precisely what Sun Wukong desired. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, he exclaimed, as the previously grounded Vegeta abruptly materialized before him. What? Vegeta, when did you arrive? At this juncture, the exchange had commenced and could not be halted. No, I cannot accept this, Jinyu bellowed in indignation. As the exchange neared completion, Vegeta returned to his own form, prompting Sun Wukong to swiftly adopt a combat stance. Kamehameha. With a surge of brilliant white energy, the Kamehameha wave hurtled toward Jinyu, who had only just regained his senses from the exchange. Upon witnessing this scene, he hastily summoned his power to resist. Alas, the disparity in energy and his grievous injuries rendered his efforts futile, leading to his ultimate demise in a blaze of ash. From a distance, Krillin and Bulma observed this unfolding drama, rushing over to ascertain the condition of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Wukong, are you alright? Krillin inquired with concern. Sun Wukong shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. He glanced at Vegeta, who had once again reclined on the ground, and remarked, Vegeta, it's fortunate you made it in time. Vegeta remained silent, lying quietly, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions, as if he were lost in thought. Just as the group reveled in their joy, they suddenly sensed an overwhelming power approaching. Exchanging glances, they realized, Frieza has discovered us and is approaching. Now that Vegeta is gravely injured, and we only have 2 Senzu left, we should use one to restore him. At that moment, a child emerged from among the Namekians. I possess healing abilities. I can restore him in a minute. What? Then, you have such powers? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Dend approached Vegeta and began to heal him, explaining, some of us Namekians are born with unique abilities. I belong to that category. Suddenly, a high-speed object appeared on the horizon, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. As they beheld the figure seated in what resembled a baby carriage, a pall of dread enveloped them. With the demise of the Jinyu force, Frieza intended to personally intervene and eliminate those who dared to challenge his authority. Chapter 0. The powerful Frieza. Although Frieza's battle prowess remained concealed, he still radiated immense pressure upon the group. Ho ho ho, I was curious to see who dared approach, only to find a band of wild monkeys. Vegeta, I never expected you to betray me so soon. It seems that your newfound strength has emboldened you to forget the terror of my dominion. As he gazed at Frieza seated in the baby carriage, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. Following his healing, Vegeta's strength had ascended to new heights, leading him to believe he could stand against Frieza. Kakarot, allow me to take this one. Sun Wukong gazed at the self-assured Vegeta and remarked, Vegeta, I sense a formidable power within Frieza. It appears he has yet to unleash his true strength. However, Vegeta, entirely dismissive of this warning, soared directly towards Frieza. Frieza, it is time to settle our grievances. His voice was icy, fists clenched, eyes ablaze, emanating an intense aura of combat. Frieza, regarding Vegeta with a sardonic smile, retorted, Ho ho ho. Do you truly believe that a mere increase in your battle power can rival me? How laughable. His tone, though calm, betrayed a chilling ruthlessness. Enough of the chatter, Frieza. Let us fight, Vegeta declared, charging at Frieza and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Frieza merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack. He reached out, catching Vegeta's wrist with ease, and with a forceful throw, sent Vegeta crashing away. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom how easily Frieza had countered his assault. Undeterred, he surged back into battle. The two engaged in close-quarters combat, each collision of their fists creating craters in the ground beneath them. As the fight progressed, Vegeta grew more exhilarated, having gained the upper hand. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch to Frieza's abdomen, following up with a kick to his neck, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. Rising and brushing off non-existent dust, Frieza remarked, Impressive, Vegeta, your current power exceeds mine. But do you think that is all I possess? Prepare to witness true power. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that, he crouched into a stance, bellowing as his form began to transform, his physique towering and horns sprouting from his head. Just as Vegeta prepared to hurl a taunt, Frieza underwent another metamorphosis, realizing that the first transformation might not suffice to defeat Vegeta. Completing his second transformation, Frieza's battle power surged beyond 2 million, subtly surpassing Vegeta's strength. Ha ha, Vegeta. Your power remains far too feeble, Frieza boasted. Watching this unfold, Sun Wukong felt a flicker of concern. He understood that Frieza's might extended well beyond this display. And presently, Vegeta seemed ill-equipped to contend with him. Do you think this will be enough to vanquish me? Vegeta scoffed, undeterred by Frieza's transformation. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Drawing in a deep breath, he concentrated his energy, preparing to unleash his most formidable attack. With a sudden burst, he charged at Frieza, fists tightly clenched, ready to deliver a decisive blow. However, Frieza merely smiled gently, extending a hand to effortlessly catch Vegeta's assault. Vegeta, your attacks feel like nothing more than a tickle to me, Frieza taunted. With a sudden surge of force, he hurled Vegeta away, simultaneously launching 2 energy blasts. Struck. Vegeta tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that his efforts would prove utterly futile against Frieza. Observing the fallen Vegeta, Frieza's lips curled into a cruel smile. Vegeta, your strength has indeed improved. Yet it remains woefully insufficient. However, out of respect for your former allegiance, I shall grant you a chance. As he spoke, he extended a hand, conjuring an energy sphere within his palm. If you can withstand this attack, I shall spare you. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta stood up. Aware that Frieza's mercy was a mere illusion, he had to summon every ounce of strength to withstand the impending blow. As he staggered to his feet, Frieza sneered and launched the energy sphere towards him. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta concentrated all his power into his hands. Boom! The energy sphere collided with Vegeta's counterattack, producing a deafening explosion. The tremendous shockwave flattened everything in its vicinity. Goku and the others watched from a distance, their hearts racing with anxiety for Vegeta. They understood that should he fail to withstand this assault, the consequences would be dire. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta unleashed a fierce roar, miraculously absorbing Frieza's attack. Though his body was sent flying, he managed to rise once more. He lifted his gaze to Frieza, eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Frieza, I have not yet been defeated," Vegeta declared loudly. Frieza, taken aback, regarded Vegeta with surprise. He had not anticipated that Vegeta could endure his assault. This is intriguing," Frieza smirked. "In that case, allow me to showcase my true power. You should know that with each transformation, my strength undergoes a qualitative leap. I have one more transformation reserved just for you." "What?" Before the others could fully process the shock, Frieza's body began to change once more. He became diminutive, yet emanated an overwhelming aura. "This is my final form," Goku and the others exclaimed. They recognized that Frieza had indeed attained his ultimate transformation, his most formidable state. Vegeta gazed at Frieza, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. He understood the vast chasm that separated their powers. Yet, at that moment, Goku stepped forward. "Vegeta, you lack sufficient strength now. Let me handle him," Goku asserted. Vegeta paused momentarily, then nodded and stepped aside. He understood that he was no longer a match for Frieza and could only rely on Goku now. Goku gazed at Frieza, taking a deep breath as he began to gather his strength. He was aware that this would be a grueling battle, yet he was prepared. Chapter 0. Su Bufan arrives. Observing Vegeta standing aside, Frieza was unconcerned as another Saiyan prepared to enter the fray. He knew that he had yet to unleash his true power. Since these two fools did not recognize their limits, he might as well show them what true strength entails. "I recall summoning all the Saiyans when I destroyed planet Vegeta. How did you survive?" "Me? I know nothing of planet Vegeta. I grew up on Earth. I am a Saiyan from Blue Star." "Blue Star?" Frieza recalled a spaceship escaping during the destruction of planet Vegeta, a detail he had overlooked at the time. To his surprise, this Saiyan now possessed formidable combat prowess. With this thought, he abruptly rose, an overwhelming aura enveloping him. His eyes turned crimson, as if two flames were igniting within. "Since my earlier error brought about this situation, allow me to rectify my mistake and reunite you with planet Vegeta." As Frieza unleashed his aura once more, Goku felt the shift in Frieza's energy, weighing heavily on his heart. "Is this your true power?" "Who knows?" Frieza laughed heartily. "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." With that, Frieza charged at Goku with blinding speed, akin to a lightning bolt racing across the sky. Goku hastily dodged while attempting to counterattack, but Frieza's strength was overwhelming. His strikes failed to inflict any damage. Effortlessly, Frieza evaded their assaults while launching a fierce retaliation. Goku found himself retreating under Frieza's relentless onslaught, feeling utterly insignificant in comparison. Witnessing Frieza's arrogant grin ignited a fire of fury within Goku. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his anger. He knew that to overcome Frieza, he must remain calm and harness his full potential. Frieza sneered as he observed the approaching Goku. An overconfident fool. He swung his arms with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that sliced through the air towards Goku. Goku swiftly dodged while countering with his own strikes. His fists and feet left trails in the air, attacking Frieza like bolts of lightning. The collisions of their punches and kicks generated shockwaves that obliterated everything around them. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Despite Goku's rapid and relentless assaults, they failed to inflict any substantial harm on Frieza. Frieza effortlessly dodged his attacks while launching a fierce counteroffensive. His energy blasts descended like a tempest, overwhelming Sun Wukong. The pressure mounted on Wukong, yet Frieza toyed with him as a cat would with a mouse. Suddenly, Wukong activated the Kaioken, his power surging dramatically, catching Frieza off guard and sending him crashing to the ground with a single blow. Kamehameha. Wukong swiftly followed up with a technique, seizing the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of energy blasts toward Frieza. However, Wukong abruptly sensed a formidable force approaching from behind. Turning around, he found Frieza standing behind him, a sinister smirk gracing his face. "When did you evade my attack and position yourself behind me? Do you truly believe this could defeat me?" Such naivety, Frieza taunted, launching himself at Wukong. Wukong attempted to evade quickly, but Frieza's speed was insurmountable, leaving him no chance to escape. With a resounding impact, Wukong was struck by Frieza's punch, his body soaring through the air like a severed kite. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Struggling to rise, he realized his strength was nearly depleted. Observing Wukong sprawled on the ground, Frieza wore a smug grin. "It appears you are not as formidable as I thought." Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, Spirit Bomb / Demon Flash Cannon. In the distance, Krillin and Piccolo unleashed their ultimate techniques. Frieza hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the demon flash cannon, but his tail was severed by the spirit bomb slash. With a shriek of agony, Frieza turned his gaze toward Krillin. "You little bald-headed fool, have you grown tired of living? How dare you injure the body of Lord Frieza? I will reduce you to ashes." With that, he charged at Krillin, who, terrified, attempted to flee. Yet, Frieza's speed was beyond his reckoning, and in an instant, he caught up to Krillin. Realizing his imminent doom, Krillin pressed his hands against his temples as Frieza approached. Solar flare. Instantly, a blinding white light, more dazzling than the sun itself, erupted, catching Frieza off guard. He shielded his eyes, howling in agony as he soared through the sky. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta consumed their last 2 Senzu beans, fully restoring their strength and elevating their battle power to approximately 3.5 million. As Frieza regained his sight and aimed to eliminate Krillin, the 2 warriors surged forward. "We have not yet lost," Wukong shouted, charging at Frieza. Vegeta closely followed, their speed surpassing their previous efforts, akin to 2 bolts of golden lightning streaking through the sky. Frieza, witnessing the approach of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, felt a surge of alarm. He was astonished that these 2 adversaries could rise once more and unleash such overwhelming energy. He hastily unleashed a formidable energy to defend himself. Yet the enhanced assaults from Sun Wukong and Vegeta descended upon him like a tempest, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. However, once Frieza swiftly recalibrated his state, the previous advantages held by the 2 warriors dissipated, and within a brief span, they found themselves once again battered and bruised. "Now, let us see who can save you," he taunted. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura abruptly materialized. The onlookers turned to behold a figure clad in black armor emerging behind Frieza. "Su Buffon," Wukong exclaimed with delight. Su Buffon nodded, casting a cold, piercing glance at Frieza before stating, "It seems I have arrived just in time." At that moment, Frieza finally reacted, leaping aside. And upon noticing the tail trailing behind Su Buffon, he sneered, "Another lowly monkey. It seems that annihilating your Saiyan race was indeed a wise choice. Su Buffon, you have finally arrived." Elder Guru communicated with palpable excitement. Su Buffon nodded in acknowledgement. "Elder, I apologize for my tardiness." Concerned with the fate of Namek, the elder had been vigilantly observing the battlefield and had noticed Su Buffon's arrival immediately. "No, your timing is impeccable, and we must thank you for coming from afar to assist us on Namek." As they conversed, Frieza scrutinized the unexpectedly arrived Saiyan. He was no fool. The sudden appearance behind him indicated that this was no ordinary opponent. At that moment, Su Buffon spoke. "Frieza, did you not destroy planet Vegeta out of fear of a Super Saiyan threat? Today, allow me to demonstrate the power of a Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan." Frieza paused, then burst into laughter. "The so-called Super Saiyan is merely a legend among your kind. You dare attempt to frighten me with such tales? Furthermore, even if you were a Super Saiyan, would the Cosmic Emperor Frieza fear you? During my earlier battle with them, I did not even unleash half of my power. Is that so? Then prepare to witness the true power of a Super Saiyan." Su Buffon's aura began to surge, reaching a critical threshold before erupting into a golden radiance, exuding a tremendous pressure upon all present. "Sun Wukong, the ensuing battle is beyond your participation. Take them far away." As Wukong and Vegeta were still reeling from the revelation of the Super Saiyan, Su Buffon's voice rang out, prompting them to regain their composure and hastily retreat. In the blink of an eye, the vast plain was left with only the 2 of them. On the plain, the air seemed to solidify, leaving Frieza and Su Buffon locked in a tense standoff. The golden flames enveloping Su Buffon burned fiercely, creating a dazzling halo that was nearly blinding. His gaze was as cold as ice. Frieza, observing the golden-haired Saiyan before him, recalled the ancient words passed down through generations, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from Su Buffon, a power he had never encountered before. Despite his self-proclaimed title as the Emperor of the Universe, he was compelled to concede that this Saiyan indeed posed a threat. "Humph, I am Frieza, my strength far surpasses that of the ancient frozen demon. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, I shall not cower. I am eager to see which is stronger, the Super Saiyan or I, the frozen demon." Frieza roared, unleashing a torrent of immense energy that caused the very air around him to tremble. Frieza had revealed only a fraction of his power, had he unleashed his full might. Goku and the others would have perished long ago. Su Buffon, however, remained unfazed. Although Frisia's strength was terrifying to others, it was akin to the disparity between Goku and Frieza for Su Buffon, who felt confident in his ability to defeat him effortlessly. Since his breakthrough to Super Saiyan, Su Buffon had diligently trained aboard the spaceship, and perhaps due to this transformation, his training speed had significantly accelerated. His battle power had now reached an astounding 5 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it soared to a staggering 25 billion. However, he deemed it unnecessary to exert such overwhelming strength against Frieza. Instead, Su Buffon tempered his power to match Frieza's, ensuring his own combat prowess remained stable. The two figures danced through the air, each clash erupting with astonishing energy. Su Buffon glimmered with golden light, delivering blows akin to hammers upon Frieza, who retaliated fiercely. Their speeds were unparalleled, visible only to Goku and Vegeta. The battle raged on for an extended time, leaving the plains shattered. Once distinguishable hills had transformed into gaping craters. As the conflict progressed, Frieza's power gradually waned, while Su Buffon maintained his composure, showing no signs of fatigue. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe? It seems you are not so formidable after all, Su Buffon taunted, pressing a foot down on Frieza's head, burying it into the ground. Ugh! Frieza, humiliated, unleashed a surge of energy, breaking free from Su Buffon's restraint and gasping for breath in midair. No, it cannot be. I, Frieza, am the strongest in the universe. Observing Frieza, now deranged and bloodshot, Su Buffon lost interest in the fight and prepared to finish him off. Yet, Frieza suddenly erupted into laughter. You Saiyans cannot survive in the cosmos, can you? But my race, the frozen demons, can thrive among the stars. I shall relish watching you struggle without Namek. He extended a finger, gathering a colossal energy sphere. This orb contained enough energy to obliterate Namek in an instant, challenging Su Buffon to dare confront it. With a swift motion, he hurled the energy sphere toward Namek. Yet to Su Buffon, such power seemed utterly inconsequential. Su Buffon gradually extended his hands to catch the energy sphere, declaring as he propelled it towards Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza was struck directly. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the energy sphere carried him into the cosmos, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that reduced the once mighty Emperor of the universe to mere cosmic ashes. With Frieza vanquished, the Namekians erupted in joyous celebration, finally avenging their fallen comrades. Yet, soon the somber remembrance of their deceased kin cast a shadow over their elation. Elder, can the Dragon Balls on Namek still be utilized? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, as long as I draw breath, the Dragon Balls remain functional. The Elder replied with a grin. We must thank Frieza for gathering them. We need your assistance to fulfill our wishes. Certainly, Dandan, please aid them in realizing their desires, the Elder instructed. Following his command, Dandan set about collecting the Dragon Balls. As Dandan recited the incantation in the Namekian tongue, the skies, which had never known darkness, suddenly turned pitch black. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, gradually morphing into a magnificent dragon. This is the Namekian dragon, far grander than that of Blue Star. Kellen remarked in awe. Speak your wishes. I can grant 3, the celestial dragon proclaimed. 3. Aside from Su Buffon, the rest seemed bewildered by this revelation. Exchanging glances, Sun Wukong took the initiative to voice their first wish. We wish for all Namekians slain by Frieza's forces to be resurrected. Regrettably, that wish cannot be fulfilled. I can revive only one, the dragon responded slowly. Dandan relayed the dragon's words to Sun Wukong and the others. Only one can be revived, yet we possess 3 wishes. It appears the Dragon Balls here differ from those on Blue Star, Sun Wukong observed. It seems we must rely on the Dragon Balls from Blue Star to resurrect them. Do you have any other wishes? Dandan inquired. Then let us restore Namek's environment. They declared. To prevent retaliation from the Frieza clan, let us also relocate Namek. Dandan hastily made the wish, and as the dragon's eyes emitted a crimson glow, the ravaged landscape was instantly restored to its former glory. One wish remains. Do you have anything else you wish to achieve? Let us all learn instant transmission. They proposed, sparing themselves the burden of teaching it in the future. Having experienced so much, and witnessing Su Buffon transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's desire for eternal life waned. His sole ambition now was to surpass Kakarot and become the first Super Saiyan. With Dandan's wish granted, Sun Wukong and the others mastered instant transmission. Subsequently, Su Bufan requested the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and disappeared before the crowd. Upon returning to Blue Star, Su Bufan collected the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. As their wish came to fruition, all those who had perished on Namek were brought back to life. Upon realizing his wish and returning to Namek, Su Bufan gazed at the scene before him, feeling a profound joy within. He understood that although he hailed from a different realm, he had discovered friends and companions that belonged to him in this world. "Thank you, Mr. Su Bufan, and all the warriors." The elder approached, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "You have saved Namek and granted us the chance to be reborn. There is no need for thanks, Elder," Su Bufan replied with a smile. "Now that Namek has regained its tranquility, we can depart with peace of mind." "Indeed, we shall forever remember your kindness," the elder stated. "Should the opportunity arise, you are always welcome to visit Namek again." "We shall indeed return," responded Sun Wukong and the others, unbeknownst to the group returning to Blue Star shortly after their departure. The elder reached the end of his life. Before passing, he appointed a new elder who would henceforth live a carefree existence. Chapter 0. The transformation of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Back on Blue Star, Sun Wukong persistently approached Su Bufan, eager for him to impart the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Day after day, he tirelessly sought Su Bufan's guidance. Eventually, Su Bufan, unable to bear the incessant requests, instructed him to bring Vegeta along for the lesson on achieving the transformation. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already surpassed a battle power of 3 million, meeting the essential criteria for the transformation. The only remaining factor was to ascertain whether their S-cell concentration was sufficient. In the meantime, Su Bufan visited the temple to check on Raditz and Nappa, who were diligently training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Their battle power had reached approximately 1.5 million, and with continued effort, they would soon be on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyans. However, it was not yet the appropriate moment to reveal the transformation technique to them. Upon learning that Su Bufan would disclose the method for becoming Super Saiyans, Vegeta was even more exhilarated than Sun Wukong, having dedicated his life to the pursuit of combat. The prospect of gaining immense power was irresistible. The two arrived at Su Bufan's location, where he began to explain the nuances of the Super Saiyan transformation. Given their current inability to transform through anger, due to the Dragon Ball lore which dictates that one must lose a friend to invoke such fury, they would instead utilize the technique taught to Vegeta by the Saiyans of Universe 6. "Now, concentrate your energy towards your back and feel the shift in your power. Observe whether your strength has increased," Su Bufan instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately complied, closing their eyes and attempting to channel their energy towards their backs. Images of fierce battles flooded Sun Wukong's mind. Each confrontation and setback seemed to coalesce into strength, gradually infusing his back with power. Vegeta, singularly focused on becoming stronger and surpassing all his adversaries, found that his intense resolve similarly directed his energy towards his back. As time drifted by, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed a formidable force surging within their backs, as if it were poised to break free. Su Bufan observed the two individuals, nodding inwardly as he recognized that they had approached the threshold of transforming into Super Saiyans. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them, causing the air around him to tremble. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if it might tear him apart. Sun Wukong could not contain a roar of fury, his body radiating a golden luminescence while his hair gradually shifted to a dazzling gold. His aura surged explosively, the surrounding air vibrating with its intensity, producing a resonant hum. Su Bufan, witnessing Wukong's transformation, felt a surge of excitement within him. He knew that Sun Wukong had finally succeeded in becoming a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed Wukong's transformation as well. He opened his eyes and beheld Wukong's golden silhouette, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions and continued to concentrate his energy in his back. "I cannot afford to lose to him," Vegeta thought resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. As time passed, Vegeta too began to feel that formidable power and drew it forth. His body began to emit a faint golden glow, his hair transitioning to a golden hue. Though his aura was not as intense as Wukong's, it was still potent enough to convey his strength. Two pillars of golden light shot into the sky, and everyone on Blue Planet could distinctly feel the magnitude of this power. Wukong and the others have elevated their strength, Krillin remarked with a wry smile, having trained alongside Wukong, yet now witnessing the stark disparity in their combat prowess. Su Bufan, pleased to see both have successfully transformed, felt a wave of comfort. He understood that these two Saiyans would grow even more formidable, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. Excellent, you have both successfully transformed, Su Bufan stated. Now, take some time to experiment with your new power and acclimatize yourselves. Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded, beginning to harness their newfound strength. What immense energy! I believe I could defeat dozens of my former self now. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the fierce fighting spirit reflected in the other's eyes. Were it not for Su Bufan's presence, they would undoubtedly have engaged in battle at that moment. Su Bufan, contemplating the two, felt a profound sense of reflection. He knew that these two Saiyans would emerge as vital forces in future confrontations. After casting a deep glance at them, he turned and departed. Once Su Bufan left, Son Wukong and Vegeta remained immersed in the exhilaration of their Super Saiyan transformation. They reveled in the unprecedented strength within them. As if the entire world lay within their grasp, they exchanged smiles. Despite their occasional quarrels, in this moment, they had become comrades in whom they could place their trust. They both understood that this was not their final destination. They aspired to pursue even greater heights of power. Son Wukong swung his fists a few times, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Vegeta, let us engage in a contest to determine whose Super Saiyan strength is superior." A smirk graced Vegeta's lips. He had long yearned for a chance to measure his prowess against Son Wukong. Nodding in agreement, they immediately assumed combative stances. Simultaneously, they charged at one another, golden auras blazing behind them like twin bolts of lightning slicing through the heavens. Their fists and feet collided, producing a deafening cacophony that reverberated throughout the surroundings, as if the very fabric of reality trembled under their might. Su Bufan remained at a distance, acutely aware that once the two transformed into Super Saiyans, they would inevitably engage in a fierce battle. He chose to observe their confrontation from afar. The clash persisted for quite some time, their powers steadily ascending. Both Son Wukong and Vegeta sensed each other's formidable strength, gradually becoming more adept at wielding the essence of Super Saiyan energy. Ultimately, their skirmish concluded without a decisive victor, for they were merely sparring, not fighting for their lives. They both understood the extent of each other's abilities. To truly conquer one another would necessitate complete exertion, for a momentary lapse could lead to dire consequences. As the battle came to an end, Son Wukong chuckled, "Vegeta, we must continue to train together in order to grow ever stronger." Vegeta huffed in response. Though he remained silent, a steadfast glimmer shone in his eyes. He recognized the truth in Son Wukong's words. They had a long journey ahead, with Su Bufan still forging a path before them. Exchanging knowing smiles, the two departed, leaving Su Bufan with little entertainment, prompting him to take his leave as well. Upon returning to their respective training grounds, Son Wukong and Vegeta embarked on a new cycle of training. They understood that only through relentless practice and effort could they enhance their strength, ensuring they would not be rendered powerless in the face of adversaries. Meanwhile, as they honed their skills, Su Bufan also intensified his training. For him, becoming a Super Saiyan was not the pinnacle of his journey. He sought to explore realms previously uncharted by the Saiyans. The foes that would emerge in the future would only grow more formidable, and he must surpass them before their arrival. Chapter 0, Full Power of Super Saiyan. Character 2. Shortly after Son Wukong and Vegeta had transcended to Super Saiyan status, Su Bufan reached the full power state of Super Saiyan 1, poised to advance to the second stage. While everyone was engrossed in their training, none noticed a dark red planet drawing ever closer to Blue Star. Son Wukong and the others remained oblivious to the fact that this celestial body had begun to activate certain energies on Blue Star, a phenomenon only perceived by Piccolo, who once belonged to the demon race. Piccolo detected a growing intensity of magical energy on Blue Star, and some dormant demonic entities began to stir. Yet, he remained unaware of the reasons behind this unsettling occurrence. Thus, he sought out Son Wukong and his companions to share his sensations. Yet Wukong and the others were incapable of perceiving even the slightest change, let alone grasp the unfolding events. Consequently, they ventured to the temple to consult the deity. The deity revealed to them a startling truth. The current god was not the original, but rather a victor among several candidates vying for divine status. The once aspiring god, Carrick II, who had failed in his quest for supremacy, had vowed to return after several centuries for vengeance. Now, he was poised to enact his revenge and reclaim his divine throne. Upon hearing the deity's account, Sun Wukong and his companions exchanged grave glances, unprepared for the immense threat lurking within their tranquil universe. The return of Carrick II, fueled by vengeful fury, undoubtedly posed a significant peril to Blue Star. As a member of the demon race, Piccolo was particularly attuned to the fluctuations of demonic energy. He understood that if Carrick II succeeded in his revenge and ascended to godhood, the equilibrium of the entire cosmos could be shattered, leading to unprecedented calamity for the beings of Blue Star. Determined to thwart Carrick II's vengeful scheme, Sun Wukong and his allies resolved to take immediate action. Unbeknownst to them, their current strength could effortlessly obliterate Carrick II. When they finally located Su Bufan, he initially believed he had misheard. Who? Carrick II? Indeed. The deity mentioned that Carrick II is immensely powerful, and we require your assistance. Su Bufan regarded Sun Wukong with a bewildered expression. Just because the deity claims he is powerful, does that mean he truly is? With your present combat prowess, isn't defeating Carrick II a trivial matter? Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned, realized that his subconscious had led him to overestimate Carrick II's might, only to discover he was merely a lightweight. Surely you don't believe deities are inherently strong. They merely possess a divine position. Their combat abilities are far beneath yours, Su Bufan remarked with amusement, awkwardly scratching his head. Sun Wukong could only chuckle sheepishly in response to this revelation. You need not involve yourselves in this battle. Nappa and Raditz have trained for quite some time and could use the opportunity to test their skills. Very well. In truth, after learning of their opponent's weakness, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt little desire to engage, but found it difficult to articulate. Su Bufan's initiative to speak on their behalf was thus a welcome relief. Su Bufan then led Sun Wukong to the temple, summoning Raditz and Nappa. The two had long since completed their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, but preferred the comforts of the temple, which provided sustenance and shelter. Although aware of the situation when Piccolo and the others had visited, they chose to remain, uninterested in departing. Upon Su Bufan's arrival and his briefing on Carrick II, both Raditz and Nappa were exhilarated, eager for a worthy adversary after their long training, hoping their opponent would prove resilient. With the approach of the Red Planet, the demonic energy surged with increasing intensity. And while the deity observed the mortal realm from the temple, several powerful auras suddenly manifested in the sky. Carrick II appeared accompanied by several of his magical subordinates. From a distance, the dark aura emanating from the crimson planet behind them resembled a colossal black dragon, coiling ominously in the skies above the blue planet, casting an unprecedented sense of oppression over it. Raditz and Nappa burst through the atmosphere, their figures appearing remarkably diminutive against the vast expanse of the starry sky. Yet their energy surged with fervor. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had long returned to their training, confident that Su Bufan would remain unscathed in their absence. Su Bufan, ensconced within the temple, silently observed the unfolding battle, aware that Raditz and Nappa had grown sufficiently powerful to confront Carrick II. He wished to witness them test their training results in combat, further enhancing their capabilities. High above, Raditz and Nappa engaged Carrick II in combat. However, they quickly discerned that their opponent's strength was rather feeble. Facing a single adversary, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. They divided their roles, with Nappa tasked with dealing with the minor henchmen to prevent any destruction, while Raditz confronted Carrick II directly. Raditz effortlessly neutralized Carrick II's attacks, countering with strikes that left Carrick II reeling. Initially, Raditz intended to toy with his opponent, but as the Crimson Planet drew nearer, he noticed the adversary's combat prowess intensifying, gradually making their struggle more arduous. Yet, he remained oblivious to the source of this enhancement, pressing on regardless. Empowered by the planet, Carrick II possessed nearly limitless energy and no depletion of stamina, leading Raditz to find himself at a disadvantage. Once Nappa finished dispatching the minor henchmen, he hastily joined the fray, alleviating Raditz's predicament. Su Bufan had long recognized that the Red Planet was the source of Carrick II's power, but he refrained from alerting the duo, hoping they would uncover this truth on their own. After all, they were merely wielding formidable combat prowess, requiring battle to integrate their skills. As the red planet finally approached the blue one, tendrils of crimson energy converged into Carrick-II's body, amplifying his strength further. Upon witnessing this, the two realized that his power stemmed from the planet itself. Raditz then advanced to engage Carrick-II, allowing Nappa to destroy the planet. However, as Nappa prepared to unleash his energy upon the sphere, Carrick-II panicked and forcefully kicked away the energy aimed at him. "Ah, you wretched fools! How dare you attempt to obliterate my source of power? This is the mother planet of my demon race." With that declaration, Carrick-II launched a furious assault, leaving Raditz and Nappa unable to retaliate. Now aware that his strength derived from the celestial body above, the two sought opportunities to shatter the planet. Yet the disparity in strength rendered their efforts futile in the short term. As they evaded under the weight of his might, Carrick-II unleashed his ultimate technique, the Hell Vortex. With its activation, swirling vortexes resembling gates appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling aura. Before long, the speed of the vortex began to accelerate, and a formidable force of attraction emerged in the air. Raditz and Nappa were ensnared by this immense suction, gradually drawn closer to the swirling abyss. "Ha ha! I shall confine you in the dark, chilling depths of hell, where you will suffer a torturous demise," cackled King Carrick-II, delighting in their predicament. At that moment, Raditz and Nappa suddenly discovered a way to counteract the pull. Observing that King Carrick-II was immobile while maintaining the hellish vortex, Raditz assisted Nappa in momentarily resisting the force, while Nappa seized the opportunity to gather energy and unleash a powerful blast from his mouth. King Carrick-II attempted to thwart them, but alas, he was too late, forced to watch helplessly as the crimson planet exploded in the cosmos. As the planet disintegrated, King Carrick-II's strength began to wane. Seizing the moment, the two warriors unleashed a combined shockwave towards him. Drawing upon the remnants of his dissipating power, King Carrick-II fought to resist. The two immense energies collided in the air, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The entire blue planet trembled, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. However, the vanishing of the red planet caused King Carrick-II's energy to deplete too rapidly. His energy wave was overpowered by the two, resulting in a thunderous explosion accompanied by blinding brilliance. When the light faded, King Carrick-II had vanished, leaving behind only a shattered starry expanse. The battle concluded. Though the temple lay in ruins, the situation was manageable as long as ordinary citizens remained unaffected. "You performed admirably," Su Buffon remarked. "While your observations were somewhat lacking, your teamwork was commendable." The revenge plot of King Carrick-II had been successfully thwarted, and tranquility returned to the blue planet. Yet, Su Buffon was acutely aware that this peace was merely temporary. They must remain ever vigilant, prepared to confront any potential threats. Chapter 0. The mysterious visitor. A year had elapsed since the demise of King Carrick-II. During this time, Su Buffon ascended to become a Super Saiyan, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan II. Raditz and the others also successfully attained Super Saiyan forms, and all seemed serene. One day, however, a peculiar spacecraft unexpectedly emerged within a desolate expanse, enveloped in radiant white light as it descended. From within emerged a strikingly handsome youth. Yet, the boy's brow furrowed in confusion upon realizing that Frisia and his father, who were supposed to arrive on the blue planet at this juncture, had inexplicably failed to do so. Could it truly be that time travel was impossible? As he pondered this perplexity, he sensed the presence of Goku and his companions approaching nearby. Faced with this unfamiliar youth, the group hesitated to engage in conversation, and an air of tension enveloped the scene. The strange spacecraft seemed to serve as a mysterious harbinger, shattering the long-standing tranquility of the blue planet. The handsome boy stood atop the arid terrain, his gaze reflecting an enigmatic depth, as if he were contemplating something of monumental significance. Sun Wukong regarded the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar youth with a heart full of vigilance. Although the boy appeared harmless, Wukong was acutely aware that in this vast universe, formidable beings often harbored various intentions, and he could not afford to be complacent. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" Wukong finally inquired. The boy lifted his gaze to meet Wukong's, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering this individual. He offered a slight smile and responded, "I cannot divulge my name just yet, but Mr. Sun Wukong, What transpired after you defeated Frisia on Namek? How is it that you now find yourself on Blue Star? The others were left bewildered, questioning why Wukong should not be on Blue Star, especially since it was not he who vanquished Frisia. You know me? I did visit Namek, but I did not defeat Frisia. It was Su Bufan. At that time, I was not yet a match for Frisia. What? Su Bufan? Who is he? The boy's voice rose with urgency, as if something had slipped beyond his control. Su Bufan is also a Saiyan, but he is far more powerful than both me and Vegeta. The boy was now utterly stunned. Realizing that events were unfolding in a manner he could not comprehend, he turned to Wukong and said, Mr. Wukong, may I speak with you privately? The crowd looked on with curiosity, unsure of what two strangers could possibly discuss. After a short distance, the boy revealed to Wukong that he hailed from the future and spoke of the events yet to come. Upon hearing the word future, Wukong and the others paused in astonishment. Trunks observed Wukong's puzzled expression and continued, in the timeline of the future, Frisia did not perish after you defeated him on Namek. He has come today to trouble Blue Star. Thus, I arrived here in advance, only to find that he has not come at all. Moreover, you have been on Blue Star all along. According to the history I have experienced, you should have only just returned from outer space today. Perhaps I have not traversed time, but rather arrived in a parallel world. Trunks silently mused. Mr. Wukong, may I witness your Super Saiyan form? Despite his confusion, Wukong complied with the boy's request. With a resounding boom, Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Incredible! Mr. Wukong is indeed as powerful as my mother described, Trunks exclaimed. All right, I will also transform into a Super Saiyan. With that, he shifted into his Super Saiyan state. Mr. Wukong, may I see the extent of your strength? Certainly. With the affirmative response, Trunks drew his sword and lunged at Wukong, only to be met with a single hand that effortlessly deflected his attack. Realizing the formidable strength of Son Wukong, Trunks returned to his normal state, his expression grave. Mr. Wukong, what I am about to say is of utmost importance, and I hope you will remember it. In 2 years, on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital, a pair of artificially created beings possessing immense power will emerge. Upon their arrival, they will wreak havoc, and within a few months, Blue Star will be reduced to ruins. Hence, my mother constructed a time machine, hoping I could come here to seek your assistance. Wait a moment, Wukong interjected, if Blue Star becomes a wasteland, where shall we go? They possess overwhelming strength and inexhaustible energy. In the future, everyone except you will perish in battle, including Super Saiyan Vegeta. Even Master Gohan will die protecting me, the youth said, his face etched with sorrow. What? What about me? Where do I end up? You did not partake in the battle. A year later, you succumbed to a viral heart disease, the boy replied. Wukong was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Oh, to die from illness? The Sinza beans are ineffective against disease. How frustrating. Actually, I came here via the time machine for 2 reasons. To inform you of the formidable foes we face, and to let you know that this illness can be cured in the future. I brought medication to see if it can alter the course of history. Haha. Wukong brightened at the mention of a cure, but then recalled the boy's statement about his mother creating the time machine. You mentioned your mother made the time machine. Does that mean your mother is? Yes, my mother is Bulma. You are a Saiyan, so your father must be. Before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of Vegeta. Could it be Vegeta? Upon receiving confirmation from the youth, Wukong was flabbergasted. He had never anticipated the typically aloof Vegeta would be with Bulma. At that moment, Vegeta, growing impatient, interjected, How long are you going to continue this discussion? All right. Wukong responded hastily. With that, he waved goodbye to the boy and returned to the group. Wukong, what took you so long over there? What did you discuss? Krillin inquired. Wukong relayed the boy's message to everyone, of course omitting the youth's identity. The group was left in disbelief upon learning that even Super Saiyans were no match for the adversaries. What shall we do now? Wukong asked. At this juncture, Bulma spoke up. Since we know who is responsible, we could eliminate him beforehand to avert the disaster. Krillin quickly agreed. That's a good idea. It would eliminate the danger. Vegeta, however, was not pleased. Who dares to take such actions in secret? I will not allow it. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta firmly believed in his own strength and vehemently opposed the notion. The group turned to Wukong, who scratched his head and said, I too wish to confront them. Moreover, wouldn't it be unjust to eliminate them before they commit any harm to Blue Star? Faced with Wukong's stance, the others reluctantly concurred. Thus, They agreed to reconvene in 2 years. Chapter 0. Su Bufan's journey to the future world after the crowd had departed. Just as Trunks was about to return using the time machine, a figure quietly emerged behind him. As Trunks prepared to board the time machine, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly drew his sword, turning to strike. Su Bufan, however, remained composed, tilting his head slightly to avoid the blade. With a clang, the sword's edge struck Su Bufan's neck but failed to break the skin. Witnessing this, Trunks quickly leaped back. "Who are you?" he demanded, eyeing Su Bufan warily. With a faint smile, Su Bufan replied, "Did Sun Wukong not mention me? My name is Su Bufan, and I am also a Saiyan." "Su Bufan, your existence is absent in my world. How can this be?" Trunks pondered. "Is it possible that your journey was not through time, but rather to a parallel universe? Perhaps you have merely arrived in a world similar to your own, which means your actions here will have no bearing on the future." Trunks stood in a daze, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He had believed that by traversing time, he could save the future world from imminent destruction. Yet, Su Bufan's words doused his hopes like cold water. "How do you know all of this?" Trunks asked, still unable to fully grasp the situation. "Isn't my existence in your world the best proof?" Su Bufan responded, leaving Trunks speechless. "Enough of this pondering. I have come to accompany you to that world and assist you with the artificial beings there." "Really? You are willing to help us?" Trunks exclaimed. "Of course, otherwise. Why would I come?" Su Bufan replied. "Now, let us not linger here. We must depart swiftly." Upon hearing this, Trunks hurriedly activated the time machine, and the two vanished in a flash of white light. In the future world, the remnants of cities lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, with not a single soul in sight. After Su Bufan and Trunks arrived, distant explosions echoed through the air. Those wretched artificial beings have nearly annihilated the entire population. Only a handful of survivors remain, forced to hide underground, Su Bufan observed, feeling the weight of the devastation despite his prior preparations. "Do not worry. They are far from being my match. First, you should return and replenish the time machine's energy. I will need to return." Trunks nodded, unable to argue. "All right. I will take the time machine to the laboratory and then come back to assist you." Su Bufan soared towards the source of the explosions, soon spotting two figures hurling energy spheres across the city. The sound of their explosions was like music to their ears, their laughter resonating through the desolation. Not far from the two figures, Su Bufan stood quietly, his gaze as piercing as ice. He did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he observed the two androids intently. These beings were none other than androids 17 and 18. Originally, they were human, but had been transformed by Dr. Gero into instruments of vengeance against Sun Wukong. However, for reasons unknown, their self-awareness had not been extinguished, and they broke free from Dr. Gero's control, ultimately killing him and wreaking havoc without restraint. "These two are even stronger than I had anticipated," Su Bufan mused inwardly. He could sense the immense energy radiating from the androids, yet they seemed to be holding back, relishing the thrill of destruction. Nevertheless, this strength was merely relative. While they surpassed Sun Wukong and his companions, they were inconsequential before him. Su Bufan was in no rush to engage. After all, the city was deserted, and their destruction mattered little. He awaited Trunks, believing that the vendetta of this world should be settled by him. Just then, a figure soared in from the distance. It was Trunks, who had just departed. He landed gracefully beside Su Bufan without releasing any aura. "Mr. Su, I have sent the time machine to my mother for energy replenishment. The devastation in this world is severe, and it may take some time to restore it," Trunks informed him. Su Bufan nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distant androids. "There's no need to rush. Eliminating them is a simple task. You stay here and wait while I handle them," Su Bufan declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. Trunks watched the direction in which Su Bufan disappeared, filled with anticipation. Although he was unaware of Su Bufan's true power, he knew that anyone esteemed by Uncle Wukong and Father Vegeta must be formidable. Surely, he could vanquish these androids and save the world on the brink of annihilation. In the distance, Su Bufan reappeared behind androids 17 and 18, his fists clenched as he gathered potent energy. Just as he amassed his power, the android's core detected an immense energy fluctuation nearby, yet they had failed to notice him until now. "Who are you?" they exclaimed, hastily leaping away and instinctively launching an attack. To their horror, they discovered that their assault was effortlessly caught in Su Bufan's hand, crushed without effort. Who are you? I don't recall such a powerful being existing in this world, they demanded. As for me, I am also a Saiyan, akin to the son Wukong you killed. I have come to assist Trunks in your annihilation, Su Bufon replied with a smirk. Huh, you think you can defeat us? Android 17 laughed. Yet his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Relax. At your current level, you are not worth my effort. While my intention is indeed to eliminate you, it does not necessarily mean I must do so personally. After calling out towards Trunks, Su Bufon saw Trunks soar forward, reaching his side. Upon gazing at the two androids opposite them, Trunks could no longer contain his fury. You two scoundrels, I will avenge my father and Master Gohan. Trunks roared, his aura erupting in an instant. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged at the androids. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged disdainful smiles. Though they were modified beings, their formidable strength and combat experience overshadowed Trunks, a mere Saiyan, in their eyes. As they unleashed their combined assault, Trunks found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his sword shattered, leaving him defenseless against two opponents. Just as Trunks was on the verge of sustaining severe injuries, Su Bufon intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent Android 17 hurtling through crumbling skyscrapers. Now, you may engage one at a time. I shall not interfere with your battle. But should the other dare to intervene, I will reduce them to ashes, he declared. With that, Trunks found himself in a much more favorable situation. Although his combat power was nearly equal to that of his adversaries, under Su Bufon's guidance, Trunks' fighting techniques saw remarkable enhancement. He adeptly evaded the android strikes while searching for openings. Initially clumsy, he gradually gained the upper hand as time progressed. Su Bufon stood quietly to the side, observing Trunks' battle. He refrained from direct involvement, understanding that Trunks needed this opportunity to prove himself and seek vengeance. All he needed to do was offer guidance and support at crucial moments. As the battle raged on, Trunks' latent power surged forth, filling him with an unending strength, allowing him to dominate Android 17. Watching her comrade falter, Android 18 felt a pang of anxiety. However, with Su Bufon watching closely, she hesitated to intervene, leaving only the sounds of 17's anguished cries echoing in the arena. Suddenly, unable to restrain herself any longer, Android 18 launched an energy sphere at Trunks as 17 was sent flying once again. Taken aback, Trunks was startled by the sudden attack. In an instant, Su Bufon appeared before the energy sphere, clasping it in his palm. I have warned you, should you dare to strike, I will ensure your utter annihilation. With that, he infused the energy sphere with his own power and hurled it back. Android 18 attempted to counter, but the disparity in strength rendered her defenseless, and she was obliterated in the ensuing explosion. Android 18. The sight of her demise ignited a furious rage within Android 17, who abandoned all defense and unleashed a full frontal assault on Trunks. His wrath seemed to conjure a tempest, propelling his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. He charged towards Trunks with a ferocious roar, each movement imbued with a murderous intent. Faced with such an onslaught, Trunks had no choice but to exert all his strength, fully aware that any lapse could lead to disaster. The battle between them escalated into a fevered clash, each collision unleashing tremendous waves of energy, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. Su Bufon stood nearby, observing the spectacle with a cold gaze. At that moment, however, Trunks suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His fighting prowess began to plummet. The prolonged intensity of the combat had drained his stamina, leaving his body on the brink of collapse. Sensing Trunks' vulnerability, Number 17's eyes flickered with a cruel glint. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce barrage of attacks. Trunks managed to fend off a few blows, but ultimately, he was sent hurtling away with great force. Trunks, do not despair. You have faced countless battles, and there remains untapped potential within you. You must bring it forth. Su Bufon urged Trunks. Heeding the words, Trunks took a deep breath. Recalling all that he had endured, the death of his father, the loss of friends, the sacrifice of his master to protect him. In that moment, rage surged within him like a tempest. With a thunderous roar, Trunks' physique swelled, his eyes becoming vacant, and every strand of hair stood on end. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable surge of power. He charged at number 17, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, with Trunks soon gaining the upper hand. After an intense struggle, Trunks finally discerned a flaw in number 17's defense, unleashing a powerful energy blast that pierced through his body. With a resounding crash, Number 17 was reduced to ashes. Once the battle concluded, Trunks appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. Thank you, Mr. Subufon. Without your assistance, I would have surely faced defeat once more. Trunks expressed his gratitude. Subufon shook his head, responding, "It is your own strength that prevailed. I merely lent a hand. If you were incapable, my assistance would have been in vain. The gods of this world have perished, yet the Namekians should still exist. Shall we endeavor to resurrect Goku and the others? Can they truly be revived?" "I am immensely grateful," Trunks replied. Subufon accompanied Trunks to King Kai's planet, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of Namek. However, to their dismay, King Kai revealed that they had all reincarnated, believing that the calamities on Earth were largely attracted by their presence. Their departure would likely render Earth safer. Subufon expressed his regret, realizing there was no alternative but to locate Dend on Namek, entrusting him with the role of Earth's guardian and the task of recreating the Dragon Balls. However, the process of crafting the Dragon Balls would require some time, compelling Subufon to remain in this world for a few additional days. Thus, peace and tranquility were restored to Earth once more. Trunks emerged as a hero in the hearts of the people, vowing to continue safeguarding humanity in the days to come. After resolving these matters, Subufon and Trunks arrived at Bulma's laboratory to meet her. Upon hearing that someone had come to aid their world, Bulma hurried out, only to be met with disappointment upon seeing an unfamiliar face. Trunks had just returned from giving her the time machine, claiming he had found allies capable of defeating the androids, and she had hoped it would be someone she recognized. Trunks then explained to Bulma that the time machine could not traverse time, but only access parallel worlds, leaving her utterly shocked. She recalled that when she constructed the time machine, it merely held the potential for time travel. She could not guarantee it would actually transport them to the past. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, she would never have allowed Trunks to take such a risk. "Mr. Subufon, thank you for coming to assist us. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what this world would have become," she expressed gratefully. "Not at all," Subufon replied. "By the way, I must thank your father for creating the gravity machine, which has significantly accelerated my combat prowess. Furthermore, you remain a friend of mine in that world. Although we may not be the same, I cannot stand idly by in times of distress." Bulma was touched by his words. She understood the magnitude of Subufon's strength and his capacity to defeat the androids and save their world, yet he bore no obligation to do so. His willingness to traverse time and space to aid her world filled her with immense gratitude. "Mr. Subufon, what should we do next? The Dragon Balls will take some time to be created, and we cannot simply wait indefinitely," Bulma inquired. Subufon pondered for a moment before responding. "Although the Dragon Balls have yet to be formed, you cannot afford to remain idle. While the androids have been vanquished, other threats may yet arise." He then turned to Trunks, stating, "Trunks, you must continue your training to enhance your strength. This world harbors many unknown dangers, and only by growing stronger can you better protect yourself and others." Trunks nodded, aware of the many lessons still to be learned. He aspired to become stronger to safeguard this world more effectively. As days passed, the Dragon Balls were finally completed. Subufon and Trunks utilized the Dragon Balls to successfully resurrect those who had yet to be reincarnated, restoring Blue Star to its former state. Thus, the crisis in this world was ultimately resolved, and Subufon accomplished his purpose for coming here, preparing to return to his own world. Before bidding farewell, he specifically advised Trunks to employ certain technological methods for training. "Mr. Subufon, thank you for everything you have done for us," Bulma said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Not at all," Subufon smiled, then instructed Trunks to use the time machine to send him back. As she watched the two vanish, Bulma clasped her hands over her heart, wishing for their continued safety. Chapter 0. The Gathering of the Z Warriors in the original world. A beam of white light appeared, and a spaceship descended slowly from the sky. A figure leaped from the spacecraft, raising a hand in farewell. "Go back. Your mother awaits you. She needs your company now." The individuals aboard the ship also waved, casting a lingering gaze upon this world before vanishing in a flash of white light. Witnessing Trunks' departure, Subufon soared towards his residence. He was eager to return to his training. With only 2 years remaining until the emergence of the androids, the arrival of Cell was imminent. Although he harbored no fear due to his formidable combat prowess, who would ever disdain possessing greater strength? Throughout these 2 years, Son Goku had journeyed to King Kai's planet for rigorous training, his battle powers still unknown, while Vegeta took up residence at Bulma's home. The two ignited an unexpected chemistry during their time together, culminating in the birth of their son, named Trunks. He diligently honed his skills within the gravity training chamber constructed by Dr. Brief, making significant strides in power, though he maintained an aloof demeanor. His attitude towards others on planet Earth had notably softened. Raditz and Nappa, despite their own training, were often lured by the allure of Earth's bustling cities, their combat abilities barely advancing to the threshold of transforming into Super Saiyans. However, in their current state, they found themselves unable to achieve that transformation. Meanwhile, the other Earthlings pursued their training in various manners, yet their physical limitations hindered any rapid growth in strength. Before long, 2 years had elapsed, and the moment foretold by the mysterious youth was fast approaching. The members of the Z-Fighters converged from their respective training locations towards a singular direction. On the small island mentioned by the enigmatic boy, at the summit of a mountain, powerful auras began to coalesce, akin to a surging undercurrent poised to unleash a tremendous wave. This was the designated gathering place for the Z-Fighters, who had come from all corners in anticipation of the impending battle. Atop the mountain, Su Bufon stood silently, his gaze profound and resolute, as if nothing could sway him. During these 2 years, his combat prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights. He held no interest in the androids, their strength hardly a concern for him. Not far away, Son Goku's figure suddenly appeared in the air, clad in the distinctive battle attire of King Kai's realm, radiating a formidable aura. After 2 years of training, his power had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, on the brink of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 with just the right catalyst. Goku, you've arrived. Su Bufon greeted with a warm smile. Son Goku nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. I can hardly wait to face those androids. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as Vegeta and Bulma approached, carrying their child, Trunks. Vegeta's expression retained its characteristic pride, yet his eyes revealed a mix of resolve and anticipation. Humph, this time, I shall make those fools aware of who truly reigns as the strongest warrior in the universe, Vegeta declared with a snort. Just then, Krillin approached, glancing curiously at the child in Bulma's arms. Whose child is this? He inquired. Wukong approached Trunks playfully, teasingly declaring, You are indeed Vegeta's child, aren't you, Trunks? Bulma, taken aback, inquired, How did you know this is Vegeta's child, and even his name? Wukong's expression faltered momentarily before he chuckled. Oh, how could I possibly know? The onlookers collectively rolled their eyes at Wukong's playful demeanor. Bulma, her face etched with concern, addressed the group, You must exercise caution. We shall await your return. Son Wukong and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of their mission. They understood that this battle was not merely a personal challenge, but a trial for the entire Blue Planet. They had to give their utmost to safeguard this world. As time elapsed, Raditz and Nappa arrived in succession. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison to Son Wukong and Vegeta's, their fighting spirit was undiminished. Su Bufon, we must ensure those rascals face the consequences, Raditz declared, his fists raised. Nappa, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I can hardly wait to unleash my power. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of his comrades, Su Bufon merely nodded. However, he pondered, but why do I not sense any formidable energy? How shall we locate them? Piccolo interjected. In response, Son Wukong explained, It must be because they are androids, which is why we cannot detect their energy. The others, troubled by this revelation, murmured amongst themselves. This complicates matters. Without sensing their energy, facing such strong adversaries leaves us vulnerable to ambush. However, one more question arose. With such a vast island, how can we possibly find them without any energy signatures? Currently, they had no knowledge of the androids' whereabouts, leaving them at a loss for how to initiate an attack. It appeared that their only option was to search for them separately. Remember, if you come under attack, call for your comrades immediately, Son Wukong reminded them. The group nodded, recognizing the necessity of this course of action, and promptly dispersed, soaring towards the city below. As they departed, only Bulma and Trunks remained with Su Bufon in the valley. They gazed silently at the distant horizon. Although Bulma was filled with apprehension, she believed that the Z-Fighters would undoubtedly return victorious, for they were the strongest warriors and the ones she trusted most. Upon arriving in the city, the group searched diligently, yet after a prolonged effort, they found no trace of their foes. Meanwhile, not far away on the street, a slender man and a portly fellow navigated through the traffic, seemingly unfazed by the speeding vehicles around them. A driver nearly collided with them, halting his vehicle to hurl insults. The two exchanged glances, and the heavier one stepped forward, placing a claw on the engine hood, instantly creating a hole. He slowly raised his hand, revealing an entire engine, a sight that rendered the driver speechless with fear. At that moment, a fuel truck, attempting to evade them, suddenly lost control and crashed into a nearby building. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed as the oil tanker was struck, sparks flying and thick smoke billowing into the air. The surrounding pedestrians, engulfed in panic, scattered in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Among this turmoil, two artificial beings, the slim one and the fat one, observed with smug satisfaction, akin to spectators at a fireworks display, entirely indifferent to the fear and suffering of those around them. Positioned conveniently near Yamcha, he was the first to arrive on the scene. Witnessing the frantic escape of the crowd, he charged forward and landed a punch on the slim one. Caught off guard, the artificial being took the blow directly, but it was evident that Yamcha's attack had no effect whatsoever. A flurry of data flashed in the eyes of the two artificial beings. This human must be Yamcha. Yet how could his combat prowess deviate so drastically from the recorded data? The fat one spoke, disregarding the concern. No matter, let us dispose of him first. Swiftly, they advanced toward Yamcha. Before he could react, the slim one clamped a hand over his mouth, rendering him powerless as his strength swiftly ebbed away. With a muffled grunt, Yamcha felt the cold grip of the artificial being's hand pierce through his chest, his breath fading. Not far away, Sun Wukong sensed the anomaly in Yamcha's energy. Frowning, he immediately soared towards the scene. Others soon detected this energy as well, converging towards Yamcha's location. Upon the Z-Fighter's arrival, they beheld the two figures standing beside the nearly lifeless Yamcha, their faces adorned with mocking grins. Chapter 0. The emergence of the artificial beings. As the onlookers rushed to save Yamcha, feeding him a Sinza bean, relief washed over them as they witnessed his recovery. However, the artificial being's eyes were once again filled with a flurry of data. This was Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, and several others, yet the data on the doctor was missing. How do you know we would be here? The artificial being inquired, glancing upwards. Humph, we certainly have our ways of knowing, they retorted. But how dare you two wreak havoc in the city? It matters not. Our objective is to eliminate you. Despite your combat abilities being somewhat below the recorded metrics, it is still insufficient. The slim one, now identified as number 20, spoke up. Sun Wukong, surveying the devastated city, realized that fighting here was untenable and proposed relocating to a desolate area. Yet, as machines of vengeance, the artificial beings were devoid of humanity. They unleashed a barrage of energy waves, engulfing the city in flames, transforming the once bustling metropolis into a desolate wasteland in an instant. Now there is no one left. Just the battlefield you desired, number 20 remarked nonchalantly. Enraged by the destruction surrounding him, Wukong charged forward and struck a heavy blow to number 20's face, only to discover that his punch merely knocked off the being's hat, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At that moment, number 20 gently picked up his hat and donned it, gazing at Goku and stating, "Since you find this place unappealing, I shall allow you to choose your place of demise." Upon hearing this, Goku soared into the distance. Just then, Yamcha awakened, exclaiming, "They can absorb the energy within us. We must inform them." Krillin, upon hearing this, was taken aback and hurriedly pursued Goku. Meanwhile, the androids chasing Goku paused, selecting a rocky terrain as their battlefield. Observing the clusters of rocks surrounding them, Piccolo quickly discerned their intentions. It was ideal for exterminating them all, and if that failed, they could escape amid the rubble. Beside them, Tien noticed something amiss with Goku. Even before the battle commenced, Goku was already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. The androids remained unfazed, fully aware of their adversaries. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, they had meticulously recorded Goku's every fight. Yet, Goku chuckled. Since his return from Namek, he had not engaged in combat, and these androids were oblivious to his ascension to Super Saiyan. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Raditz and Nappa watched with envy, while the Blue Planet warriors were overwhelmed by Goku's terrifying aura. Nonetheless, the two androids maintained their composure, with number 19 confidently declaring his ability to handle the situation. Goku swiftly charged forward to launch an attack, but number 19 adeptly dodged, and for a time, they exchanged blows. Number 19 unleashed a ki blast towards Goku, who evaded it, causing the energy shot to collide with the rocks, sending up a cloud of dust. Utilizing the obscurity, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind number 19, delivering a precise elbow strike, followed by a kick that propelled him into the air. In a flash, he teleported and landed a powerful punch to 19's face, relentlessly pummeling him. 19 found himself unable to retaliate. Goku's Super Saiyan speed and strength far surpassed anything the androids could calculate. However, Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, sensed an anomaly. Goku seemed eager to conclude the battle swiftly, yet as the combat progressed, his energy began to wane. At that moment, Goku clasped his hands together high above his head, bringing them down forcefully upon number 19, who crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone believed that Goku had struck a decisive blow, but 19 quickly rose to his feet. The android felt no pain, and as long as there was energy, he would continue to fight. Gasping for breath and feeling unwell, Goku hastily unleashed the Kamehameha wave. However, number 19, with a sinister smile, awaited his opportunity. He raised his hands to catch the Kamehameha, absorbing its energy and converting it into his own. Empowered by the absorbed energy, number 19 gained a significant boost in strength, leaving the ailing Goku powerless to defend himself. With a thunderous impact, number 19 knocked Goku to the ground, gripping his neck tightly, siphoning Goku's energy. Seeing the current situation, Raditz, Nappa, and others rushed to provide support, but unfortunately, they were intercepted by Android 20. At this moment, their combat prowess was still far inferior to that of the two artificial beings, leading to a swift retreat. Just as the situation grew dire, Vegeta sprang into action, launching a flying kick at Android 19. The impact sent Android 19 hurtling backward, releasing its grip on Goku's energy. Vegeta looked at Goku, asserting that only he could defeat him. Goku grinned and chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Android 19, having absorbed Goku's Super Saiyan energy, felt his strength surge once more, dismissing Vegeta entirely. He assumed a combat stance, preparing to attack, while Vegeta, aware that Android 19 relied on devices to absorb energy, remained unperturbed. With a flash of golden light, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura causing the ground to tremble. Android 19 launched an attack, firing lasers from his eyes, but Vegeta, indifferent, relied solely on the barrier created by his own energy to absorb the assault. Realizing that his energy attacks were ineffective, Android 19 quickly closed the distance to Vegeta and engaged him directly. Vegeta, unfazed, allowed Android 19's fists to strike his face, resulting in nothing more than a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Alarmed by this, Android 19 stepped back, but Vegeta, with a wicked smile, advanced and delivered a swift kick to Android 19's abdomen, so rapid that he had no time to react. Yet, Vegeta's onslaught did not cease there. A flurry of attacks sent Android 19 flying several meters, shattering massive boulders upon impact. Rising once more, Android 19 continued his assault, but Vegeta evaded gracefully, launching Android 19 into the air with a powerful kick, then appearing above him to deliver a crushing blow. As Android 19 lay motionless on the ground, Vegeta approached without caution. Suddenly, Android 19 seized Vegeta's arm in a desperate attempt to absorb his energy. Unfazed, Vegeta stomped down on Android 19's chest, pulling with all his might, and with a resounding crack, tore off Android 19's arm. Seeing this, Android 19 turned to flee, but Vegeta would not allow him to escape. He unleashed an energy wave that reduced Android 19 to mere scrap metal. Witnessing this, Android 20 realized he stood no chance against Vegeta and swiftly retreated into the rubble. Vegeta pursued, but as Android 20 disappeared from sight, he ascended into the sky, gathering an energy sphere, intending to obliterate the island. Delighted by this turn of events, Android 20 positioned himself in front of the energy wave, absorbing it and gaining Vegeta's power, allowing him to move with greater speed. With a few leaps, he vanished once again into the stone piles, biding his time to strike. Chapter 0. Not a future android, he focused his attention on Piccolo, confident that the current Piccolo would not prove to be a formidable opponent. Relying on the advantage of the android's lack of aura, he stealthily approached Piccolo from behind. Before Piccolo could react, he swiftly seized him, beginning to absorb his energy. Unfortunately, The diminishing aura around Piccolo alerted those nearby. Gohan hurriedly rushed to Piccolo's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending Android 20 flying. Krillin promptly provided Piccolo with a Senzu bean, instantly restoring his vitality. Enraged, Piccolo discarded his weighted clothing. Over the years, he had not been idle. He diligently trained each day. Although his strength did not match that of a Super Saiyan, defeating this android was still within his capabilities. Before Android 20 could respond, Piccolo swiftly closed the distance and delivered a fierce kick to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. The android, who had just been confident that Piccolo was no match for him, now began to doubt his own existence, exclaiming, "Impossible." Meanwhile, on the island where the androids had appeared, a figure emerged, Trunks, who had once again traveled through time to the present. Observing the thick smoke rising from the distant battle, he quickly made his way to the scene. At that moment, Android 20 was being mercilessly beaten by Piccolo. He attempted to employ the same tactic of absorbing Piccolo's energy. But Piccolo was not about to grant him that opportunity. He promptly broke the android's arm. As future Trunks approached the battlefield, he discovered traces of the Z-Fighters' conflict and was taken aback upon seeing the remains of Android 19. This was not the android he had fought in his own timeline. At this point, Android 20 was battered and bruised. Just as Piccolo was about to finish him off, a powerful aura approached. Piccolo turned to see Trunks. Upon hearing Piccolo call out the name of the mysterious boy, Vegeta incredulously looked back, only to realize how strikingly similar this boy was to himself. It suddenly dawned on him that this boy was his son. Android 20, noticing another formidable foe had joined the fray, sought an opportunity to escape. Just then, a loud rumbling sound echoed, revealing that Bulma had arrived near the battlefield. Spotting Android 20, she exclaimed, "Isn't that Dr. Gero? He's an android?" Bulma's arrival provided Android 20 with a chance. He unleashed a burst of energy, creating a powerful gust that sent Bulma's ship swaying wildly. The dust kicked up by the airflow allowed Android 20 to conceal himself, and as the dust settled, he had vanished without a trace. Under the persistent inquiries from Trunks and the others, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. The two androids previously encountered were not the ones he had mentioned. He had never seen them before. The androids he spoke of were a formidable duo, a male and a female. Android 17 was a cold, long-haired youth, while Android 18 was a strikingly beautiful warrior. Unlike Android 19, they did not rely on energy absorption to enhance their combat abilities. They possessed a bizarre attribute of infinite endurance. Bulma interjected, "The individual we just encountered was Dr. Gero. He is a genius scientist, but also a madman. His research has never been recognized by society, and I recall he has been missing for quite some time. Do you know where his laboratory is?" Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Bulma recalled having seen a report indicating that Dr. Gero's research facility was concealed within a cave in the northern mountains. The knowledge of such a formidable adversary emerging stirred the prince's blood with fervor. Ignoring Trunks' attempts to dissuade him, he resolutely set off to confront the powerful foe alone. Meanwhile, as the others ventured into the woods in search of the lab, Dr. Gero, lacking any sense of chivalry, launched a surprise attack on Krillin. Given Krillin's current level of power, he had no chance to resist. After a flurry of strikes, Krillin was left gravely injured. Dr. Gero, dismissive of Krillin's energy, was poised to finish him off when he caught sight of Dend hovering above. Realizing that forcibly killing Krillin would expose his position, and acknowledging the overwhelming power that Piccolo had just displayed, Dr. Gero understood he could not confront them head-on. He spared Krillin's life and hastily retreated to his laboratory. At that moment, Android 17 had awakened, exhibiting a demeanor of unwavering obedience towards the doctor. Seizing the opportunity, Dr. Gero activated another chamber, revealing the golden-haired beauty, Android 18, who regarded the remote control in the doctor's hand with similar deference. Due to the previous focus on producing a perpetual energy source, Androids 17 and 18 had become uncontrollable and excessively aggressive, forcing Dr. Gero to shut them down for reprogramming. However, now that the Earth defenders had pushed him to a desperate brink, he was compelled to awaken the killing machines against his better judgment. Observing the obedience exhibited by Androids 17 and 18, he surmised that the reprogramming had been successful and promptly commanded them to annihilate their enemies. Simultaneously, the assembled warriors on Earth discovered Dr. Gero's research facility and learned of his return, realizing the precarious situation. With a surge of energy, the prince forcefully broke through the door. In Dr. Gero's moment of distraction, Android 17 seized the remote control and crushed it underfoot, obliterating the threat it posed. The cold and ruthless true nature of Androids 17 and 18 was now revealed. Just then, Vegeta blasted open the main entrance, finally encountering the terrifying killing machines Trunks had spoken of. Trunks hastily cautioned everyone not to be deceived by the androids' seemingly benign appearances, for beneath their facade lay ruthless capabilities. Android 18 approached another machine marked 16, striking terror into Dr. Gero, who rushed to intervene. No, you cannot release him. He is a failed experiment. Once awakened, he could bring about the destruction of the entire world. However, without the control device, Android 18 disregarded Drive Gero's orders, intent on liberating Android 16. Growing increasingly agitated by the doctor's incessant ramblings, Android 17 delivered a swift kick, causing the doctor's head to fall. Before Dr. Gero could utter another word, 17 crushed his head beneath his foot. In a terrifying display, Android 17, now free from the controller's influence, swiftly eliminated the very creator who had brought him into existence. As number 18 prepared to awaken number 16, Trunks, filled with an unyielding determination, could not permit the numbers of these nefarious foes to swell further. In an instant, he was engulfed in a surge of formidable energy, a radiant wave emanating from his hand, which erupted violently, obliterating the research facility. However, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that such an assault had inflicted not a modicum of harm upon the adversaries. Number 18 opened the hatch, revealing a tall man with a striking red comb atop his head, whose mission was to eliminate Son Goku. Without so much as a glance at the onlookers, the trio soared towards Goku's residence. Witnessing their complete disregard, Vegeta could scarcely contain his fury. Unleashing a terrifying energy, he pursued them, vowing to vanquish the androids. Chapter 0. The terrifying power of the androids. Suddenly, Trunks interposed himself before Vegeta, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by numbers 17 and 18. He resolutely refused to allow Vegeta to march towards certain doom. Yet, incensed and humiliated, the proud Saiyan Prince, brimming with rage, struck fiercely at Trunks' abdomen. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued his relentless chase, obstructing the android's path and unleashing his full power in a challenge against them. Number 18 chuckled, bemused by the audacity of Vegeta, who seemed oblivious to the peril he faced, yet she was nonetheless eager to engage him in a spirited contest. Vegeta, now infused with confidence from the powers bestowed upon him by his Super Saiyan form, declared that he would show no mercy simply because she was a woman. Number 18, tossing her hair aside, seized her banter and swiftly advanced to engage Vegeta in fierce combat. Amidst the clash, Vegeta seized the opportunity to grasp number 18's arm and hurled her viciously against a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. Seizing the moment, he launched another unrelenting assault aimed squarely at number 18's face. Observing this clash, number 17 was taken aback by the level of power Vegeta displayed, which far exceeded the data Dr. Gero had implanted within them. However, before Vegeta could continue his onslaught, number 18 intercepted his attack and retaliated with devastating force. The once certain prince, who had exuded confidence, found himself bloodied and battered, a mere flick of her wrist sending him crashing into the mountainside, leaving him grievously wounded. Just then, Trunks and the others arrived, witnessing Vegeta's brutal thrashing and instinctively rushing to his aid. Number 17, noticing their intent to intervene, prepared to join the fray, while number 16 remained singularly focused on eliminating Goku, dismissing the rest of the conflict as irrelevant. "Father, we are here to assist you." Yet, even in his dire straits, Vegeta remained defiant, ignoring Trunks' plea. As the haughty prince of the Saiyans, he was a proud warrior, unwilling to ally with anyone, refusing to cower as others might. Vegeta's indomitable spirit drew admiration even from number 17, who granted him the opportunity for a one-on-one duel with number 18, warning the others that any interference would result in their demise. Devoid of external disturbances, Android 18 was determined to shatter Vegeta's proud self-esteem completely. Without further ado, she advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. As the smoke cleared, she observed the disheveled form of Vegeta before her, unperturbed as she discarded her tattered jacket and launched an attack. Thus commenced a second exhilarating round of fierce combat. Vegeta's tempestuous assault was effortlessly countered, leaving Trunks astonished that Vegeta could hold his own against an android of such terrifying power. However, Piccolo discerned a troubling pattern. He noted that Vegeta's strength waned as the battle progressed, while Android 18's seemingly limitless energy showed no signs of diminishing. Indeed, in the next moment, Vegeta's full-powered strike was firmly grasped by Android 18, who delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Overwhelmed by the relentless offensive from his formidable opponent, Vegeta leaned against a stone wall, trembling, and could only muster the final vestiges of a Saiyan's dignity to retaliate. Yet, against an android of such grotesque power, his efforts were futile. A swift counterkick from Android 18 sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, followed by her soaring upwards and descending with great force. A devastating spinning kick shattered Vegeta's arm, utterly robbing him of his ability to resist. Intense pain coursed through his body, and in this state, he realized he had no chance of victory. Kneeling on the ground, he let out a furious roar, venting his frustration. Witnessing Vegeta's brutalization, Trunks could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, brandishing the Sword of Hope as he charged at Android 18. However, she merely countered with a single hand, shattering Trunks' sword, a weapon capable of cleaving through Frisia. In a moment of desperation, Android 17 surged forward, landing a punch that knocked Trunks to the ground. At this point, Piccolo, Raditz, Nappa, and Tien Shinhan could no longer remain passive. They charged in, but Android 17 deftly evaded Tien Shinhan's sneak attack, swiftly seizing his neck instead. Witnessing his allies jeopardize themselves on his behalf, Vegeta found renewed strength and charged into battle once more, only to be seized by Android 18, rendered immobile in midair. Seeing this, Trunks attempted to rise again to save him, but Android 18 hurled Vegeta onto him, causing both to crash heavily to the ground. The once unimaginable power of the Super Saiyan now resembled that of a child being toyed with. As Tien Shinhan faced imminent defeat, a recovering Piccolo rose once more to confront Android 17. Yet, a casual punch to his abdomen rendered Piccolo powerless as well. All of this was witnessed by Krillin, who dared not join the fray. The sheer terror of the android surpassed his wildest fears. Yet still, Vegeta, driven by the pride of a Saiyan prince, was unwilling to yield, determined to fight to the bitter end. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, even the strongest will is but a fleeting thought. This time, another hand was ruthlessly crushed, the excruciating pain rendering him incapable of maintaining his Super Saiyan form, leading to the annihilation of the entire squad. Strangely, however, the androids did not embark on a murderous rampage. Instead, they urged Krillin to hasten and provide Senzu beans so they could challenge them again after enhancing their strength, completely subverting Krillin's understanding. According to Trunks' description, the androids should be heartless demons, merciless in their slaughter. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward to voice his confusion, to which the androids leisurely replied that they would first eliminate Goku, after which they might consider annihilating the world. To them, it was merely a game. Krillin quickly implored them to refrain from killing. Perhaps his foolishness amused Android 18, who playfully planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him bewildered. It took him a moment to recall the urgency of rescuing his companions. Upon recovery, everyone was astonished that they had not been killed. Krillin revealed the truth. With their strength, they had not regarded them as a threat. This statement struck a blow to Vegeta's pride, causing him to fly away in a fit of rage without uttering a word. Trunks wished to pursue him, but Krillin hurriedly restrained him, suggesting that he needed some time alone. Having been bested in his Super Saiyan form, his confidence and pride lay in ruins. Especially since it was at the hands of a woman, the impact was indeed profound. Trunks, confused, noted that these androids were nothing like those he encountered in the future, where he at least had a fighting chance. Meanwhile, Krillin observed Piccolo's composed demeanor and inquired if he had a plan, urging him not to keep secrets from friends. Unexpectedly, Piccolo erupted in anger, unleashing a wave of energy, claiming he was the Demon King and would not be friends with them. Enraged, he soared away, heading straight for the other world, where he resolved to fuse with the deity he had always despised, seeking to attain his complete form to augment his power. Chapter 0. Androids and Cell. After the others departed, 3 androids, seemingly carefree, made their way to Goku's residence, exhibiting no signs of murderous intent as they frolicked along the way. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma received a call regarding a peculiar machine emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo that had appeared in the wilderness, prompting her to investigate. Upon arrival, The group discovered it to be a time machine, albeit with a large, melted hole at the top. At that moment, they stumbled upon a strange creature resembling a cocoon, within which lay a viscous fluid, indicating that the skin had only recently shed. More importantly, they found another time machine in the vicinity, confirming it was indeed the same as Trunks' time machine. On it was inscribed the word hope, which raised questions. How could a single time machine manifest as two? And why was there a massive, heat-melted gap on the dilapidated machine? Trunks skillfully opened the lid and discovered what appeared to be a coconut shell, affirming that it was undoubtedly the egg of that monstrous being. After Trunks consulted the information, he discovered that the time machine had landed here 3 years after his future, specifically 4 years ago, which was a year earlier than his arrival. At this moment, the others were unaware that this was the formidable adversary they were destined to face. Meanwhile, in a nearby city where the time machine was found, a significant number of people began to vanish, leaving only scattered clothing behind. This alarming situation was quickly detected by the deity. As humanity faced large-scale slaughter, a cold sweat enveloped him in terror. Uncertain, Piccolo shouted anxiously at the deity, demanding to know what was happening. Suddenly, the deity, regaining focus, agreed to merge, stating that once they fused, everything happening on the ground would become apparent to Piccolo. Determined to maintain control after the fusion, Piccolo insisted on keeping authority, while the humble deity was more than willing to relinquish it, preferring to serve merely as the fusion material. The fusion commenced immediately, with Piccolo placing his hand on the deity's chest. Despite Bubble's reluctance, the deity's body quickly ignited. After a blinding flash, the fusion concluded successfully, transforming Piccolo back into a Namekian with the deity as consciousness, rendering him more composed. He waved farewell to Bubbles and instantly soared to the lower realm. In the town ravaged by Cell, only one person remained, desperately brandishing money to beseech Piccolo for salvation. Of course, Piccolo paid him no heed, directly challenging Cell to bring it on. As the man attempted to flee, Cell's tail struck him with lethal precision. The man rapidly shriveled, ultimately leaving only his clothes behind. After the massacre of the townsfolk, Cell unleashed his wrath. The intensity of his aura, while not indicative of raw power, astonished Piccolo immensely. He sensed a blend of energies, recognizing the essences of Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and even his own, while far-off Vegeta struggled to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Gohan, returning to the elder's house, glanced at his father, who lay within, equally incredulous. Regardless, the first course of action was to engage in battle. Piccolo unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, reducing the entire city to ruins as the conflict was about to commence. The power of the fused Piccolo was nothing short of terrifying, exerting tremendous pressure on Cell. Suddenly, Cell gathered energy in his hands, executing Piccolo's signature move, the special beam cannon. Although Piccolo managed to deflect the energy wave with a punch, he remained puzzled as to why this creature possessed the signatures of so many individuals and their techniques. In a moment of distraction, Cell seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but the supercharged Piccolo reacted swiftly and resumed combat. After a brief lull in the fighting, Piccolo again inquired about who sent Cell into the time machine. Cell laughed heartily, revealing that he had transported himself, intentionally regressing due to his large size. With that, he launched another assault, trapping Piccolo with a long, writhing siphon that pierced his arm, draining his energy like a flowing stream. At that moment, a human tank battalion arrived to provide support, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon Cell. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that any effort would be futile. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting distraction that enabled Piccolo to break free from his constraints, one of his arms completely drained. Observing this, Cell felt a sense of triumph. Believing the outcome of the battle was already determined, Piccolo feigned agreement but requested to comprehend everything before his demise. After a brief contemplation, Cell revealed his true identity. He was an artificial being, created autonomously by a computer. Dr. Gero had initially embarked on his creation but abandoned the endeavor due to its complexity. However, the computer continued its operations, fostering his development and even commandeering the spy drones to collect the cells of various martial artists, including those of Vegeta and Frieza, who would later arrive on Earth. 24 years later, Cell emerged into existence. Piccolo immediately inquired why he sought to slay innocent humans. Cell explained that he required energy for his growth, and that androids 17 and 18 had been specifically prepared for him. To achieve his perfect form, It was essential to absorb these two, yet for reasons unknown. They had mysteriously vanished. Coincidentally, one day, he encountered Trunks, who was on the verge of time travel, and seized the opportunity to eliminate him. Subsequently traveling to this designated time, Piccolo speculated that Trunks must have intended to warn them about the eradication of the androids, which aligned with Cell's narrative regarding his quest for power, influenced both by the computer's programming and the amalgamation of the cells of Goku, Vegeta, and himself. With all the pieces falling into place, Piccolo could not help but chuckle at the irony of Cell possessing the abilities of a Namekian without awareness. No longer concealing his strength, he deliberately snapped his withered arm, activating his regenerative abilities, and a new arm swiftly emerged. Realizing he had been deceived, Cell attempted to flee. Feigning confidence as he ascended slowly, he unleashed a solar flare, momentarily blinding Piccolo. Seizing the opportunity, Cell lowered his energy and began to retreat. Calculating that no one had yet been able to destroy androids 17 and 18, granting him ample time to enhance his strength, he was determined to achieve his perfect form. Piccolo was engulfed in self-reproach, and at that moment, Vegeta arrived, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Upon learning that Piccolo had managed to surpass him merely through fusion, Vegeta was filled with resentment. Piccolo informed everyone of Cell's situation, asserting that they must eliminate him swiftly to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. However, Cell's ability to conceal his energy made locating him virtually impossible. Even if they stumbled upon him, he would likely sense their approach and evade capture. Consequently, they resolved to approach him stealthily by aircraft. Meanwhile, Goku's heart condition had finally healed. Upon discovering the emergence of two formidable androids and an unknown adversary, he expressed an unusual excitement. However, upon realizing that even as a Super Saiyan he was no match for them, he understood that he must once again enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Only by transcending Super Saiyan could he hope to resolve these challenges. Chapter 0. Goku's Super Saiyan 2. Goku sought out Shu Buffon, requesting that he accompany him into the hyperbolic time chamber as he aimed to surpass Super Saiyan. Shu Buffon reveled in his accomplishments, for he found himself unmatched on Blue Star. With all his might, he could effortlessly vanquish any adversary with a single strike, rendering the pursuit of victory somewhat mundane. However, should Sun Wukong transcend into a Super Saiyan, the threat posed by Cell would dissipate, and Majin Buu's emergence was still far in the future. Thus, he could embark on a quest through the cosmos in search of formidable opponents to hone his skills further. Presently, Cell's power was not particularly formidable, and Piccolo, with his current strength, could easily handle him. The two then made their way to the sacred temple, where, following the fusion of Shun and Piccolo, only bubbles remained. They entered the hyperbolic time chamber, a familiar sanctuary for them. Once inside, Shu Buffon took a moment to elucidate the nuances of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to Sun Wukong. With his combat prowess now sufficient for advancement, it was imperative for him to reach a state of full power, absorbing the strength from his previous transformation as a new baseline. Only when his body attuned itself to a higher level of power could he break through. In the confined space of the time chamber, Sun Wukong stood shoulder to shoulder with Shu Buffon. This extraordinary realm, isolated from the world, boasted a drastically different flow of time, making it an ideal locale for intensive training. Shu Buffon meticulously imparted the secrets of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, underscoring the significance of achieving full power in the initial form as a crucial step toward a loftier realm. Sun Wukong listened intently, his eyes shimmering with resolve, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for strength and a yearning for challenges. As Shu Buffon's explanations deepened, Sun Wukong seemed to grasp a crucial insight. Beginning to adjust his state, he felt the energy within him flowing, akin to a mighty dragon awakening inside. He endeavored to condense this power throughout every fiber of his being, allowing his body to acclimate to such an overwhelming force. Yet, the breakthrough in combat strength was not instantaneous. Through repeated attempts, he encountered the formidable nature of this progression. His body trembled under the strain, sweat cascading down like rain. Yet he remained undeterred, his resolve to break through only intensifying. As a Saiyan, his pursuit of strength reached heights unimaginable to others. Observing Sun Wukong's relentless effort, Shu Buffon could not help but marvel. He recognized that although Sun Wukong's innate talent paled in comparison to Vegeta's, his tenacious spirit was unparalleled. He believed that with perseverance, Sun Wukong would soon transcend to Super Saiyan 2, entering an entirely new realm. At last, after countless attempts, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form reached its zenith. Crackling with electric energy, he experienced a profound transformation within his being. In that moment, he shattered the limits of Super Saiyan, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. A radiant brilliance emanated from him, dazzling like the sun, enhanced by the surrounding lightning energy, rendering him enigmatic. Su Bufan gazed upon Sun Wukong, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that even if he were to depart, the threat posed by Cell would cease to exist, and Son Goku would ascend to become an even more formidable warrior in the cosmos. Having completed his transformation, Son Goku was still not entirely adept. He could not maintain the Super Saiyan 2 state for long before reverting. During their brief respite, the two exchanged knowing smiles, and the joy within Son Goku was beyond the reach of words. In the days that followed, Son Goku and Su Bufan continued their training within the hyperbolic time chamber, refining their mastery of the Super Saiyan 2 form and consistently enhancing their strength. They engaged in mutual sparring, learning from one another. Each battle deepened their comprehension of the essence of power. As time progressed, Son Goku gradually mastered the might of Super Saiyan 2, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Meanwhile, Su Bufan also advanced through his exchanges with Son Goku, reaching a new pinnacle of strength, with Super Saiyan 3 lingering within his grasp. At last, as the time within the hyperbolic time chamber drew to a close, the two resolved to conclude their training. They stepped out into the reality beyond. At this moment, Son Goku no longer regarded the androids with trepidation. He felt confident that even should Cell achieve his perfect form, he could easily manage the threat. However, the truth remained that those who had never truly faced a Super Saiyan 2 were unaware of the terror it entailed. Su Bufan, too, sensed his own growth and transformation during this training. He recognized that it had clarified his objectives and direction. He would continue his quest across the universe, seeking powerful adversaries, relentlessly challenging himself to elevate his own strength further. At this juncture, the two stood atop the temple, gazing down at the blue planet beneath them, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Son Goku clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, eager to seek out Cell and test the extent of his newfound strength. Thank you for accompanying me in this training, enabling me to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku remarked, turning to Su Bufan. Goku, your determination is the true key to your success. I merely offered a bit of guidance. Even without me, your breakthrough was simply a matter of time, Su Bufan replied slowly. The two shared a smile, their friendship deepening in that moment. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. It was Piccolo and Krillin, who had arrived at the temple. Upon learning that Son Goku and Su Bufan had completed their training, they rushed to offer their congratulations. Goku, have you surpassed Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo inquired excitedly. Son Goku nodded, emanating a faint glow that attested to his successful transformation. Seeing this, Piccolo could not help but smile in relief. Though Cell was not his adversary at present, the future remained uncertain. Having a powerful ally nearby was undoubtedly reassuring. During this period, Piccolo had been relentlessly tracking Cell, who consistently evaded capture at critical moments, all the while absorbing human energy and growing increasingly stronger. However, despite all of Cell's efforts, he found himself unable to surpass the current strengths of Sun Wukong and Su Bufan. Ultimately, after absorbing the vitality of a significant portion of Blue Star's humanity, Salu experienced a substantial enhancement in his combat prowess, prompting him to brazenly seek out androids 17 and 18. After all, no matter how many beings he absorbed, he could never attain his perfect form without the aid of these two androids. At this juncture, Piccolo was the first to locate the androids, intent on destroying them to prevent Salu from achieving his complete form. Yet, he found it difficult to swiftly subdue both androids. The fierce clash between Piccolo and Android 17 raged on, unleashing terrifying energy that caused volcanic eruptions. Suddenly, Krillin sensed impending danger, realizing that Salu was rapidly approaching their direction. Chapter 0. The approaching Salu. The two combatants emerged from the rubble, with Piccolo unleashing a powerful wave of energy from the sky, only for Android 17 to effortlessly intercept it with a mere palm. In a sudden maneuver, Piccolo charged from the side, delivering a fierce blow to Android 17's abdomen, causing him to plummet rapidly. Infuriated by the humiliation of being bested so easily, Android 17 summoned a terrifying surge of energy, causing steam to rise ominously. A sudden wave attack ensued, which Piccolo hastily blocked. In the midst of their clash, the ingenious Bulma was not idle. She had developed a controller that could utterly annihilate the androids with the mere press of a button. However, Krillin found himself troubled, reminiscing about the kiss that had sealed his fate with Android 18, causing uncertainty to creep into his heart. Piccolo and the androids shifted their battleground, initiating a new round of fierce combat. Android 17 seized the opportunity to spin Piccolo midair like a top. Then, with a mighty shout, he lunged forward, striking Piccolo squarely in the chest. Piccolo grimaced in agony, enduring the excruciating pain as he clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful blow of his own, leading to a brutal exchange of punches between the two. They descended elegantly from the air, only to soar back into the skies once more. Android 17 showed no mercy, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Piccolo's face, while Piccolo, undeterred, countered with an energy wave that struck true. In the aftermath of their fierce battle, it was evident that Piccolo's strength had waned significantly compared to the limitless energy of the androids. As the fight continued, Piccolo suddenly turned, his face contorted in terror. Unbeknownst to him, Salu had taken a position atop a massive boulder, quietly observing their fierce duel. Androids 17 and 18 remained blissfully unaware of the monstrous threat before them. In Trunks' world, there was no record of Salu, but the emblem of the crimson satin ribbon on his form indicated that he too was a creation of Dr. Gero. With a powerful leap from the stone, Salu, having absorbed countless human life forces, felt his strength surge dramatically. Eager to revel in his newfound power, he began to unleash his full might. With a resounding boom, a horrific aura, accompanied by the wails of the departed, surged forth. Before Android 17 could react, Salu's energy escalated once more, unleashing a terrifying golden energy that enveloped the area in thick smoke. The battle prowess of Cell surged exponentially, an essence filled with the anguished wails of lost souls erupting forth. He swaggered over to Piccolo, exuding an aura of dominance, boldly proclaiming that if anyone wished to impede him, they should come forth. At that moment, Piccolo was devoid of the confidence he had displayed during his fierce skirmish with Android 17. Under the weight of Cell's terrifying presence, he trembled. Meanwhile, the group at the Kame house sensed the dramatic escalation in the enemy's strength and were instantly engulfed by despair. At this intensity, should Cell successfully absorb Androids 17 and 18, he would become an invincible entity, rendering any potential ascension by Goku to Super Saiyan futile. In a desperate bid to outpace Cell, Krillin immediately set off to retrieve the remote control, while Tien, unwilling to remain idle and await the arrival of death, unleashed his full power and rushed to the battlefield to assist Piccolo. At that moment, Android 17 appeared confident, entirely oblivious to the monstrous power looming before him. As Cell extended his malevolent grasp towards 17, Piccolo urgently warned him, "Beware of the tail." Just as the words left his lips, Cell swung his tail towards 17. 17 attempted to evade, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable, resulting in him being seized and violently slammed to the ground. In a critical moment, Piccolo surged forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. Meanwhile, 17, still perplexed by Cell's intent to absorb him, received an explanation from Piccolo. That creature is Cell, a bioengineered monster created by Dr. Gero's supercomputer. At present, he is merely in his larval stage. Once he absorbs you, an Android 18, he will evolve into the perfect ultimate warrior of the universe. Yet, 17 remained unaware of Cell's formidable power, steadfast in his belief that he was the strongest fighter. However, Android 16, equipped with a power detector, had already discerned the grotesque magnitude of Cell's strength and urged 17 to flee. Nevertheless, in the lexicon of the overly confident 17, the concept of retreat was non-existent. With an unwavering resolve, he charged at Cell, only to find that Cell's combat prowess had already surpassed his own. With a swift maneuver, Cell struck 17 down to the ground. Recognizing the dire situation, Piccolo rushed forward to provide support, but the previous battle had drained much of his stamina. His attacks were now mere scratches on Cell's formidable exterior. Driven to desperation, Piccolo fought with all his might to prevent Cell from absorbing the androids. He raised his hands before him, unleashing a torrent of fury, as yellow energy surged forth, engulfing Cell. However, Cell's power had long since eclipsed that of everyone present. Emerging slowly from the water's surface, Cell withstood Piccolo's all-out assault without sustaining any damage. Fear filled Piccolo's eyes. Before he could react, Cell delivered a devastating punch that shattered his skull. Witnessing his opponent rendered incapable of resistance, Cell unleashed a beam of yellow light that pierced through Piccolo's chest, casually tossing him into the river. As the others rushed to the scene, they sensed the sudden disappearance of Piccolo's energy, igniting a blaze of fury within their hearts. In a desperate attempt to thwart Cell's absorption of androids 17 and 18, Piccolo fought valiantly. However, the enemy's strength proved overwhelming. With Piccolo defeated, Cell was finally free to absorb the two androids at will. He sought to persuade them to abandon their futile resistance with words, yet it was evident that they were unconvinced. Android 17 showed no signs of retreat, confronting the formidable foe head-on. He unleashed a wave of energy, which only resulted in a cloud of smoke. Cell evaded and swung his tail, striking 17 unexpectedly. Just as 17 barely regained his footing, Cell appeared before him, relentlessly stabbing with his tail. The vast disparity in speed and power left 17 with no opportunity to counterattack, forcing him to focus solely on evasion. Cell seized 17 and delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, followed by a powerful punch. Instantly, 17 lost his capacity to resist. Observing the pained 17 on the ground, Cell mockingly declared that at such a level, he might as well become nourishment for his evolution. With that, the spike on Cell's tail transformed into a suction cup, ready to absorb him. In a moment of crisis, Android 16 suddenly materialized behind Cell, delivering a crushing blow to his head, causing Cell to be flung away, thus allowing 17 to escape a grim fate. As Cell struggled to regain his balance, 16, having calculated that his power was now comparable to that of the monstrous being before him, adopted a fierce gaze. He charged at Cell, igniting a fierce aerial battle, where 16's strength was indeed formidable. Both combatants momentarily retreated to reassess the situation. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, Cell, in a fit of rage, initiated the assault. 16 stood his ground, colliding forcefully with Cell, then swiftly followed up with a punch that sent Cell reeling back. Cell's tail aimed for 16's neck, but soon began to absorb energy from within him. To Cell's astonishment, his efforts were in vain. 16 was entirely mechanical. With a slight smile, 16 seized Cell's tail and slammed it into the ground, then descended rapidly, crushing Cell's tail beneath his foot and using all his strength to tear it asunder, causing Cell to howl in agony. 16 believed that without his tail, Cell would be unable to absorb 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form. Yet, regrettably, Cell possessed Piccolo's cells, and with the use of regenerative abilities, his tail grew back. Furrowing his brow, 16 realized that the only path to prevent Cell's evolution to perfection was to eliminate him. The battle raged on as Cell deftly dodged 16's strikes, retaliating with a whip-like kick that sent him flying several meters. Before 16 could react, Cell reappeared before him, delivering a punch that knocked him to the ground. Witnessing the terrifying power of the creature before her, Android 18 felt an unprecedented sense of despair. Just as Cell prepared to deliver a fatal blow, 16 suddenly rose. His fist, massive as a sandbag, detached from his body and surged towards Cell, distorting his face with the impact. Android 16 swiftly advanced, firmly securing his arm, and delivered a ferocious blow to Cell, sending him plummeting into a deep pit. Seizing the moment, he tore off Cell's arms and unleashed a devastating health flash, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Aware of Cell's formidable power, Android 16 recognized that this initial assault would not suffice to vanquish him. He urged the dazed Android 17 to hastily vacate the battlefield, yet it was too late. Chapter 0. Perfect Cell materialized behind Android 17, prompting Tien to shout a warning, but there was no time for a response. In an instant, Cell's tail ensnared him. Suddenly, Cell's form shimmered with countless specks of light as his muscles expanded, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting forth, saturating him with unrestrained might. With his second transformation successfully activated, Cell set his sights on Android 18. At that moment, his combat prowess reached terrifying heights, and Android 16, recognizing the futility of resistance, hastily dragged Android 18 away. However, Cell's speed surged in tandem with his power, and he was upon them in an instant. Android 16 launched a punch, but Cell did not flinch. Instead, he met the full force of the attack head-on, his body remaining utterly unyielding. A faint smile graced Cell's lips as he unleashed a singular energy wave, obliterating half of Android 16's head. Cell yearned for even greater strength, but Android 18 suddenly placed her palm against her chest, threatening to self-destruct. Confident in his speed, Cell believed he could absorb her before the explosion. At that moment, Tien, undeterred, formed a stance and aimed at Cell below. The Kamehameha, a colossal beam of energy, engulfed the foe, creating a gaping, unfathomable crater in the ground. Yet, such an attack posed no threat to Cell. To buy time for Android 18's escape, Tien relentlessly unleashed Kamehameha after Kamehameha upon Cell, who found himself overwhelmed, unable to catch his breath, and forced to watch as Android 18 fled. Meanwhile, the once overwhelmed Vegeta, having trained diligently, arrived on the battlefield with newfound strength. He was now confident that the androids posed no threat to him, and he dismissed Cell as well, blocking Android 18's escape while taunting Cell to absorb her quickly, declaring that he was too weak at present. At this juncture, Tien understood Vegeta's seriousness and urged Krillin, who possessed the remote control, to activate Android 18's self-destruct mechanism. However, after a prolonged internal struggle, Krillin crushed the remote underfoot, leaving the onlookers stunned. Unable to voice their reproach, Cell sensed a slight disparity in power between himself and Vegeta and cautiously approached Android 18, prepared to retaliate at a moment's notice. Trunks, fully aware of the immense strength of the other two androids, feared the consequences of allowing Cell to achieve his perfect form. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward, but before he could reach Cell, Vegeta sent him flying with a swift kick. "I have warned you," Vegeta declared. "If anyone dares to obstruct his transformation into perfection, I will not hesitate to eliminate them." Trunks wore a bewildered expression. Perhaps only those who have endured the ravages of a broken world could truly grasp the futility of recklessness. Thus, the prince, in a reckless display of valor, aided Cell in absorbing Android 18. As 18 was wholly consumed, the sky erupted in a tempest of electric fury, swirling winds and darkened clouds engulfing the horizon. Witnessing the relentless surge of power from the merciless killing machine, the harrowing images of his friends from the future being ruthlessly slain flashed before Trunks' eyes. Unwilling to allow his fate to be dictated by such a horrifying beast, he charged forth with a fierce determination, vowing to obliterate the enemy before him. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With a mere roar, Cell sent him hurtling away, a burst of azure energy scattering around them. And a blinding golden light ascended as Cell's perfect form finally manifested. Meanwhile, within the time chamber, the two warriors were blissfully unaware that the outside world was shrouded in the terror of death, still striving for Goku to surpass Super Saiyan. Back on the battlefield, upon witnessing 18's demise, Krillin was overcome with grief, tears streaming down his face as he recklessly charged at Cell, unleashing a flurry of blows in a desperate attempt to vent his rage. Yet, Cell remained oblivious, lost in the euphoria of the limitless power that his perfect form bestowed, dismissing Krillin's tempestuous onslaught entirely. Trunks, witnessing this, sprang into action, joining the fray as they attempted to flank and assault Cell, yet their efforts were futile. Suddenly, Krillin unleashed a powerful energy disc. However, Cell stood unmoved, allowing the attack to strike his neck, yet instead of inflicting damage, the disc shattered upon contact, leaving Krillin in utter disbelief. The very technique that even Frieza had feared to confront head-on caused no harm to the monstrous figure before him. In a flash, Cell teleported in front of Krillin, who had no time to react, and with a swift kick, sent him flying, rendering him unable to fight. Trunks quickly rushed to administer a Senzu Bean, pulling Krillin back from the brink of peril. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained oblivious to the terrifying power of Cell's perfect form, brimming with Saiyan pride and confidence that he could vanquish this creature. He scoffed, questioning whether defeating such a worthless foe brought joy. As Vegeta, unaware of the gravity of the situation, sought his own demise, Cell prepared to demonstrate his prowess. The prince wasted no time, intent on shattering Cell's confidence completely. With a barrage of energy blasts akin to a machine gun, Vegeta relentlessly pressed Cell, forcing him into a defensive stance, his confidence soaring once more. Yet, Cell merely smirked, effortlessly evading the onslaught and countering with a swift maneuver that sent Vegeta crashing against the wall, his fist obliterating the boulder behind him. With a low growl, countless energy waves erupted from Cell, shattering the stone into fragments. Cell danced between the debris, taunting Vegeta, who pursued with frenzied attacks. But the disparity in power rendered all of Vegeta's efforts futile. A furious, well-aimed strike aimed at Cell's vital points, which he hoped would inflict serious damage, merely resulted in Cell standing firm, unyielding, and immovable. The once invincible prince found himself engulfed in an unprecedented sense of dread, utterly astonished by the vast disparity in combat prowess. The confidence that had previously allowed him to conquer all in an instant had dissipated, leaving him to merely endure the battle. Unprepared, Vegeta was swiftly sent flying by a single kick from Cell, struggling to regain his balance while a grimace of pain crossed his face. Meanwhile, Trunks fought to contain the fury bubbling within him, his muscles visibly swelling with power. At this moment, he had already unlocked a transformation that sacrificed speed for strength, yet out of respect for his father's pride, he repressed his desire to transform. It was only after Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness in his fight against Cell that Trunks would unleash his full potential. He recognized this as the final act of defiance from the proud Saiyan Prince, and Krillin could only pray that Vegeta would not be vanquished before losing consciousness. Cell, gazing at the kneeling Vegeta, taunted him with cruel words. "Is this all you have? Worthless Vegeta? You can't even withstand a warm-up." These stinging remarks ignited a fire within Vegeta, propelling him into the sky, arms outstretched as a torrent of yellow energy surged forth, summoning formidable lightning to coalesce in his hands. The winds howled, and the earth trembled as he declared, "Even if you achieve your perfect form, I doubt you possess the courage to withstand this attack." Yet, Cell remained unfazed, relishing the sight of his opponent's final struggle. As the first chapter unfolds, Goku's arrival heralds a pivotal moment. 2 fists would be sufficient to dispatch Cell. In the heavens, the prince harnessed a terrifying energy capable of obliterating the earth, launching it towards Cell. In an instant, the yellow energy engulfed him. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta beheld the devastation wrought by his full-force strike, which had shattered half of Cell's body. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he remained blissfully unaware of Cell's regenerative abilities, as the obliterated arms swiftly reformed. Seeing that Vegeta had lost the will to fight, Cell approached him and delivered a crushing blow to his face, sending the prince hurtling backward. Moments later, he struck again from behind, knocking Vegeta to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Just as Cell prepared to deliver a lethal blow, Trunks could no longer contain the power surging within him. Upon transforming, a terrifying aura erupted forth, and he signaled to Krillin to take his father back to the healing sanctuary. Locked in a fierce gaze, Trunks, brimming with newfound confidence and an immense surge of power, resolved to obliterate Cell once and for all. He thrust his fists forward, launching a powerful attack, causing Cell to plummet toward the ground. As Trunks surveyed the rising clouds of dust below, he believed Cell had been vanquished. Yet, the ground erupted in an explosion, and a figure ascended. Unscathed by the devastating blow, the 2 combatants unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, matching each other blow for blow. Fueled by his rage, Trunks gained the upper hand, driving Cell toward the earth. Due to the intensity of the battle, the severely injured and unconscious Vegeta has become inadvertently involved. Trunks strikes fiercely, yet Cell, exploiting the disadvantage of Trunks' slower transformation, deftly evades the attack and delivers a heavy blow to Trunks' abdomen, following it with a powerful kick that sends him flying. It turns out that Trunks has been enduring this onslaught merely to draw Cell's attention away, preventing their clash from affecting Vegeta. However, Cell has already discerned Trunks' intentions, taunting him with the promise that he will not eliminate them until he has thoroughly instilled the fear he embodies. At this moment, Cell has lost all interest in the fallen Vegeta, finding it exceedingly simple to extinguish his life. Trunks, undeterred, unleashes a thunderous roar that reverberates through the heavens, channeling the immense power of a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, the sky darkens, filled with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. Trunks is resolute in not allowing the terrifying world of the androids to resurface. In the future world, his father, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha have all perished, leaving only him and Gohan to resist desperately. Yet, the overwhelming disparity in power renders their efforts futile, culminating in Gohan's tragic demise on the battlefield. For the sake of Earth's future, Trunks vows to eradicate the androids. With a resounding crash, Trunks charges forward, and chaos ensues as rocks scatter in every direction. He delivers a powerful punch to Cell's face, then leaps back, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. However, as the smoke clears, Cell has vanished, only to reappear behind Trunks and deliver a crushing kick that sends him tumbling from the sky. Trunks rises once more, retaliating with a kick, and the two engage in an aerial skirmish. Trunks' strikes are caught in Cell's iron grip, leading to a fierce clash of strength that causes the ground to buckle under their immense power. Suddenly, Trunks is sent flying by a brutal headbutt from Cell. Gathering his energy for a concentrated blast, Trunks feels a surge of determination despite the fear instilled by Cell's overwhelming might. With his companions and father behind him, he cannot afford to retreat. Trunks, summoning his resolve, launches a relentless assault, but with each failed attempt, his anxiety mounts. The continuous taunts from his adversary drain his stamina. And faced with the boundless power of Cell, Trunks resolves to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku has transcended the limits of a Super Saiyan, yet remains unaware that Cell has achieved his perfect form and is waging war against his allies. Upon breaking through, Goku learns of recent events from Raditz and Nappa, and sensing Trunks' dwindling energy, he utilizes instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield. At this moment, Trunks is on the verge of succumbing to Cell, but in a critical instant, Goku appears between them. It seems I have arrived just in time, Goku thinks to himself. As Trunks exclaims, "Goku, you have finally come." As Trunks beheld the emergence of Sun Wukong, a surge of energy coursed through him. "Trunks, you have endured much," Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, his gaze shifting towards Cell. "Are you the one who proclaims himself the perfect being, Cell?" Cell, taken aback momentarily by Sun Wukong's arrival, quickly morphed his surprise into a sinister grin. "At last, you have arrived, Sun Wukong. Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" "Thwart you?" Sun Wukong shook his head. "I am not here to impede you. I am here to annihilate you." "Ha! Annihilate me? I have ascended to become the most formidable warrior in the universe. Do you possess such power?" Cell laughed heartily, then in an instant, surged forward to attack Sun Wukong, channeling a potent energy into his hands and unleashing it towards him. Unmoved, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in a heartbeat, effortlessly dispersing Cell's assault with a mere wave of his hand. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Cell and delivered a devastating punch, sending Cell crashing away. As Cell lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, disbelief clouded his eyes as he gazed at Sun Wukong. "How is it possible for you to be this strong?" "Because I am Sun Wukong," he replied calmly, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. "No matter what your so-called perfection entails, I shall defeat you." Cell struggled to rise, but the weight of Sun Wukong's strike rendered him incapacitated. Amidst the excruciating pain, an unexpected transformation occurred. The two absorbed androids were expelled from him. He could no longer maintain his perfect state, realizing he faced an unprecedented adversary. Yet, disbelief fueled his resolve as he gathered energy once more, preparing to strike at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong denied him this opportunity. He flashed before Cell, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. His once formidable strength now diminished. "It is over," Sun Wukong stated calmly, raising his hand to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Trunks shouted, "Uncle Wukong, please wait." Sun Wukong halted his motion and turned to Trunks, asking, "What is it?" "I wish to deal with him myself," Trunks declared, determination flickering in his eyes. "He is my enemy, and I must defeat him personally." Sun Wukong nodded, stepping back to allow Trunks the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Trunks concentrated all his strength and launched his final assault upon Cell. With a brilliant flash of light, Cell's form disintegrated, leaving not a single cell behind, vanishing into a cloud of dust. Exhausted, Trunks collapsed to the ground, yet a victorious smile graced his face, having eliminated a significant threat to Earth's future. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood silently by, observing the scene unfold. After the battle concluded, the group gathered in the temple, mourning the loss of Piccolo, who had perished, while the Dragon Balls of Earth had vanished, rendering the deceased humans irretrievable. The atmosphere was steeped in profound sorrow. After a moment of silence, Goku inquired, "Subufan, what are your plans moving forward?" "I intend to journey to Namek to revive Piccolo, and then continue traversing the cosmos in search of formidable opponents to challenge my limits," Subufan replied. Goku remained silent, burdened by the reality that he had a family on Blue Star and could not remain away for extended periods like Subufan. Ultimately, he could only utter, I will await your return, so we may engage in a proper battle. Chapter 0. Observations of the Cosmos following Goku's defeat of Cell. Su Buffon resolved to depart. Previously, he had been concerned for the safety of Blue Star and its inhabitants. However, he recognized that intervening directly would hinder the Z Fighters' progress. Thus, he refrained from action unless absolutely necessary. With Piccolo's demise, he seized the opportunity to venture into the universe. Su Buffon utilized instant transmission to arrive at Namek, where he explained the situation to the newly appointed Grand Elder. The Grand Elder readily acquiesced to the request to use the Dragon Balls, promptly reviving Piccolo. Meanwhile, those back on Blue Star, upon witnessing Piccolo's return, understood that Su Buffon was indeed on Namek, prompting them to search for the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen comrades. After some contemplation, Su Buffon resolved to appoint a new deity for Blue Star, as Piccolo had always been engaged in battle and was at continual risk of peril. After inquiries, he ultimately selected Din to serve as the new guardian. He transported Din to the temple, but departed without meeting the others. In the vastness of the universe, Su Buffon did not pursue a specific destination. Instead, he whimsically chose a direction to traverse, seeking out planets with life to experience the lifestyles of their native inhabitants. As he navigated through the cosmos, he marveled at the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Each change in direction brought forth new planetary vistas and cultural nuances. On one planet, adorned with yellow vegetation, he encountered a benevolent race that adhered to the tenets of peaceful coexistence and reverence for nature. There was no deceit among them. They welcomed Su Buffon warmly, showcasing their way of life and craftsmanship. Conversely, on another planet, he met a tribe that revered martial prowess. They regarded combat as a symbol of honor, stratifying their society based on strength and continually challenging the powerful to enhance their own abilities. Although their combat skills paled in comparison to Su Buffon's, he engaged in numerous battles and exchanges with them. He also encountered highly advanced technological civilizations, where cities resembled scenes from a science fiction film, brimming with a sense of futurism and enigma. There, he witnessed unprecedented technologies and inventions, experiencing the boundless potential of human ingenuity. However, the universe is not solely a realm of beauty and harmony. Su Buffon has encountered various planets teeming with hostility and peril. The inhabitants of these worlds are steeped in violence and bloodshed, ready to launch attacks on their own kind at a moment's notice. Upon Su Buffon's arrival, the local denizens immediately assailed him. He recognized that he had inadvertently trespassed into their territory and promptly retreated. During his cosmic voyages, Su Buffon remained oblivious to his entry into a peculiar domain. When he finally sensed something amiss, a planet, colossal in size, dozens of times larger than Blue Star, suddenly came into view. Puzzled, he realized he had never encountered this celestial body before. Now, his spacecraft was ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering it immobile. He was left with no choice but to exhale a breath of resignation within the vessel, utilizing instantaneous teleportation to arrive at the planet before him. Upon his arrival, he beheld a landscape strewn with mechanical wreckage and crumbling cities, all vestiges of the planet's former splendor. The reasons for its downfall remained a mystery. Aware of potential dangers lurking in the shadows, Su Buffon proceeded with caution, fearful of missteps that could lead to his undoing. As he meticulously navigated the desolation, he employed his acute senses to seek out any signs of life. He traversed the ruins, where once magnificent edifices now stood as mere remnants, seemingly narrating an ancient and tragic tale. He observed that, despite the planet's outwardly dilapidated state, an unusual wave of energy seemed to permeate the air. This phenomenon did not resemble any known form of energy or the familiar essence he was accustomed to, intensifying his curiosity and compelling him to delve deeper into the planet's secrets. In the course of his exploration, Su Buffon stumbled upon peculiar symbols and patterns etched into the walls of the ruins. These markings appeared both ancient and enigmatic, concealing some profound meaning. He endeavored to decipher them using his own power, but discovered they did not belong to any language or civilization he recognized. As he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the depths of the planet. Instantly alert, he braced himself for any potential threat. To his astonishment, this energy wave did not herald an attack. Instead, it drew his consciousness into a surreal space. Within this realm, Su Buffon was confronted with breathtaking visions, glimpses of the planet's former glory and prosperity. He witnessed a group of bizarre beings, devoid of any detectable energy signatures, yet capable of wielding immense power. However, their strength seemed to have reached an impasse, unable to transcend their limitations. Thus, they opted to rely on their highly advanced technological civilization to aid in their breakthroughs. Yet, these vivid scenes were soon engulfed by a catastrophic event, as the entire planet succumbed to an unknown energy surge, leaving behind a desolate expanse of ruins and debris. Su Bufan was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair upon witnessing these scenes, yet simultaneously, a profound desire for exploration stirred within him. He resolved to unveil the truth behind the cataclysm that befell this planet, seeking answers for this once flourishing land. Upon returning from that peculiar realm to the present reality, he found himself standing before a colossal relic. This edifice, evidently a symbol of the planet's civilization, surpassed Su Bufan's imagination in both scale and complexity, leaving him momentarily disoriented in its presence. He commenced an exploration of the relic, in search of potential clues and secrets. Navigating through a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, he eventually arrived at the innermost sanctum of the relic. There, Su Bufan discovered a magnificent energy core emanating a dazzling radiance, seemingly harboring boundless power. He sensed that this core represented the very essence of the planet's civilization and was pivotal to its downfall. Cautiously, Su Bufan approached the energy core, striving to establish a connection with it. He employed his perceptive abilities to delve into the secrets of this core, attempting to discern the reasons behind the planet's destruction. After considerable effort, Su Bufan finally extracted some information from the energy core. It revealed that the planet's mental prowess had ascended to remarkable heights. However, due to physical limitations, their capacity for mental endurance was constrained and could not be enhanced. Consequently, they sought to harness technology to create methods for strengthening their physical forms, thereby elevating their mental capabilities. Tragically, during one such experiment, they inadvertently triggered the formidable energy entity they had created, resulting in a cataclysmic disaster that obliterated the entire planet in an instant. Su Bufan sighed deeply, mourning the civilization of this planet. He understood that regardless of how advanced a civilization may become, the pursuit and control of power must be approached with utmost caution. Otherwise, should it spiral out of control, the repercussions could be irrevocable. He departed from the relic, continuing his exploration of other regions of the planet. Although this world lay in ruins, its history and civilization still held invaluable lessons for him. Ultimately, he discovered a method for enhancing mental prowess within a grand hall of the planet, and he began to employ this technique for his own improvement. Unbeknownst to him, the energy from the entity created by this planet was being absorbed by Su Bufan, and during his training, he did not realize his energy had far surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 2. The radiance surrounding him signified that he had attained the strength of Super Saiyan 3, yet he remained in his base form, his exterior unchanged. Awakening to the realization that he had transcended the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2 and ascended to Super Saiyan 3, he eagerly prepared to transform, eager to witness the magnitude of his newfound power. Chapter 0, Annihilating Cooler. Su Bufan arched his body, commencing his transformation. As he reached Super Saiyan 1 and paused momentarily, his power surged once more. Thunder roared and lightning flickered across the sky, while fissures in the earth stretched endlessly. Amidst the swirling dust, a brilliant golden beam of light emerged. Upon closer inspection, a warrior with hair of resplendent gold, surrounded by crackling lightning, materialized in the air. Su Bufan raised his hand into a fist and unleashed a series of straight punches forward. The mere force of his fists obliterated vast swathes of architecture, filling him with immense satisfaction. At that moment, he was uncertain of the full extent of his strength, but he was confident that he could easily defeat 10 of his previous selves. Su Bufan reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation to his normal state. Gazing at the planet before him, he was struck by profound reflections. The Saiyans possessed robust physiques, yet their combat techniques and mastery over power were exceedingly crude. In the past, he had sought the guidance of many to achieve a perfect command over his own abilities. Unexpectedly, the inhabitants of this planet, though frail in body, demonstrated formidable combat prowess through alternative means. His thoughts then drifted to the Kaioshin and the deities of Blue Star. Though they lacked immense strength and physical might, Their myriad of extraordinary techniques was ever present. Perhaps this was the reason they could be deemed divine. This might represent an entirely different cultivation system. If he could amalgamate the divine energy with the Scion's formidable physical strength, it could yield wondrous results. However, this was not an opportune place for experimentation. He promptly teleported back to his spacecraft, freed from the constraints of the planet's energy. The ship resumed its normal function and soared into the distance, restoring tranquility to the cosmos, though the peculiar force enveloping the planet had dissipated, no longer affecting the surrounding environment. Amidst the vast expanse of the universe, Su Bufon's spaceship glided silently between planets. Inside, he closed his eyes tightly, continuously endeavoring to merge the Scion's physical prowess with the newly acquired exotic spiritual energy. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the two forces appeared perpetually incompatible, as if they hailed from entirely disparate realms, unable to unite, yet functioning independently without conflict. Just as Su Bufon was lost in contemplation, the ship's alarm suddenly blared, shattering the stillness. He swiftly opened his eyes and gazed into the starry expanse ahead, where a colossal planet loomed, pulsating with intense energy fluctuations. Before he could utter a word, an energy projectile hurtled toward the spacecraft. Su Bufon quickly evaded, deflecting the projectile with a palm strike before retracting the ship. "Ha! You dare to intrude upon Lord Gula's domain. Have you a death wish?" The audacious adversary before him caused Su Bufon's brow to furrow. He had been flying unconsciously, unaware of his destination. Was this the territory of Gula? Gula, the brother of Frisia, a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan and a formidable cosmic overlord, possessed strength surpassing that of Frisia himself. However, when compared to others and to his present self, his combat prowess bore little distinction from that of the diminutive Karami before him. Gradually, he descended upon the planet Gula, where a colossal palace came into view from afar. This was indeed the stronghold of Gula. Su Bufon continued his advance, sensing the palpable tension in the air. Though surrounded by numerous individuals, they were not foolish. This was an adversary not to be trifled with. Within the palace, Gula sat upon his throne, his gaze piercing and intent as he sensed Su Bufon's arrival, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Humph! Yet another fool who knows not the heights of heaven or depths of earth," Gula remarked disdainfully. Su Bufon stepped into the palace, locking eyes with Gula. He could feel the formidable aura emanating from Gula, a presence far surpassing that of Frisia, yet Su Bufon remained unfazed. Approaching Gula directly, he regarded the face that bore a striking resemblance to Frisia. "You are marginally stronger than Frisia, but that is all," he declared. Gula's expression darkened instantly. As a tyrant of the cosmos, he had never been so belittled. The audacity of this individual to challenge him so brazenly was nothing short of reckless. "Do you comprehend the words that escape your lips?" Gula rose, his immense aura erupting, causing the very palace to tremble. Yet, Su Bufon remained unmoved, calmly retorting, "I am fully aware of what I say. Frisia is simply too weak to warrant my effort." "Brat!" Gula bellowed, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Su Bufon, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. Su Bufon slightly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Gula's assault. He retaliated with a punch of his own, sending Gula hurtling across the room. How is this possible? Gula was taken aback, astonished by the strength of his adversary. Though he had not exerted his full power, it was evident that Su Bufon was more than capable. As Gula wrestled with his disbelief, Su Bufon suddenly unleashed a fierce onslaught, vanishing and reappearing behind Gula, delivering a crushing blow to his back. "Ah!" Gula screamed, his body propelled against the palace wall with tremendous force. Su Bufon approached him slowly, observing his disheveled state, and remarked coolly, "I mentioned that you are slightly stronger than Frisia, but that is the extent of it." Suddenly, Gula erupted into laughter. "Though your strength is formidable, I am not without my own prowess. Prepare to witness my true power." With that, he began to transform, adding, "Let me inform you of one more thing. My transformations exceed those of Frisia by one." As Gula commenced his metamorphosis, a powerful aura shattered the surroundings of the palace into disarray. Recognizing that in his normal state he could not defeat Gula, Su Bufon transformed into a Super Saiyan, second level. As Gula, freshly transformed, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. He looked up to see a figure clad in golden hues, instantly taken aback. "Who are you?" Gula inquired. "I am Su Bufon, a warrior of the Saiyans." Su Bufon replied nonchalantly, Gula's heart trembled at the mention of the Saiyans. He had heard tales of the legendary Super Saiyans, reputed to be the mightiest warriors in the universe, and never anticipated encountering one today. Even if you are a legendary Super Saiyan, what of it? I refuse to believe I cannot contend with you, Gula retorted defiantly. Su Bufan let out a cold laugh, stating, I had no intention of killing you. But your arrogance compels me to teach you a lesson. With that, he raised his fist and struck Gula's head with a single blow, leaving the latter no opportunity to react before he fell lifeless to the ground. Su Bufan gazed at the fallen Gula, his heart devoid of any sentiment. He understood that greater foes awaited him in the future. Gula was merely a minor episode. Turning away from the palace, he ascended into the skies, observing the chaos among Gula's allies that ensued from his demise. It would be best to eliminate these foes as well, to prevent them from wreaking further havoc. Chapter 0. Broly having dealt with Gula, Su Bufan continued his journey deeper into the cosmos, this time with purpose. He sought to find Broly, a character in the Dragon Ball universe who was essentially a game-changer. Regardless of one's strength, Broly's power escalated infinitely during combat, growing only stronger with each encounter. When Broly was born, his immense power had incited the wrath of King Vegeta, who, fearing him, ordered his execution and subsequent exile. Little did King Vegeta know, Broly's innate strength would ultimately save him, albeit at the cost of being confined to the desolate planet of Vampa. Su Bufan aimed to journey directly to Vampa, hoping to bring Broly back. If he could teach him to harness his power, it would create an unparalleled force. As Su Bufan piloted his spacecraft through the vastness of the universe, anticipation for his encounter with Broly filled him. He could hardly wait for their battle. The spacecraft gradually approached Vampa, and through the viewport, Su Bufan beheld the planet's peculiar landscape. There was not a trace of vegetation, only an expanse of yellow sand, interspersed with pools of a ghastly green liquid. The harsh environment of Vampa was rife with various hostile creatures. Yet it was precisely this unforgiving terrain that had nurtured Broly's existence. Upon landing on the surface of Vampa, Su Bufan stepped out of the cabin, immediately assaulted by the planet's brutal conditions. The acrid stench combined with waves of heat nearly made him retch. He needed to locate Broly swiftly, lest he succumb to the unbearable environment. Su Bufan furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort, and began his search for Broly. Though Vampa was neither particularly large nor small, Broly's latent presence was undetectable, compounded by the interference of the planet's indigenous creatures, making it a challenge to pinpoint his whereabouts. However, Su Bufan was acutely aware of Broly's formidable power. Even in the vastness of space, he could instinctively unleash an energy shield to survive, let alone in this relatively inhospitable environment where his survival was assured. Su Bufan soared through the skies of the planet Wampa, his eyes scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. The sight of the green liquid around him filled him with revulsion, yet he understood that these fluids were likely Broly's source of sustenance. Following the direction of this liquid's distribution, he relentlessly sought out Broly's whereabouts, fending off attacks from monstrous creatures covered in long hair. Among them was a species reminiscent of a moldy octopus, exuding a foul stench, prompting Su Bufan to maintain his distance and engage in ranged combat, dispatching numerous such beings along the way. At last, after a considerable search, Su Bufan stumbled upon Broly's presence within a cave. He approached the dwelling with purposeful strides. Upon reaching the cave's depths, he beheld Broly's imposing figure, muscular and robust, adorned in the hide of the very creatures he had encountered earlier. A powerful aura emanated from him as he sat cross-legged on the sandy floor, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Su Bufan refrained from interrupting immediately, instead choosing to observe Broly quietly. He noticed the fluctuations in Broly's aura, his expression oscillating between fury and tranquility, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. Su Bufan quickly discerned that Broly's emotions had been provoked, leading to his instability. This was both a strength and a burden for him. After a while, Broly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and bewilderment, resembling a newborn child with an unfathomable clarity. He noticed Su Bufan, but did not display immediate hostility, merely watching him in silence. Su Bufan approached with a smile and said, "You must be Broly, am I correct? Do you wish to leave this place? If so, I can assist you." Broly furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by Su Bufan's words, and asked, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Su Bufan revealed his tale and explained, "I am Su Bufan, a Saiyan like you. I learned of your predicament, which compelled me to seek you out. I recognize your immense power, although you have yet to master it. Should you desire to depart, I will promptly aid you in regaining control and teach you how to harness your abilities. Broly fell silent for a moment, seeming to contemplate Su Bufan's words. Having lived on this planet since childhood, the only being capable of conversing with him, his father, had accidentally perished at his hands during a fit of rage. Unbeknownst to Broly, he believed his father had abandoned him. After a brief pause, he nodded and replied, "All right, I am willing to try." Su Bufan felt a surge of joy and produced provisions and water he had brought along. Observing these novel items cautiously, Broly initially hesitated to sniff them. But once he saw Su Bufan partake, he felt reassured and began to eat as well. What is this? I've never encountered anything like it before. Broly became increasingly excited as he indulged in these unfamiliar delights. Such things are commonplace outside. Once we venture out, I shall take you for a stroll. After this, he provided Broly with a new outfit. Having equipped Broly, Su Bufan hastily departed from this foul planet and subsequently located a deserted celestial body to land upon. He yearned to engage Broly in combat, to ascertain the extent of his current fighting prowess. Initially, Broly harbored a disdain for battle. His father, upon realizing that Broly's combat abilities would only amplify with age, had exploited him as a tool for revenge against King Vegeta, compelling him to fight incessantly. Moreover, his father's heinous act of slaying Broly's friends on planet Wampa had instilled a deep-seated aversion to conflict within him. Nevertheless, under Su Bufan's guidance, he reluctantly acquiesced. As Broly prepared for battle, Su Bufan also readied himself. The two ascended slowly into the air, and Broly's formidable aura erupted forth, striking Su Bufan with sheer force. The raw ferocity of Broly's energy left Su Bufan astounded. Should Broly continue to evolve, he might well surpass his own capabilities. With a thunderous roar, Broly charged at Su Bufan like a wild beast. At first, Broly managed to maintain his composure, and Su Bufan understood that Broly lacked systematic training. So their exchanges were initially simple. However, as their confrontation progressed, Broly's reflexes sharpened dramatically. In an instant, a fist came barreling towards Su Bufan. Indeed, this marked Broly's first true battle. Previously, he had only trained under his father's meager combat prowess of 4,000. In the early stages of their duel, it was evident that Broly was solely offensive, lacking basic defensive techniques. Yet, as the skirmish unfolded, Broly began to adeptly parry Su Bufan's strikes. With a tenacity reminiscent of an indomitable insect, he managed to land a significant blow on Su Bufan, leading to a fierce clash as their palms met in a powerful standoff. After taking a hit, Su Bufan channeled additional energy and retaliated with a punch that struck Broly's chest, yet he stood firm. As the battle intensified, Broly succumbed to a frenzy, gradually losing his rationality. His aura surged, enveloping him in a green glow, transforming him into a formidable specter. Su Bufan found himself struggling to cope with the onslaught, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan. This overwhelming energy momentarily stunned Broly, but only for a fleeting second before it dissipated. In a renewed roar, Broly charged at Su Bufan once more, but at this juncture, he was no match for Su Bufan, who had him under control. However, this dominance lasted but a brief moment, for Broly managed to withstand Su Bufan's attacks with sheer determination. His white energy erupted forth, propelling Su Bufan away with a single punch, and before the assault concluded, he relentlessly pursued Su Bufan, delivering another devastating blow that drove him into the ground. Emerging from the debris, Su Bufan immediately counterattacked, yet Broly's rapid growth rendered the Super Saiyan's efforts akin to mere tickles. Nonetheless, Broly's ferocious strikes were not to be underestimated. Sensing the growth of Broly's formidable power, Su Bufan gently closed his eyes as a surge of lightning enveloped him, compelling him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Broly was no longer a mere opponent. A single energy wave sent him staggering back several steps. Consumed by battle fervor, Broly had lost his capacity for rational thought, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts in a frenzied roar, scattering them in every direction. Suddenly, it appeared that Broly had undergone a transformation. His previously green aura intensified. His hair stood on end, and his eyes radiated an eerie green light. He had completely succumbed to his primal instincts of destruction. With this newfound strength, he charged up and unleashed a massive wave of energy towards Su Bufan. The latter sidestepped just in time. the energy blast barely grazing him and exploding in a brilliant display of green light. Seizing the moment, Su Bufan lunged at Broly, only to be sent hurtling away by a powerful punch. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing and pursued Broly, engaging in a fierce battle. Broly's muscles swelled, his power escalating dramatically. Su Bufan assumed a fighting stance, planting his feet firmly on the ground, and launched himself at Broly, delivering a heavy blow that was met with equal force. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, exerted an overwhelming pressure on the naturally transforming Saiyan, pushing his limits to the utmost. Their second round of combat commenced, and the visceral thrill of each punch rekindled a long-lost excitement within Su Bufan. It had been ages since he had encountered a rival of this caliber. As they exchanged rapid blows, Su Bufan executed swift dodges while simultaneously striking back. Yet, Broly's seemingly boundless strength rendered him a relentless force, each attack crashing down like thunder, instilling immense pressure on Su Bufan. The realization struck him. Broly's growth was astonishingly rapid. At this rate, even Super Saiyan 2 might not suffice to defeat him. In that moment of shock, as Su Bufan reflected on how this adversary, whom he had once easily bested, had evolved into such a terrifying powerhouse, Broly emitted a deafening roar, signaling yet another transformation. His muscles expanded further, enveloped by an invisible force, and his aura erupted with even greater ferocity. His gaze became increasingly ferocious, as if he sought to devour all life around him. Su Bufan, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of alarm. He understood that Broly's power had escalated once more. He had to exercise even greater caution. How many times had this enhancement occurred? Was it true that the legendary Super Saiyan possessed no limits? Broly charged at Su Bufan again, his speed surpassing that of before, and his strength intensified. Su Bufan could only muster every ounce of his power to confront him. The ferocity of their battle escalated, shattering the ground beneath them into fragments. Each clash resonated like the collision of two celestial bodies, producing deafening booms. Su Bufan sensed his stamina waning, while Broly showed no signs of fatigue. He realized that if this continued, he might truly fall to Broly. As the situation grew dire, Su Bufan feared that Broly might become eternally lost in his might, reduced to a puppet of destruction, a fate he could not accept. Thus, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, channeling his power into his fist, and launched a decisive strike, hoping to defeat Broly with overwhelming force. As long as he remained alive, there was hope. Broly, undeterred, charged forward to meet him. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, reverberating through the air. Broly was sent flying from the force of the blow, and Su Bufan seized the opportunity to gather an energy orb, directing it toward Broly. Although Broly attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only brace for the hit. With a thunderous explosion, Broly's form vanished amidst the brilliance. Su Bufan, relinquishing his Super Saiyan 3 state, rushed to the dissipating light. Upon seeing Broly's silhouette, he exhaled in relief. Though injured, Broly was not dead. Despite his grievous wounds, he remained in combat mode, his eyes still flickering with a wild intensity, poised to strike again. Realizing the urgency, Su Bufan delivered a swift blow to the nape of Broly's neck, rendering him unconscious. In that moment, Broly's body began to transform. It shrank, and his fierce aura gradually subsided. Su Bufan carried him back to the ship, awaiting his awakening. He hoped to alter Broly's violent nature and prevent him from losing control, relying on the mental techniques he had recently acquired to assist him. Upon regaining consciousness, Broly gazed at Su Bufan, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He understood that it was Su Bufan who had disrupted his rampage, sparing him from the detrimental effects of such a state. In the days that followed, Su Bufan dedicated the week to teaching Broly how to harness his power. He guided Broly in experiencing this mental strength while engaging him in various training exercises, ranging from basic power control to intricate combat techniques. Gradually, Broly displayed remarkable progress. With Su Bufan's assistance, Broly gradually learned to harness his immense power, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. Chapter 0. Planet Tagwa. Having concluded his training, Su Bufan took to the cosmos once more with Broly, their destination being a habitable planet where they could replenish their supplies and allow Broly to experience the wonders of the outside world. After a considerable journey according to the cosmic map, they finally arrived at a planet situated at the intersection of interstellar trade routes. bustling with merchants and travelers from various worlds engaging in commerce and resupply, rendering the locale vibrant and lively. Su Buffon and Broly gently descended onto this thriving planet. At a glance, the streets were teeming with people, lined with shops, while an array of spacecraft darted through the sky, creating a tapestry of brilliant sights. The air was infused with the tantalizing aromas of spices and delicacies, tempting their senses. They ventured into an interstellar grocery store, filled with local specialties and rare items from across the universe. Although these items held no significance in augmenting their strength, some possessed intriguing abilities. For instance, a bone from an unknown creature, which, according to the shopkeeper, could attract nearby beings when blown, drawing them to the source of the sound. There was also a creature that emitted a cloud of smoke when threatened, allowing it to escape in the ensuing chaos. As Su Buffon and Broly explored, they encountered an array of unfamiliar wonders. Soon after, they arrived at a restaurant. The establishment was lavishly decorated, with attentive and cordial service. Su Buffon and Broly ordered several local delicacies, savoring the culinary delights from various planets. Broly, filled with curiosity, widened his eyes in amazement at the exquisite flavors he had never experienced before, all the while meticulously observing his surroundings. After indulging in the delectable feast, they followed the throngs of people to a spacious plaza. At its center stood a towering sculpture resembling a pine cone, adorned with various mysterious runes and patterns. The locals informed Su Buffon and Broly that these inscriptions represented the planet's history and culture, while the sculpture symbolized a unique fruit native to the planet. Known for its vibrant colors and peculiar shape, said to possess extraordinary powers to enhance strength. Broly listened intently, his curiosity and wonder for this unfamiliar world growing ever stronger. In the plaza, they encountered travelers from other planets, exchanging tales of their experiences and sharing fascinating stories and secrets of the universe. Su Buffon and Broly seized the opportunity to inquire about various cosmic matters, gaining valuable insights in return. As night fell, Su Buffon and Broly found accommodation at an interstellar inn, which boasted opulent amenities. Lying on the plush beds, they reflected on the day's adventures. Broly exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Su, the world outside is truly magnificent. I never imagined there were so many fascinating places and characters in the universe." Su Buffon smiled and said, "Indeed, Broly. The vast universe is replete with wonders. Our journey this time is to expose you to the outside world and broaden your horizons. In the future, we shall explore even more places and witness a greater variety of cultures." Broly nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The following day, the two ventured to another street, flanked by shops bustling with a myriad of goods, ranging from interstellar gems to rare medicinal herbs. As they walked, Su Buffon and Broly attracted the attention of passers-by. Broly's imposing stature and formidable presence made them the focal point of curiosity. Unfazed by the gazes, Su Buffon led Broly into a store to procure essential supplies, including food, water, and components for their spacecraft. Inside the shop, they discovered a unique fruit of the week, the tag of fruit. Noticing Broly's eager expression, Su Buffon chuckled and purchased a few. Broly excitedly accepted the fruit and promptly took a bite. Su Buffon sampled it as well. The flesh was succulent and refreshing, as if a wave of invigorating energy surged through their bodies, seemingly enhancing their strength. However, it was merely an illusion. While the fruit could amplify combat prowess, for them, it was negligible. After leaving the store, upon hearing of a venue showcasing battles, they decided to take a look. After watching a few matches, Broly was thoroughly impressed by the combat techniques displayed by the inhabitants of this planet. Though their raw power was comparatively lower, their mastery of technique was exceptional, with each individual striving to unlock their potential and pursue a higher realm. "Brother Su, their combat skills are truly commendable," Broly remarked. "Although our strength far surpasses theirs, there are aspects of their techniques that we could learn from." Su Buffon nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, each planet possesses its unique combat style and techniques. We should not confine ourselves to our own methods, but should continuously learn and assimilate new combat knowledge." Just as they were preparing to depart from the planet, an unexpected announcement reached their ears. This planet held an annual grand cosmic martial arts tournament, inviting formidable warriors from various planets to compete for honor and substantial rewards. It was no wonder that an increasing number of people had flocked to the planet in recent days. Upon hearing this news, Broly immediately became exhilarated. His innate love for battle and desire for competition sparked within him, as he viewed this as an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Seeing the eager glint in Broly's eyes, Su Buffon smiled and nodded in agreement for him to participate in the tournament. Overjoyed at the prospect of joining the cosmic martial arts competition, Broly rubbed his hands together, impatient to showcase his strength. Su Buffon, observing his enthusiasm, gently patted his shoulder and advised him to maintain control over his power and avoid succumbing to a state of rage. After several days of anticipation, the day of the tournament finally arrived, and the entire planet erupted in excitement. Strong warriors from various planets gathered together, each exhibiting their own unique stature, whether towering and formidable or agile and lithe, with eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The competition mandated that every warrior stepping onto the stage possessed a combat power of at least 100,000, thus drawing a substantial audience, though the participants were few. After all, only the elite could achieve such prowess. Broly stood upon the arena, his gaze tranquil. His first opponent was a formidable giant wielding a massive battle axe, exuding an imposing aura. As the match commenced, Broly swiftly charged at his adversary, his movements both swift and powerful. He refrained from launching a direct, forceful assault, for he understood that defeating such an opponent in a single strike was well within his capabilities. Instead, he sought to learn their combat methods and techniques to address his own shortcomings. However, his opponent was no ordinary foe. The two engaged in an intense exchange, neither yielding. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, Broly sensed a surge of fierce fighting intent emanating from his opponent, revealing that this adversary was also a genius of his kind, capable of a breakthrough even in the heat of battle. Yet, having discerned his opponent's fighting style, Broly deemed it unnecessary to prolong the encounter. With a sudden surge of strength, he delivered a powerful punch that sent his opponent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, unable to rise again. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Thus, the tournament, spanning several days, concluded under the weight of Broly's immense power. Su Buffon observed Broly's victory, though it was a foregone conclusion, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He recognized that Broly had evolved into a true warrior, capable of mastering his strength while discovering his unique combat style. Having lingered on this planet for a few days, Su Buffon and Broly resupplied adequately. Aware that the time for relaxation had not yet arrived, they needed to press onward. Thus, they piloted their spacecraft, once again traversing the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 0. The Malevolent Sorcerer. As Su Buffon pondered their next destination, the spaceship suddenly emitted a warning, indicating the approach of another vessel. Su Buffon became immediately cautious. On solid ground, he felt invincible, but in the cosmos, any malfunction could spell instant doom, leaving no time for escape. However, the approaching ship did not linger, swiftly darting past them. Just as Su Buffon began to relax, several more spacecraft appeared ahead, careening recklessly towards them. Upon spotting Su Buffon's vessel, they launched an attack. Reacting swiftly, Su Buffon evaded the assault. When the attackers saw their target maneuvering out of the way, they ceased their onslaught and pressed forward, seemingly in pursuit of the ship that had passed before them. Su Buffon redirected his ship to follow suit, determined to retaliate against those who dared to strike him. He pursued relentlessly, witnessing the vessel that had attacked him continuing its assault on their intended target, intent on eliminating it within the vastness of space. As Su Buffon pondered, the spacecraft at the forefront was struck and subsequently damaged, forcing an emergency landing on a passing planet. The pursuing ship followed suit. Su Buffon ascended into the atmosphere of this celestial body, choosing to remain aloft for the moment, curious about the intentions of the individuals below. A skirmish had erupted, with a group marked by a crimson emblem relentlessly assaulting their adversaries. At the rear, a cloaked figure commanded the fray, though it appeared his combat prowess was rather lackluster, rendering the entire scene exceedingly bizarre. As the targeted individual teetered on the brink of demise, Su Buffon instantaneously manifested before him, intercepting the onslaught. What? The cloaked figure gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the attack thwarted. Su Buffon emerged from the explosion, brushing off non-existent dust, and approached the assailants. "Was it you who attacked my spacecraft?" he inquired with an unruffled demeanor. "Who are you to obstruct us? The practitioners of magic?" the cloaked figure retorted. "Practitioners of magic?" Su Buffon responded, his expression one of disbelief. Encountering sorcerers amidst the cosmos was unexpected. Yet, it was evident that these individuals were of dubious intent. At that moment, one of the onlookers spoke up, revealing that the cloaked figure was indeed an evil sorcerer, leading a cadre of malevolent mages who invaded other planets, capturing beings as sustenance to awaken a monstrous entity. I escaped from a planet they had invaded, he confessed. Oh. Su Bufan expressed genuine astonishment at the revelation of such heinous acts committed in the name of awakening a single creature, suggesting its formidable nature. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he was nonetheless appalled by the malevolent sorcerer's actions. Even the lives lost to the likes of Sheru on Blue Star paled in comparison, as those souls were irrevocably extinguished, with no chance of resurrection. Your initial assault on my spacecraft was already a path to demise, and coupled with these atrocities, it seems you shall not leave this planet alive, Su Bufan declared. The sorcerer scoffed, deriding him. Who do you think you are? A mere traveler of the cosmos? Do you dare to thwart my designs? I am a sorcerer, wielding powers beyond your comprehension. Su Bufan's countenance remained composed. He recognized the uniqueness of a sorcerer's abilities, yet deemed them trifling in his estimation. With a slight smile, he replied, You are not worthy of my intervention. Let another contend with you. With that, he summoned Broly, who promptly materialized behind the sorcerer. Clenching his fists, Broly unleashed a devastating strike aimed at the sorcerer's back. However, the sorcerer, seemingly prepared, evaded the blow with a swift maneuver. The two commenced a fierce battle upon the planet's surface. Broly, eschewing his customary brute force tactics, employed his speed to launch incessant attacks around the sorcerer. Yet, a protective barrier enveloped the sorcerer, repelling each assault, albeit failing to inflict any actual harm. The battle persisted for some time, with both combatants locked in a deadlock. The sorcerer, while fending off Broly's onslaught, scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe you can harm me in such a manner? I am a sorcerer, wielding the power of magic, not the brutish force you possess. Is that so? Broly had yet to unleash his true might. With a thunderous roar, Broly released his energy, causing the sorcerer's protective barrier to materialize before him. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, fissures began to appear in the shield, which subsequently shattered like glass. The sorcerer's face contorted in terror. No, it cannot be. How could you possess such formidable power? Broly gathered a sphere of energy at his chest and directed it toward the sorcerer. A chilling scream echoed as the sorcerer vanished into thin air. With his demise, those marked by his control collapsed as well. Su Bufan approached and discovered they were all lifeless. It seemed the sorcerer's powers extended beyond mere control to a binding of life. Upon the controller's death, so too did the controlled perish. Surveying the multitude of corpses, Su felt a sense of incredulity. He was merely passing through, yet found himself entangled in such a grim affair. He then turned to Broly. You did well. Broly nodded slightly, remaining silent. Such an opponent was hardly a warm-up for him, as he had been toying with the foe. Were it not for that protective barrier, a single punch could have ended him. Su glanced around and noted that the man he had rescued was now unconscious. Previously, he hadn't taken the time to examine him closely, but now he had the opportunity. The man was a middle-aged individual, haggard in appearance, yet with a glimmer of resolute light in his eyes. He regarded Su and Broly, and a spark of hope flickered within him. Thank you for saving me, the middle-aged man said, rising to express his gratitude. No need for thanks, Su waved dismissively. We were merely passing by. Had they not attacked my ship, I would have ignored them. Suddenly, the man collapsed to his knees, pleading, I implore you, save my planet, rescue my people. They surely have not yet been sacrificed. Su glanced at Broly. What do you say? Are you interested in taking a trip to see what these sorcerers are capable of? Broly's face lit up with excitement. With such a powerful enemy, of course, we must go. My control over combat prowess is growing stronger. Fighting against mightier foes will only enhance my abilities. Very well, let us embark and discover the true extent of this monster's strength. Thus, the trio boarded Su's ship and set course for the planet inhabited by the middle-aged man. Chapter 0. Is the demon god Hilderd? Aboard the spacecraft, the middle-aged man introduced himself as Doly, a native of the planet Dora. After his introduction, he fell silent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Doly's home planet, only to be met with a landscape of desolation. Ruins stretched as far as the eye could see. Doly, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, letting out a pained, anguished roar. At that moment, Broly cast his gaze into the distance, where a spacecraft was poised for takeoff. The two companions followed his line of sight. "It's them," Dolly exclaimed upon spotting the blood-red insignia on the ship. The distant vessel roared to life, ascending slowly into the cosmos. Observing this, Su Bufan urged the others to board the ship and pursue them. Once aboard, Su Bufan maintained a considerable distance behind them, reasoning that it might be more prudent to follow them to their lair rather than attempt a rescue at this juncture. As time passed, they beheld a dark red planet materializing ahead, where the spacecraft they were chasing descended. Swiftly, Su Bufan piloted their vessel to follow suit. Upon landing, they discovered the ship encircled by numerous figures clad in flowing white garments, their faces obscured by white hoods, revealing only their eyes. Su Bufan scanned the surroundings and noticed that the ship they had been tracking had landed in a grand hall's courtyard, where some cloaked individuals were herding captives from the ship into a dimly lit chamber. Just as Su Bufan contemplated intervening, a figure in a white cloak stepped forward. "Welcome, travelers from afar. What brings you to our planet? Surely, you are not here to partake in the resurrection of the demon god." Upon hearing this, Dolly could no longer contain her fury. "You fiends, release my kin." "Ah, it seems we have a few stragglers," the cloaked figure laughed. "We were aware that a pursuit team had been annihilated, and we feared the plan to revive the demon god had been compromised. Yet here you are, walking right into our trap." Su Bufan, growing weary of their exchange, glanced at Broly, who was eager for battle. Without hesitation, Broly unleashed a green energy blast that struck the figure squarely. "Ah!" came a cry as the figure was sent hurtling backward. Had they not hastily activated a protective shield, they would have been reduced to ashes. "How dare you treat me, a noble sorcerer, in such a manner? I shall transform you all into the energy of the demon god and use it to dominate the universe." As the sorcerer rambled on, Broly launched another energy blast, but it was intercepted by reinforcements arriving on the scene. The sorcerer scrambled away toward another chamber. With more and more adversaries closing in, Broly's excitement grew. He charged into the fray, delivering decisive blows to each opponent. Meanwhile, Su Bufan guided Dolly and the others to the room where the previously captured individuals were being held. Those inside were still alive and unharmed for the moment. After escorting them out, Su Bufan commandeered a spacecraft for their swift escape. "We must leave immediately. A fierce battle is about to unfold here." Observing Dolly and her companion's departure, Su Bufan's expression turned grave as he realized he had encountered formidable beings possessing such power. As Su Bufan ventured deep into the hall to rescue the trapped individuals, he detected an immensely powerful aura emanating from the depths, which was steadily intensifying. It appeared that this was indeed the demon god referred to by the sorcerers. Meanwhile, as Broly continued his rampant destruction, a sorcerer clad in a crimson cloak emerged, followed by a contingent of sorcerers in white cloaks, suggesting a distinct hierarchy among them. The demon god was on the verge of manifesting, and now was the time for them to contribute. Upon uttering these words, those engaged in battle with Broly disregarded his ferocious attacks and soared into one of the chambers. Su Bufan and Broly stood outside, awaiting the emergence of the so-called demon god, their excitement palpable as they felt the increasing intensity of the aura. However, at that moment, the demon god's energy abruptly ceased its escalation, causing the smiles on the sorcerers' faces to vanish instantly. The sorcerer in the red cloak cursed vehemently, lamenting that had it not been for the individuals from planet Dora being rescued, the demon god would surely have been born. His expression fluctuated between anger and despair as he contemplated that the demon god's emergence might not necessarily render them incapable of handling the two before him. Yet no one remained to provide the necessary energy. In that instant, he turned his gaze towards the sorcerers behind him, who immediately comprehended his intentions. Their faces contorted with fear. Before they could resist, they were seized and cast into the chamber where the demon god resided. With their entrance, the halted energy of the demon god surged once more. Boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the demon god's power reached a critical threshold and successfully revived, its formidable presence radiating outward, leveling the surrounding area for miles. What an overwhelming force! Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement, the legendary blood of the Super Saiyan boiling within him. As Su Bufan beheld the unveiled visage of the demon god, he was taken aback. Was this not Hildgarn? In astonishment, he exclaimed, recalling the descriptions of Hildgarn, finding it utterly inconceivable. Once residing on a planet known as Konas in the southern galaxy, over a millennium ago, a group of wandering sorcerers invaded Conus. They siphoned the demon god's energy and infused malevolent power into its essence, transforming the demon god into a phantom entity. Upon Hildgarn's emergence, he commenced his assault on the Conus people under the sorcerer's command, leading them to the brink of annihilation. Just as they were poised to surrender and await their demise, a miracle transpired. The divine bestowed upon Tapian and his brother a flute, temporarily suppressing Hildgarn's might. Seizing the moment, the divine priest utilized a sacred sword to cleave Hildgarn's form in twain. Yet, even in this state, Hildgarn's threat remained formidable. Thus, the priest sealed the upper half of Hildgarn within Tapian's body, while the lower half was confined within his brother's form. The Star of Conaz has only just regained its peace, and for this reason, the Tapian brothers are celebrated as heroes. Yet, should not this magical entity have been sealed away? Even if it were released, why must a sacrifice be required for its resurrection? In that moment, Su Bufan found himself bewildered, as the unfolding situation appeared to deviate from his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled. If he could fight, he would, and if not, he would flee. The fate of others was of no concern to him. He only needed to avoid trouble. His prior efforts to save those individuals had been merely incidental. Had he not been intrigued by this demon god, he would never have ventured here. Chapter 0. The death of Hildragon. Upon hearing Su Bufan's call, the sorcerer turned to him, incredulous. You have heard of the magical being Hildragon? He laughed heartily. Everyone believes Hildragon to be sealed away. Yet they are unaware that Hildragon is, at its core, a mass of energy. As long as this energy exists, Hildragon can manifest at any moment. After years of sacrifices, I have once again nurtured this energy, and this incarnation of Hildragon is devoid of flaws, possessing only formidable combat prowess. Su Bufan had never anticipated that after a millennium, the illusionary demon Hildragon would be fully resurrected. Now, let us revel in the power of Hildragon, the sorcerer declared before vanishing. Obeying the command, Hildragon swished its enormous tail, obliterating everything in its path. This revitalized Hildragon was unlike any before. It had evolved, capable not only of transforming into mist, but also possessing wings for swift flight. In an instant, it appeared behind Broly, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the ground, deeply embedded within it. Broly emerged from the earth, charging at Hildragon. But his efforts proved futile. Hildragon moved with astonishing speed, easily evading Broly's barrage of energy blasts. In a moment of distraction, Broly was seized and slammed heavily into the ground. Revived, Hildragon's strength had greatly increased. A single punch left Broly bloodied and unconscious. Witnessing Broly fall from a devastating blow ignited Su Bufan's fighting spirit. The creature before him was undeniably powerful, yet he remained undaunted. Aware of his adversary's strength, Su Bufan transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Hildragon sensed a formidable aura and immediately pivoted to charge at Su Bufan. Su Bufan's eyes blazed with golden fire as he clenched his fists, his muscles taut, poised to confront the terrifying assault. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of power that ignited golden flames around him. Hildragon's eyes glinted with a cruel light as it whipped its tail through the air, resembling a mighty dragon in flight. With a thunderous roar, it surged towards Su Bufan. Its speed was astonishing, reaching Su Bufan in an instant. Gathering his formidable strength, Su Bufan faced Hildragon's assault, throwing a punch in response. Two formidable forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave from the impact radiated outward, causing everything in the vicinity to tremble beneath this immense power. Yet, in this fierce contest of strength, neither combatant gained the upper hand. Hildragon's form effortlessly transformed into smoke when struck, rendering Su Bufan's assaults largely ineffective. Instead, after a moment of vulnerability, he was seized and hefted high before being ruthlessly slammed into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth was instantly gouged, leaving Su Bufan buried deep within the newly formed crater. The surrounding world quaked, as if heralding an apocalypse. Su Bufan broke through the surface, his garments tattered. Yet his gaze remained steadfast and serene. At their level of prowess, the outcome of their battle was not easily discernible. He charged once more toward Hildragon, reigniting the fierce clash. Su Bufan refrained from utilizing energy attacks, opting instead for a relentless exchange of blows. Amidst their aerial skirmish, each collision echoed with tremendous sound. The very air seemed to be torn asunder by their might. creating torrents of forceful currents. Both fighters exhibited remarkable speed, their strikes and evasions executed in the blink of an eye. Each of Su Bufan's punches brimmed with power as he sought to inflict damage upon Hildegan through relentless offensive maneuvers. However, Hildegan's body, fluid as smoke, eluded his strikes with ease. Capitalizing on his speed, Hildegan perpetually launched assaults against Su Bufan. His tail whipped like a steel whip, each strike imbued with formidable strength, while his fists landed like hammers, each impact sending waves of pain through Su Bufan. The combat endured for an extended period, ravaging the ground beneath them into a wasteland. Yet, neither party emerged victorious. A sense of urgency began to swell within Su Bufan. He recognized that if this stalemate persisted, they might continue to battle until he depleted all his strength. He began to contemplate Hildegan's weaknesses, discerning that although Hildegan could morph at will, his corporeal form was still composed of energy. This revelation suggested that if he could devise a means to strike directly at Hildegan's energy core, he might emerge triumphant. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Hildegan would not be vulnerable while refraining from attack, complicating matters further. Su Bufan was not yet formidable enough to disregard Hildegan's blows, thus relegating him to a position of passive defense when he could not retaliate. At that moment, Broly regained consciousness and, upon witnessing Su Bufan's plight, urged him to distract Hildegan until he could launch a decisive strike upon his corporeal form. Heeding this advice, Broly charged at Hildegan. Yet the disparity in their power was insurmountable. He was swiftly flung away by a whip of Hildegan's tail, subsequently finding himself pinned to the ground in a one-sided struggle. As the opportunity presented itself, Su Bufan took a deep breath, summoning all his strength before charging towards Hildegan with remarkable speed. Arriving before him in the blink of an eye, with a powerful swing, he unleashed a punch imbued with all his might, directing it straight at Hildegan's chest. Caught off guard by Su Bufan's sudden onslaught, Hildegan had no time to evade and braced himself for the impact. The collision of Su Bufan's fist against Hildegan's chest produced a deafening sound. This time, Su Bufan's strike did not miss. He felt his fist penetrate into Hildegan's very being, striking a mass of energy within. He sensed that this energy core was beginning to crumble under his assault. Hildegan let out a painful roar, his form becoming increasingly unstable, flickering between smoke and substance. His eyes locked onto Su Bufan, filled with anger and resentment. Su Bufan understood that this was the key to defeating Hildegan. He once again gathered his strength and charged at Hildegan. With relentless strikes aimed at Hildegan's energy core, each blow weakened Hildegan further. At last, after a ferocious assault, Hildegan's energy core shattered completely. His body began to dissipate, transforming into wisps of energy that vanished into the air. Gasping for breath, Su Bufan watched as Hildegan dissolved. Lowering his guard, he turned to Broly, who met his gaze, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Su Bufan took a deep breath, acutely aware of his own exhaustion. He promptly retrieved 2 senzu beans, consuming one himself and offering the other to Broly. Once they had ingested the beans, their bodies were restored to their former vigor. Rejuvenated, Su Bufan began to sense his surroundings, aware that the malevolent sorcerer responsible for Hildegan's resurrection still lived. Sparing him could lead to the emergence of another Hildegan in the future. Shortly thereafter, he detected the sorcerer's aura from a distant mountain, where the sorcerer, still in disbelief at Hildegan's demise, hastily attempted to flee upon noticing Su Bufan's pursuit. Su Bufan, noticing the sorcerer's retreat, unleashed a beam of light from his fingertip, piercing through him, thereby annihilating the entire band of sorcerers. This battle had also granted Su Bufan a notable enhancement. Perhaps he was on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 0. Straying into an alternate dimension having departed from that planet. Su Bufan set his course towards the Blue Star. It had been 4 years, and he pondered how the people of Blue Star had fared in their training. Not pressed for time, Su Bufan, accompanied by Broly, refrained from continuous flight through the cosmos. Instead, they explored various life-bearing planets, seeking out any unique techniques that might be found. After all, for someone aspiring to master instantaneous movement, acquiring such extraordinary abilities was immensely beneficial. However, these techniques were not easily encountered. After a year of traversing the universe, they had yet to discover any worthy of learning. Throughout this year, Su Bufan has continuously activated the gravity device of the spaceship, and Broly, who once struggled to walk, has now fully acclimated to it. marking a significant enhancement for him. Broly's transformation is that of the legendary Super Saiyan, distinct from others in its singular form. When Broly assumes this legendary Super Saiyan state, his combat power is no longer constrained by the transformation itself. Rather, it escalates progressively throughout the course of battle. This is the reason he can match Su Bufon's Super Saiyan 2 in combat prowess. However, this enhancement is not without limits, as his body has a finite capacity for endurance. After each surge in power, he requires time to refine and stabilize this newfound strength into his baseline combat ability. Thus, Broly can be considered a bug in the system. As long as he has assistance, he is free from any bottlenecks and can perpetually break through his limits. The two have been traversing the cosmos for a month now, yet during this time, they have not encountered a single life-bearing planet, as if they have entered a forbidden zone. Previously, in the central regions of the universe, although life planets were scarce, they could still come across several within a week. Now, it seems that such planets have become exceedingly rare, with not even the usual cosmic travelers or merchants making their presence known. Gradually, Su Bufon sensed something amiss. The spaceship began to jolt as if a force in the cosmos was persistently colliding with it. At that moment, an alarm blared from the ship, warning of external impacts and urging immediate departure. Listening to the incessant warnings, Su Bufon's heart sank, realizing they were likely caught in a cosmic storm. In the vastness of the universe, calamities within star systems are often referred to as cosmic storms. These storms are among the most magnificent and formidable natural phenomena. Their sheer power astonishing. Cosmic storms encompass various occurrences, such as supernova explosions, black hole devourings, and interstellar dust storms. Among these, supernova explosions stand out as one of the most captivating cosmic events. When a star exhausts its core fuel, it undergoes a violent explosion, releasing immense energy and matter, creating a brilliant halo that illuminates the entire galaxy. While such a spectacle is breathtaking, for those navigating the cosmos, cosmic storms pose a lethal threat. Turning his gaze forward, Su Bufon beheld a colossal black vortex voraciously consuming surrounding objects. It appeared that this black hole was the catalyst for the spatial tempest. Black holes are among the most enigmatic and alluring celestial bodies in the universe, their gravitational pull so potent that it can engulf all matter approaching it. Even light itself cannot escape. As matter is devoured by a black hole, it releases an immense surge of energy, culminating in a terrifying cosmic tempest that engulfs surrounding galaxies and even the entire universe. Encountering such a cosmic storm is nearly an exercise in futility, for the formidable energy it harbors and the chaotic magnetic fields it generates can effortlessly rend asunder any vessel lacking special protection. Despite Su Bufon's wealth of experience, the gravity of the crisis instilled a twinge of anxiety within him. He swiftly activated the ship's defense systems, striving to withstand the onslaught of the cosmic storm. However, the sheer force of this tempest exceeded all expectations, rendering the ship's protective measures feeble and nearly ineffective. Beside him, Broly sensed the encroaching peril. His fists clenched tightly as a flicker of green light sparkled in his eyes. He endeavored to conjure an energy shield to safeguard the vessel. Yet the scope of the shield as protection seemed insufficient to envelop the entire ship. In a moment of urgency, Su Bufon activated the ship's emergency propulsion system, attempting to break free from the storm's grasp with a surge of power. Yet, the relentless energy of the cosmic tempest proved inexhaustible. The ship's acceleration merely mitigated the drag momentarily, failing to effect a complete escape. Both Su Bufon and Broly realized that persisting in this manner was unsustainable. They needed to discover a means of breakthrough. At that juncture, Su Bufon observed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the heart of the storm. A spark ignited within him, and he promptly adjusted the ship's trajectory towards the source of this energy. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the fluctuation was akin to a fissure, radiating a force potent enough to repel even the cosmic storm itself. A wave of exhilaration washed over Su Bufon. He recognized a potential escape route. He immediately intensified the ship's thrust, charging towards the fissure. With the aid of its force, the cosmic storm's grip on the vessel gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing. However, as they traversed the fissure, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. This space was awash with vibrant colors, reminiscent of stepping into a living canvas. It was no longer the familiar expanse of the universe, but rather an enigmatic dimension teeming with uncertainty. Su Buffon and Broly exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise and trepidation in each other's eyes. They understood that they had inadvertently wandered into a parallel dimension where the path ahead might be fraught with peril. Nonetheless, this realm had indirectly spared their lives. Their only recourse now was to seek out other exits. Taking a deep breath, Su Buffon activated the ship's detection systems, endeavoring to locate an exit from this strange dimension. Yet, the ship's sensors appeared dulled in this unfamiliar space, capable of gathering only limited information within a constrained range. Su Buffon scrutinized the screen intently, attempting to unearth clues amidst the indistinct data. Meanwhile, Broly stood vigilant at his side, the alert gleam in his green eyes underscoring the importance of remaining acutely aware, ready to confront any potential dangers that might arise. As the spacecraft traversed through the realms of an alternate dimension, Su Buffon gradually discerned that the spatial structure here was starkly dissimilar to the universe they were accustomed to. The surroundings were awash with peculiar hues and flowing luminescence, as if each ray of light harbored a mysterious power. Suddenly, the spacecraft's detection system emitted a piercing alarm. Su Buffon hastily turned his gaze to the screen, which displayed a colossal energy mass rapidly approaching. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. He promptly activated the ship's protective systems and attempted to alter their course to evade the impending energy mass. However, the speed of this energy entity was astonishing, nearly catching up to the spacecraft in an instant. Su Buffon could only watch in horror as the energy mass collided with the ship's shield, producing a deafening roar. At the moment of impact, the spacecraft trembled violently, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. Su Buffon and Broly quickly steadied themselves, fully aware of the peril they faced. The surrounding environment appeared utterly inhospitable to human life, and should the ship break apart, their fates would be sealed. At this critical juncture, an enormous net inexplicably materialized from nowhere, ensnaring the energy mass in an instant. As they beheld this unforeseen development, both men exhaled a sigh of relief but remained vigilant, recognizing that this was yet another unknown factor. As the net was gradually drawn away, Su Buffon realized this could be an opportunity. The presence of the net implied the existence of some form of sentient life controlling it, and he pondered who these beings might be. As the flight continued, Su Buffon noticed the emergence of what seemed to be ruins amidst the colorful energy, though he lacked the inclination to explore them at that moment. Gradually, the vibrant energies around them began to wane, and their field of vision improved, revealing what appeared to be a city wall, seemingly partitioning the bizarre energies from the outside world. The individuals beyond seemed to have noticed the energy they were harvesting and accelerated their efforts to draw in the net. Su Buffon quickly followed suit. With a sudden, crisp sound, it was as if they had breached an invisible barrier, and the spacecraft was liberated from its constraints, returning to normality. At this moment, the two men finally beheld their surroundings. A group of individuals clad in unfamiliar animal hides stood atop a weathered gray city wall, adorned with numerous artillery-like structures, with the net still not entirely retracted, indicating these devices were likely intended for launching nets. The expressions on the faces of those atop the wall were a mixture of caution and curiosity, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Su Buffon and his companion. Their eyes scanned the two, seemingly assessing the level of threat they posed. Below the wall, a gathering of individuals resembling civilians engaged in animated discussions, their demeanor reflecting a palpable unease regarding the day's extraordinary events. Su Buffon swiftly scanned the vicinity, sensing that the energy fluctuations had stabilized, forming a stark contrast to the chaotic energy zone they had just traversed. A sense of elation surged within him, for it seemed they had potentially escaped the perilous region. However, he did not let his guard down. The individuals clad in animal hides before him, though seemingly primitive, evidently possessed formidable technological prowess, capable of launching such vast nets and accurately capturing objects from the chaotic energy. "Who are you?" A figure, seemingly the leader, inquired loudly from atop the city wall, his voice resonating clearly through the spacecraft to Su Buffon's ears. Su Buffon regarded the man before him, understanding that his fate hinged upon their response. Thus, he adjusted the communication device aboard the spacecraft, ensuring his voice would also carry clearly. "We hail from the distant fringes of the universe. Our spacecraft encountered a cosmic storm while traversing an uncharted region, drawing us into a turmoil of energy. I must express my gratitude to you for aiding our escape. Without your net, I cannot fathom how long we would have lingered amidst that chaotic energy. Su Bufan endeavored to make his voice sound sincere and amicable. The individuals on the wall appeared taken aback by Su Bufan's response, whispering amongst themselves as if deliberating. After a moment, the leader spoke again. You may disembark from your vessel. The environmental conditions here are suitable for survival. Upon hearing this, Su Bufan sensed their lingering caution and, accompanied by Broly, exited the spacecraft and stowed it away. The individuals on the wall appeared somewhat pleased with Su Bufan's actions, their expressions softening slightly. The leader continued. Since you are wayward travelers, we can offer you our assistance. However, you must adhere to our regulations and refrain from causing any disturbances. Upon entering the city, Su Bufan and Broly were escorted to a castle. The inhabitants were warm and hospitable, providing them with food and shelter. Their previous wariness stemmed from past encounters where some wayward individuals had recklessly slaughtered the residents, resulting in significant losses and fostering a climate of suspicion towards outsiders. Upon grasping the situation, Su Bufan expressed his understanding and seized the opportunity to inquire about this place in the chaotic energy region. Through their dialogue, he learned that this planet was named Ayla, and its inhabitants had never ventured beyond its confines. Although attempts had been made in the past, none who had departed had ever returned, gradually instilling fear among the populace, leading to a cessation of such endeavors. The colorful energy region they had encountered was a mysterious locale referred to as the Domain of Chaos. The origins of the Domain of Chaos remained unknown to them. They only understood that it had existed since time immemorial. Furthermore, it contained a unique energy entity, the very essence that had previously attacked them. These entities were devoid of life. Yet they launched fierce assaults upon any living being that ventured within. However, once one crossed that barrier, they posed no threat, transforming into pure energy. The inhabitants of this planet harnessed this energy to rapidly enhance their strength, thus constructing vast nets to capture these energy entities. The inhabitants of the planet Era coexist with a profound dependence and reverence for the realm of chaos. They harness captured energy entities to enhance their own capabilities while maintaining a deep respect for that enigmatic territory. Su Bufan and Broly found themselves both intrigued and astonished by this reality, recognizing that the beings on this planet were not as primitive as they had initially presumed, but rather possessed a unique wisdom of their own. During their stay in the castle, Su Bufan and Broly were granted the opportunity to explore various domains of Era, including the devices used for capturing energy entities and the defensive systems integrated into the castle walls. They were amazed to discover that, although these technologies appeared rudimentary, they were remarkably practical and efficient in dealing with the energy entities. Su Bufan felt a quiet admiration for their ingenuity. Throughout their time on Era, Su Bufan and Broly encountered an elder named Arya, one of the planet's oldest sages, who possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience. Arya enlightened Su Bufan about the persistent threat posed by the realm of chaos, despite their own defense systems and technological prowess. The energy entities, while capable of bestowing power, also concealed tremendous dangers. These energies were gradually consuming their territory, with the ruins they had witnessed within the realm once being inhabited by the planet's former residents. Now overtaken by this energy, it was conceivable that, in the future, this planet might vanish under the relentless encroachment of such forces. The residents of Era had long sought a peaceful means to eliminate the energies of the realm of chaos, yet to no avail. They could only mitigate the erosion by capturing the special energy entities within, or else watch their homeland fade away piece by piece. Su Bufan fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that as an outsider, he might offer new insights and assistance to this world. Thus, he began discussions with Arya and other sages, hoping to devise a solution. After a period of research, they finally discovered a potential method. They planned to utilize Su Bufan's spacecraft's spatial compression technology, combined with Arya's technological prowess, to create a device capable of safely entering the realm of chaos and investigating the source of the energy entities. Chapter 50, Absorbing Energy. Transforming into Super Force, Su Bufan equipped the device and ventured into the realm of chaos, intending to investigate the origins of this energy. As he re-entered this realm, despite having visited before, he was still overwhelmed by the astonishing sight before him. The sky was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant energy, as if the entire space were ablaze. He felt his device vibrating, seemingly resonating with the energies of the area. With utmost caution, he advanced, each step imbued with careful deliberation. He understood that the energies contained within this realm were far more complex than he had previously imagined. As he delved deeper, he felt as though he had entered a fantastical dreamscape, surrounded by shimmering lights of various hues. Some streaked across the sky like meteors, while others burst forth like fireworks. Su Bufan retrieved the device and commenced his exploration of the source of these energies. He discovered that they were not of natural origin, but rather sustained by an enigmatic force. The energy entities appeared to be distributed around a central point. As he ventured further, Su Bufan observed a peculiar phenomenon. Each time he moved in a particular direction, the device's vibrations intensified. He surmised that this area might be linked to the source of energy and resolved to investigate further. After a challenging flight, Su Bufan finally arrived at the heart of this region. To his astonishment, he found a colossal crystal, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a magnificent jewel, seemingly the very core of the colorful energy zone. Approaching the crystal, he gently touched its surface. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the crystal, enveloping Su Bufan entirely. In that instant, it felt as though he traversed a tunnel through time and space. Arriving on a distant planet, this celestial body was teeming with colorful energies reminiscent of his current surroundings. He witnessed the birth and convergence of these energies, culminating in the formation of a massive crystal. It became apparent that this crystal was a product of an ancient civilization, which possessed advanced technology capable of extracting energy from the depths of the cosmos and storing it within the crystal. However, as time passed, the energy within the crystal grew increasingly vast, rendering the civilization that created it unable to harness it, ultimately leading to their demise as they were consumed by the very force they had once controlled. All that remained was the crystal and its contained energy, which continued to draw energy from the universe. One fateful day, the death of a star unleashed a tremendous energy shockwave, fracturing the surrounding space and giving rise to the immense black hole he had encountered earlier. Some of these shockwaves surged towards that planet, obliterating everything in their path, including the Great Crystal. The crystal, subjected to the powerful energy impact, was cast away to the planet Ayla. The energy it had previously absorbed began to overflow, manifesting as the colorful energy zone Su Bufan beheld, a chaotic realm. Su Bufan was overwhelmed with shock and sorrow. He had not anticipated that the breathtaking colorful energy zone concealed the ruins of a civilization's fall. Yet, he felt a sense of inevitability. It was hardly surprising that something they had created spiraled beyond their control would ultimately result in their downfall. Regaining his composure, he realized that as long as the crystal existed, the surrounding energies had not dissipated but were instead continuously accumulating and transforming within this space. The earlier fissure was a result of this overflowing energy, preventing the space from closing. Should this energy vanish, the fissure would likewise disappear, potentially rendering their return to the original world impossible. He returned to the planet Ella and informed the inhabitants of his discovery. Upon hearing the news, they were astounded. Initially, they believed this energy was a natural phenomenon, only to realize it was an artificial creation. Su Bufan expressed his willingness to assist them in resolving the issue of energy dispersion, albeit at the cost of their ability to enhance their powers by capturing the unique energy entities within. The people of Ella fell into a contemplative silence, torn between the enhancement of their strength and the potential loss of their territory. At that moment, one of the elders stepped forward, asserting that they could seek alternative methods to augment their powers, but once their home was lost, it could never be reclaimed. His impassioned words swayed the crowd, and they consented to allow Su Bufan to address the issue of the energy entities. Su Bufan sought out Broly, explaining that once the energy entities vanished, the rift would close, and they would only have a brief window to escape. Broly, with a puzzled expression, inquired about Su Bufan's plan. After a moment of thought, Su Bufan proposed, "You and I will enter together. You will activate the spacecraft and prepare for takeoff. The instant I appear, you must launch. Once we are outside, we will abandon the ship, as I will use instant transmission to bring you away." Broly nodded, signifying his understanding. Subsequently, the two bid farewell to the inhabitants of Ella and ventured towards the energy zone. Standing at the edge of the chaotic realm, they paused to behold the bizarre spectacle before them, fully aware that their forthcoming actions would determine their success in escaping this alternate dimension. Should they fail, although their prowess would prevent death, they would be trapped in this other world, and even if they could breach the spatial barriers with their strength, it was unlikely they would return to their original world, instead becoming lost in the dimensional void, an outcome they fervently wished to avoid. Su Bufan and Broly entered the realm, heading directly to the location they had previously visited. During his earlier visit, Su Bufan had discovered that he could absorb the pure energy present. Perhaps this force could help him transcend the boundaries of Super Saiyan 3 and attain Super Saiyan 4. They arrived before the crystalline structure, and Su Bufan instructed Broly to prepare, as he intended to enter the crystal to absorb its energy. He shattered the crystal's surface and was immediately enveloped by an immense surge of energy. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing, syncing his spirit with this potent force. Gradually, he felt as though he was merging with the crystal, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant energy. He began to guide the energy into his body, following the flow patterns he had previously observed within the crystal. Remarkable transformations occurred within Su Bufan. His form began to swell and soon morphed into that of a colossal ape, with his gray fur gradually turning golden. He sensed his soul intertwining with this energy, progressively reaching an entirely new realm of existence. His transformation did not lead to a loss of rationality. It appeared that the spiritual power he had previously acquired had enhanced his mental fortitude. This was indeed a fortunate revelation for Su Bufan. Otherwise, the uncontrollable force of Super Saiyan 4 could have resulted in the annihilation of this space. The metamorphosis continued, and a colossal energy field gradually formed around his body. This energy field incessantly expanded outward, causing the entire chaotic region to tremble under Su Bufan's might, as the very fabric of space quaked in response to his power. Broly, anxiously waiting outside, could sense the aura emanating from within, realizing that Su Bufan's endeavors were proving successful. Chapter 51. Departing the Alternate Dimension. Returning to Blue Star at that moment, Su Bufan abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. He let out a fierce roar, and the ape-like form vanished in an instant. Standing in its place was a Saiyan adorned in crimson fur, accented with red eyeshadow. His appearance alone exuded an overwhelming strength. At that juncture, a formidable energy erupted from Su Bufan's body, violently colliding with the energy contained within the crystal. The entire crystal began to shatter, releasing a kaleidoscope of energy into the surroundings. Yet, Su Bufan appeared as a sovereign who commanded it all, absorbing the dissipating energy into his being. At this moment, both Su Bufan and Broly sensed the vibrant energy around them gradually fading. They understood this to be a sign of the rift beginning to close. Observing this, Broly immediately activated the spacecraft, and Su Bufan instantaneously transported himself aboard. Under his guidance, the spacecraft navigated through the rift, successfully returning to their original world. Just as they exited the rift, it sealed behind them, and their vessel was ensnared by a black hole. The spacecraft trembled violently under the black hole's gravitational pull, as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. Su Bufan promptly transported himself and Broly to a living planet, albeit the spacecraft was devoured by the black hole. On this vibrant planet, Su Bufan and Broly struggled to regain their footing. Surrounding them was a lush jungle, the air rich with moisture and freshness. Standing in stark contrast to the chaos and peril of the alternate dimension, Broly gazed skyward. Though nothing was visible, a hint of worry crossed his face. Do not fret. Even without the spacecraft, I possess instant transmission. As long as we have escaped, returning shall be no issue, Su Bufan reassured him. Broly nodded in acknowledgement. The two hunted some game on this planet, and after satisfying their hunger and thirst, Su Bufan utilized instant transmission to depart from the vibrant world. To their surprise, they found themselves in the territory of a band of space pirates, who profited by robbing passing merchant caravans and exploiting weaker planets. As the two individuals beheld the sudden emergence of this planet, the surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into laughter thereafter. In the past, it had always been we who perpetrated the acts of robbery. Never had anyone dared to encroach upon our territory. Upon hearing this, Su Bufan smirked, remarking that it was as if someone had delivered a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Broly, our spaceship has arrived. Be cautious when we strike. We must not inflict damage upon our vessel. With that, the assault commenced, and Broly joined the fray, resulting in a cacophony of cries from the band of star pirates. The battle unfolded with the ferocity of a tempest, as Su Bufan and Broly navigated through the chaos with unparalleled ease, swiftly dismantling the star pirates. Observing the dire situation, the pirate leader bellowed in an attempt to rally a counterattack. However, the prowess of Su Buffon and Broly far surpassed theirs, no matter their efforts. They could inflict no significant harm upon the duo. In a mere moment, only a handful of star pirates remained alive. Realizing their plight, they hastily discarded their weapons and fell to their knees, pleading for mercy from Su Buffon and Broly. Su Buffon regarded them coldly and declared, "You have long since indulged in nefarious deeds. Today, you have met your match. Perhaps in your next life, you may choose to be a better person." With a snap of his fingers, they were reduced to ashes. Once the matter was resolved, Su Buffon and Broly commenced their search for a more suitable spaceship among the pirates' vessels. After a thorough exploration, they finally discovered a ship concealed by the star pirates. Fortunately, the spacecraft was intact and ready for immediate takeoff. The two swiftly boarded the vessel, with Su Buffon activating the engine. With a resounding roar, the spaceship ascended, hurtling into the depths of the cosmos. Inside the ship, Su Buffon occupied the pilot's seat, meticulously monitoring the various data. Though the exterior of the ship appeared somewhat worn, its internal systems were remarkably advanced, with all functionalities intact. The performance of this ship is quite commendable. We should be able to return to Blue Star swiftly, Su Buffon remarked to Broly as he piloted the spacecraft. Broly nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this ship is remarkably fast. I am eager to see what your planet is like." During the voyage, Su Buffon began to contemplate his next steps, as he had just recently broken through to Super Saiyan 4, leaving him devoid of any references for what lay ahead. It seemed that a period of rest was in order. The spaceship sped through the cosmos, soon approaching a familiar star system. Su Buffon felt a surge of excitement, for he knew he was on the brink of returning to Blue Star. As the ship decelerated, they gradually neared the well-known planet. Upon catching sight of it, a smile spread across Su Buffon's face. The spaceship gently descended onto a clearing on Blue Star, surrounded by a tranquil forest, the only sound being the gentle whisper of the breeze through the treetops. Stepping out of the spaceship, Su Buffon and Broly inhaled the long-mist fresh air, reveling in the familiarity of this once familiar yet strangely alien world. "Is this the place where you now reside?" Broly curiously surveyed his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Su Buffon nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, ever since I became aware of the situation, I have been wandering, and it is here that I have found a sense of home. Although I have been away for a while, everything here remains unchanged." The two began to stroll through the forest, with Su Buffon introducing Broly to all that Blue Star had to offer. Broly listened intently, his interest in this world deepening. At that moment, sensing an unusual aura, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others rushed over, only relaxing their guard upon realizing Su Buffon had returned. Upon seeing Broly beside him and feeling the immense power emanating from within him, they couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Su Buffon shared Broly's story, leaving everyone astounded. At that moment, upon encountering Sun Wukong, a wave of anger surged within Broly, though he was baffled by the intensity of his emotions towards someone he was meeting for the first time. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong approached Broly with a smile, playfully gesturing, hoping for a chance to spar with him. From the moment Broly laid eyes on Sun Wukong, he struggled to suppress a force within him that seemed to have been provoked. With heightened mental fortitude and Su Buffon by his side, he understood that this was not the place for conflict. Thus, he endeavored to keep his emotions in check. However, Sun Wukong seemed oblivious to Broly's inner turmoil, continuing to smile as he patted Broly on the shoulder, saying, "Ha, no problem. I'm always ready, but for now, let us find a place to sit down and have a proper chat." Chapter 52. Broly loses control in response to Sun Wukong's unawareness. Broly's fury shattered his rationality, instantly transforming him into a tempest of rage, and an overwhelming aura began to rise. Broly's anger erupted like a volcano, swiftly engulfing his reason, and a chaotic energy swept through the area like a storm. The chilling aura emanating from him was as unyielding as forged steel, intense and formidable, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. Vegeta stood nearby, feeling the oppressive energy wash over him, his face reflecting a look of terror. Broly appeared as an insurmountable mountain, his power suffocating. This aura was unfathomably deep, akin to an abyss. Vegeta whispered, his voice betraying unmistakable shock and confusion. The enigma that was the legendary Super Saiyan hovered over him like a dense fog, What manner of extraordinary being was this? Why did he exert such a potent pressure over someone of his Saiyan royal lineage? At this moment, Broly's gaze pierced through the crowd like a sharpened blade. Locking onto Sun Wukong, a tide of fury surged forth, and he roared, "Kakarot." His voice resonated like a beast's roar, shaking the very air around them. Broly charged towards Sun Wukong like a tempest unleashed, vowing to consume him. Seeing this, Piccolo urgently shouted, "Step back. This guy's power is extraordinary." The Saiyan warriors, including Raditz, swiftly reacted, having long since transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. They intended to showcase their prowess, but were unexpectedly confronted by a formidable adversary like Broly. Broly's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations, and they were overwhelmed by his formidable presence, hastily retreating. Broly's fury blazed like an inferno, his form gradually transforming as the white aura around him shifted to a vibrant green, a terrifying force sweeping over them like a tempest. Goku's expression changed dramatically. He understood the gravity of Broly's power and urgently shouted, "Fall back. This foe is beyond your capability." Hearing his warning, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others quickly dispersed, aware that their current strength was insufficient to contend with Broly. Meanwhile, Su Buffon observed quietly from the sidelines, intending to assess the extent of the Saiyans' combat prowess over the years and whether they could stand against Broly. Vegeta was astonished by Broly's transformation, filled with curiosity and skepticism about the legendary Super Saiyan. Su Buffon approached him and whispered, "Broly is the true Super Saiyan. His power can grow infinitely." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a jolt within, yet his determination solidified. Even if the opponent was the fabled Super Saiyan, he would fight with all his might. At that moment, the battle between Goku and Broly erupted with fervor. Goku, agile and swift, produced crackling sounds as he strained to deflect Broly's assaults. Yet Broly, like a furious beast, roared as his green energy surged, his emerald pupils gradually losing their hue. With a resounding crash, Goku was sent flying by Broly's force, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Soon after, an energy blast streaked through the air like a meteor, exploding before Goku. Struggling to rise, Goku's eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Broly let out a long howl, his sanity fraying, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Goku. He darted through the air in swift bursts, charging towards Goku. Sensing Broly's approaching aura, Goku dared not underestimate the threat and quickly evaded. "I found you, Kakarot." Broly's voice was laced with murderous intent, as if he had identified his sworn enemy, his emotions volatile. Goku, observing Broly's ferocious demeanor, felt a twinge of confusion. What was the source of this animosity? Why did Broly harbor such hatred towards him? Su Buffon smiled slightly, explaining, "Broly has lost his rationality. You must tread carefully. His power has transcended conventional limits, posing a grave threat to your lives." Indeed, Broly had completely succumbed to madness. His cold, crimson eyes glinted with a ravenous light, repeatedly uttering the name Kakarot. A brutal, unrestrained energy erupted from within him, creating a vortex of turbulent air around his being. Sun Wukong and Vegeta joined forces to combat Broly, unleashing their full prowess in an attempt to subdue him. However, Broly roared like a frenzied beast, his physique steadily enlarging and his aura intensifying. In no time, he grew to approximately 2-3 meters tall, enveloped in a raging inferno. With muscles taut, his immense power surged forth like tumultuous waves, his grass-green hair soaring skyward. His white, pupilless eyes darted up and down before he swiftly darted past Sun Wukong and Vegeta, delivering two powerful kicks from behind. The two were sent soaring into the sky. Once they regained their footing in midair, they swiftly launched energy wave attacks at Broly. A barrage of energy orbs hurtled towards him, yet he merely conjured an energy shield, effortlessly deflecting them. Amidst the explosions, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing around them. Broly had already closed in from behind, unleashing a ki blast that forced Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. At that moment, they suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind. They quickly turned to find Broly transformed into an even more terrifying form, his physique swelling once more, muscles as unyielding as steel, and his power reaching unprecedented heights. "How is this possible?" Vegeta gasped, incredulous. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, steeling himself for an even more arduous battle. The two exchanged a resolute glance, seizing an opportunity to retreat from the fray. With a pair of furious roars, two Saiyans, enveloped in crackling lightning, appeared in the sky. It was Super Saiyan 2 Son Wukong and Vegeta. They streaked through the air like twin bolts of lightning, landing before Broly. Their arrival shifted the tide of battle, and they launched a fierce assault on Broly, striving to subdue him. Yet, Broly remained undeterred, bellowing as he swung his fists, engaging in fierce combat with the duo. The battlefield surged with energy as the three warriors exchanged blows in a fierce stalemate. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and other Saiyan warriors anxiously observed the battle, cheering for Son Wukong and Vegeta while simultaneously awed by Broly's formidable strength. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Broly unleashed another earth-shattering roar, his physique swelling once more, muscles taut, and aura even more overwhelming. He struck out with a powerful punch, sending Son Wukong and Vegeta flying across the battlefield. They tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Broly let out a triumphant howl, his voice reverberating like thunder. He fixed his gaze on the fallen Son Wukong and Vegeta, his eyes glimmering with a cruel light, as if intent on their annihilation. However, in that moment, both Son Wukong and Vegeta arose simultaneously, their eyes shining with unwavering determination. They understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture, and they must exert every ounce of their strength to overcome this formidable foe. Thus, the two once again united, launching a fierce attack against Broly. They unleashed their respective formidable techniques in an attempt to subdue Broly, who responded with equal fervor, swinging his fists and engaging in a more intense battle. At that moment, Vegeta was consumed by a seething rage, feeling his own status diminishing. On this petite planet, he found an increasing number of individuals surpassing him in strength. He gazed upon Broly, the legendary Saiyan of millennia, whose potential was undeniably the most exceptional among the Saiyans. Yet Broly remained indifferent, much like Goku had once regarded him. With diligent training, how formidable could the legendary Super Saiyan be? He, too, would not be underestimated. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan 2 defeated, Super Saiyan 3 emerges in the heavens. Two golden whirlwinds streaked across the sky like meteors. It was Vegeta and Goku, standing against Broly, as if three celestial bodies collided within the chaotic cosmos. Suddenly, they vanished, only to reappear at Broly's sides. A resolute light flickered in Vegeta's eyes, his leg muscles tensed, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Broly's chest. In that instant, the air seemed to tear apart with a sharp howl, shaking everything around. However, Broly, like a boulder weathered by storms, crossed his arms to firmly block the blow. Vegeta twisted his body, skillfully utilizing the recoil to propel Broly into a spin, creating a remarkable opportunity for Goku to strike. Goku flickered, appearing like a phantom at Broly's opposite side, his fist clenched like a hammer, crashing down with tremendous force. Yet, Broly appeared unfazed by the assault, a manic grin spreading across his face, as if this battle were merely a game to him. Although Goku's strike landed, Broly plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, causing a cataclysmic explosion. The earth cracked beneath the impact, smoke billowing forth. Yet Broly sprang up from the haze like a ferocious beast amidst a tempest, charging toward Goku. In this critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in Goku's eyes. He inhaled deeply, placing his hands at his temples, and instantly unleashed Krillin's signature technique, the solar flare. A blinding radiance engulfed the sky, momentarily blinding Broly, who howled in agony as he shielded his eyes. In this fleeting moment of blindness, Vegeta and Goku launched a ferocious joint assault. Goku roared, his hands pressed together, a powerful force erupting from his palms. It was his ultimate move, the Kamehameha. Simultaneously, Vegeta was undeterred, his form flashing as he clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy from his strikes, known as the Final Flash. The two tremendous forces converged in the air, triggering an unprecedented explosion. The aftermath of the blast clouded the surroundings, yet within the darkness, Broly flickered like a specter. His eyes glimmered with an insane light as he clenched his hands, coalescing a massive green energy sphere, which he hurled with ferocity. The energy sphere rapidly expanded in the air, its diameter reaching a staggering 10 meters, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Witnessing this, Son Wukong was taken aback, swiftly maneuvering to narrowly evade the devastating attack. However, upon turning back, He beheld a colossal crater where the energy sphere had descended. The dust from the explosion lingered in the air for a considerable time before gradually dissipating. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, his expression grave, cold sweat beating upon his forehead. Just how terrifying was Broly in his rage. A shiver coursed through Sun Wukong's heart. And he couldn't help but marvel. If only Broly could harness his emotions and maintain his sanity during battle, he would be an unfathomable adversary. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa, now back in the sanctuary, were anxiously observing the fierce confrontation below. Although they had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan, they still felt overwhelmed in the face of an opponent like Broly. Nappa, do you think Goku and the others stand a chance? Raditz's voice trembled with shock. Clearly shaken by the horrific struggle, Nappa shook his head, saying helplessly, how would I know? All I can say is that if we were down there, we would be obliterated in an instant. Beside them, Piccolo furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting deep confusion and astonishment. He could not comprehend why Goku and Vegeta, even when united, failed to vanquish Broly. He was all too aware of the combat prowess of Super Saiyan 2. From where did this Broly draw his immense power? The battle raged on, with 3 brilliant beams of light darting through the sky. They occasionally converged, unleashing deafening roars. At other times, they dispersed, tracing magnificent arcs across the night. The ground was marred with deep craters and fissures, each one narrating the brutality and ferocity of the clash. Exhausted, Goku and Vegeta persisted through sheer willpower. They understood that in their current state, they could not defeat Broly, yet they would not concede, even if it meant fighting until they could no longer stand. Engrossed in the thrill of battle, Broly seemed to grow ever stronger, his assaults becoming increasingly frenzied. In this life-and-death moment, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He knew he must summon every ounce of his strength to overcome Broly. Thus, he initiated his final transformation into Super Saiyan 3. As Sun Wukong completed his transformation, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. His hair, now a more dazzling golden, cascaded down his back, crackling with electric energy. He ascended slowly into the air, darting towards Broly with the swiftness of lightning, transforming his fist into an open palm. He pressed it against Broly's chest, while his other hand gripped Broly's arm tightly. With a powerful tug, Broly was slammed forcefully into the ground. Immediately following, Sun Wukong delivered a thunderous punch, the sound reverberating through the heavens. Broly was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant peak. The mountain crumbled upon impact, debris and dust scattering in all directions. Broly struggled to rise from the ruins, his body appearing battered and bruised yet devoid of any fatal injuries. A frenzied gleam flickered in his eyes. With a ferocious roar, he charged once more at Son Goku, his form sweeping through the chaos like a tempest. An intangible aura coalescing around him as a formidable armor, bestowing him with lightning speed, instantly bringing him before Son Goku. Broly's fists shimmered with the light of annihilation, crackling with energy as if capable of tearing the very fabric of existence. His assault surged forth like a cataclysmic avalanche, imbued with an unstoppable force, crashing down upon Son Goku with thunderous might. Son Goku, taken aback by Broly's sudden surge in power, widened his eyes like saucers, recognizing that this force far surpassed anything he had ever encountered. Their fists collided violently in midair, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that radiated brilliance and reverberated throughout the landscape. This power roared like a tempest, sweeping across mountains and rivers, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to spread wide, uprooting forests and transforming them into desolation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, until the blinding light pierced the clouds, illuminating the entire planet. As the furious energy gradually subsided and the dust settled, the scene before them lay in utter ruin. The once majestic mountains and rivers had vanished, replaced by a colossal chasm, as if narrating the brutality and terror of their clash. Chapter 54. The defeat of Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku hovered in the air, his figure resolute under the sun's radiant glow. Despite the sweat and fatigue etched upon his face, his gaze remained unwavering, as though ignited by an indomitable flame. Broly, standing atop a massive meteorite, loomed large against the night sky, resembling an insurmountable peak. His presence was tempestuous, sending tremors through the surrounding air. This battle had transcended a mere contest of physical strength, evolving into a struggle of will and conviction. Son Goku understood that facing an adversary like Broly, even the slightest lapse could herald death. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power within him, poised to confront the impending challenge. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a thunderous howl, his voice reverberating like a clap of thunder. As his roar echoed, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles swelled as if infused with boundless energy, his height increasing with every moment. His aura became even more ferocious, as if intent on devouring the entire universe. He had grown once more. Broly bared his teeth, laughing maniacally as he regarded Son Goku. Devoid of reason, emitting low growls akin to a beast solely driven by the instinct to fight. Such strength. Son Goku marveled at Broly's current state. Feeling the weight of his own deteriorating condition, prolonged use of intense energy had left his body in a state of painful strain. Is Broly truly this formidable? Piccolo's expression darkened, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. In the temple, Raditz and Nappa were rendered speechless, grappling with the bewildering disparity between themselves and their fellow Saiyan. Despite sharing the same lineage, the gulf in strength was unfathomable. While they faltered, their opponent surged forward with unrelenting vigor, his power escalating to unprecedented heights. The transformation into Super Saiyan had rendered their previous forms insignificant. The sheer, overwhelming energy emanating from him felt as if it could tear the very sky asunder in an instant. What manner of monster is this? Raditz muttered, trembling. The thunderous echoes of their clash reverberated across the sky, reminiscent of an impending storm. At this moment, Broly had succumbed entirely to his frenzied Super Saiyan state. His power magnified beyond recognition. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Goku dared not let his guard down, summoning every ounce of his focus. Observing the battlefield with a smile, Su Buffon remarked, "Indeed, Goku's strength is increasing rapidly. Yet, Broly's prowess grows exponentially with each engagement. His combat abilities are boundless. If this continues, Goku will soon find himself utterly outmatched." At that juncture, Krillin inquired, "Will you still be able to contend with him then?" A rampaging Broly on Earth would spell catastrophe. With a sidelong glance, Su Buffon replied, "Of course I can defeat him. Otherwise, why would I allow him to spiral out of control?" Meanwhile, the clash between Goku and Broly had escalated to a fever pitch. Driven by a relentless fury, Broly charged at Goku with reckless abandon. Goku, caught off guard, wondered, "What have I done to deserve this?" Yet, he remained acutely aware of the threat before him. As his stamina waned, he felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing Broly's inexhaustible might. In that moment, he inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he sought tranquility within, entering a remarkable state of focus. When Goku reopened his eyes, they radiated a newfound clarity, as if he could pierce through all illusions. His aura, while contained, pulsed with increased power. He launched himself at Broly once more, initiating a new phase of their battle. This time, Goku eschewed mere energy attacks. Instead, he deftly maneuvered, evading Broly's strikes effortlessly, rendering them ineffective. Now calm and devoid of expression, Goku exuded an intimidating presence. The conflict persisted for an extended duration, with Goku and Broly locked in an intense aerial duel, their forms dancing beneath the sunlight. Gradually, however, the extraordinary state that Goku had attained began to wane, his body struggling to sustain it. He yearned to conclude the fight swiftly. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed the last vestige of his strength, channeling it into a final Kamehameha wave. But his diminished power proved futile against Broly, who remained unfazed. Broly disregarded Goku's Kamehameha wave entirely, charging straight through the energy beam. With Goku's astonished gaze fixed upon him, Broly seized his head and relentlessly slammed him against the stone wall. Earlier, Broly's attacks had little effect, but now he had seized the opportunity. Goku found himself pressed against the wall, struggling to pry open Broly's powerful hand. However, the disparity in strength rendered him helpless, forcing him to endure passively. Perhaps having grown bored, Broly casually hurled him toward a massive boulder, which shattered upon impact, leaving Goku incapacitated and unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, reverting to his base state. At that moment, sensing the formidable energy Broly was gathering to deliver a fatal blow to Goku, Su Buffon understood that it was time to intervene. In the blink of an eye, he teleported beside Broly and transformed into Super Saiyan 4, delivering a punch that rendered Broly unconscious before reverting to his normal state. In that fleeting instant, onlookers felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and Broly was swiftly knocked out by Su Buffon. The reason for Su Buffon's ease in subduing Broly left everyone perplexed, and he had no intention of providing an explanation. Observing the injured and unconscious Goku, Su Buffon produced a Senzu bean for him to consume and instructed the others to gather the Dragon Balls. Their battle had wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment, necessitating the Dragon Balls to restore it. Upon regaining consciousness, Goku quickly scanned his surroundings, exhaling a sigh of relief upon realizing Broly was defeated. This creature was undeniably a monster. He only grew stronger with each battle, seemingly possessing boundless energy. Unlike them, he was a natural Super Saiyan, unable to transform into an Oozuru, allowing him to harness the power of the Oozuru directly within his being, making his Super Saiyan form far superior to theirs. Su Buffon elaborated, "Furthermore, keep your distance from him. Provoking him could be dangerous. Had I not previously heightened his mental fortitude and taught him to suppress his emotions, he would have exploded with rage upon first seeing you." "Gosh, what is happening?" Goku exclaimed, bewildered, as he had never encountered Broly before. Why would he harbor such intense hatred? Truth be told, Su Buffon was equally puzzled. Logically, the cries from Goku's childhood should not have affected Broly. He could only offer a simplistic explanation. Your cries disturbed his sleep when you were a child. He remembers your voice and wishes to eliminate you. Seeing Goku's perplexed expression, Su Buffon chose not to elaborate further and took Broly away with him. For now, Broly was a ticking time bomb, and Su Buffon felt safer keeping him close. Chapter 55. The World Martial Arts Tournament. 2 years swiftly passed, and the new World Martial Arts Tournament was on the horizon. During this time, Su Buffon had refrained from training, having already transcended to Super Saiyan 4. The path to further advancement required personal exploration, a journey not to be accomplished in haste. Thus, he deemed it wise to take this opportunity for a well-deserved respite. However, he continued to instruct Broly in the mastery of his mental fortitude, aiming for him to first learn to control his own power, thereby enhancing his performance in battle. 2 years may seem like a fleeting moment to some, yet for Su Buffon and Broly, it represented a period of profound and extensive growth. Since arriving on Blue Star, it appeared that Su Buffon had scarcely rested, perpetually concerned about his inadequate strength and thus never relinquishing his training. This respite afforded him a rare interlude of leisure. Throughout these 2 years, he traversed mountains, rivers, and seas with Broly, indulging in the scenic beauty and rich cultural experiences. While witnessing Broly's transformation from a power-wielding beast into a warrior capable of mastering his abilities, observing the innocent demeanor of Broly, untainted by rage, it was difficult to reconcile this image with the one who had once battled Super Saiyan 3 Goku so fiercely. Su Buffon understood that Broly's strength stemmed from the primal ferocity within him and his insatiable thirst for combat, a drive that also rendered him susceptible to bouts of uncontrollable fury during fights. Thus, Su Buffon refrained from hastily pushing Broly to enhance his power. Instead, he focused on nurturing his mental aspect, teaching him to cultivate inner calm and emotional control. Besides training, he guided Broly through every corner of Blue Star. From bustling cities to remote villages, from the peaks of snow-capped mountains to the depths of the ocean, he introduced Broly to the culinary delights of Blue Star, allowing him to experience the vibrant tapestry of human society. Concurrently, Su Buffon seized this opportunity to teach Broly how to observe and comprehend human behaviors and emotions, enabling him to gradually learn the art of communication and interaction. The transformation in Broly over these 2 years was unmistakable. He was no longer the beast solely driven by the instinct to fight, but had evolved into a contemplative and emotionally aware warrior. As his mastery of mental fortitude deepened, he gained a measure of control over his power, lessening the likelihood of succumbing to rage during battles. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he could maintain his composure in the face of Goku. Of course, Su Buffon did not neglect to impart some combat techniques to Broly. For when strength levels are comparable, skill becomes paramount. Drawing from his own experiences, he tailored a training regimen specifically for Broly. Under Su Buffon's guidance, Broly's martial prowess experienced rapid enhancement. Before long, the day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament approached, the most illustrious martial arts event on Blue Star, attracting masters from across the globe. Su Buffon intended for Broly to participate in this tournament, both to observe whether he would retain control in the intensity of battle against Goku. After all, Goku was the greatest catalyst for Broly's agitation. And Su Buffon wished to prevent any future chaos, where Broly might lose himself in fury, recklessly pursuing Goku. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, Su Buffon introduced Broly to the other participants, casually mentioning Broly's involvement in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which elicited a chorus of lamentations from several Blue Star inhabitants. Initially, there was little hope of victory, and now it seems they may face a beating without any rewards. However, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are eager for action. Recalling the brutal defeat at the hands of Broly ignites their passion, making them yearn for another battle. Following the last confrontation between Sun Wukong and Broly, Vegeta has diligently trained at home and, over the past 2 years, has ascended to the Super Saiyan 3 stage. Brimming with confidence, he is eager to confront Broly. As the days pass, the World Martial Arts Tournament approaches. Broly, tomorrow is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please go easy on the martial artists and refrain from killing. Su Buffon advised. Broly nodded. Having spent the last 2 years traveling with Su Buffon, he has met many people and developed an affection for this planet. Vowing not to cause destruction here, the long-awaited day of the World Martial Arts Tournament has finally arrived. Su Buffon accompanied Broly to the registration venue, where they encountered Sun Wukong and his companions, and together they entered the registration area. The venue was teeming with people, but it was impossible for everyone to fight, necessitating a series of selection processes. As they queued for strength testing, it was noteworthy that despite Su Buffon's intervention preventing Satan from becoming a savior, he still earned the title of martial arts champion in this world, and his daughter forged an unbreakable bond with Gohan. Unlike previous tournaments, this one underwent adjustments. Since Goten and Trunks had not yet reached the age of 15, they were placed in the youth division, yet this did not diminish the excitement for their ultimate showdown. During the queue, interviews were conducted, but Vegeta and Piccolo showed no interest, prompting the microphone to be directed toward Goku. However, the probing questions irritated Piccolo. As they risked exposing Gohan's identity, with a swift glance, he destroyed the camera. At that moment, the referee of the martial arts tournament brightened upon seeing Goku, having eagerly anticipated the return of such formidable fighters since officiating their previous battles. It is only with masters like you that the World Martial Arts Tournament becomes truly intriguing. This preliminary round was to be conducted using high-tech power testing. First, the world champion Satan demonstrated, and the applause indicated his considerable popularity. The crowd went wild with photography, prompting Piccolo, unable to tolerate Satan's showboating, to sabotage the cameras. Witnessing this, Satan was somewhat bewildered, lamenting the squandered opportunity to shine. After a moment of posturing, Satan threw a punch that scored an impressive 137, truly living up to his title as the martial arts champion. Subsequently, with the greater good in mind, Gohan requested that everyone feign their strength during the testing. First up was Android 18, and despite Krillin's countless warnings to avoid excessive force, she effortlessly achieved a remarkable score of 774, far surpassing the world champion. The remaining onlookers were left in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, suspecting a malfunction in the machine. After conducting a thorough series of tests, they requested a reattempt, though this posed a challenge for the assembled experts. Ultimately, under immense restraint, the scores were revealed. Number 18 scored 192, Goku 186, Piccolo 210, yet Vegeta, unfazed by the proceedings, obliterated the machine with a single punch. Witnessing the impressive display of strength, many spectators were so taken aback that they withdrew from the competition. Following an extensive selection process, the competition commenced with the youth division, where the victor would have the opportunity to spar with the world champion, Mr. Satan. Unfortunately, Satan's grand entrance was marred by a rather unfortunate fall. After a series of comedic events, the matches officially began. The battles in the youth division resembled a playful charade, devoid of any real combat, becoming a scene of uproarious laughter among the audience. When it was Trunks' turn to compete, he faced a brash opponent with yellow hair who had previously taunted him. True to his lineage as Vegeta's son, Trunks exhibited a fierce demeanor and minimal words, swiftly dispatching his rival with a single kick. Next came the shy Goten, who was confronted by an opponent 7 years his senior, though the disparity in their fighting capabilities was stark. This fellow initially chose to conceal his strength, teasing Goten. But after a few futile attacks, Goten effortlessly knocked him out with a single blow. Thus, Goten and Trunks advanced through the rounds with remarkable ease. reaching the Youth Division Finals before they had even completed their warm-ups. Chapter 56. Goten vs. Trunks. At this moment, the staff awakened a slumbering Mr. Satan, inquiring if he wished to observe the capabilities of his potential challengers, as the victor would also engage in a demonstration match with him. Reluctantly, the fighting champion consented to watch, recognizing the importance of the situation. Back at the arena, as the match commenced, both Saiyans were resolutely determined to claim victory, immediately engaging in a test of strength. After a tense standoff, Trunks broke the stalemate, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks that relentlessly pressured Goten, who proved to be no slouch in combat either. The two engaged in an aerial duel, evenly matched, until Trunks suddenly appeared behind Goten, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. However, Goten skillfully utilized his flight technique to regain his balance and, without hesitation, retaliated with a formidable headbutt that propelled Trunks away. The extraordinary display of power exhibited by the two children left Mr. Satan in a state of panic, his expression betraying his fear, though his primary concern remained his own reputation. Failing to defeat even the Youth Division champion would be a significant blow to his pride. On the stage, the two Saiyans continued their fierce battle, the intensity of the match even igniting a fervor in the host, who proclaimed that this was indeed the essence of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Suddenly, Trunks unleashed energy waves from both hands. Goten quickly dodged into the air, but the energy wave hurtled toward the audience. Just as it seemed poised to strike the stands, Trunks skillfully redirected the energy, sending chills down the spines of all who were watching. Wu Tian, undeterred, returned to the arena to unleash the Kamehameha wave. However, Trunks effortlessly evaded the attack. Fortunately, the host's agility prevented an immediate disaster. Observing that Wu Tian struggled to master his energy control, Trunks proposed a mutual agreement to refrain from using energy blasts. Once this accord was established, both combatants launched into action, seizing each other to engage in a physical confrontation. It was clear that Trunks held the upper hand. With a decisive shoulder throw, he sent Wu Tian soaring into the air. Although Wu Tian utilized the instant transmission technique to stabilize himself, Trunks swiftly approached from behind, tightly restraining him. Despite Wu Tian's desperate struggles, escape proved futile. As Trunks exerted increasing pressure, Wu Tian's face contorted in pain. Yet, he steadfastly refused to surrender. In a moment of dire necessity, Wu Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan, abruptly freeing himself from Trunks' grip. Trunks admonished Wu Tian for his lack of martial ethics, boasting that he could defeat Wu Tian without the use of his left hand. The naive Wu Tian, delighted, initiated an offensive, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left Trunks somewhat flustered. Following this, Wu Tian launched a rapid aerial assault. In a critical moment, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, dodging the attack and countering with an explosive strike directed at Wu Tian, who was unable to evade in time and was sent tumbling off the stage. Rising to his feet, Wu Tian promptly accused Trunks of deceit, claiming he had utilized both hands and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Noticing Wu Tian's disgruntled expression, Trunks quickly approached with his toy to distract Wu Tian, allowing him to regain his composure. Those who had passed the preliminary rounds watched this scene with great relief, recognizing the strength of the new generation. Prince Vegeta, filled with pride, comforted Goku, subtly asserting that his son's superior lineage was the reason for his victory. Following the conclusion of the match, as per the tournament's tradition, the champion Trunks was set to face Satan in an exhibition match. The martial arts champion Satan trembled in fear from the sidelines, yet amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers, he feigned composure and steeled himself to step onto the stage, determined to perform admirably. Observing Trunks' overwhelming prowess, Satan pretended to warm up, his anxiety mounting. Was his illustrious reputation to be tarnished today? In a flash of cleverness, he devised a ruse, coaxing Trunks to lightly touch his cheek with his fist, claiming it to be a novel greeting method. Naturally, Trunks obliged this outrageous request, delivering a punch that landed squarely on Satan's face, sending him hurtling out of the ring like a bullet. This spectacle incited jubilant cheers from the audience. Despite the excruciating pain, Satan forced himself to return to the stage, raising Trunks' hand in victory and proclaiming that he had defeated the world champion. Onlookers mistakenly believed he had intentionally allowed Trunks to win. However, upon returning to the resting area, Satan writhed on the ground in agony, realizing that Trunks' punch had nearly cost him his life. After witnessing the battle of the youth group, With only half an hour remaining before the adult group competition, two enigmatic figures suddenly obstructed their path. One, a smaller individual, floated in the air, while the other, with white hair, lingered behind him. They inexplicably proposed an alliance with Goku, claiming that if their collaboration proved fruitful, they would engage in a duel during the finals. Without further ado, they turned and departed. However, Piccolo sensed an inexplicable aura of oppression emanating from them. Deducing that these two possessed unfathomable power, the scene shifted to Trunks and Goten, who were reluctant to limit themselves to the youth competition. Thus, they concocted a scheme to enter the adult group, setting their sights on a masked stranger. Approaching the mysterious figure, they deceitfully claimed that a beautiful girl was seeking his contact information. Seizing the moment, they suddenly appeared in midair and delivered a swift chop, rendering him unconscious, before hurriedly dragging him into the bushes and expertly removing his attire. Thus, the first fusion of the two mischievous boys was born. As per tradition, the finals of the adult group would involve a draw to determine matchups and order of appearance. However, due to the large number of participants, a new rule was introduced. A decisive outcome must be reached within 3 minutes. The first match pitted Krillin against the hefty Puta. The second match saw Piccolo face the previously encountered opponent. The third featured Videl against Spobobich. The fourth had Lunch battling Jebit. The fifth included Android 18 versus Satan. And the sixth was a fateful confrontation between Goku and Vegeta. The seventh match placed Trunks against Kira, while the eighth had Broly facing an unknown adversary. The draw for the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament was officially established. As a former Dark King, Piccolo felt an uncontrollable flow of cold sweat at the thought of facing an unknown opponent, even before the match commenced. In contrast to Piccolo's tension, Vegeta was ablaze with fervor at the prospect of facing Goku, determined to vanquish him. This had almost become an obsession. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the first match between Krillin and Puta commenced. After years away from the tournament stage, Krillin felt a flutter of excitement within. However, as the runner-up of the previous tournament, Puta was no pushover, renowned for his ferocity. Gazing down at the diminutive opponent, Puta was resolute, dismissing the Earth's strongest fighter, intent on leaving his rival battered and bruised. Exhibiting his agility, Puta performed a series of acrobatic flips before the match began, hoping to seize the psychological advantage. Yet, he was ultimately blinded by overconfidence. While he was still preening, Krillin swiftly knocked out his opponent, concluding the match before the audience could even react. In the second match, Piccolo faced the unknown foe. As the host announced the start, both combatants remained motionless. Faced with the smiling opponent, Piccolo trembled in fear, paralyzed, and unable to move. Merely 2 sentences from the opponent compelled the Dark King to forego resistance, opting for surrender instead. Chapter 57. A sudden change in the resting area. Piccolo locked eyes with his adversary, harboring suspicions about the identity of the challenger. Upon realizing that the individual before him was the esteemed Kaioshin, Piccolo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Originally, above the 4 kings of the galaxy resides the Great King, while the Kaioshin holds an even more transcendent status. Piccolo, having fused with the deity of Earth, possesses the essence of divinity within him and is particularly attuned to such dimensional sensations. In the third match, Videl faces off against Spopovich, whose veins are bulging and body crackling with immense electrical energy. As the Kaioshin passes by Spopovich, he senses an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the opponent. Spopovich's countenance is twisted with rage, yet Videl remains undeterred by his fearsome visage. She strikes first with a powerful kick toward the door, following up with a series of relentless blows that bring Spopovich to the ground. However, he demonstrates remarkable resilience, suffering no damage from her onslaught and rising to launch a fierce counterattack. Seizing the moment, Videl executes a shoulder throw, slamming Spopovich down once more. One cannot help but commend the quality of her attire. A flurry of tempestuous strikes has already drained much of Videl's stamina. Nonetheless, Spopovich, despite the barrage of attacks, merely has a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth as he stubbornly rises again, and the tide of battle subtly shifts. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta sense something amiss, realizing that Spopovich is not quite himself, as he suddenly radiates an aura of wickedness, showing no mercy as he delivers a kick that sends Videl flying. Just as she appears poised to fall from the arena, she envelopes herself in energy and employs the instant transmission technique to hover in midair, prompting a sigh of relief from Gohan. However, perhaps succumbing in defeat would be a fortuitous turn of events, for he discerns that Spopovich harbors a terrifying power that does not belong to him. And he feels no pain whatsoever. Even with a broken neck, he can miraculously restore himself and wield energy. As Videl gradually finds herself at a disadvantage in the battle, despair begins to envelop her, compounded by the chilling realization that Spopovich can wield a malevolent energy wave. Under the force of his assaults, Videl struggles to maintain her footing, desperately seeking an opportunity to counter, but her attacks only serve to irritate her adversary. Spopovich's face twists into an evil grin, and he retaliates with a brutal headbutt, seizing Videl and unleashing a torrent of fists in a display of fury so savage that even the audience cannot bear to watch. This was initially a match devoid of suspense. However, Spopovich reveals an extreme evil power, showing no mercy as he rains down countless blows upon Videl, leaving her battered and bruised. Just as she is on the verge of surrendering and about to fall from the stage, Spopovich clutches her leg and slams her heavily onto the platform, quickly advancing to deliver another punishing strike to her abdomen. Confronted with such a brutal and terrifying opponent, the resilient Videl refuses the announcer's pleas for her to concede, rising defiantly with determination glimmering in her eyes. Yet her adversary appears even more exhilarated, stepping forward to deliver a knee strike to her face, causing blood to erupt from her wounds before he mercilessly stomps her down. As Spopovich's relentless assault continued, Videl could only emit anguished cries. Witnessing his girlfriend, battered and bruised in the arena, Gohan could no longer contain the fury within him. With a surge of golden energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly charged towards the ring. At that moment, a similarly clad bald figure intervened, halting Spopovich's brutal actions. The two appeared to be conspiring an audacious plan, while Goku had already teleported to Korin Tower to retrieve some Senzu beans. Before departing, Korin the cat repeatedly cautioned Goku, harboring an ominous premonition and urging him to remain vigilant. Demon King Dabura, witnessing his grievously injured daughter, found himself consumed by rage, yet felt powerless to act. After administering the Senzu beans, Gohan promptly returned to the arena, prepared for the match. Videl, having ingested the beans, was instantly revitalized. The fourth match resumed, featuring Gohan facing off against Jebet. The opponent wasted no time, compelling Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan right from the outset. Meanwhile, the Spopovich duo lurked in the shadows, clutching a peculiar device, intently observing the battlefield. According to the Supreme Kai's conjecture, this duo intended to launch an attack upon sensing formidable power, for their singular purpose was to amass potent energy. Thus, he implored Goku and the others to refrain from interfering, regardless of any unforeseen developments in the arena. At that moment, the stage began to tremble violently as Gohan, having heeded Jebet's words, transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a fearsome roar, he unleashed a terrifying aura, fully assuming his Super Saiyan form. Jebet, astonished by the overwhelming power emanating from his opponent, was taken aback. The prince seized the opportunity to remark that Gohan's current power was significantly inferior to that which he had wielded against Cell. The Spopovich duo awaited this very moment. Sensing such formidable energy, they lunged at Gohan like hungry wolves. Just as Gohan noticed the imminent threat and prepared to resist, the Supreme Kai employed his abilities to immobilize Gohan, rendering him unable to move. The nefarious Spopovich duo seized an energy container and plunged it into Gohan's side, causing him to cry out in agony. Krillin, witnessing this, readied himself to assist, but Piccolo restrained him, reminding everyone to trust the Supreme Kai as earlier advice for once. Recovering Videl, who was desperate to rush to Gohan's aid, was held back firmly by Goku. They could only watch helplessly as Gohan's energy was siphoned away. Following a blinding flash of white light, the energy container brimmed with power. Gohan, drained of his energy, collapsed to the ground, while the Spopovich duo, having absorbed sufficient energy, fled the scene. The others hastily attempted to pursue, but Vegeta disregarded the mysterious adversaries before him, solely desiring a fierce battle with Kakarot. Goku, however, paid him no mind and ascended to the ring, leaving Vegeta seething in frustration before he too gave chase. On the arena floor, Gohan lay weakened and vulnerable as Jebet unleashed a powerful technique, flooding Gohan's body with energy. Instantly revitalized, Gohan and his companions set off in pursuit of the fleeing Spopovich duo. Broly cast a glance at Su Buffon, who merely shrugged, implying that they might as well go take a look together. Along the way, the Supreme Kai elaborated on the unfolding events, revealing that the duo they had just encountered were mere pawns. Long ago, a wicked sorcerer named Bibidi had unleashed a terrifying creature known as Majin Buu upon the mortal realm, a being whose sole purpose was destruction and ceaseless slaughter, obliterating hundreds of planets in just a few short years. Even more chilling was the existence of 5 Supreme Kais, each possessing the power to vanquish Frisia in an instant. Yet, despite their might, they could not escape the clutches of Majin Buu, with 4 of them having already met their demise. Faced with an uncontrollable killing machine, Bibidi had no choice but to seal it within a colossal egg, subsequently transporting it secretly to Earth. Later, the Supreme Kai eliminated Bibidi before Majin Buu could be unleashed, and the sealed egg remained unscathed, leading to the demise of the malevolent sorcerer. The Supreme Kai believed no one could break the seal, thus alleviating the threat posed by Majin Buu. However, unbeknownst to him, Bibidi had a son named Babidi, who could manipulate those harboring dark intentions for his own purposes. Babidi also possessed the ability to unlock the seal of Majin Buu, driven by a desire for dominion and vengeance for his father. He resolved to reignite the resurrection of Buu, necessitating an abundance of pure energy. The purpose of the duo's participation in the martial arts tournament was to seek out such energy. Previously, Jebet and the Supreme Kai had scoured the land for the colossal egg that sealed Majin Buu, but Babidi had already taken precautions, relocating the egg elsewhere. The terrifying energy unleashed by Gohan upon transforming into a Super Saiyan was precisely what was required to resurrect Majin Buu. Thus, they had no choice but to use Gohan as bait to draw out Babidi and ascertain his hiding place, aiming to eliminate him before Majin Buu's revival. At this moment, Goku expressed his curiosity, questioning why, if Majin Buu was so fearsome, the egg had not been destroyed alongside Bibidi. The Supreme Kai explained that they feared damaging the egg could lead to the seal being undone, and it had been kept in a remote location, which had lulled him into a false sense of security. They now found themselves nearby, concealed behind rocks, observing the movements of the 2 figures. Jebet glared ahead, realizing that the cunning Babidi had hidden the entire spaceship underground. Suddenly, the door of a peculiar structure swung open, and 2 figures emerged from the spaceship. The nefarious sorcerer Babidi made his entrance, accompanied by a mysterious individual resembling a vampire, complete with horns, Dabura, the king of the dark demon realm, possessing terrifying power. Although Babidi himself lacked formidable combat prowess, he wielded sinister spells, manipulating others at will by exploiting their inner malevolence. Together, Dabura and Babidi shattered the confidence of the Supreme Kai, utterly obliterating the hope of defeating their adversary. Before him stood an adversary of terrifying combat prowess, which ignited the prince's innate warlike spirit, elevating his fighting intent to new heights. Even the Demon King was regarded with utter disdain. Upon sighting Babidi, they presented him with the energy-filled reservoir, eagerly anticipating a reward. Babidi, the malevolent sorcerer, demonstrated his ruthless nature, showing no mercy even to his subordinates. In an instant, his eyes gleamed as Spabich's body swelled, culminating in a violent explosion that reduced him to ashes. Another lackey fled in desperation, a mere feeble attempt at survival. A subordinate, bearing a striking resemblance to Frisia, unleashed a beam of light that obliterated him into dust, leaving Krillin and the others stunned by Babidi's cold-bloodedness. Jebet informed the group of Babidi's wickedness. To hasten the resurrection of Majin Buu, he consistently sought strong men to gather energy, only to discard them like refuse when no longer needed. At that moment, Babidi had already detected the concealed presence of the others. Although the Kaioshin and Jebet's energy was beyond Majin Buu's absorption, the energies of Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were immensely beneficial. Thus, he commanded Dabura to eliminate the rest, reserving the Kaioshin, who bore a grudge against him, for last, intending to torment him slowly to death. As Dabura's cyclone of energy spread, a sinister smile graced his face. In the blink of an eye, his palm was directed at Jebet, offering him no time to react. Before the battle commenced, he swiftly annihilated the healer with a beam of light, turning him to ashes. Evading Goku's offensive, Dabura extended his malevolent hand towards Krillin and Piccolo, ensnaring them in a 1,000-year-old phlegm that petrified them instantly. Following the meticulously crafted plan, he retreated into the spaceship, awaiting the targets to arrive for vengeance, ready to ensnare them all at once. Now, to rescue Krillin and Piccolo from their petrified state, Dobra must be vanquished. Upon hearing this, Goku, sensing hope rather than despair, ignited his fighting spirit, and the trio boldly ventured into the lair of danger. Despite King Kai's fervent pleas to dissuade them, their efforts were in vain, and they followed the others into the spaceship. Observing his prey ensnared in a trap, Babidi revealed a wicked grin, while the Frieza lookalike, Ipu, was already eager and self-assured, confident in his ability to annihilate the three targets. Subsequently, Babidi infused the enormous egg with energy from the reservoir, nearly filling it with the energy extracted from Gohan, a testament to the immense power they had gathered in such a short span, causing Babidi to regret his earlier destruction of Spabich. Nevertheless, he believed that the energy of these three targets was formidable enough. Today would mark the day that Majin Buu would not be resurrected. In that moment, the enemies forsook honorable combat, opting for a sneak attack, attempting to strike first with a tempest of assaults. The prince stood calm, deftly evading their onslaught. Despite their relentless efforts, they could not lay a finger on Vegeta. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick that sent one enemy flying. Before they could retaliate, he dispatched them once more, appearing behind them and delivering a decisive blow that sent the foe crashing to the ground. As the prince became increasingly enthusiastic, he advanced with a flurry of punches and kicks. Witnessing his subordinates rendered utterly defenseless, Babidi unleashed a powerful spell to create a super-gravity environment conducive to the prowess of his ally, Ipu. However, Vegeta, accustomed to training under gravity exceeding 100 times normal, found this feeble force ineffective in hindering his abilities. He delivered a devastating punch to Ipu's abdomen, nearly tearing his clothing, and swiftly followed up with a close-range energy wave that obliterated his opponent into dust. At that moment, the gateway to the second level swung open, and Babidi, seething with rage, dispatched his formidable beast. The sight of the drooling monstrosity elicited a look of terror from the Supreme Kai. For this beast was a fearsome entity that struck dread into the hearts of many across the cosmos. Before he could finish his thought, the beast lunged, its razor-sharp claws slicing through Goku's garments. To allow the creature to unleash its full potential and expedite the conclusion of the battle, Babidi conjured a pitch-black sphere of darkness. In this shrouded environment, the beast thrived, relentlessly attacking Goku. Yet, Goku had already locked onto its position with his ki, nimbly dodging the assaults and delivering a powerful kick to its face, causing the creature to recoil violently. But Goku's onslaught was far from over. His energy surged, transforming him into a radiant Super Saiyan, illuminating the battlefield and leaving his foe nowhere to hide. However, the beast was no simple adversary. Upon witnessing the brilliance of the Super Saiyan, it salivated as if presented with a feast. With a gaping maw, it inhaled all of Goku's energy, letting out a belch of satisfaction. As a prodigy in combat, Goku suddenly had a brilliant idea. Since the creature relished consuming energy, he would let it indulge to its heart's content. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, and after a brief stalemate, the beast's abdomen began to swell. In an instant, the energy within Goku escalated to terrifying levels, ultimately causing the creature's body to rupture under the immense pressure, thus effortlessly dispatching the second foe. Chapter 59, Trunks vs. Android 18. Dobra strikes Vegeta, and Goku effortlessly dispatched the guardians of the first two levels. The Demon King, filled with confidence, volunteered for the task of guarding the third level, believing he could conclude the battle swiftly and allow Majin Buu to absorb energy for his resurrection. To harness his utmost power, Dobra retreated into a meditation chamber, commencing an extended incantation. Meanwhile, at the martial arts tournament, the clever Satan had a flash of inspiration, proposing a free-for-all among the 5 participants, with the last one standing declared the champion, while those who fled in fear would be disqualified. Though the organizing committee found this approach somewhat hasty, they ultimately relented due to Satan's immense popularity as the world champion. Upon hearing this news, Chi-Chi was utterly disheartened, compounding the financial woes of their already struggling household. Her hope for Goku and their son to secure the championship and win the prize money to improve their lives was now dashed. The 5 contestants confidently ascended to the stage. At this juncture, the others intended to ally with Trunks to jointly target the fighting champion, Satan. But the 2 young fighters had only one goal in mind: to claim victory in the adult division of the tournament. Aside from Android 18, no one else seemed worthy of attention. The young man with blonde hair approached her, attempting to charm her, but the stunning beauty remained aloof, offering him but a single remark. At the command of the host, the melee commenced. Each participant targeted their respective adversaries for the first strike. Android 18, however, showed no inclination to evade, calmly lifting her foot to send the blonde youth sprawling out of the ring. Trunks and Goten, with just a single punch, dispatched their opponents, leaving only 3 contenders on the stage. This unforeseen turn of events rendered even the usually composed Satan speechless, leaving him trembling and unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten locked eyes with Android 18, wholly disregarding Satan, and a fierce exchange ensued. Despite being exceptional descendants of the Saiyan race, endowed with innate combat prowess, their coordination was evidently still lacking. They found themselves struggling to cope with Android 18's relentless barrage, forced into a defensive stance as they gradually retreated. Under the onslaught of her ferocious attacks, they were left with no choice but to evade into the air. Yet, Android 18 offered them no respite, relentlessly continuing her offensive. In the meditation chamber aboard the spaceship, Dubra's incantation was still in its preliminary stages. His body radiated a violent energy, enveloped in a blue aura, as a terrifying presence surged within him. Outside, Babidi anxiously awaited. The greater Dubra's combat power grew, the more hope there was for defeating their adversaries. For the Demon King was his final trump card. Back on the arena, Android 18 continued her aerial battle with Trunks and Goten, their display of formidable strength causing the combat champions below to doubt their prospects. Goten and Trunks' teamwork remained unrefined, yet as the saying goes, even a blind punch can hit the master. Their chaotic assault disrupted Android 18's defensive rhythm. Seizing an opening, Trunks landed a solid punch to Android 18's face. But such an attack was evidently insufficient to inflict any real damage. The combatants resumed their aerial skirmish, leaving Satan shivering in place. True to their Saiyan lineage, Goten and Trunks exhibited remarkable fighting talent, and their cooperation grew increasingly adept, soon mounting a counteroffensive against Android 18. However, as is often the case, 2 fists struggle against 4 hands. Their opponent unleashed a flurry of strikes that sent Android 18 tumbling from the sky. Encouraged by this turn of events, the 2 young warriors pressed their advantage, determined to secure victory. Satan, watching in disbelief from below, recalled the fearsome power that once had Android 18 on the brink of despair. With a powerful strike, Trunks plummeted towards Satan, nearly sealing the championess' fate. In this moment, the 2 Saiyans seized the opportunity to switch positions, with Goten taking the lead in their new strategy, darting around Android 18 at high speed, awaiting the perfect moment to deliver a decisive kick to her abdomen. Goten's assault was far from over. In a moment of quick thinking, Android 18 unleashed an energy wave that interrupted their attack, granting her a rare moment to catch her breath. Amidst the encouraging shouts of his daughter, Android 18's gaze abruptly hardened, her combat prowess surging to unprecedented heights. A relentless barrage of frenzied attacks firmly subdued her opponent, culminating in a powerful strike that landed squarely on the adversary's face. Goten and Trunks were once again brought crashing down, plummeting to the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Realizing they were outmatched, the duo resorted to their previous tactic, swiftly switching positions and leaping into the air with urgency. However, Android 18 unleashed a wave of energy that narrowly missed the unsuspecting Mr. Satan, who was merely a bystander. Faced with the overwhelming power of Android 18, the 2 young Saiyans resolved to transform into Super Saiyans to confront her. As they felt the surge of energy within them, Trunks gathered his strength, intending to unleash a ki blast to test their capabilities. To their astonishment, the energy wave detonated in the distance, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud that left the reigning champion in a state of shock, even causing Android 18 to break into a cold sweat at the terrifying might of the 2 Saiyan children. However, it was precisely their transformation that led Android 18 to recognize their identities. Aware that a protracted battle would spell her doom, she resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, channeling her energy to execute Krillin's famed technique, the Destructo Disc, while simultaneously calling out to Trunks and Goten. Recognizing their identities caused panic to set in, and they failed to evade the attack, resulting in them being cleaved in 2, thereby completely exposing the identity of the invincible masked fighter. Yet, Trunks and Goten's innate Saiyan warrior spirit was ignited. They showed no intention of surrendering, tearing off their tattered jackets and continuing the fight. Nevertheless, the announcer declared them cheaters, stripping them of their eligibility to compete. Observing their furious mother in the stands, Goten and Trunks understood that returning home would result in a severe reprimand, prompting them to make a hasty retreat. Now, only Mr. Satan and Android 18 remained to vie for the championship title. The martial arts champion slowly lifted his head, while Android 18 awaited him with poised anticipation. Mr. Satan stood erect, and amidst the deafening cheers, he mustered his courage to call her out, but his body betrayed him, rendering him weak-kneed with fear. At that moment, the Demon King Dubra completed his meditation, experiencing a tremendous surge in power that radiated confidence. The Supreme Kai was astonished, unable to believe that Dubra would enter the fray prematurely. Yet Babidi expressed concern that the battle might disrupt their spaceship and hinder the resurrection of Majin Buu, suggesting a change of venue for the fight. Within the confines of the magical sphere, energy swirled rapidly, transporting them in an instant to a serene location. As the Demon King, Dubra was certain no one on Earth could rival his combat strength. Suddenly, Gohan surged into action, soaring into the air and launching an attack against him. Dubra, unfazed, effortlessly evaded the assault. As Gohan charged once more, Dubra waved his arm gently, sending ripples of immense energy slicing through the water's surface, followed by two energy blasts that cleaved boulders in half. To avoid being exposed, Gohan submerged underwater, launching a ki blast that erupted from beneath the surface. Seizing the opportunity while Dubra was distracted, Gohan executed a surprise kick that sent his opponent flying. However, Dubra emerged from the rubble, manipulating flying debris toward Gohan, creating a cloud of dust before unleashing a terrifying burst of yellow light and energy. Gohan, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, felt no harm as he stood atop a massive rock, glaring at his opponent. With a swift movement, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Dabura's abdomen, who was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the blow, sending him flying. Following a succession of relentless strikes, Gohan pressed his advantage, releasing a colossal energy wave. However, Dabura suddenly appeared behind him, launching a series of rapid attacks. Unfazed, Gohan's body tensed, crackling with the power of lightning. In an instant, thick smoke enveloped the area, his strength surging once more. In Chapter 60, Vegeta willingly fell under control. After an intense exchange, the King of the Demon Realm altered his strategy. Faced with Gohan's aggressive onslaught, Dabura spat blood as Gohan teleported before him, delivering a crushing punch, only to strike mere afterimages. Dabura had swiftly evaded to the side, countering with a wicked energy beam. Gohan, unable to dodge in time, was struck directly and fell into the water. Although his clothing was tattered, the blow was insufficient to inflict any fatal damage. Observing his opponent poised on the shore, Gohan released two energy spheres from the water, intending to create a diversion and surge to the surface. Yet, this ploy had already been anticipated by Dabura, who retaliated with another precise energy beam, hitting Gohan once more. Gohan promptly shed his outer garment, and both combatants engaged in a fierce battle at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Goku and Vegeta watched Gohan with disappointment. Despite possessing the power of a Super Saiyan, his prolonged absence from training had led to a complete loss of combat instinct, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full strength. Such monotonous tactics could not inflict any harm upon the King of the Demon Realm. Provoked by Dabura's incessant taunts, Gohan charged forward in a fit of rage, only to be met with an unexpected attack from his opponent. Fortunately, Gohan reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with his gauntlet, narrowly avoiding being petrified. Seizing the moment while Dabura was momentarily distracted, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to his face. Dabura steadied himself and conjured a massive sword, its blade glinting ominously as it severed several strands of Gohan's golden hair before charging at him with reckless abandon. Dabura unleashed his full might, swinging the sword toward Gohan, who, transformed into a Super Saiyan, executed a remarkable feat by catching the blade barehanded. In a fierce contest of strength, he managed to shatter the sword. Vegeta, observing the tense battle, urged Gohan to step aside if he could not prevail, expressing his desire to swiftly eliminate the King of the Demon Realm and then engage in a vigorous battle with Kakarot. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Dabura, who, Sensing Vegeta's malevolent aura, had a sudden insight. He called upon Babidi, requesting an immediate return to the spaceship, claiming that a more suitable warrior was available to fight on his behalf, and informed him of the presence of a Saiyan possessing a formidable dark energy. This could be manipulated to incite infighting among them, allowing Majin Buu to absorb energy and revive himself, a twofold advantage. Upon hearing this, Babidi was thoroughly impressed, while Vegeta's simmering rage remained unabated, filled with complaints. As Gohan ascended, he was compelled to unleash his full strength to annihilate the enemy. Vegeta, having reached the limits of his endurance, raised an energy sphere with the intent to obliterate both Majin Buu and Babidi, along with their spacecraft. The Supreme Kai was thoroughly alarmed, fearing that the violent shockwave would instantly revive Majin Buu. After all, even 4 Supreme Kais had been utterly powerless against the creature, so he hastily intervened to stop them. At that moment, Babidi executed his ultimate technique, the evil thought control, causing the magical sphere to erupt with blinding radiance. Vegeta was immediately struck with excruciating pain, beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he relentlessly fought against the malevolent force, while the Supreme Kai encouraged him to resist the evil power. Yet it was all too late. As the sorcerer amplified his power, the evil energy within Vegeta surged forth, causing the spacecraft to shake violently, affecting the vicinity for miles around. As the upheaval subsided, the prince wore a sinister smile. He had fallen under Babidi's control. However, the game of forcing the Saiyans to turn against each other was far from over. Babidi cast another spell, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was transported to the martial arts tournament venue. Just as the host was about to greet them, a terrifying energy erupted from within Vegeta, and Gohan swiftly intervened, rescuing the referee, who narrowly avoided a fatal fate. Babidi commanded Vegeta to eliminate everyone present and seize their energy. But with a mighty roar, Vegeta declared his singular objective, to confront Kakarot in a decisive battle. This fated confrontation finally commenced, with Vegeta grinning wickedly as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, which Goku valiantly countered. After a fierce stalemate, Goku managed to deflect the overwhelming energy. Vegeta, unrelenting, chose to unleash his inner malevolence, intentionally allowing Babidi to manipulate him, thereby enhancing his power to provoke Kakarot into a fierce showdown. The prince, having completely forsaken mercy, regarded the lives of the Earthlings as mere trifles, showing no sign of compassion. With each movement, countless lives were extinguished in an instant, and Goku could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to engage in a battle of true intensity, which was precisely what Vegeta desired. Without further ado, a terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. Goku called out to the evil sorcerer Babidi, proposing that if they were to fight, they should relocate to an uninhabited area to avoid collateral damage. As the impending clash loomed, the Supreme Kai bravely positioned himself between the two Saiyans, hoping to defuse this momentous conflict with his own strength. However, Goku was thoroughly enraged by Vegeta's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, showing no regard for even the Supreme Kai. With a slow, deliberate motion, he gathered energy in his hands, signaling that he was prepared to take decisive action, causing the Supreme Kai to panic and flee. As the Saiyans turned against one another, Babidi reveled in the chaos, reciting another incantation that transported them to a desolate wasteland. The Supreme Kai resolved to implement Plan B, returning with Gohan to the spacecraft to confront Dabura, determined to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet, all of this was meticulously observed by the malevolent Babidi. Vegeta, compelled by an overwhelming force, was driven to eliminate the Kaioshin, causing an excruciating headache to throb within him. Yet, his sole desire was to face off against Kakarot. Striving to resist Babidi's commands with all his might, clinging to the last vestiges of his composure, vowing never to become a puppet for his adversary. As he lay on the ground, writhing in agony, he declared, "I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. No one can command me." His proud roar resonated through the heavens, and with a surge of ferocious energy erupting from within, he broke free from the enemy's grasp, leaving Babidi astounded. Never before had he encountered such indomitable will. The Demon Realm King, Dabura, remained unfazed, even as the Kaioshin and Gohan fought their way through formidable obstacles. He felt no fear. The fateful confrontation awaited, igniting a fiery passion within Vegeta. Meanwhile, Goku was reluctant to engage in a battle that would lead to mutual destruction, allowing Majin Buu to reap the rewards. He resolved to end the conflict swiftly, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Kakarot, Vegeta's fighting spirit soared. With a thunderous roar, he too embraced the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, his body crackling with the energy of thunder. Vegeta, with a fierce cry, was the first to launch an attack, displaying overwhelming strength. A fierce battle erupted in the skies as Goku and Vegeta clashed, exchanging blows with unyielding ferocity. After a fierce exchange of power, Vegeta charged at Goku with a headbutt, showing no mercy, and followed up with a relentless barrage of strikes. This was indeed the legendary rivalry, as the two warriors locked eyes in midair, golden energy surging forth in unison. With another tremendous roar, they resumed their brutal contest of fists. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Babidi delight grew, for the resurrection of Majin Buu was imminent. The two warriors continued their fierce clash, Goku delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta, quickly followed by a punch, pressing his advantage. However, Vegeta vanished behind him, unleashing a close-range energy wave that sent Kakarot crashing into the rocks. Yet, the fight was far from over. From the shadows, Goku retaliated with a wave of light aimed at his opponent, prompting Vegeta to counter with a single-handed energy blast. The energies clashed violently between them, and despite their escalating power, the explosion of energy left them both standing, unable to determine a victor. Though battered and bruised, Vegeta seized Goku with a sinister grin, forcefully hurling him into the ground, followed by a radiant wave that bound Goku's limbs tightly. Vegeta unleashed two sharp slaps, venting the humiliation he had endured, yet still unsatisfied. He followed up with a devastating strike. Hearing Vegeta's incessant taunts, Goku erupted in rage, breaking free from the restraints, and hurled a massive rock at Vegeta. Determined to surpass Kakarot, Vegeta showed no signs of relent, and under Babidi's control, he pushed past his limits to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After an intense exchange, the two longtime rivals ascended into the air, locking eyes once more. On the other side, having absorbed the energy of Goku and Vegeta, Majin Buu has grown tremendously, exuding an aura of malevolence that instills an unprecedented fear in Gohan. The Supreme Kai is determined to annihilate Majin Buu before his energy reaches its zenith, and thus selects Babidi as his target, entrusting the Demon King Dabura to Gohan. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Goku and Vegeta rages on. With explosions erupting in midair and giant rocks shattering beneath them, neither has yet managed to claim victory. Vegeta's surging power exceeds Goku's imagination, and he seizes the opportunity to launch a fierce assault from behind. In their previous encounter with the demon beasts, Goku's momentary burst of terrifying strength revealed to Vegeta that the gap between them had never closed, deeply unsettling him. The proud Saiyan Prince cannot accept this reality, thus allowing Babidi to manipulate him, leveraging the enhancement of his demonic transformation to diminish the disparity in strength between himself and Kakarot. With a furious roar, he vents his pent-up frustration. As the two king-level Saiyans engage in a cataclysmic clash, Majin Buu's energy reaches its peak. Just then, the sky darkens ominously, thunder crackles, and the impending resurrection of Majin Buu sends tremors throughout the world, instilling a profound fear in the Supreme Kai, who loses all courage to confront this formidable creature. However, Gohan is resolute, determined to expend every ounce of his power in a desperate final stand. Golden energy bursts forth as he unleashes a powerful strike. Yet, the egg enveloping Majin Buu merely quivers slightly. Undeterred, Gohan fires another energy wave. After the explosion, the giant egg cracks open, revealing nothing within. The Supreme Kai, believing that Majin Buu has been vanquished, is about to rejoice when he notices Gohan trembling, sensing a grotesque energy permeating the air. Suddenly, Gohan looks up to see the powdery mist emerging from the shell, gradually coalescing into human form. Meanwhile, the two king-level Saiyans are so engrossed in their battle that they remain oblivious to the looming death that casts its shadow over the entire Earth. The source of this malevolence is none other than the resurrected Majin Buu, whose chubby exterior conceals a terrifying combat prowess that even the Demon King cannot contend with in a single strike. Before them stands this seemingly foolish giant, the most formidable antagonist in the Dragon Ball saga. Majin Buu, having regained his footing, joyfully applauds himself. making faces and reveling in his triumph with a grin that stretches from ear to ear. Gohan, prepared to fight to the death, cannot fathom this absurdity. Unable to contain his disdain, King Dabura exclaims that he is nothing but a fool. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu instantly ceases his merriment and solemnly declares that he is now angry. As the Demon King continues to mock him, dismissing his potential for strength, steam begins to erupt from Buu's head, and in an instant, he strikes, blinding the Demon King's eyes. It is essential to acknowledge that the Demon King possesses power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan, yet he is utterly unable to evade the relentless assaults of Majin Buu. As his attacks prove effective, Majin Buu gleefully resumes his jubilant frolicking, launching yet another kick with terrifying might, sending the Demon King soaring over 100 meters. Incapacitated upon impact, in that fleeting moment, the surge of battle energy startled the two Saiyans still embroiled in combat, finally making them aware of the ominous presence. However, Vegeta chuckled, for he sensed the battle prowess of Majin Buu, but he knew that his own strength, alongside Goku's, had transcended previous limits, instilling in him the confidence that he could effortlessly vanquish the foe. Yet, Goku discerned that this malevolent aura was no trifling matter. Unfazed by the formidable enemy before him, Vegeta was solely focused on determining the victor in his contest with Kakarot. Goku, however, warned him of the dire consequences that awaited their families, including Bulma and Trunks. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's demeanor softened, and thoughts of Bulma and Trunks compelled him to ally with Goku against their formidable adversary. But just as Goku let his guard down, Vegeta struck him from behind with a sudden and brutal blow, leaving Goku unconscious on the ground. Vegeta consumed his last Senzu bean, instantly revitalizing himself. Since Buu was a result of his own actions, he resolved to confront him directly, hoping to return alive for a rematch. Meanwhile, on Majin Buu's side, Gohan hurriedly grasped the Supreme Kai and attempted to flee. Babidi anxiously shouted for them to pursue, but Majin Buu remained unperturbed, allowing them a brief respite. At that moment, Gohan felt highly confident in his speed. However, it was not long before Buu appeared before him in an instant, delivering a crushing punch that sent Gohan plummeting to the ground like a meteor, nearly rendering him unconscious. In that instant, Buu expanded his massive form, playfully toying with the Supreme Kai, who fought back desperately, but to no avail. With an evil grin, Buu clapped his hands against his head. Yet the Supreme Kai's defenses held strong enough to withstand the blows without immediate demise. Buu landed another punch squarely on his crown, sending him crashing down to the earth. But just as Buu reveled in his triumph, the Supreme Kai, against all odds, managed to harness his remaining strength to unleash a potent energy wave directly at Buu, which, regrettably, proved ineffective. Buu retaliated with another punch, swiftly incapacitating the Supreme Kai. As Buu advanced relentlessly, the desperate Supreme Kai emitted a beam of golden light from his eyes, which, of course, had no effect. Buu unleashed an energy wave with devastating force, nearly obliterating the Supreme Kai, propelling him far away. Enduring the torment, the Supreme Kai finally regained his footing, only for Gohan, now revived, to deliver a powerful kick imbued with immense pressure. Buu effortlessly dodged, indicating that their strengths were not even in the same realm. At that moment, Buu directed an energy sphere towards Gohan, who was swiftly propelled away. In a stroke of fortune, the Supreme Kai summoned the last of his strength to detonate the energy sphere, preventing Gohan from being cast into the depths of space. Yet, beneath the overwhelming explosion, Gohan landed lifelessly, devoid of any signs of life. This battle resembled an egg striking a stone. The Supreme Kai could endure no longer and succumbed into unconsciousness. At that moment, a spear suddenly pierced through Buu. It turned out that the unconscious Dabura had awakened. Dragging his severely injured body, he urged Babidi to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Buu, for he was not something one could control. However, this assertion sounded utterly ludicrous to Babidi. Chapter 62. The invulnerable Majin Buu. At this juncture, Goten and Trunks also arrived at the scene. In order to avoid detection, they suppressed their energy and reverted to their normal states to observe the battlefield. Sensing Buu's formidable energy, they dared not act recklessly. Just then, Goten noticed something atop a nearby mountain and stealthily climbed up with Trunks to investigate. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a figurine of Piccolo and, filled with curiosity, began to tap at the petrified Piccolo. Subsequently, Trunks delivered a punch that sent the stone Piccolo crashing to the ground, shattering it to pieces. The two were puzzled by the presence of such a statue, but soon redirected their attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, Bu effortlessly removed the spear from his body. Observing Bu's displayed might, Babidi had already come to regard him as his most treasured possession, forbidding Dabura from uttering a single disparaging word against Bu in his presence. Meanwhile, Bu tossed aside the spear that had pierced him, and the wound quickly healed itself. Having knocked Goku unconscious, Vegeta approached the entrance of the spaceship, intent on destroying it to hasten his journey to Majin Buu. Suddenly, he sensed the absence of Gohan's energy and cast a remorseful glance at Goku, who lay unconscious on the ground. Returning to Bu, when he expressed his desire for food to Dabura, the latter was taken aback. Bu then began to bounce towards Dabura, who, enraged by the advancing Majin, charged forward to unleash a flurry of attacks. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Bu soaring into the air before swiftly maneuvering behind him to execute a whip-like kick, followed by a devastating slam that sent Bu crashing into the mountainside, kicking up a cloud of dust. According to the principle of smoke without injury, such an attack would undoubtedly have no effect, and Bu soon emerged from the rubble, landing gracefully on the ground. Witnessing the audacious display of Majin Buu, Dabura hastily amplified his energy and ascended into the air to unleash an energy blast. Thousands of energy waves rained down upon Bu. However, despite employing the prince's combat style and generating such a considerable amount of dust, it was no surprise that Bu swaggered out from the haze. Realizing his attacks had been ineffective, Dabura spat a few mouthfuls of saliva towards Bu. In response, Bu, not wishing to be caught off guard, quickly rolled aside to evade the incoming saliva. Meanwhile, a passing lizard was not as fortunate, as Bu unleashed a beam of purple light from the antennae on his head towards Dabura. This peculiar light possesses the extraordinary ability to transform individuals or objects into food. Majin Buu, in addition to his remarkable regenerative powers, can employ the antennae atop his head to cast a spell that transmutes people into cookies. The unfortunate Dabura, struck by this attack, soon found himself transformed into a biscuit. Bu swiftly caught the cookie that was once Dabura and devoured it in a matter of moments. With Dabura's disappearance, the petrified Krillin was restored to his human form. Observing Krillin's revival, Trunks and Goten hurried to his side. Upon learning that the statues were indeed their friends, Trunks frantically rushed to check on the fallen Piccolo, only to find that all that remained was a single shoe, leaving him pale with fear as he returned to Goten and the others. Disaster struck when Piccolo's statue was accidentally shattered. However, to their astonishment, Piccolo appeared behind them, unscathed. Sensing the formidable energy below, the revived Piccolo quickly crouched down, wary of making any sudden movements. Subsequently, Krillin and the others joined Piccolo, surveying the battlefield. Just then, Piccolo noticed the incapacitated Supreme Kai and was about to rush to his aid when a tremendous explosion erupted from Babidi's spaceship. It was none other than Vegeta, who had arrived by destroying the ship. Upon their initial encounter, Vegeta mocked Majin Buu for his absurdity. Infuriated by the insult regarding his appearance, Buu's body swelled with rage, and gas erupted forcefully from the vents on his head. Bu launched an assault on Vegeta, but the prince, fiercely devoted to Goku, envisioned Bu as his rival. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Goku had always been ahead of him. However, this time, it was Vegeta's turn to protect the Earth. With a sudden surge of energy, he entered battle mode and unleashed a barrage of debris towards Bu. Yet, such an attack proved ineffective against Bu. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch, but Bu remained unfazed. The proud prince unleashed a flurry of blows, forcing Bu to retreat until he crashed to the ground. Rising from the impact, Bu, in a fit of rage, charged at Vegeta. Vegeta met Buu's advance with a series of heavy strikes to his face, followed by a kick that sent Bu flying. Unwilling to grant Bu a moment's respite, Vegeta unleashed a series of fierce wolf-fang fist attacks, leaving numerous dents on Buu's body. Ultimately, a well-placed uppercut propelled Bu hundreds of meters into the air. In a flash, Vegeta teleported above the battered Bu, delivering a devastating kick that sent him plummeting. Before Bu could touch the ground, Vegeta teleported once more, landing another strike that hastened Buu's descent. After landing, Bu created an unfathomable pit in the ground, while Trunks, observing the spectacle, incessantly boasted about his father's formidable strength to Goten. However, Such an assault evidently had little effect on the formidable Bu, who swiftly recovered from his myriad of wounds. Upon witnessing Bu's rejuvenation and his exuberant leaps, Vegeta raised his energy, extending 3 fingers towards Bu, and unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through Bu's body. As Bu fell to the ground, even Piccolo could not suppress a shout of triumph. Just when everyone believed the battle had concluded, Bu rose from the earth and, with a mighty effort, mended the gaping wound in his abdomen. Thus commenced Bu's counterattack. As a formidable aura erupted around him, this culminated in a tremendous explosion, leaving a crater with a diameter of 100 meters in its wake. Although Vegeta had assumed a defensive posture, his left hand sustained injuries as a result. Subsequently, Bu tore a chunk of flesh from his belly, stretching it like dough, and began expelling energy blasts from his mouth, targeting Vegeta. Vegeta mockingly dismissed it as a child's trick, claiming he could evade it with his eyes closed. In response, Bu unleashed an even larger energy wave. This time, Vegeta had no choice but to take to the skies to evade, while Bu seized the opportunity to hurl the dough at him, ensnaring Vegeta and rendering him immobile. With a move akin to a mountain pressing down, Bu pinned Vegeta beneath him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Witnessing his father being mercilessly battered, Trunks, fueled by rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed to provide aid. Goten swiftly followed suit, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bu flying and successfully rescued Vegeta. Yet, in the face of Bu's extraordinary regenerative abilities, what could Vegeta possibly do to combat them? Chapter 63, Vegeta's self-destruction. As the battle raged on, Vegeta's wounds accumulated, and his strength waned. Hope of defeating Majin Bu faded, leaving Vegeta with no viable options. The proud Saiyan Prince never imagined he would one day find himself resorting to the same folly as Kakarot, sacrificing his life to protect his loved ones. In this moment, he truly embodied the proud Saiyan Prince. After Trunks saved him, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness amidst Trunks' frantic calls. Meanwhile, Piccolo approached Babidi from behind, attempting to strike, only to be met with Babidi's derisive laughter, which did little to improve Piccolo's already grim demeanor. Enraged by the mockery, Piccolo unleashed a swift strike, intending to cleave the deranged sorcerer in two, but Babidi conjured a protective shield, deflecting Piccolo's assault. Subsequently, he began chanting an incantation, launching a viscous substance towards Piccolo. However, with a surge of anger, Piccolo repelled the goo and charged once more at Babidi, intensifying his assault against the sorcerer's shield. With a resounding roar, Babidi's defenses were shattered. Without a protective shield, Babidi attempted to flee, yet Piccolo swiftly materialized behind him, cutting off his escape. In a decisive motion, he delivered a sharp blow that sent Babidi soaring. Looking down at the fallen sorcerer, Piccolo disdainfully spat. At this moment, the recently launched Majin Bu emerged from the rubble, unleashing a furious energy that pulverized stones within a 10-mile radius. Observing the resurgence of Majin Bu, Vegeta began to counsel Trunks to care for Bulma and urged them to find a safe haven. He resolved to confront Bu alone, but Trunks, unwilling to let his father face such a formidable foe by himself, insisted on fighting alongside Vegeta. In a poignant moment, Vegeta reflected on the fact that he had never held Trunks since his birth, and he tenderly cradled him in his arms, savoring the warmth of their bond. Nearby, Goten watched this scene, idly playing with his fingers. After relishing the fleeting intimacy between father and son, Vegeta abruptly struck Trunks, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, Goten rushed over, shaking Vegeta and questioning his actions. In response, Vegeta delivered a punch that incapacitated Goten as well. Exchanging a knowing glance with Piccolo, the two warriors understood each other's intentions. After a brief moment of silence, Piccolo reverted to his familiar role as caretaker, lifting Goten and Trunks. Vegeta then inquired of Piccolo whether he would still be able to meet Goku after his demise. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls remained, he urged Piccolo to escape swiftly. As Piccolo left, Bu attempted to intervene, prompting Vegeta to unleash a tirade, labeling Bu an ugly monster. Offended, Bu turned his ire towards Vegeta, ignoring Piccolo's retreat. As Piccolo passed by Krillin, he called him to join. Without hesitation, Krillin complied. Watching the departing Piccolo and his companions, Vegeta elevated his energy to its zenith. Enveloped by a radiant energy shield, surrounded by a brilliant glow, he declared to Bu that this time he would shatter him beyond recovery. Stars began to twinkle around them as Vegeta ignited his life force, coalescing a massive energy wave, prepared to perish alongside Majin Buu. With the prince's furious roar, a powerful energy emanated, casting a shadow over the surrounding 100 miles. The indomitable Saiyan prince was engulfed by the blinding radiance. After Vegeta's self-detonation, the area was shrouded in potent energy, causing even Bulma and her companions, miles away in their aircraft, to feel the tremors. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within Bulma, as if a part of her very soul had vanished. When the explosion subsided, a vast crater had formed at the location where Vegeta once stood, the surrounding area still crackling with dissipating energy, manifesting as arcs of lightning. Vegeta, having consumed the last remnants of his life force, had transformed into a statue, plummeting from 100 meters above into the depths of the pit below, shattering upon impact. A gust of wind swept through, and Vegeta was scattered into the ether. At that moment, Piccolo and Krillin could no longer sense Vegeta's presence. Piccolo entrusted Goten and Trunks to Krillin and resolved to return to the battlefield to assess the aftermath. Before long, Piccolo arrived at the center of the explosion, where he beheld the fragmented remains of Majin Buu. As he pondered how Vegeta had saved the Earth, a sudden noise caught his attention. It was Babidi, the foe he had previously incapacitated, astonishingly surviving the cataclysm. Just as Piccolo prepared to finish Babidi off, the ground erupted with countless pink gelatinous masses, writhing with vitality. Alarmed by the sight, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave to reduce the masses to ashes, yet the sheer quantity overwhelmed him. In no time, the small blobs transformed into Buu's likeness, leaving Piccolo momentarily stunned. Subsequently, the myriad mini-Buus converged in unison, and in mere moments, they coalesced into 5 formidable Majin Buus. The central Buu commanded the others to merge, gradually reshaping into the original form of Buu. Witnessing this, Piccolo was overcome with fear and turned to flee. Just as Buu completed his restoration, back on the ground, Buu mocked Vegeta's foolishness, only to be interrupted by Babidi's pleas for aid. Babidi urged Buu to assist in restoring his own body, but Buu, indifferent, began to dance. When Babidi threatened him with sealing techniques, Buu promptly complied, using his antenna to emit a beam of energy. After 2.5 minutes, Babidi's form reconstituted, with Buu acting subserviently at his side. Realizing that Majin Buu still thrived, Piccolo hastened to catch up with Krillin, recounting his observations and suggesting they seek refuge in the lookout. Meanwhile, Su Bufon had been observing their battle, disheartened by the display of their struggles. His presence had accelerated their growth. Yet only Goku teetered on the edge of Super Saiyan 3. Recognizing the need for pressure to propel their development, Su Bufon resolved not to intervene. Instead, focusing on how to harmoniously fuse divine energy with the formidable physical prowess of the Saiyans, thereby enhancing his own path of growth. At that moment, the Kaioshin also survived the explosion, unsteadily searching the battlefield for Gohan. At this moment, Bulma and her companions embarked once again on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Following the devastation wrought by Vegeta at the martial arts tournament, where he had taken the lives of numerous innocent souls, Bulma sought the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had fallen victim to his actions. Just then, the Dragon Radar indicated the location of a Dragon Ball, prompting Yamcha to pilot their craft towards that direction. Moments later, they arrived at the small island where the Dragon Ball was located. Yamcha's clumsy piloting resulted in a tumultuous landing, causing the craft to tilt precariously and everyone on board to tumble into a heap. Seizing the opportunity, Master Roshi collided into Android 18's embrace, nonchalantly deflecting blame onto Yamcha. After making this declaration, he buried his bald head into the depths of her bosom, rubbing against her incessantly, leaving Krillin's head inexplicably green. Android 18, unfazed, set her daughter down and, with her hands clasped, swiftly dealt with Master Roshi. In the chaos, Master Roshi attempted to reach for her, only to receive a swift, 180-degree turn of his bald head from Android 18 before being unceremoniously tossed aside. One must admit, her restraint was commendable. Chapter 64. The method to defeat Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo had ascended to the Supreme Kai's temple, where Bubbles took over Piccolo's caretaker duties, leading Goten and Trunks to rest. Concerned for Goku's well-being, Krillin expressed his worries, only for Din to reassure him that Goku was, in fact, deceased and there was no need to fret about further demise. Oblivious to his own predicament, Krillin remained anxious, blissfully unaware that his own complexion had turned as green as Piccolo's. At the same time, Bulma discovered a Dragon Ball nestled within a bird's nest atop a sheer cliff. As she reached for the Dragon Ball, her companions below encouraged her with shouts of support. Just as Bulma was about to grasp the coveted orb, a massive tongue lashed out toward her. Mistaking the movement for an opportunistic advance, Bulma turned to face the lurking monster, becoming momentarily paralyzed with fear. The creature extended its tongue, ensnaring the nest containing the Dragon Ball and swallowing it along with the eggs inside. Observing the creature's impending departure, Yamcha unleashed a ki blast, striking the beast and sending it crashing into the lake below. At this juncture, Chi-Chi expressed a desire to dive into the waters to retrieve the Dragon Ball, only to be outpaced by her daughter-in-law, who leapt into the lake first. As Biddy submerged, she quickly spotted the monstrous figure, yet her attacks proved insufficient to harm it, inadvertently provoking its wrath. Just as the creature's tongue lunged toward Biddy, Chi-Chi and Yamcha arrived in the nick of time to restrain its movements. From the shore, Android 18 gestured for Master Roshi to assist, but he feigned illness instead. Without hesitation, Android 18 delivered a swift kick, sending Master Roshi plummeting into the water. Coincidentally, the monster erupted from the lake's surface, opening its mouth wide at the sight of the descending Master Roshi. In a surprising turn, Master Roshi released a ki blast from an unexpected angle, causing the creature to weep as it retched, subsequently expelling the Dragon Ball from its belly, which landed squarely atop Master Roshi. After a period of time, Bulma and her companions finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. At that moment, Goku, who had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta, awoke from his slumber. Upon rising, he sensed the absence of Vegeta and Gohan's energy, yet he could still perceive the presence of Piccolo and Krillin, eventually locating them with ease. The others, sensing Goku's return, hurriedly rushed towards him, rekindling hope within their hearts. However, faced with the formidable Majin Buu, even Vegeta could not vanquish him, leaving everyone to wonder what Goku might do. Meanwhile, Bulma and her group had assembled the 7 Dragon Balls with the intention of summoning the Eternal Dragon to resurrect the innocents slain by Vegeta during the martial arts tournament earlier that day. Just then, Goku arrived at the wishing site from the Heavenly Palace, determined to prevent Bulma from making her wish. Dend, upon seeing the injured Goku, immediately rushed to heal him, while Piccolo seized the opportunity to inform Goku of the current dire situation, leaving him astounded. He could hardly fathom the sheer strength of Majin Buu, who had defeated both Vegeta and Gohan. Krillin quickly reassured everyone, proclaiming that as long as Goku was present, he would undoubtedly triumph over Majin Buu. However, Goku lamented that he had just recently achieved the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and if Vegeta had not evaded his self-destruction, he too would have perished. With Vegeta gone and Majin Buu still alive, Goku felt hopeless in confronting him. In that moment, Goku recalled the technique of fusion, which he had learned while training in the universe during his absence from Blue Star. Fusion is a technique that combines 2 beings of similar power and stature, resulting in a warrior with even greater strength. Piccolo then remembered the fusion he had undergone with Kami, which had granted him immense energy. Goku noted that the power derived from fusion surpassed that of absorption, but with Vegeta deceased and Gohan unreachable, he found himself without a suitable fusion partner. At that juncture, Bubbles pointed out Goten and Trunks, who were still asleep in the room, suggesting that their comparable power and stature might allow them to successfully fuse. Goku found this prospect promising and decided to instruct Piccolo on the fusion technique, while he would do his utmost to hold off Majin Buu during that time. Piccolo cautioned that before they could master fusion, Majin Buu would likely annihilate many humans, necessitating the use of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the innocent lives lost. Meanwhile, at Bulma's home in West City, she had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. The naive Biddy, unfamiliar with the extraordinary, was skeptical that mere orbs could summon the so-called Eternal Dragon. Subsequently, Bulma chanted the incantation, and as she did, the once clear sky darkened. A beam of light erupted from the Dragon Balls, soaring high into the heavens. As the inhabitants of the heavenly temple beheld the suddenly darkened sky, they realized that the dragon had emerged. It was surmised that Bulma was gathering the Dragon Balls to resurrect those whom Vegeta had slain. At that moment, Dandan remarked that should all 3 wishes be exhausted, the Dragon Balls would be rendered unusable for another year. Hearing this, Goku hastily sensed Bulma's energy, intending to teleport and prevent her from making a wish. Meanwhile, Bulma was already in the presence of the dragon. After the dragon uttered its introductory phrase, Yamcha swiftly declared his wish for the resurrection of those who had perished that day, with the exception of the wicked. Subsequently, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and the wish was granted. All those who had fallen in the tournament were revived, including Jebet, who had been killed by Dubra. By the time Goku arrived, it was too late. One wish had already been used. Goku then communicated with Dandan, inquiring about their next steps. Dandan explained that the remaining 2 wishes need not be used just yet, as the Dragon Balls would be available again in 4 months. Goku then instructed the dragon to depart and clarified his intentions to the others, preparing to lead them to the Heavenly Temple for temporary refuge. However, Bulma's parents were reluctant to leave, insisting that even in death, they could be revived with the Dragon Balls later. Thus, Goku successfully guided everyone to the Heavenly Temple. Meanwhile, Babidi, riding on Majin Buu, continued his search for those who had thwarted him, eager for revenge. As they made their way, they wreaked havoc upon the city. In a once thriving metropolis, Majin Buu merely flicked his antenna and transformed all the inhabitants into candy. He then opened his mouth wide, inhaling the sugary victims with gluttonous delight. In the place of Majin Buu's resurrection, Jebet, upon awakening, sensed the faint aura of the Kaioshin and set off in that direction. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin, battered and bruised, struggled to find Gohan but collapsed to the ground after taking only a few steps. Chapter 65. The Kaioshin Realm. At that moment, Majin Buu and Babidi hovered above a city, with Buu descending toward its center. Upon landing on a street, a small-time thug happened to drive by. Faced with the sudden appearance of Buu, the thug approached, hurling insults. In response to the thug's insolence, Buu tore off a piece of flesh and flung it toward him in the same manner he had dealt with Vegeta. Moments later, the thug lay motionless on the ground, prompting Buu to amble over to a nearby bakery. Upon entering, he seized a cake from the counter, devouring it with insatiable greed, before gathering a mound of cakes and consuming them in one fell swoop. Still unsatisfied, he barged into the cake-making factory, where the staff attempted to intervene, only to be sent flying by Buu's overwhelming force. Subsequently, Majin Buu approached the production machinery, accelerating the speed of the assembly line, and positioned himself at the end of the conveyor belt, eagerly awaiting the automatic delivery of cake. Meanwhile, Babidi was confronted by a staff member demanding payment. Babidi proclaimed himself an evil sorcerer, claiming that even the annihilation of Earth was but a mere command of his. However, to the others, it merely sounded like an attempt to dine and dash, prompting the staff member to grab Babidi by his cloak and fling him away. In response to this humiliation, Babidi cast a spell to vanish the staff member, thus ceasing the altercation. At that moment, Jebet discovered the fallen Kaioshin before a stone wall, hastily rushing to his side to administer healing. Before long, Kaioshin revived, astonished at his own resurrection, a sentiment echoed by Jebet himself, who marveled at the event. After a brief exchange, Kaioshin recalled the fate of Gohan, who remained unaccounted for, and summoned Jebet to aid him in the search. Not long after, the duo stumbled upon Gohan, who lay unconscious in a patch of grass. Sensing that Gohan was still alive, Jebet wished to heal him immediately. However, Kaioshin insisted they first transport him to the Kaioshin realm for treatment. Meanwhile, Goku had utilized instant transmission to bring everyone to the sacred world of the Kais, where Chi-Chi and Bulma were still searching for Goten and Trunks. Goku then delivered the devastating news that Gohan and Vegeta had been slain by Majin Buu. Overcome with grief, Chi-Chi fainted, while Bulma burst into tears, and even Videl shed sorrowful tears upon hearing of Gohan's demise. On the other hand, as Majin Buu continued his relentless quest for food, Babidi initiated a global broadcast, using his sorcery to communicate with everyone on Earth, issuing a worldwide manhunt for Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo. He commanded all to close their eyes while he implanted images of the three into their minds, threatening that if they did not appear, he would wreak havoc upon cities daily. When Piccolo and the others remained absent, Majin Buu commenced his assault, utilizing his powers to devour the inhabitants of a city. Following this, Babidi ordered Buu to demolish the city. Buu inhaled a vast amount of air and subsequently expelled it downward towards the city. In an instant, explosions erupted, and moments later, what was once a thriving city lay in ruins. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with fury. Nearby, Goku reassured Piccolo that there was no need for concern, as they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those lost. Meanwhile, in their resting quarters, Goten and Trunks had awakened. Trunks recalled being rendered unconscious by Vegeta, and the two ventured outside to assess their surroundings. They believed that the deceased Gohan had been taken to the Kaioshin realm by the Kaioshin. Upon returning home, the Kaioshin immediately instructed Jebbet to tend to Gohan's injuries. Before long, Gohan revived from the brink of death. Upon awakening and realizing he was in the Kaioshin realm, Gohan mistakenly assumed he had perished. The Kaioshin hurriedly clarified that he was not dead, but had been brought here instead. The Kaioshin intended for Gohan to wield the legendary Kaioshin sword to confront the evil Majin Buu. Jebbet, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment, believing it impossible for a human like Gohan to wield a divine artifact. However, witnessing Gohan's displayed power, the Kaioshin felt confident that Gohan possessed the strength to draw the legendary Kaioshin sword, and thus sought to accompany him to find it. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks arrived at the kitchen of the temple and began to feast. At that moment, Bubbles entered, grabbing Trunks from behind, intending to escort them to Goku. Frustrated by Bubbles' grip, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and sent Bubbles flying. He then planned to escape with Goten. However, Bubbles single-handedly intercepted the fleeing duo, effortlessly countering the two Super Saiyans. Grabbing their feet, Bubbles rendered them powerless to resist, dragging them out of the room. When Bubbles persisted, Trunks unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Goten attempted to slip away, but Bubbles instantaneously teleported in front of him, halting his escape. Subsequently, Goten retaliated, kicking Bubbles away. Sensing the energy disturbance, Goku appeared behind them, intervening in their skirmish. At that moment, the Kaioshin was guiding Gohan towards the Kaioshin sword. Observing Gohan's tattered clothing, Jebbet deemed it unsuitable for the sacred realm and cast a spell with a pointed finger. Moments later, Gohan was clad in attire akin to that of the Kaioshin. After flying for 2.5 minutes, they finally arrived at the stone pillar that housed the Kaioshin's sword, deeply embedded within it. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Temple, Goku informed Vegeta and the two young boys of Gohan's demise, prompting them to burst into tears. Witnessing their sorrow, Goku, usually calm, became uncharacteristically irate. Once the two little ones settled down, Goku proposed that they would be the ones to defeat Majin Buu. After a series of events, Goku commenced teaching Goten and Trunks the fusion technique, while Gohan in the Kaioshin realm began his attempt to draw the legendary Kaioshin sword. Chapter 66. The return of Super Saiyan 3 in the Kaioshin realm. As Gohan pushed his power to its limits, he finally succeeded in drawing forth the legendary Kaioshin sword, leaving Jebbet utterly astounded. To my astonishment, the legendary sword of the Kaioshin realm was drawn by a mere human. Before attempting to extract the sword, Gohan inquired of the two bystanders regarding the consequences of such an action. At that moment, Jebbet proclaimed that one would gain immense power, potentially capable of vanquishing Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Gohan was filled with an eager anticipation to put it to the test. Jebbet, however, scoffed at Gohan, doubting his ability to withdraw the sword. While the Kaioshin encouraged Gohan to give it a try, Gohan grasped the sword, but, despite his vigorous efforts, the sword remained immovable. His overexertion caused him to lean backward, striking his head against the ground, and his hands began to redden and swell from the friction. Yet, the sword remained steadfast. Jebbet observed Gohan struggle with amusement, and Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. With renewed determination, he seized the sword's hilt once more, powerful energy coursing through his hands like electricity. Despite Gohan's exertion, Jebbet continued to mock him, questioning how a human could possibly draw the legendary sword of the Kaioshin realm. However, in the next moment, cracks began to appear around the sword, and it slowly started to rise. At last, Gohan succeeded in withdrawing the legendary sword. Yet its weight proved to be a formidable challenge, making it exceedingly difficult for him to wield. Gohan felt that, aside from its heaviness, the sword lacked any remarkable attributes, leading him to doubt whether it could truly defeat Majin Buu. Jebbet countered, asserting that this sword was the strongest known in the sacred realm and would certainly be capable of defeating Majin Buu, though Gohan's unsteady grip suggested otherwise. Hearing this, Gohan offered the sword to Jebbet, inviting him to try it for himself. However, Jebbet could not bear the weight of the sword and fell to the ground. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Even as his hands became bruised and swollen from the effort, he could not budge the sword an inch. It must be said that the Kaioshin realm is home to exceptional talents. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, Goku was preparing to teach Goten and Trunks the techniques of fusion. Although the fusion only lasts 30 minutes, Goku believed the formidable energy produced would undoubtedly surpass his current Super Saiyan 3 form, providing enough strength to defeat Majin Buu within that time frame. However, the two boys gazed at Goku with dissatisfaction, thinking that he had vanished during the battle against Majin Buu out of fear and doubting the effectiveness of the techniques he intended to teach them. Beside him, Piccolo wished to elucidate matters to Goku, but Goku interjected, expressing his regret over his inability to vanquish Majin Buu. However, he assured them that the techniques he had imparted would certainly be effective. While they were still embroiled in discussion, Babidi initiated another global broadcast, this time commanding Buu to transform an entire city's populace into chocolate. Once Buu had indulged himself, he unleashed a devastating energy wave that flattened everything within a 100-mile radius. Observing the broadcast, Trunks and Goten resolved to hone their fusion technique to confront the formidable Majin Buu. Subsequently, Goku instructed Goten and Trunks to first transform into Super Saiyans, then elevate their energy to the maximum to gauge the disparity in their strengths. The two boys, having transformed, swiftly amplified their energy, causing the entire God Temple to tremble, much to Piccolo's astonishment at their newfound prowess. After sensing their energies, Goku noted that Trunks possessed a slightly greater power than Goten. For the fusion practice, their energy levels needed to be identical. Thus, Goku directed Trunks to adjust his power to match Goten's, urging them to retain the current sensation. He planned to have them revert to their normal states to commence training on the fusion stance. At that moment, Bulma burst in, chastising Goku for stifling Trunks' potential. Krillin rushed in to shield Bulma, intending to quell her unreasonable outburst. As Bulma prepared to unleash her frustration, Krillin hoisted her away. However, Bulma was merely venting her ire. Seeking to confront Goku, disheartened by the unfolding events, she departed. Meanwhile, Krillin listened to the commotion in the room, reminiscing about the days of training alongside Goku, lamenting the widening gap in their abilities. Meanwhile, Majin Buu wreaked havoc across the city, leaving a trail of terror reminiscent of hell itself. The previously defeated blonde-haired boy and his mother, witnessing the news coverage of Piccolo and his companions being wanted, recognized Trunks, the one who had bested her son at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The overweight woman quickly informed Babidi of Trunks' whereabouts, revealing that he resided near West City. Babidi then announced to the world his intent to head to West City with Majin Buu. Upon hearing this news, Bulma rushed to inquire of Goku how they should proceed. Goku suggested that they could wish back those lost with the Dragon Balls, asserting that if destruction occurred, they could utilize the second wish to restore everything. However, Piccolo interjected, cautioning that if the first wish involved reviving too many people, the remaining two wishes would be reduced to one. With Piccolo's insight, Goku devised a plan to exploit a flaw in the dragon's capabilities. Yet, Bulma suddenly remembered that the dragon radar was still at home. Should Buu wreak havoc in West City, they might lose the opportunity to locate the Dragon Balls entirely. As the formidable Majin Buu approached West City, Goku instructed Trunks to retrieve the dragon radar, while he himself would confront Buu to buy Trunks some time. Once Trunks set off, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear before Buu, halting their advance. This marked Goku's first encounter with Majin Buu. Despite Buu's plump appearance, Goku dared not relax for a moment. To stall for time, Goku proposed to showcase his own strength, piquing Buu's curiosity. With a mighty roar, Goku enveloped the scene in a blinding golden light. Subsequently, with flowing hair, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Having completed his transformation, Goku stood before Buu and Babidi, informing them that the three individuals they sought would soon appear, as they were currently engaged in rigorous training to defeat Buu. Upon hearing this, Buu and Babidi erupted into laughter, convinced that no amount of training could ever triumph over Majin Buu. Observing Goku's transformation, Babidi commanded Buu to deal with him. However, Buu, disinclined to follow Babidi's orders, made a face at him. Goku, sensing Buu's reluctance to obey Babidi, began to sow discord between them. With your strength, why heed another's command? Wouldn't it be better to be free? Babidi, alarmed by this, resorted to threats of sealing Buu to compel him to confront Goku. Yet, Buu retorted that if he were sealed, Babidi would also meet his demise. Babidi was rendered speechless, but Bu still desired to engage Goku, prompting Goku to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had gone to fetch the radar, sensed Goku's overwhelming energy and paused, astonished that Goku's power surpassed that of his father. As the two prepared for combat, Babidi mocked Goku, suggesting he would share the same fate as Vegeta. In an effort to buy time, Goku continued to engage him in conversation. At that moment, he realized Trunks had stopped moving, likely watching the live broadcast, and called out to him from a distance to hurry along. Upon hearing this, Trunks wasted no time and swiftly made his way to West City. To further delay the confrontation, Goku reverted from Super Saiyan and enthusiastically explained what it meant to be a Super Saiyan. He then transformed back into Super Saiyan, assuming the role of commentator for his own transformation, subsequently evolving into Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the sacred world observed the live feed, believing Goku was merely boasting to postpone the battle. However, with another thunderous shout from Goku, a golden light enveloped him, and his energy surged, drawing the clouds above towards him. A fierce wind, akin to a level 8 tempest, swept across the globe, causing the very earth to tremble. As Goku's cries intensified, so did his power, and his hair began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Wukong continues to enhance his aura, and images of his transformation from a mighty ape to an infant flash through his mind. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light envelopes the scene. As the golden radiance dissipates, Wukong finally completes his metamorphosis, heralding the dazzling arrival of Super Saiyan 3. The spectators watching the live broadcast are left utterly speechless, and even Gohan, far away in the King Kai's realm, senses Wukong's formidable energy. Initially, Gohan is reluctant to believe that this is indeed his father's aura, until King Kai affirms that it is unmistakably Wukong's. Jebbet is left utterly astounded, never having anticipated that Wukong's energy could extend from Earth to the King Kai's realm. Chapter 67. The death of Babidi. This marks Wukong's second transformation into Super Saiyan 3 for battle. At first, he treats Bu as a mere yo-yo to toy with. After 2 full minutes of combat, Wukong delivers a powerful punch to Bu, seizing one of Bu's antennae and spinning him in a dizzying 360-degree whirl. Wukong accelerates, spinning faster and faster, ultimately hurling Bu towards a nearby building, creating a cloud of dust and debris. However, true to his resilience, Bu swiftly emerges from the rubble and ascends to confront Wukong in midair. This is Wukong's first encounter with Bu's remarkable regenerative abilities. Bu then raises his arms and employs the prince's technique against Wukong. Faced with this seemingly ineffectual attack, Wukong merely flicks his hand, effortlessly deflecting Bu's energy blasts. Subsequently, Bu approaches Wukong with a sinister grin, and Wukong perceives that once they engage, Bu will absorb his opponent's skills. At that moment, Bu extends his arm, delivering a punch to Wukong's face. However, Bu is merely toying with him, not exerting his full strength. Such an attack poses no threat to Wukong. Wukong retaliates with a swift kick, sending Bu flying 2.5 meters. Regaining his composure, Bu charges at Wukong, landing another punch to Wukong's face, who responds in kind. The two engage in a fierce exchange of the Wolf Fang fist, and after completing a series of attacks, they face off with energy blasts at close range. As the explosion subsides, Wukong and Bu create distance, continuing their battle. However, as the fight progresses, Wukong's injuries accumulate, and his stamina wanes, placing him at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Piccolo reminds Wukong not to forget that he still needs to teach the two youngsters the fusion technique. Meanwhile, Trunks finally arrives home, hastily searching for the Dragon Ball radar. Sensing that Trunks has yet to initiate movement, Wukong realizes he has not yet acquired the radar, compelling him to charge at Bu once more to buy Trunks some precious time. Wukong launches a series of rapid strikes at Bu, culminating in a powerful uppercut that sends Bu hurtling away. Frustrated, Bu charges back at Wukong, leading to a fierce close-quarters brawl, their immense energies generating flashes of lightning that streak across the sky. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku relentlessly assaulted Bu with a flurry of blows. Subsequently, he gathered his energy and delivered a powerful kick to Bu's abdomen, only to find his foot ensnared within Bu's elastic physique. Bu then began to expand his body, attempting to suffocate Goku. Just as Bu's rubbery form threatened to engulf him, Goku erupted with energy, bursting forth like a beam of golden light from Bu's body, thus liberating himself. Bu, resembling a deflated balloon, floated aimlessly in the air. After inhaling deeply, Bu restored his withered form. Once more, Bu employed his prince-like combat techniques against Goku, who effortlessly swatted away several energy blasts. Goku retaliated with a ki blast of his own, only for Bu to grasp it with both hands and crush it. The two then engaged in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Yet one couldn't help but wonder how much longer Goku could endure. To conserve energy during the ensuing skirmish against the relentless Majin Bu, Goku opted to evade his attacks with deft agility. When Bu relentlessly pursued him, Goku delivered a swift kick to Bu's face, causing it to cave in. After restoring his visage, Bu glared at Goku, seething with rage, before launching himself forward and sending Goku flying with a headbutt. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Palace, Bulma suddenly recalled the Dragon Ball radar left on their previous spacecraft. As the group scrambled to inform Trunks of the radar's location, Videl retrieved her phone, and Krillin hurriedly took it to contact Trunks. At that moment, Master Roshi approached Videl and seized the opportunity to snack on her food, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by her swift retaliation. Back in the midst of battle, Goku continued to clash with Bu, who unleashed an energy wave that sent Goku hurtling backward. Goku, fueled by rage, broke free from the energy wave. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Bu extended his arm to strike once more. Goku evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick aimed at Bu. However, Bu's outstretched hands caught Goku, pulling him close and delivering a headbutt. Regaining his composure, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave that pierced through Bu's body. Yet, Bu swiftly restored himself, mimicking Goku's posture to unleash his own Kamehameha wave. Goku, with determined resolve, deflected Bu's energy blast, the resulting explosion sending shockwaves that rattled the Heavenly Palace. Even Gohan, far away in the Kaioshin realm, sensed the fierce energy of their battle as if he were witnessing it live. Amidst the chaos, Goku praised Bu's prowess as a combat genius, prompting Bu, who lacked a nose, to grow one and swell with pride at the compliment. At this moment, Trunks, having learned that the Dragon radar was aboard the spacecraft, hurriedly made his way to the vessel in search of it. After a thorough search, he finally located the Dragon radar. With the precious item secured, he hastened towards the sacred temple. Meanwhile, Goku sensed Trunks' energy as he moved. Realizing that Trunks had indeed acquired the Dragon radar, convinced that his mission was complete, he relinquished the Super Saiyan 3 state. Majin Bu found the battle with Goku quite enjoyable and pondered the prospect of continuing their fight, but Goku informed him that he had no time to play with him. However, in a few days, someone stronger would arrive to challenge him. At that moment, Babidi stepped forward and began issuing commands. Goku subtly urged Bu to eliminate Babidi and break free from his control. Subsequently, Goku executed instant transmission to leave the battlefield. As he departed, Babidi continued his reckless behavior, incessantly barking orders at Bu, even insulting him as a fat pig, which solidified Bu's resolve to dispatch Babidi. With a surge of intelligence, Bu pretended to approach Babidi, and when he was close enough, he swiftly seized Babidi by the neck, rendering him speechless, and with a single punch, he obliterated Babidi's head, sending him straight to hell. Meanwhile, Goku successfully returned to the sacred temple, determined to ensure the successful fusion of the two young Saiyans. Chapter 68, Commencing the Fusion Technique. Once Bu had annihilated Babidi's minion, he casually discarded Babidi's lifeless body and unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating Babidi into nothingness. Witnessing the remnants of Babidi transform into ashes, Bu joyfully danced, celebrating his newfound freedom. At that moment, Goku at the sacred temple sensed Babidi's disappearance, astonished that his suggestion had prompted Bu to act so swiftly. On the other hand, Bu, having rid himself of the bothersome Babidi, soared through the skies, reveling in the sensation of freedom. Shortly thereafter, he found himself hovering over a city, where he began to inhale copious amounts of air, causing his body to swell. He then expelled the accumulated air towards the city below, instantly transforming a vast area into ruins. Before the inhabitants could react, Bu descended to the ground, observing the humans who remained frozen in fear. With a fierce demeanor, he prepared to charge forward. After sprinting 500 meters, he turned back to survey the devastation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, Bu noticed a trembling girl in a corner, staring at him. Intrigued, he eagerly inquired about his appearance. The terrified girl hastily praised Bu's looks, causing him to beam with delight. However, when Bu proposed a French kiss, the girl screamed in fright, and quickly raised her hands to block him. Witnessing this unfold, Bu's innocent heart felt betrayed, and just as he contemplated his anger, he spotted a magazine lying nearby. Upon observing the immensely popular superstar in a magazine and realizing that girls on Earth are enamored with such figures, he immediately began to manipulate his own visage, transforming into the person depicted in the publication. Soon, he stretched his mouth longingly towards a girl, attempting to kiss her. However, she was overtaken by terror, frantically waving her hands and screaming. In a fit of rage at her rejection, he swiftly transformed her into a piece of milk candy, declaring that if he could not possess her, he would consume her instead. Disheartened, he ascended into the sky and unleashed a wave of energy that reduced the city to ashes. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, Krillin and the others were left dumbfounded by the devastation. At that moment, Piccolo inquired of Goku whether he could have defeated Majin Buu had he employed his powers earlier. Goku, however, lamented that he too was incapable of vanquishing Buu, as his attacks could not keep pace with Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities. Faced with this predicament, Piccolo suggested seeking out Zubofan and Broly, believing their combined strength would suffice against Majin Buu. Goku interjected, asserting that they could not rely solely on those two, as it was precisely their reluctance to intervene in such matters that compelled them to resolve their own issues. If Buu were to be defeated by them, who could say that even more formidable foes would not arise in the future? At that moment, Trunks finally returned, pondering the ominous energy he had sensed earlier, persistently questioning if it was indeed Goku's power. Goku, unable to evade the inquiry, reluctantly admitted to it, which only intensified Trunks' dissatisfaction. He was frustrated that such incredible strength had not manifested during the battle against Majin Buu, resulting in his father's demise. Goku, aware of Trunks' thoughts, remained silent, his expression grave, acknowledging that he too was no match for Buu and that only their fusion might provide a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, having exhausted his amusement in the city, Buu ventured to the outskirts, transforming several humans into clay to construct a house. Once the abode was completed, Buu eagerly entered his new home to indulge in its comforts. Inside, he had constructed a dining table and even a bathtub for bathing. It seemed that this villain had a penchant for life's pleasures, meticulously preparing a set of pajamas and even brushing his teeth before bedtime. Truly a refined antagonist. Subsequently, Buu commenced his afternoon slumber. After a substantial nap, he awakened with thoughts of further destruction. Back in the heavenly temple, Goku utilized this brief respite to continue instructing Goten and Trunks on their fusion technique. Trunks, citing the awkwardness of their fusion pose as his reason for wanting to discontinue practice, secretly yearned for a closer glimpse of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 3, a sentiment echoed by Goten. In order to facilitate their focus on perfecting their fusion technique, Goku acquiesced to their request and instructed them to observe closely. Initially, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, subsequently elevating his energy to assume the form of a Super Saiyan 2. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a surge of power that sent the two individuals before him hurtling away. The entire temple of the gods trembled as Goku became enveloped in a radiant golden light. Amidst his continuous shouts, his hair began to undergo a gradual transformation. Shortly thereafter, Super Saiyan 3 Goku reappeared before the onlookers, and it was this very transformation that enabled the successful fusion of Gotenks, who subsequently learned to become a Super Saiyan as well. Having previously battled the villainous Majin Buu, Goku, having expended a considerable amount of energy, found himself on one knee, breathless, as he depleted the last vestiges of his strength immediately following his transformation. In a matter of moments, he reverted to his usual appearance and requested the assistance of a nearby caretaker from the Sun family, asking that Piccolo diligently instruct them. Meanwhile, Buu continued his rampant destruction, and the hope of whether Goten and Trunks could complete their fusion in time to thwart Buu rested heavily upon their shoulders. Raditz and Nappa, having caught up to Goku, questioned whether it was truly wise to entrust the fate of Earth to two mere children. Goku, with unwavering confidence, assured them that as long as the children practiced their fusion diligently, there would be no cause for concern. Hearing Goku's resolute affirmation, the two refrained from further inquiries, though the glimmer in their eyes suggested that they too could fuse, and that their combined power would surpass that of the children. Yet, they ultimately kept this thought to themselves. At this juncture, a recovering Goku sought the assistance of King Kai, inquiring if he could establish contact with King Enma. He wished to ascertain whether a certain son Gohan had reported in. Upon connecting with King Enma, who, after conducting a brief investigation, informed Goku that Gohan had not perished. Overjoyed by this revelation, Goku began to twirl in delight. However, King Enma then conveyed that the demon King Dabura had recently been dispatched, originally destined for hell. He was spared that fate and instead sent to the heavenly realms, given the similarities between hell and the demon world. Just as Goku celebrated the news of Gohan's survival, he suddenly sensed his son's energy and promptly utilized instantaneous movement to pursue him. At that moment, Gohan was training with the sacred sword of King Kai, and just as he executed a powerful swing, Goku appeared beside him, narrowly avoiding a potentially perilous encounter. Fortuitously, Goku's reflexes were swift enough to prevent an amusing yet alarming scene of father and son. At this point, Goku became aware of the presence of King Kai and his associate, Jebit, who were astonished that a mere human could reach such heights. Subsequently, Goku and Gohan exchanged tales of their respective experiences. Upon learning of the sacred sword's formidable prowess, Goku expressed a desire to test it out. Gohan willingly handed over the sword, and as Goku took it into his grasp, he began to demonstrate its capabilities. This left the comedic duo once again astounded, as they marveled at Goku's effortless wielding of the sacred sword, leading them to reflect on the extraordinary nature of the Saiyan race. After 2.5 minutes of playful antics, Goku inquired of the King Kai whether he could remain in the King Kai's realm. Upon receiving the king's consent, Goku resumed his habitual behavior of seeking meals. It appeared that Goku's visit to see Goten was a pretext. His true intention was merely to find a different locale for his culinary escapades. The King Kai then suggested that Goten take a moment to rest while he and Jebit guided Goku and Trunks ahead. Meanwhile, on Earth, a day had passed. Piccolo began his duties as a caretaker, observing the two still indulging in their slumber. As a diligent caretaker, Piccolo initiated the wake-up service, urging the two young boys to rise and prepare for breakfast before resuming their training. Just as Piccolo was about to step outside, he noticed the two had once again succumbed to sleep. Chapter 69. The Shattered Sword of the King Kai. It must be said that Piccolo was indeed a competent caretaker, as he persistently encouraged Goten and Trunks to awaken and continue their rest. However, at this critical juncture, the two boys began to linger in bed. With no other option, Piccolo resorted to a forceful wake-up service, delivering a stern reprimand to each boy, rousing them from their dreams. He admonished that this was a time of urgency, with no moments to squander, for the fate of Earth rested solely upon their shoulders. Nearby, Krillin and the others observed the dedicated caretaker managing his charges. At this point, Trunks began to voice his grievances against Piccolo. In retaliation for the earlier reprimand, Trunks insisted that Piccolo demonstrate the fusion stance once more, claiming he could not remember it after one viewing. Goten echoed his friend's sentiment, infuriating Piccolo, who thought only they could save the Earth. Reluctantly, Piccolo acquiesced to their request and enlisted Krillin to assist him. Upon hearing he would have to perform such an embarrassing act, Krillin hastily suggested that Piccolo find someone else. However, when he turned around, he discovered that the others had already fled the scene. With no choice left, Krillin stepped forward to cooperate, while the two boys were expressions of scheming success. Subsequently, Piccolo and Krillin began to perform the fusion stance. The caretaker Piccolo and Krillin executed the fusion pose once more for the benefit of Goten and Trunks. After their demonstration, a blushing Krillin promptly fled, and Piccolo hurriedly urged the boys to continue their practice before departing. At this moment, Bu was still on the hunt for destruction in the city. Along his path, he encountered a small boy leaning on a cane. Bu was determined not to overlook any human. He approached the boy, blocking his way. However, the boy was blind and unaware that he stood before the formidable Majin Bu, engaging him in conversation. Upon learning of the boy's blindness, Bu placed his hands over the boy's eyes, utilizing his healing powers to restore his sight. Grateful for his newfound vision, the boy expressed heartfelt thanks to Bu. This was the first time Bu had received such gratitude, leaving him with mixed emotions. He then sat with the boy at the edge of a cliff, engaging in conversation. Bu asked the boy if he thought he was handsome, hinting at the emotional toll inflicted by previous encounters with human girls. Upon hearing compliments about his handsomeness, Majin Bu beamed with delight. Subsequently, the young boy retrieved the money intended for purchasing milk from his pocket and extended it towards Bu. Without a moment's hesitation, Bu tossed the coins aside and instructed the boy to wait in place while he soared off in a particular direction. Soon, Bu arrived at a vehicle where humans were engaged in transporting goods. Upon recognizing the approaching Majin Bu, one of the workers attempted to flee, only to be transformed into a bottle of milk by Bu's energy. The boy waited patiently for 2.5 years until Bu finally returned. Bu handed the milk to the boy, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Bu then departed without a backward glance. At that moment, the plump Bu, influenced by the Supreme Kai, still harbored a trace of kindness within, though it had been tainted by Babiti's teachings that turned sincerity into amusement. Later, upon encountering Mr. Satan, Bu was moved and began to embrace his benevolent side, ultimately becoming Mr. Satan's bodyguard. However, these developments are mere footnotes. At present, Gohan had become adept at utilizing the Supreme Kai's realm after a period of training. With a seamless flow of strikes and thrusts, he executed a series of moves with remarkable finesse, yet he still could not sense the immense power the Supreme Kai had mentioned. While others were engrossed in their studies, Goten and Trunks repeatedly practiced their fusion poses, though their movements failed to synchronize. Frustrated, Trunks complained that Goten was too slow, while Goten retorted that Trunks was too fast. Their bickering escalated into a scuffle. Observing this, Piccolo hurriedly separated the two children and sternly declared that it was no time for frivolity. They could indulge in play once Majin Bu was defeated. Once the boys had calmed down, Piccolo released his hold on them. Having invested considerable effort in looking after these two rascals, in the Supreme Kai's realm, Gohan had become quite proficient with the Supreme Kai's sword through diligent training, striking poses as he practiced. Upon landing, Goku applauded him, impressed that Gohan could master the weighty sword so skillfully in such a short time. Eager to test the sword's might, Goku picked up a stone from beneath him to conduct an experiment. Gazing at the hefty rock, Gohan believed he could slice through it as easily as cutting tofu. And when Goku hurled the stone towards him, Gohan's expectations were met. The Supreme Kai's sword effortlessly cleaved the rock in two. Witnessing this, the Supreme Kai became exuberant, proclaiming he would find the hardest object to test the sword's capabilities. He then conjured a pitch-black metallic cube and tossed it to Goku, explaining that it was reputed to be the hardest metal in the universe, known as adamantium. Holding the metal firmly, Wukong struck the Golden Warrior twice, producing a resonant clang that expressed his astonishment at its remarkable hardness. With a mighty throw, he sent the Golden Warrior flying towards Gohan, who simultaneously brandished the Supreme Kai sword to counter the impending strike. Upon their collision, the Supreme Kai sword exhibited a tendency to bend, and within moments, it was astonishingly shattered by the Golden Warrior before their eyes. The legendary Supreme Kai sword, once thought invincible, lay broken, leaving the comical duo nearby utterly speechless. The observers were momentarily paralyzed by shock as the Golden Warrior continued its trajectory, gliding an impressive distance of 2.5 meters. The spectacle was beyond belief, and Wukong, in haste, shifted the blame onto the Supreme Kai, lamenting that it was the Supreme Kai's consort who insisted on testing the hardest material available. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and his companion trembled in fear. Gohan, however, dismissed the legendary sword as a mere illusion, casting it aside. Yet, even in its broken state, the sword's weight had significantly augmented Gohan's strength. He speculated that perhaps the sword's true purpose was to grant him formidable power as long as he wielded it. Hearing Gohan's reasoning, the Supreme Kai found solace in his words, suggesting that this might enable Gohan to transcend his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan. Jebet, standing by, nodded in agreement. Yet they were oblivious to the ripples emanating from the severed blade on the ground. Just as the Supreme Kai and his companion continued to reassure themselves, Wukong doused their hopes with cold reality, asserting that this would not suffice against Majin Bu. The Supreme Kai, eager to refute, found himself at a loss for words. In a different realm, as the sword lay shattered, the seal of the Supreme Kai's sword was also undone, liberating the old Supreme Kai imprisoned within. Upon noticing the elderly figure materializing behind him, the Supreme Kai inquired about his identity. The old man responded, claiming to be the ancestor of the Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior. The revelation sent the comical duo into a panic, as if they had encountered a ghost. The passage of time had been substantial, compounded by the abrupt demise of the previous Supreme Kai at the hands of Majin Bu, leaving the current Supreme Kai ill-prepared for his responsibilities. The recently freed old Supreme Kai, having slumbered for an eternity, began to stir, mumbling to himself. Wukong and Gohan exchanged whispers, speculating on the old man's hidden prowess, to which Gohan nodded in agreement. Wukong, eager to test the old Supreme Kai's abilities, concentrated and unleashed a ki blast directed at him. The blast struck the old Supreme Kai squarely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground, his visage marred in soot. Observing the scene, the comical duo rushed over to check on their esteemed ancestor's condition, while the old Kaioshin, now on his feet, was seething with fury. He lamented that Goku had shown immense disrespect by launching a sneak attack on him while he was unprepared. Goku, however, was taken aback, realizing that his opponent was merely an old man full of bluster. Upon rising, the old Kaioshin proclaimed that his true prowess lay not in battle power, but in his terrifying abilities. Intrigued, Goku inquired about these formidable abilities, yet the old Kaioshin, in a fit of pride, refused to divulge this information and instead made faces at Goku. This left the Kaioshin standing nearby utterly bewildered, astonished that his ancestor behaved like a mischievous child. At that moment, Goku offered a children's book as a trade, hoping to coax the old Kaioshin into revealing his terrifying abilities. The old Kaioshin's eyes sparkled at the mention of the book, fixating intently on the one in Goku's hands. Observing this, the Kaioshin, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his ancestor, cleared his throat, prompting the old Kaioshin to adopt a more serious demeanor. The Kaioshin quickly attempted to halt Goku's antics, but the old Kaioshin retorted, asserting that even without such a book, he could observe the world through divine means from afar. This revelation left the Kaioshin speechless. He had not anticipated that his ancestor would possess such a whimsical ability to spy on mortals using divine power. Goku, grinning, remarked that while the old Kaioshin could only watch, he could allow the book's subject to experience it firsthand. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin gazed at Goku with yearning, confirming that indeed, the elders of Dragon Ball shared a similar playful spirit as Master Roshi. Just then, Gohan inquired how Goku intended to fulfill his promise to the old Kaioshin. Goku replied that he would not be returning to Earth for the time being and suggested that Gohan bring Videl over so the old Kaioshin could indulge himself. Gohan, blushing fiercely, yelled at Goku, asserting that he would never betray his wife. Subsequently, Goku recalled Bulma back on Earth and approached the old Kaioshin to ask if an older woman would suffice. The old Kaioshin replied that as long as she possessed some charm, it would be acceptable. Goku then instructed Gohan to ask Bulma for assistance. Gohan, alarmed, shuddered at the thought of incurring Bulma's wrath. Goku then sought confirmation from the old Kaioshin regarding whether his abilities could defeat Majin Buu, to which the old Kaioshin responded with pride that he had great confidence in overcoming Majin Buu. In light of this, Goku urged Gohan to seek Bulma's help for the fate of Earth and humanity. Following this, Goku solidified his agreement with the old Kaioshin and inquired once more about the nature of his terrifying abilities. With a grand gesture, the old Kaioshin placed his hands behind his back, adopting an air of superiority. My ability is to enable anyone, no matter how formidable, to surpass their original limits with my assistance. Goku, upon hearing this, remarked that such an ability was rather unimpressive. The Grand Elder of Namek is capable of such feats, which provoked the old Kaioshin, who then decided to broaden Goku's horizons. He instructed Gohan to stand aside, intending to impart this ability onto Gohan instead. He also took a moment to jest about the Kaioshin behind him, who had presumed that the one to be released would be a Kaioshin of a previous generation, only to find himself saved by a mere human. Hearing this, the Kaioshin lowered his head in embarrassment. On Blue Planet, the newly fused Gotenks exhibited his haughty demeanor to the fullest. Having just completed the fusion, he dared to challenge the formidable Majin Buu alone. The freshly fused Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his overwhelming energy leaving everyone astonished. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, Gotenks was eager to confront Majin Buu. Piccolo attempted to intervene, mistakenly calling Gotenks by the wrong name in his urgency. However, Gotenks disregarded the Guardian's plea, confident that 30 minutes would be more than sufficient to deal with Buu, and proceeded to soar towards Buu's location. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, a bored Goku had awakened from a nap, mistakenly believing the ritual had concluded, when in fact only half the time had elapsed. This meant that Gohan would still have to endure the old Kaioshin's dance for an additional 2.5 hours before advancing to the next phase. Returning to Blue Planet, Buu continued his rampage. After destroying a cruise ship, he noticed a human struggling in the water. As he approached, The panicked human climbed onto Bu in desperation. However, upon realizing he was clinging to Majin Bu, he couldn't let go in time and was swiftly yanked off, only to be sent soaring into the sky with a swift kick, followed by a powerful energy blast that hurled the unfortunate human far away. At that moment, a sudden energy blast pierced through Bu's body. As he searched for the source of the attack, Gotenks stood triumphantly on the bow of the ship that had just been demolished by Bu. Bu approached Gotenks, demanding to know who he was. Yet, Gotenks arrogantly declared that a dead man had no need to know his name. Without hesitation, he charged at Bu, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that left countless imprints on Bu's body. Then, effortlessly, he sent Bu flying into the ocean with a powerful kick. Following up with an energy blast, Bu soon emerged from the massive explosion, engulfed in the residual energy. Gotenks instantaneously teleported before Bu, thrusting his hands into the searing heat and seizing Bu's antennae, spinning him around before flinging him into the sea below. He then unleashed another energy blast aimed at the Majin Bu, who had plummeted to the ocean floor. Just as Gotenks believed he had vanquished Bu, he taunted, calling Bu a dead weight, asserting that the so-called formidable Majin Bu was nothing to be feared. However, in the next moment, he was met with a harsh reality as only half of Majin Bu's body appeared before Gotenks, who, after a brief interval, restored himself completely. Upon hearing others refer to him as a fat deadweight, Bu, enraged, emitted a stream of energy from his head and instantaneously appeared before Gotenks, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gotenks plummeting from the sky. Before Gotenks could react, Bu relentlessly rained down punches upon him as he descended, each blow falling like a hailstorm. And after 2 full minutes of this assault, Gotenks was left battered and bruised. Subsequently, Bu seized him and, with a headbutt, sent Gotenks flying, pinning him against the pillar of shame, rendering him immobile. Just as Bu was gathering energy for a decisive blow to eliminate Gotenks, the human army arrived at the scene, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Bu. Yet, Bu remained unscathed, perhaps irritated by the incessant assaults. In a fit of anger, he unleashed a colossal energy wave, engulfing everything in the vicinity. When the explosion subsided, the area had transformed into a vast crater. Seizing the opportunity, Gotenks fled back to the sacred temple, and upon witnessing his disheveled state, Piccolo instructed them to train diligently to enhance their strength before attempting to fuse again to defeat Majin Bu. Chapter 71. The Savior Satan on Blue Star. Satan, the martial arts champion of Earth, heeding the cries of humanity, resolved to once again step forward to save them. Alone, he piloted his craft in search of Majin Bu. Soon arriving at Bu's villa, with a champion in their midst, the nearby humans grew bold, stepping forward to assist Satan in calling out for Bu to face him in combat. Hearing this, Satan was nearly paralyzed with fear, quickly pulling the humans behind a rock for concealment, urging them to leave as their presence would only serve to distract him. After dismissing a few, Satan stealthily approached Bu's villa. He first picked up a stone and hurled it towards the house. After waiting for 2.5 minutes without any response, he cautiously approached the villa. Upon conducting a thorough inspection, Satan discovered that Bu was not home, and his confidence surged as he began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks against the vacant building. He boasted about Bu being a mere fat deadweight, claiming that before him, Bu was insignificant. Just as Satan reveled in his impunity, a slight rustle in the surroundings made him believe Bu had returned, causing him to kneel in panic and plead for mercy. To his dismay, the noise was merely a lizard, inciting Satan's fury as he furiously stomped on the creature. At that moment, Bu returned to his villa, and the once arrogant Satan found himself frozen in place, immediately bowing and groveling as Bu approached. As Bu contemplated what kind of confectionery he would transform Satan into, Satan hurriedly retrieved a box of lethal chocolates from his backpack and presented it to Bu. Watching Bu consume the chocolates, Satan believed his scheme was on the verge of success. However, the poison proved ineffective against Bu, who soon devoured every last morsel. Realizing his plan had failed, Satan quickly produced a gaming console and began instructing Bu on how to play. In his mind, Satan chuckled deviously, for this was no ordinary console. It contained miniature explosives. When Satan pressed the button on the remote, the console erupted in a cloud of smoke. Yet, to his dismay, Bu merely stood there, finding the explosion rather amusing. Subsequently, Bu approached Satan, designating him as his subordinate and part-time caretaker. and produced candies made from humans for them to share. Receiving Buu's gift indicated that Satan had gained Buu's approval. At that moment, taking advantage of Buu's distraction, Satan quickly spat out the candy and attempted to divert Buu's attention, launching a powerful chop at him. When he saw his attack had no effect and Buu was now gazing at him, Satan hastily fabricated an excuse, claiming there was someone ahead. Buu, in response, unleashed a ki blast, the explosion's force leaving Satan utterly astonished, prompting him to applaud Buu's impressive display. In a bid to deceive the Blue Star inhabitants, Satan persuaded Buu to pose for a photograph, instructing him to lie on the ground while he stood triumphantly beside him, aiming to fool the other Blue Star beings. It must be said, Satan's foolishness had indeed brought him unexpected fortune, as he remained unscathed. In the sacred temple, when Goten and Trunks returned, battered from their encounter with Buu, caretaker Piccolo remarked that they were now Earth's sole hope and urged them not to squander their potential like others. Trunks then inquired if he could surpass his father, believing that with such formidable strength, he could safeguard the Blue Star and prevent his father from meeting a tragic fate. Observing their fervor, Piccolo promptly encouraged them, asserting that the blood of the warrior scions flowed within them. He assured them that one day, they would surpass their predecessors. Afterward, he instructed Din to heal their injuries and urged them to commence their training, focusing on the fusion technique in their Super Saiyan forms. He cautioned them not to become overconfident upon achieving success, recalling the painful lesson from their previous defeat. Having experienced one failure, the duo trained even more diligently, their efforts yielding gratifying results, as they had now mastered the ability to fuse in their Super Saiyan state. Piccolo guided them to transform into Super Saiyans, helping them balance their energy as they prepared to assume the fusion stance. A radiant beam of golden light illuminated the entire realm of the divine, casting a hue of green upon Piccolo's visage, rendering him 3 shades greener than usual. Thus, the entity known as Super Gotenks was born. Upon completing their fusion, the two overly confident individuals dismissed Piccolo's admonitions, feeling invincible and eager to confront Majin Buu, hastening towards the ground below. Observing this, Piccolo swiftly followed suit, transforming into Super Saiyan Gotenks, whose speed was astonishingly swift. In mere moments, he circled the earth several times, ultimately landing with a graceful slide. Noticing that Piccolo had yet to catch up, Gotenks decided to rest upon a nearby stone. Meanwhile, 2 individuals armed with firearms roamed the vicinity, hunting unsuspecting humans. Their actions would ultimately lead to the nefarious emergence of Majin Buu. After dispatching the humans in their path, they retreated to their vehicle, preparing to seek out their next target. Following a brief interlude of 2.5 minutes, Piccolo finally caught up with the waiting Gotenks. Having exhausted himself in the pursuit, Gotenks, brimming with arrogance, boasted about his earlier speed, suggesting that it was a testament to his newfound power. Eager to confront the villainous Buu, Gotenks resembled a diminutive version of Vegeta, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. Ignoring Piccolo's pleas, he soared towards Buu's location, blissfully unaware that their fusion time was dwindling to a mere 2.5 minutes. Shortly thereafter, Gotenks arrived at Buu's villa, boldly calling for him to emerge. However, before he could finish his declaration, the two began to disband as their fusion time expired. They stared at their separated forms, exchanging awkward glances, the atmosphere laden with discomfort. At that moment, Majin Buu responded to the call, but upon hearing his voice, the two fled without a backward glance. When Buu emerged to investigate, Goten and Trunks had long since vanished without a trace. Nearby, Satan quickly insisted that Buu must have been imagining things, incredulous that anyone would dare to call out to him, leaving Buu in a state of utter confusion. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaishins, following an extended wait, the old Kai finally progressed to the next phase. However, Gohan was taken aback to find the old Kai dozing before him, prompting him to shout in frustration to awaken him. It was no wonder, as the process of power enhancement required a staggering 20 hours. Who could possibly endure such a lengthy endeavor? Even Goku had succumbed to slumber at that moment. Meanwhile, on Blue Planet, the populace noted with astonishment that Buu had ceased his rampage, leaving the denizens of the heavenly temple in a state of uncertainty. This was indeed the handiwork of Satan, who, as the savior of the world, had successfully reformed Majin Buu through sheer personal resolve, persuading him to abandon his malevolent ways and pledge never to indiscriminately kill or wreak havoc again. After Goten and Trunks made their escape, Mr. Satan, in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child, began to narrate a story to Majin Buu, delighting him thoroughly. After 2.5 minutes of laughter, as the time approached, Buu expressed his desire to venture out once more in search of destruction, even inviting Mr. Satan to accompany him. Mr. Satan hastily waved his hands, insisting that he would remain behind to prepare a meal, boasting that his culinary creations would undoubtedly be the most delectable. He then watched as Buu departed. And once Buu was out of sight, Mr. Satan adopted a more sinister demeanor, plotting how to eliminate Buu. Returning to the house, he retrieved a bundle of firecrackers from his backpack, intending to use them to obliterate the creature. He concealed the bundle, planning to press the button and annihilate Majin Buu when he least expected it. Mr. Satan, bearing the weight of his humiliation, meticulously devised his plan to destroy Buu, only to find himself playing the role of a caretaker moments later. Just then, Buu returned unexpectedly, and Mr. Satan rushed to the door, surprised to see that Buu had brought back an injured puppy. Buu had encountered the pup during his rampage, but instead of fleeing, the trembling dog remained before him. Confused, Buu brought the dog to Mr. Satan, who explained that the pup was unable to escape due to its injuries. Finding amusement in destruction, Buu, after hearing Mr. Satan's explanation, decided to use his healing powers to mend the puppy's wounds, believing this would allow it to flee, thus making it easier for him to kill it later. However, once healed, the puppy chose not to run away but instead began to circle around Buu, treating him as a savior. Mr. Satan then explained to Buu that the puppy had grown very fond of him. Upon hearing this, Buu began to play with the pup, marking a significant turning point in his character. Now resembling an innocent child, Buu revealed his kind nature to those who treated him sincerely. He even contemplated sharing the chocolate hidden in his pants with the puppy, but Mr. Satan intervened, explaining that dogs cannot consume chocolate. Seizing the opportunity, he proposed to buy dog food for the puppy and drove to a distant rock, planning to activate the bomb to eliminate Buu. However, as Mr. Satan observed through his binoculars the playful interaction between Buu and the puppy, his resolve to press the button faltered. Regaining his composure, he inquired why Buu engaged in such rampant destruction, to which Buu replied that it was because the detestable Babidi had told him it was a game, leading him to derive pleasure from chaos. Mr. Satan, filled with excitement, concluded that since it was suggested by someone he disliked, it must be wrong, and he asked Buu if he could refrain from causing further destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Buu readily agreed, leaving Mr. Satan astonished by his compliance. He felt vindicated, believing himself to be the savior of the world. However, this joyful scene did not last long. The harmonious moment shared by the family of three was soon shattered. As they frolicked in delight, a gunshot rang out, disrupting the warmth of the atmosphere. Upon witnessing the fallen puppy, Buu was consumed by rage. Chapter 72. The emergence of the malevolent Buu. Seeing the helpless puppy on the ground, both Buu and Satan were filled with fury. At that moment, Satan noticed two humans on a nearby hill. Buu had seemingly turned over a new leaf, but now, unexpected human interference threatened to nullify Satan's efforts. The presence of the two individuals brought them a sense of joy, leading them to seize a rocket launcher and unleash it upon Buu. They subsequently fired 2 more projectiles, reducing Buu's villa to ruins. Just as the two believed they had vanquished the demon Buu, he stood his ground, glaring at the two humans as vast amounts of gas spewed forth from his head. At this juncture, Buu was seething with rage, grinding his teeth as he advanced toward the humans step by step. In a timely manner, Satan appeared behind the two humans, swiftly dispatching one and then kicking the weapon of the remaining individual away. He unleashed a flurry of punches, venting his pent-up frustration, leaving Buu utterly baffled below. Subsequently, Satan kicked the remaining human off the cliff, deriding them as the scum of earth. Witnessing this, Buu's fury dissipated, and Satan approached the puppy, discovering signs of life. He promptly informed Buu, who rushed over and used his healing abilities on the barely breathing puppy. Bathed in a radiant purple-white light, the puppy's wounds gradually healed. Seeing the puppy restored, both Satan and Buu rejoiced, holding hands and dancing around the puppy in circles. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, both Piccolo and Den were astonished at Satan's unexpected display of bravery. After resolving the immediate threat, Satan began to play with the puppy, while Buu took the opportunity to repair his villa, even crafting rooms for Satan and the puppy, which deeply moved Satan. In the Kaishin realm, The elder Kaioshin watched a gymnastics performance while assisting Gohan in enhancing his strength. Gohan, skeptical about whether this was a worthwhile use of time, voiced his doubts. The elder Kaioshin, sensing Gohan's thoughts, reassured him not to worry, promising to elevate his powers. He also reminded Gohan not to forget his promise to bring Bulma for a little indulgence. Meanwhile, Buu embraced a newfound domesticity as Satan began his role as a caretaker, cooking for Buu and assisting him with baths. Yet, Buu regarded Satan as his close companion, inviting him into the bathtub to share in the experience, where they playfully splashed about, reveling in their camaraderie. In the face of Satan's reckless behavior, Buu not only refrained from chastising him, but joined in the merriment, nearly overwhelming Satan with their antics. After taking a bath, Majin Buu felt hunger gnawing at him, prompting Satan to meticulously prepare a feast for him. At that moment, the human who had previously been thought to be dead unexpectedly reappeared in Buu's villa, aiming a gun at Satan. Without hesitation, Satan charged at the foe, only to have the blonde human fire a shot at him. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and Satan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing Satan's motionless form, Buu could no longer suppress his inner fury. Steam began to escape from the vents atop his head. Despite his rage, Buu forced himself to restrain his emotions and utilized his healing abilities to mend Satan's wounds. After a brief moment of treatment, Satan revived from the brink of death. Though he wished to express his gratitude to Buu, he was informed by the anguished Buu to leave immediately. Satan, concerned for Buu's well-being, attempted to approach him but was met with a fierce command to vacate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Satan quickly departed with his little dog, leaving Buu in torment as he approached the villa. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Buu's body, and a cloud encircled in a violet aura manifested in the sky. As the energy compressed, it gradually took on a humanoid shape. In a flash of light, a gaunt version of Buu appeared in the heavens, surprising all as Buu expelled the dark thoughts harbored within him, giving rise to another incarnation of himself. The slender Buu turned to behold the distant blonde human and dashed toward him, unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the wretched being. Following this, he sprinted towards the portly Buu, confronting him in stark contrast of size and form. In the ensuing standoff, the fat Buu struck first, relentlessly swinging his fists at the slender Buu. Yet, after 2.5 seconds of fruitless attempts, he found himself kicked away instead. The slender Buu seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks, the Wolf Fang Fist, rendering the fat Buu utterly defenseless. With a final kick, he sent the portly Buu flying. In a fit of rage, the fat Buu tore off a chunk of his own flesh, intending to employ the same strategy that had thwarted Vegeta. As he hurled the dough-like mass, it ensnared the slender Buu effectively. The fat Buu reveled in his apparent triumph. However, the slender Buu effortlessly broke free from his bindings and began to consume the separated flesh, chewing it with a sinister delight. Witnessing this, the caretaker Piccolo realized that the fat Buu stood no chance against this malevolent counterpart and hastily urged Goten and Trunks to commence their training. At that moment, Chi-Chi and Bulma approached Piccolo, chastising him for being overly strict as a caretaker. Piccolo, utterly exasperated, chose to ignore their remarks, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, the battle between the good and evil Buus had escalated into a fierce and intense clash. Slim Buu relentlessly attacked Fat Buu, employing the prince's combat strategy and unleashing a torrent of energy blasts directed at his opponent. Observing the determined Slim Buu, Fat Buu's anger manifested as a fierce stream of energy erupting from his head, prompting him to assume the stance for the Kamehameha technique. In response, Slim Buu mirrored the pose, preparing to unleash his own Kamehameha. The two energy waves collided, creating a fierce struggle between them, with the wave gradually overpowering Fat Buu. The ensuing explosion sent Fat Buu flying. Once he regained his footing, Fat Buu aimed a beam of light from his antennae at Slim Buu, intending to transform him into chocolate. However, he was met with a gust of wind from Beast Buu, which redirected the beam back to him, resulting in Fat Buu being turned into chocolate instead. Beast Buu quickly seized the opportunity, picking up the chocolate Fat Buu and consuming him, thus absorbing him completely. Chapter 73. Buu pursues to the sacred temple. As Slim Buu devoured the chocolate Fat Buu, an instantaneous transformation began within him. Pink gas erupted from his pores, enveloping him completely. Gradually, lightning flickered amidst the pink mist. When the smoke cleared, the formidable Majin Buu emerged. Newly transformed, he began to stretch his muscles and unleashed a triumphant roar towards the heavens. His energy surged forth, causing even the distant sacred temple to tremble. Goku and others in the Kaioshin realm sensed Buu's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin continued to read his comic while enhancing Gohan's power. Once he had vented his energy, Majin Buu turned his attention to a nearby human, who, realizing he was being targeted, scrambled to retrieve a gun from the cliff they had previously occupied. He fired relentlessly at Buu, but such human weaponry proved ineffective against a creature of Buu's caliber. In an instant, Buu elongated his form and soared towards the human, transforming into liquid and invading his body. The human's physique expanded at a visible rate until Buu completely filled him, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. As Buu reformed in the air, he descended back to the ground, where he spotted Satan cowering in a corner. With agility, Buu twisted his body like a spring and propelled himself towards Satan. Yet, when he halted 2.5 meters away, Satan, believing he had escaped, began to regain his bravado. However, when he glanced up to see Buu hovering above, terror froze him in place. Upon invoking the name of Satan, Buu departed abruptly, seemingly deterred by the absorbed fat Buu's influence over his actions towards Satan. This indicates that Buu retains fond memories of his companion. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Dend, observing from the sacred realm, were drenched in cold sweat. Piccolo remarked that their only hope now lay with Goten and Trunks. At that moment, Goten and Trunks, having just arrived, were content and planning to take a nap. However, Buu made his way to Korin Tower, soaring directly towards the sacred realm. This left Piccolo and Dend astonished. They had not anticipated that the current Majin Buu had learned to sense their location through energy. Before the words left their lips, Buu appeared before them, instilling fear in their hearts. The realization that Buu could locate the sacred realm, while Gohan's training remained unfinished, filled everyone with dread. Goten and Trunks, currently lacking the strength to match Buu, caused fear to permeate the atmosphere. Confronted by the sudden arrival of Buu, everyone stood frozen in shock. Subsequently, Buu demanded that Piccolo and the others surrender Goten and Trunks, having sensed their presence through energy perception. Faced with Buu, Piccolo's face turned pale. Yet he steeled himself to buy Goten and Trunks some time. However, Buu, far from being easily deceived like Fat Buu, dismissed Piccolo's words outright. Realizing that Buu was impervious to reason, Piccolo resorted to stalling by suggesting that Buu eliminate all of humanity first, allowing Goten and Trunks to battle him afterward. The group shivered at the thought, yet no better alternative presented itself. Buu merely smirked contemptuously before circling the sacred realm to observe the remaining humans on Earth. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo urged Krillin to awaken Goten and Trunks and escort them to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. At that moment, Chi-Chi attempted to ambush Buu with a mop, but Piccolo swiftly intervened with a beam of energy to stop her. Meanwhile, Krillin rushed to the room where Goten and Trunks rested, beginning to rouse them. After 2 minutes, Buu completed his circuit around the sacred realm and returned to face Piccolo, raising his hand skyward. Instantly, countless energy blasts erupted from Buu's palm, resembling fireworks, all directed towards the humans on Earth. In an instant, multitudes of lives were extinguished under Buu's onslaught. Only formidable fighters like Tien and Kairatsu managed to narrowly evade Buu's attacks. However, Satan on the ground did not need to dodge. Like a self-driving vehicle controlled by a system, he deftly avoided Buu's energy blasts. Before long, the humans of Earth were entirely slaughtered by Buu, who then insisted that Piccolo promptly surrender the two boys. Piccolo gazed upon the tragic scene before him, silently offering his apologies, vowing that he would one day resurrect them with the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Piccolo found himself at a loss, trembling as he implored Buu for just one more hour. Upon witnessing Piccolo's earnestness, Buu inquired about the duration of an hour. Subsequently, Piccolo conjured an hourglass from thin air, explaining that once the sands had fully descended, he would be ready to battle Gotenks. However, as Buu observed the slowly trickling sands, he outright rejected Piccolo's plea. At that juncture, Rick pointed to the figure of Videl behind him, declaring her to be the daughter of Satan, beseeching Buu, in Satan's name, to grant an additional hour. Reminiscing about the passionate times spent with Satan, Buu acquiesced, allowing for one more hour. Meanwhile, the two young boys finally awakened from their slumber. Upon seeing them awake, Krillin urged them to hasten to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gohan could not contain his frustration towards the seemingly frivolous old Kai. Yet, as Gohan erupted in anger, he became acutely aware of the significant boost in his own power. The old Kai advised Gohan not to squander time and to continue his training. Gohan, compelled to comply, sat down and apologized for his earlier outburst. On Earth, Bu, having agreed to wait an hour, squatted before the hourglass, biding his time. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks observed the transformed Majin Buu from their room. Then, Piccolo urged them to seize the opportunity and swiftly enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Just as they were about to proceed, Goten noticed Chi-Chi approaching Majin Buu with determination. Chi-Chi confronted Buu directly, delivering a fierce slap, embodying the fierce spirit of a Saiyan's wife. With Chi-Chi striking Buu and Bulma confronting Beerus, it was evident that they were formidable women. However, Buu, unimpressed, barely acknowledged her presence and, using his antenna, transformed Chi-Chi into an egg, subsequently crushing her underfoot. Chapter 74. Gotenks vs. Buu. Witnessing this scene, Goten instinctively felt the urge to rush at Buu, but was halted by Piccolo, who reassured him that as long as they could defeat Majin Buu, his mother could be revived with the Dragon Balls. Calmed by Piccolo's words, Goten and Piccolo then proceeded to the hyperbolic time chamber to commence their training. While Trunks surveyed their surroundings, Goten had already begun his training. Outside, Buu grew increasingly impatient as he fixated on the hourglass, ultimately losing his temper and standing up to destroy the torturous hourglass. As Majin Buu prepared to unleash his fury, Piccolo hastily informed him that only half an hour had passed. However, Buu had already lost his patience. He unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through the sacred temple. Fortunately, Buu directed his attack towards Piccolo's feet. Afterward, Buu shouted at Piccolo, expressing his eagerness to engage in battle. It seemed that only Mr. Satan could calm Buu's restless spirit, though sadly, Mr. Satan was still unaware of the situation. The tremendous energy emitted by Buu had triggered a seismic event, causing fissures to emerge across the ground. Piccolo quickly lifted his companions, including Videl and the other Blue Star inhabitants, into the air to evade the chaos. Once Buu settled down, Piccolo brought them back to the ground. Observing Buu's rampage, Piccolo realized that the situation could not persist, otherwise, those outside would fall victim to Buu's wrath. Reluctantly, he decided to lead Buu to the temple for combat. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were perplexed by Piccolo's decision to take Buu into the sacred temple. Dend explained that Piccolo likely intended to lead Buu into the hyperbolic time chamber for battle. Inside, if Goten and Trunks were unable to defeat Majin Buu, they could destroy the entrance, effectively trapping Buu within. In this scenario, even in death, the living could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. It was no wonder that Piccolo was regarded as the brains of the group. Even before the battle commenced, he had devised an escape plan. To buy more time for Trunks and Goten, Piccolo circled around the sacred temple with Buu in tow. At that moment, Goten and Trunks had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, having surpassed Super Saiyan levels. Confident in their newfound strength, they believed that a fusion would easily surpass Majin Buu. As their training progressed, their confidence swelled. Trunks remarked that even with their base forms, they had already exceeded Majin Buu's power. With a playful spirit, he whispered to Goten, suggesting that they initially hold back during the battle, saving their full power for a climactic transformation into Super Saiyan to ultimately defeat Buu. Goten, intrigued by Trunks' plan, readily agreed. These two mischievous boys, true heirs of the Saiyan legacy, had absorbed the essence of Vegeta and Goku's carefree spirit, even amid their losses. Meanwhile, outside, Piccolo continued to circle with Buu, desperately stalling for time. As Buu grew increasingly impatient, sensing no imminent battle, his anger swelled, prompting him to release his energy and frustration. Realizing that the delay could not continue, Piccolo swiftly reassured Buu that they were almost there. Subsequently, Piccolo led the way while communicating telepathically with the two individuals in the hyperbolic time chamber. He informed them that they needed to confront Majin Buu in advance, as he was bringing Buu to their location. At this moment, Goten expressed that they had just completed their training and had little energy left. Piccolo reassured them that he had taken a long route with Buu, advising Goten and Trunks to forego further training, instead suggesting they rest and conserve their energy in preparation for the impending battle with Majin Buu. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the two promptly rose to prepare for recuperation. However, Piccolo, wishing to buy some time, turned back to ask Buu if he wanted to grab a quick meal. Bu, already lacking patience, retorted that if they took any longer, he would eliminate Piccolo. Startled by this threat, Piccolo, the diligent caretaker, was determined to secure the young warriors a moment of respite despite the risk of being annihilated by Bu. Realizing he could no longer delay, Piccolo led Bu onward, and soon they arrived at the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside, Trunks and Goten had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Bu, they understood that without fusion, they would undoubtedly be no match for him. Thus, they decided to initiate their fusion dance. However, Bu, upon noticing their movements, became excited and rushed forward to attack, sending Trunks flying. As Trunks regained his footing, he complained about Bu's lack of sportsmanship, while Bu appeared utterly perplexed. To make the battle more entertaining, Bu tacitly accepted Goten and Trunks' fusion, and they completed the 5 steps of their dance, resulting in a dazzling flash of white light. The fusion of Goten and Trunks culminated in the emergence of Gotenks, the Super Saiyan. Recognizing Gotenks as the one he had previously defeated so easily, Bu recalled their last encounter. With newfound confidence, Gotenks boasted that he was now vastly stronger than before. Even Piccolo could sense the significant increase in Gotenks' power. Without delay, Gotenks launched an offensive against Bu, delivering a series of wolf-fang fists aimed at Bu's face. Yet, such attacks proved ineffective against Bu. Observing this, Gotenks quickly called for a pause, distancing himself from Bu. Piccolo, witnessing the battle between Gotenks and Bu, felt his spirit crumble as he watched Gotenks' erratic maneuvers, exclaiming that it was an eyesore. After a brief moment of respite, Gotenks and Bu engaged in combat within the hyperbolic time chamber. Gotenks teleported into the air and then dove swiftly toward Bu, aiming a kick at Bu's neck, which elongated it considerably, almost alleviating Bu's long-standing cervical issue. However, Bu quickly regained his composure, provocatively twisting his neck. Realizing that his previous attacks were ineffective, Gotenks charged at Bu once more, delivering a bomb barrel strike before swiftly retreating. Turning his back to Bu, for a true man never looks back at an explosion. As the sound of the blast echoed, a considerable cloud of smoke billowed forth, and Gotenks, with a sense of triumph, made a comical face. Yet, in the next moment, a voice from behind startled him, causing him to inadvertently bite his own tongue. When the smoke cleared, Bu stood unscathed, and witnessing the futility of his assault, Gotenks hastily waved his right hand and charged at Bu again. However, upon reaching Bu, he was halted by Bu's command to attack his chin. Faced with such provocation, Gotenks accelerated his movements, landing a punch squarely on Bu's face. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Gotenks quickly retreated, but Bu immediately unleashed his power, altering the battleground into a frozen landscape. After extracting his frozen feet, Gotenks charged at Bu once more, employing a series of bizarre techniques that astonished the observing Piccolo. While relentlessly attacking, he found himself momentarily forgetting his lines, prompting him to consult a small cheat sheet he carried. After a quick glance, he launched himself at Bu again, only to be swatted away by Bu's counter, sending him flying 2.5 meters. This left Piccolo speechless, unable to bear the sight. Observing the exasperated expression on his guardian's face, Gotenks felt a surge of anger and approached Bu, demanding a 2-minute pause. He then stormed over to Piccolo, questioning the meaning behind his earlier expression. As he explained that everything was under his control, he pulled Piccolo's cloak and squatted in a corner, sharing his plans. Meanwhile, Bu, feeling neglected by the two, suddenly erupted in frustration. Noticing this, Gotenks charged at Bu again, attempting to employ his peculiar techniques. Yet, as before, they proved ineffective against the creature. Subsequently, Gotenks struck a ballet pose and began spinning rapidly in the air. In no time, he resembled a whirling top as he hurtled towards Bu, who merely sidestepped slightly to avoid the onslaught. Due to his excessive spinning, Gotenks was unable to stop himself, ultimately burying himself in the ground, leaving Piccolo utterly bewildered. At this juncture, Bu began to find the battle rather tedious and resolved to eliminate Gotenks. Hearing this, Gotenks erupted from the ground in a fit of rage, preparing to transform into a Super Saiyan to confront Bu. Surrounded by a golden light, Gotenks completed his transformation in no time, and Piccolo, witnessing the change, felt a surge of joy. It appeared that the previously aloof Piccolo the Demon King was no more. Could such a Gotenks triumph over the formidable Majin Bu? Chapter 75, Trapped in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gotenks radiated a golden aura, his power surging dramatically. Observing this spectacle, Piccolo's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster. However, Gotenks, now in his Super Saiyan form, grew overly confident, convinced that defeating Bu was a foregone conclusion. He then seated himself on the ground, pondering which technique to employ against the mighty Bu, a sight that left Piccolo in a state of anxious agitation. Soon after, Gotenks resolved to unleash a specific move, believing it would instantly vanquish Majin Bu. He conjured an energy circle above his head and hurled it towards Bu, ensnaring him within its confines. Bu began to scream in agony. Just as Gotenks thought victory was assured, Bu revealed his true strength, shattering the binding energy circle with ease. Much to Piccolo's horror, Bu tilted his head, indicating that it was now his turn to attack. He charged at Gotenks, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Gotenks soared through the air, Bu swiftly followed, executing a flip kick that sent Gotenks crashing down to the ground. Just as Gotenks regained his composure, he was startled by Bu's sudden appearance. With another punch, Bu propelled Gotenks towards Piccolo, who unwittingly became a human punching bag as they collided. Bu then gestured for Gotenks to attack him, and, seeing Bu's mockery, Gotenks rushed forward, engaging in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, Gotenks attempted to create distance. But Bu was quicker, soaring above him and delivering a kick that sent Gotenks tumbling from the sky, seizing the opportunity to charge at him once more. As Bu rushed towards him, Gotenks advanced defiantly, leading to a collision between the two, leaving them both dazed, with Bu sporting a sizable bump on his head. In a moment of pain, Gotenks realized he was outmatched and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique against Majin Bu, declaring that this time, he would surely defeat him in one fell swoop. With a fierce surge of energy, he amplified his aura, causing the surroundings to revert to their original state. Gotenks continued to elevate his power, sending waves of energy rippling outward, prompting even Piccolo to consider that this might indeed be the moment to best Bu. Suddenly, Gotenks expelled a massive white bubble from his mouth, which writhed in the air before sprouting a pair of hands. Piccolo, witnessing this astonishing event, was left utterly astonished. Subsequently, a head that resembled Gotenks' own emerged from the bubble. The phantoms did not initiate an attack. Instead, they huddled together, seemingly engaged in conversation, observing the specters conjured by Gotenks. Curious, Bu approached to eavesdrop, but was swiftly ensnared by Gotenks' ghost bombs. To his astonishment, Gotenks had managed to create attacks that mirrored the phantoms, even replicating their movements flawlessly. Just as Bu drew near, Gotenks commanded the ghost bombs to strike, and they surged towards Bu. Initially, Bu perceived the ghost's speed as sluggish, but when they reached him, he swiftly delivered a chop, striking one of the phantoms. However, the hit phantom erupted in a massive explosion, distorting Bu's form dramatically. Observing Bu's plight, Gotenks felt a surge of pride, while Piccolo urged him to take the opportunity to eliminate Bu. Yet, Trunks reassured Piccolo, enhancing his energy and unleashing 10 more ghost bombs from his mouth. The freshly emitted specters assumed various poses, with one even dozing off. Subsequently, Gotenks instructed the ghost bombs to line up. While they were still organizing themselves, Bu had already recovered, casually sipping a drink. In a comical turn, Gotenks commanded 2 ghost bombs to charge at Bu. However, Bu was no longer caught off guard. He leaped into the air to evade the assault, playfully sticking his tongue out at Gotenks. Witnessing this, Gotenks convened with the remaining ghosts to strategize against Majin Bu. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai realm, Goku suddenly lost the sense of Bu's energy, prompting the comedic duo nearby to speculate that Bu had been vanquished. Goku, perplexed, realized he could not sense Goten or Trunks' energy either. At that moment, the Elder Supreme Kai, who was enhancing Gohan's power, explained that they were engaged in battle within a time-dilated dimension. Upon hearing this, Goku recalled the hyperbolic time chamber, realizing he was unable to sense energy and uncertain about the status of their battle. Back on the battlefield, Gotenks continued to strategize with his ghosts while Bu stood idly, drifting into slumber, leaving Piccolo astonished at the bizarre nature of this battle. After 2 minutes of deliberation, Gotenks finalized his combat plan. But 2 overly confident ghosts raised their hands, triggering a massive explosion that stunned Bu. Undeterred by the chaos of the 2 exploding phantoms, Gotenks issued commands to the remaining spirits. Instead of directly attacking Bu, the ghosts paused before him to engage in gossip. Unable to quell his curiosity, Bu approached them once more, only for the ghost bombs to seize the opportunity and launch themselves at him en masse. After a tremendous explosion, Bu was left in a disfigured state. Gotenks decided to use the final ghost bomb to eliminate Bu. The last ghost flew into Bu's mouth, triggering yet another massive explosion. Subsequently, Bu was shattered into pieces, prompting Piccolo to urge Gotenks to swiftly eradicate the remnants, lest Bu resurrect once more. The two began to meticulously clear away the scattered fragments of Bu. As they diligently worked, both believed that they had finally vanquished Bu. At that moment, a powerful energy erupted into the air, and the pink smoke generated by the explosion began to coalesce in the same direction. Before long, this mist gradually formed into Bu's energy once again. Bu returned to the ground, smugly gazing at the two before him. Observing Bu's resurrection, Piccolo inquired if Gotenks possessed any other techniques to confront Bu. Gotenks, however, initiated a new round of reckless behavior, feigning a lack of options before Piccolo, entirely oblivious to Piccolo's increasingly grave expression. At that moment, Bu extended his antennae, grasping Gotenks' foot and relentlessly slamming him against the ground, before pulling him closer and delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Just as Gotenks intended to unleash his ultimate technique against Bu, a key blast hurtled straight towards the doorway. In a moment of decisive action, Piccolo, believing all hope was lost, destroyed the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to seal Bu within this alternate dimension forever. He then addressed Bu, stating that no one could escape from there, and that he would not have access to his desired snacks. Bu, utterly despondent, was joined in his despair by Gotenks, who revealed that he indeed had another technique yet to be used. Piccolo, taken aback, could hardly believe that these two mischievous boys were even more reckless than their own fathers. They then began to bicker. Gotenks insisted that Piccolo restore the door to its original state, while Piccolo, infuriated, retorted that he had reduced the door to rubble, rendering restoration impossible. Meanwhile, the snack-loving Bu, learning of his impending separation from his favorite treats, erupted in a desperate cry for food. The energy released by Bu sent the two behind him flying, and then a rift appeared in the sky, large enough for a vehicle to pass through. Astonishingly, Bu's desperate outburst of power had breached a temporal connection to the real world. Seizing the opportunity before the rift closed, Bu escaped from this dimensional space. Upon his arrival in the real world, Goku, residing in the Kaishin realm, suddenly sensed Bu's energy. However, after 2.5 minutes of concentration, he still failed to detect the presence of Goten and Trunks. As Goku pondered the perplexing situation on Earth, the old Kai, who was enhancing Gohan's power, conjured a crystal ball and hurled it towards Goku. Upon reaching their sight, the crystal ball emitted a blinding white light, revealing images from the realm of Earth. At this moment, Bu had arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple, leaving everyone stunned and terrified by his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gotenks remained trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber. Determined to escape, Piccolo and Gotenks attempted to mimic Bu's earlier roar, channeling their energy to breach the dimensional barrier. Chapter 76, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and the Resumption of Battle with Bu. After 2.5 minutes of vigorous shouting, Gotenks and Piccolo found themselves unable to shatter the otherworldly confines as Bu had done, eager to indulge in his long-desired snacks. The freshly liberated Bu set his sights on the inhabitants of the Supreme Kai's temple. Faced with the formidable Bu, the assembled crowd trembled in fear. In a display of bravery, Krillin, determined to protect Android 18 and his daughter, urged 18 to remain strong and charged directly at Bu, hoping to buy time for their escape. However, against Bu's overwhelming might, Krillin fell victim to a grim fate, quickly transformed into chocolate with a mere glance. The fleeing group was not spared either, as Bu turned them all into chocolate as well. Observing this harrowing scene from the Kai realm, Goku could no longer contain himself. While he had previously held hope for resurrection through the Dragon Balls when Piccolo was alive, the current dire circumstances compelled him to act swiftly, lest they all perish. Noticing Goku's sudden movement, Gohan, who was diligently training, inquired about the matter. In an effort to keep Gohan focused on his training, Goku refrained from divulging the grim news. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, the two continued their attempts to open a dimensional portal. Yet, despite their efforts, their current strength proved insufficient to even create a crack in the barrier. Just as Piccolo felt despair creeping in, Gotenks resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Attempting to maintain an air of bravado, Gotenks was swiftly reprimanded by Piccolo, who delivered a sharp tap to his head, prompting him to cease his pretentious antics. Gotenks then stepped back, intensifying his aura, as lightning crackled around him and his muscles swelled. His golden locks began to undergo a remarkable transformation. With a mighty roar, a blinding golden light erupted, and when it subsided, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks emerged, leaving Piccolo utterly astonished. It turned out that Gotenks' ultimate move was to transform into Super Saiyan 3. As he reveled in his new form, Gotenks couldn't help but admire his reflection. Noting that his facial features resembled those of a villain, much like Piccolo standing beside him. At this moment, Piccolo remained engulfed in astonishment, while Gotenks had no intention of wasting time. Upon completing his transformation, he let out a resounding roar directed at the space ahead, instantaneously conjuring a circular rift in time and space. The two newly emerged figures soon spotted Buu, who was seated nearby indulging in chocolate. Buu, in turn, noticed the transformed Gotenks, who was still reveling in the pride of his Super Saiyan 3 form, oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently caused the demise of everyone in the Supreme Kai's temple. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Goku gazed in astonishment at Gotenks' Super Saiyan 3 transformation, shocked that the two youngsters had achieved a form that had taken him years to master. His earlier intention to return to Earth was set aside. Observing the devastated state of the Supreme Kai's temple, Piccolo inquired of Buu about the fate of Krillin and the others. Buu merely pointed to his belly, indicating that he had turned them all into chocolate and consumed them. This revelation ignited Gotenks' fury, and he crackled with electric energy, causing the entire Supreme Kai temple to tremble. Overwhelmed by rage at the loss of his comrades, Gotenks charged at Buu, sending him flying with a powerful strike. Piccolo, witnessing the ruin of his new home shortly after his departure, transformed into a picture of exasperation. In a fit of determination, Gotenks launched himself at Buu again, unleashing a flurry of wolf fang fist attacks, akin to raindrops pelting down upon Buu's form. However, it was evident that these blows failed to inflict any significant damage. Buu joyfully exclaimed how entertaining it was to battle Gotenks. In response to Buu's arrogance, Gotenks intensified his energy and renewed his assault. Buu, with his rubbery physique, contorted himself to evade Gotenks' onslaught. After 2.5 minutes of relentless attempts, Gotenks was still unable to land a blow, and instead found himself ensnared by Buu, who seized his kicking foot and spun him around before hurling him, creating a gaping hole in the Supreme Kai temple. Gotenks plummeted downward, while Buu awaited his return at the spot where he had fallen. Soon, Gotenks burst forth from behind Buu, executing an attack reminiscent of the Spirit Sword, cleaving Buu's form in two. He then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Buu, disintegrating his body into countless pink morsels. Yet, Buu's resilience was unparalleled. Even in fragments, he remained unharmed. Subsequently, the pink remnants began to whirl around Gotenks at high speed, reconstituting into Buu's likeness, ensnaring Gotenks tightly and propelling him rapidly through the air. After a brief flight, they launched Gotenks into a nearby mountain. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, Gotenks emerged from the mountainside and unleashed a colossal energy sphere towards Buu. After a thunderous explosion, as Buu dispersed the surrounding dust with his aura, he found himself ensnared by a barrage of ghost bombs. These spectral explosives surged towards Buu, distorting him upon impact. Observing this, Gotenks swiftly intervened, delivering a kick that sent Buu hurtling away. However, Buu quickly reappeared before Gotenks, seething with rage at the sight of his smug expression. In a fit of fury, Buu charged at Gotenks, only to be effortlessly sidestepped. Gotenks, believing he had outpaced Buu, was startled to find Buu suddenly behind him, seizing his hair and lifting him effortlessly. With a triumphant laugh, Buu unleashed a powerful energy wave at point-blank range, propelling Gotenks into the celestial realm, shattering it to pieces. Witnessing the devastation of the once majestic heavenly palace, Piccolo was nearly brought to tears. Buu hovered above the ruins, glaring down at the still proud Gotenks, his teeth clenched in fury. He then hunched down, transforming himself into a spherical shape, and launched himself towards the heavenly palace, narrowly missing Piccolo, who was lamenting the destruction of his home. Buu relentlessly crashed into the palace, reducing Piccolo's new sanctuary to rubble. Alarmed by the mayhem, Piccolo urged Gotenks to halt Buu's rampage. In response, Gotenks unleashed several golden rings of energy, encasing Bu within a honeycomb-like structure. Subsequently, he treated Bu like a volleyball, inviting Piccolo to join him in a game. With Bu resembling a ball, Gotenks struck him downwards, creating a vast crater with a diameter of 250 meters. At this moment, Piccolo descended from the heavenly palace to Gotenks' side. Just as Gotenks arrogantly believed he had vanquished Majin Bu, a surge of purple energy erupted from the pit below, revealing that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Gotenks had not defeated the fiend. Initially convinced of Bu's demise, Gotenks was taken aback as a powerful wave of purple energy shot forth from the crater. As tranquility returned, Piccolo expressed his shock, noting that if that energy had struck Earth, it would have been obliterated. Once the smoke cleared, Bu emerged from the very pit where the purple energy had ascended. Acknowledging Bu's resilience, Gotenks complimented him before employing the classic tactics of a Saiyan prince, unleashing thousands of energy blasts aimed at Bu's location. At this juncture, Piccolo cautioned Gotenks that this relentless assault would lead to Earth's destruction, and if the Dragon Balls were to vanish alongside it, all those slain by Bu would remain forever lost. Hearing this, Gotenks ceased his onslaught against Bu. At that moment, Bu erupted from the gaping fissure below, his form battered and bruised. Gotenks observed Bu's rapid recovery, mistakenly believing that Bu's energy had waned. However, Piccolo noted that while he was uncertain about Bu's stamina, the creature's spirit seemed considerably weakened, indicating that Bu was encountering a formidable opponent like Gotenks for the first time. Upon hearing the praise from his caretaker, Gotenks' nose swelled with pride, and he boisterously declared himself the strongest in the universe. In response to Gotenks' arrogance, Bu charged at him, taking advantage of his opponent's momentary distraction to deliver a headbutt that sent Gotenks flying. Bu then lunged once more, executing a brutal assault reminiscent of a fierce embrace. Amid Gotenks' wails, Bu propelled him toward the ground. Just before impact, Bu relinquished his hold, slamming Gotenks into the earth. When Gotenks emerged from the rubble, he bore numerous injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Bu attacked Gotenks, who narrowly evaded the strike and countered with a powerful blow that sent Bu sprawling. Gotenks pressed the advantage, charging at Bu, only to find his opponent nimbly dodging with his rubbery physique. Then, Bu extended his arm, ensnaring Gotenks and pulling him close, locking him in a fierce grip. Unable to escape, Gotenks resorted to biting Bu's arm, prompting Bu to release his hold in pain. Freed from captivity, Gotenks, fueled by anger, charged at Bu once more. In response, Bu unleashed a powerful energy blast from his mouth, momentarily engulfing Gotenks. However, the attack inflicted no significant harm. Gotenks retaliated with a similar technique, striking Bu down to the ground. Upon returning to solid ground, Gotenks unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, rendering Bu almost unrecognizable. Just as Gotenks prepared to deliver a final blow to obliterate Bu, he found himself depleted of energy, reverting from his Super Saiyan 3 form to his normal state. Seizing this opportunity, Bu quickly restored his own injuries and called out to the retreating Gotenks. In response, Gotenks could only mask his embarrassment with laughter, exchanging playful banter with Bu. Chapter 77. The mysterious appearance of Gohan. As Gotenks reverted to his normal state, Goku, watching the scene unfold from the Kaishin realm, urgently urged the old Kaishin to help Gohan enhance his power. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, witnessing the two young warriors return to their ordinary forms, the spirits of those watching plummeted as they realized the futility of resisting Bu. In this dire moment, Raditz and Nappa stepped forward. Having trained alongside Trunks and Goten during their fusion practice, they recognized that only their combined efforts might stall Bu until Gotenks could fuse once more, offering a glimmer of hope for victory. Accompanied by a blinding light, a rotund figure appeared, wearing an expression of embarrassment as he gazed at the crowd. It was evident that the fusion had failed. In truth, Piccolo had suspected from the outset that success was unlikely, yet he harbored a flicker of hope. Now, however, he had resigned himself to the reality of the situation. The disparity in their physiques was simply too vast, nearly sealing their fate from the beginning. For a successful fusion required harmony in both form and essence. At that moment, the old Kai spoke to Gohan, suggesting that if he wished to assist, he should do so. In fact, they had completed their task long ago, leaving the spectators in astonishment. Observing the surprised expressions, the old Kai remarked that they had finished 2 minutes prior. Gohan, in a fit of indignation, demanded to know why he hadn't been informed sooner. The old Kai, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied that arriving at the most critical juncture would lend a more dramatic flair to the events. It appeared that the old Kai possessed a latent talent for direction. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Blue Star, where Bu was advancing steadily toward Gotenks, who was forced to retreat incessantly. Confronted with Bu's relentless pursuit, Gotenks resorted to his ultimate technique, the Ghost Kamikaze attack, to confront Bu. However, as he commanded the ghostly bombs to strike Bu, they huddled together for a brief conference, expressing their admiration for Bu's prowess and hesitating to engage him. Nevertheless, under Gotenks' firm orders, they charged forward. In response, Bu inhaled deeply, filling his belly with air, and then expelled it toward the approaching ghost bombs, obliterating them instantaneously. Realizing that his signature move was ineffective, Gotenks promptly chose to flee. Yet, Bu unleashed a wave of energy directed at Gotenks, forcing him back to his original position. Observing Gotenks' thwarted escape, Bu wore a smug expression. At this juncture, in the Kaishin realm, Gohan inquired of the old Kai how he might transcend his limits and unleash his latent power. The old Kai advised him that it was akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan. He simply needed to concentrate his energy. Eager to put this advice into practice, Gohan attempted to release the power within him. Upon unleashing a mighty roar, the old Kai was instantly propelled away by the force of Gohan's energy. The overwhelming power left both Goku and the comical duo astonished. The Kaishin realm was swept by a tempest, with lightning crackling in the air. After 2.5 minutes, Gohan finally manifested his inner strength, shedding his youthful demeanor in favor of a more mature and composed presence. Thus, the enigmatic Gohan made his grand entrance. Having just enhanced his abilities, Gohan felt compelled to flaunt his newfound power to Goku, who was equally astonished. Realizing that such formidable strength could be attained without transforming into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the Kaishin urged Gohan to hurry along, expressing a desire to join the fray on Blue Star. Beside him, Jebbet declared that he would simply deliver the meal himself. The Kaishin wished to engage in a debate with Jebbet, but the latter retorted that even if he went, he would only be a nuisance. It appeared that Jebbet possessed a clearer understanding of the situation than the troublesome Kaishin. Subsequently, Goku approached Gohan, expressing that he was no longer a match for Majin Bu and could not accompany Gohan back to Earth. He urged Gohan to persevere and assured him that he must defeat Majin Bu. Upon hearing his father's heartfelt counsel, Gohan embraced Goku tightly. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Gohan was transported back to Blue Star by Jebbet through instant transmission. Upon arrival, Gohan requested Jebbet to procure for him a battle suit akin to his father's. Jebbet pondered which one Gohan meant, and Gohan clarified that he referred to the one worn in the Kaishin realm. Soon, Gohan was enveloped in a shimmer of starlight and, in a brief moment, donned an outfit identical to Goku's. Once Jebbet had completed the transformation, he hastily departed from the tumultuous scene, while Gohan set off towards Bu. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gotenks, lacking the Super Saiyan 3 form, had become nothing more than a plaything for Bu's wrath. To make matters worse, the fusion's time limit had expired, causing them to separate into Goten and Trunks, thereby diminishing their chances of victory. At that moment, Piccolo, acting as their guardian, approached the two boys from the audience, intending to join the fray. Just as they contemplated reconciling with Bu through apologies, Piccolo admonished them that such a method would be futile. While the trio debated strategies against Bu, the creature unexpectedly dozed off, settling down for a nap. Goten and Trunks ventured closer to assess Bu's condition, confirming that he was indeed asleep. The two boys, on the brink of recklessness, were pushing their luck, which left Piccolo trembling in fear. He cautioned Goten and Trunks to seize this opportunity to prepare for their next fusion, as he was deeply concerned for their well-being. Suddenly, everyone sensed a formidable energy, rousing even Bu from his slumber. At that pivotal moment, Gohan finally arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Gohan's battle attire, Piccolo initially mistook him for Goku. However, Goten quickly recognized that it was his elder brother, son Gohan, who now surged towards Bu like a radiant beacon. As Gohan reached his younger siblings, he paused, and Goten, overjoyed to see that his brother was alive, was filled with excitement. Gohan explained that it was the Kaishin who had rescued him and that he had been in the Kaishin realm during this time. At that juncture, Piccolo immediately sensed the remarkable change in Gohan's energy, realizing how drastically it differed from before, almost rendering him unrecognizable as his own son. After reminiscing, Gohan strode purposefully towards Bu, standing resolutely in confrontation with the formidable foe. After a tense standoff lasting 2.5 minutes, Bu recalled that the audacious young man before him was the very same individual he had recently left in a state of near defeat. He scoffed, questioning how someone like him could dare to speak so arrogantly. Yet, Gohan remained remarkably composed, provoking Bu's ire and causing him to grit his teeth in frustration, his furious roars betraying an underlying trepidation. Gohan's mere display of spirit sent Bu into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, Gohan initiated the assault, landing a powerful punch that forced Bu to stagger backward. Following this, he charged at Bu, delivering a swift kick that sent Bu retreating 2.5 meters before landing gracefully behind him. Bu, now infuriated, demanded to know if Gohan was tired of living, and swung a fist in retaliation. However, Gohan deftly caught Bu's punch and retaliated with a high kick that struck Bu's chin, followed by a punch to his abdomen. These two authentic blows left Bu reeling in disbelief. In Chapter 78, titled The Self-Destructing Majin Bu, the true extent of Gohan's power is revealed. Confronted by the formidable Majin Bu, Gohan dispatched him to his knees with just a few ordinary attacks. Once Bu recovered from the injuries inflicted by Gohan, he was consumed by rage and lunged at him, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Gohan effortlessly blocked Bu's advances. With a leap, Gohan created distance and then surged toward Bu. Before Bu could react, Gohan delivered a knee strike to Bu's face, propelling him back 2.5 meters. Gohan approached Bu, admonishing him not to feign defeat, as such feeble attacks were futile against him. Upon hearing this, Bu ceased his pretense and sprang back to his feet. Once he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noticed Gohan slowly advancing toward him. Recognizing Bu's hesitation to strike first, Gohan took the opportunity to deliver a kick to Bu's abdomen. He then seized Bu's antenna and began to spin him wildly before launching him away, nearly colliding with his father and the two young onlookers. From a distance, Bu, now rising from the ground, unleashed a purple energy wave at Gohan, only to have it effortlessly deflected. Subsequently, Bu curled into a ball and charged at Gohan with incredible speed. Gohan, quick to react, extended his arms to block the attack, but was still pushed back by Bu's overwhelming force. Bu drove Gohan against a massive boulder, and amidst the chaos of flying debris, they engaged in a fierce battle. However, Bu was unable to shift the momentum of the fight, remaining firmly in Gohan's grasp. Gohan then seized Bu's swinging fist, and, with a sudden surge of energy, hurled Bu high into the sky. Gohan followed suit, reaching Bu's side before teleporting above him to deliver a decisive blow, sending Bu crashing down from the heights. As Bu steadied himself, he hastily rose to search for Gohan's figure. At that moment, Gohan's voice resonated from behind Bu, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Gohan had already appeared behind him, taunting Bu for being a fool. Upon hearing this insult, Bu felt a surge of anger, his face flushing crimson. He attempted to teleport behind Gohan for a surprise attack, but Gohan anticipated his move and swiftly kicked Bu, sending him crashing into the nearby mountainside. After a brief moment, Bu unleashed a furious blast, using the debris weighing him down to hurl it towards Gohan. However, Gohan effortlessly dodged the incoming rocks. Meanwhile, Bu concealed himself within a boulder, seizing the opportunity when Gohan was distracted to charge at him, intending to deliver a close-range attack. Unfortunately for Bu, Gohan countered with remarkable force, driving Bu back. The energy wave erupted from Bu's body, enveloping him in a cloud of white smoke. Witnessing Bu's dismal state, Gohan pressed his advantage, delivering a series of precise strikes to the back of Bu's neck, ultimately bringing him to his knees. Gohan dominated the battle against Majin Bu with overwhelming superiority. Yet, after being knocked down, Bu surprisingly smiled as he slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his body. It turned out that during his fight with Gotenks, Gohan's energy had alerted Bu to the presence of this formidable opponent from a distance. Gohan, unfazed, retorted, "And what of it? I am still here now, aren't I?" Piccolo, astonished, realized that Bu had sensed the existence of Gohan, his own son, even back then. The two young boys questioned why Bu continued to battle Gotenks at that time, to which Bu declared, "I will never let you go, son Gohan." His expression morphed into one of madness as his energy began to surge. Seeing this, Piccolo quickly embraced the two boys, while Bu's energy soared skyward, dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Bu resolved to employ a self-destructive technique similar to Vegeta's to deal with Gohan, who left him feeling powerless. Veins bulged across Bu's body as his overwhelming energy radiated around him, presenting a frenzied visage as he fixed his gaze on Gohan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan swiftly flew towards his father and the two boys. Then, an explosion erupted from Bu's location, a tremendous force consuming the area for miles around. The explosion's magnitude sent a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky. The site of the blast was left with a vast crater, but fortunately, Gohan had timely whisked Piccolo and the two boys into the air to evade the devastation. Once they had distanced themselves from the explosion's epicenter, Piccolo assumed Bu had perished in the blast. However, Gohan clarified that this was not the case, shocking the two boys, who believed Bu intended to perish alongside Gohan. Gohan elaborated that if Bu truly sought mutual destruction, he would act like the previous Cell, aiming to obliterate the Earth itself. As for Bu, he has likely taken refuge, plotting something unknown. At this moment, Gohan inquired whether the Dragon Ball radar was in Piccolo's possession. Piccolo replied that even if they had the radar, it would be futile since Dend had been slain by Bu, and the Dragon Balls had reverted to mere stones. However, Gohan shook his head, asserting that Dend was still alive, as he could sense his energy. Upon hearing this, the others promptly closed their eyes to search for Dend's presence. Moments later, they indeed confirmed Gohan's assertion. They could also perceive Dend's energy. Seizing the opportunity, they decided to rendezvous with Dend. It was then that they spotted Mr. Satan blindly wandering below. Piccolo suggested they bring Satan along, as he was their kin and Gohan's father-in-law. Subsequently, Piccolo and Goten rushed towards Satan, lifting him and his little dog into the sky. Initially, Satan struggled, but upon realizing he was in the presence of his son-in-law, he relaxed. Piccolo then pondered the peculiar circumstance of Dend being the only survivor, considering Bu had ample time to find and eliminate him. Gohan provided an explanation, noting that time flows differently in the hyperbolic time chamber. When Bu emerged, although it took a while for Piccolo and the others to appear, only a brief moment had passed outside. Upon hearing this, Piccolo experienced a moment of enlightenment, excitedly releasing his grip on Satan. Fortunately, Trunks was quick to catch Satan, otherwise, Satan would have met his demise. At that moment, Dend emerged from the rubble below, and upon seeing Dend, Trunks once again subjected Satan to a high-altitude bungee jump. Thus, all the warriors still alive on the blue planet were gathered together. Chapter 79. Bu's scheme. After Gohan and the others located the concealed Dend, they were puzzled about how he managed to survive Bu's clutches. Dend reminisced about the events at the sacred temple. Just as Bu was about to transform everyone into chocolate, it was Bubbles who threw Dend down to the lower realm, allowing him to escape catastrophe. At this juncture, Mr. Satan turned to Trunks, inquiring about the pale-faced Dend before him. Upon learning that Dend was the guardian of Earth, Satan expressed his astonishment. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Goku breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Dend was alive, signifying that the dragon of the blue planet still existed. The elder Kaishin, perplexed by Bu's intentions, questioned why he would deliberately stall when he couldn't defeat Gohan. Back on the blue planet, Mr. Satan learned from the others that Bu had devoured Videl, prompting him to burst into tears. He then instantaneously appeared before Gohan, reproaching him for failing to protect Videl. Goten reassured Satan, stating that as long as they defeated Bu, the deceased would be revived. Upon hearing this, Satan soared towards Goten, his face alight with excitement. Just then, everyone sensed Bu approaching their location. Piccolo had thought that Bu had begun to change once more over the past hour, and Gohan declared that this time he would eradicate Bu once and for all. After cautioning everyone to remain vigilant, Gohan ventured alone to confront Bu. When Bu appeared before the group, Satan boldly questioned him as to why he sought to annihilate everyone. Had he forgotten the pact they shared as comrades? Meanwhile, Piccolo reminded Satan that this was no longer the Bu of old. The others were bewildered by Bu's actions, as he knowingly approached them, fully aware he could not triumph. At that moment, Bu directly challenged Goten and Trunks, demanding that the two young warriors face him in a one-on-one duel. Gohan assumed a fighting stance, asserting that Bu should cease his nonsensical taunts. He was the one who would confront Bu. Bu, however, disregarded Gohan's words and continued to provoke the two boys. Unbeknownst to anyone, the remnants of the pink mass left nearby began to stir. Amidst Bu's taunts, Goten and Trunks, displaying their defiance, declared that they would not afford him another chance and vowed to leave him with a mouthful of missing teeth. While Bu continued to engage in verbal sparring, he observed the previously discarded pink mass progressively moving closer to Goten and Trunks. Oblivious to the impending danger, the two approached Bu, intent on merging to teach the arrogant creature a lesson. The two masses stealthily crept closer, unnoticed by the others, as all eyes were fixated on the confrontation between the boys and Bu. In response to Bu's provocations, Goten and Trunks initiated their fusion. Super Gotenks made his grand entrance, and with Gohan alongside, the group believed they had effectively cornered Bu, confident that defeating him was merely a matter of time. Just as Super Gotenks prepared to deliver a lesson to the insufferable Bu, the villain's eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity, and the mass of goo that had fallen from him lunged toward Gotenks and Piccolo, ensnaring them in a sticky embrace from which they could not escape. Super Gotenks struggled fiercely, yet the adhesive nature of the mass proved overpowering. After what felt like an eternity of futile effort, Piccolo found himself similarly ensnared. Witnessing this, Gohan urgently inquired as to Bu's intentions. Bu merely waved his hand, and the pink mass enveloping the two warriors returned to him. Subsequently, Bu's form began to undergo a transformation. Moments later, he emerged clad in Gotenks attire, his nefarious plan having come to fruition. Bu had successfully absorbed both Gotenks and Piccolo, acquiring their strength and intellect while assimilating Piccolo's wisdom. Upon absorbing Gotenks, Bu realized that his long-standing neck ailment had miraculously vanished, and he began to shake his head in disbelief, inciting Gohan's furious ire from below. In a flash, Bu appeared before Gohan, who accused him of engaging in despicable tactics. However, Bu declared that all of this could be attributed to Gohan. As soon as Bu sensed the formidable presence of Gotenks, he began to devise a plan to absorb him. Yet, upon learning from Gotenks that the fusion was time-limited, Bu resorted to self-detonation to buy time, awaiting the next opportunity for fusion before attempting to absorb Gotenks. After listening to Bu's explanation, Gohan perceived Bu's foolishness and questioned why he did not simply absorb him instead, given that his own power surpassed that of Gotenks. Bu, however, laughed heartily, asserting that becoming stronger was meaningless without worthy opponents. Once Bu had elucidated everything, both he and Gohan assumed their battle stances, leaping into the air and engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The two then transitioned into close combat, their fists flying at such speed that they became nearly invisible. Due to their rapid movements, even Piccolo struggled to discern their actions, only witnessing the tremors of their battle reverberating through the sky. They joyfully exchanged punches and kicks until Gohan seized an opportunity, grasping Bu by the ankle and forcefully hurling him down from the heights, the tremendous impact creating a fissure in the earth that stretched for a kilometer. Gohan intended to pursue Bu along the crack, but was suddenly met with a ki blast. He narrowly evaded the attack by instantaneously teleporting aside, only for Bu to unleash another ki blast aimed at his back, forcing Gohan to continuously dodge. In response to Bu's unscrupulous tactics, Gohan retaliated with a ki blast of his own, prompting Bu to swiftly counter with a single-handed energy wave. The two blasts collided, resulting in a stalemate. Yet as they both augmented their output, the energy wave erupted explosively, sending Gohan hurtling away. In that fleeting moment, Bu maneuvered behind Gohan and struck him down to the ground. As Gohan regained his footing, Bu transformed into a spherical form and charged at him. Recognizing the imminent threat, Gohan swiftly repositioned himself. Bu, undeterred, launched another assault, and Gohan, utilizing the terrain for leverage, also charged at Bu. After exchanging a powerful kick, they instinctively retreated. They then collided once more with tremendous force, leaving the battered ground as testament to the intensity of their conflict. As the battle raged on, Gohan felt his stamina and energy depleting significantly. However, for the remarkably resilient Bu, the damage inflicted by Gohan was negligible. Continuing in this manner, Gohan harbored no hope of victory. Chapter 80. The power of Majin Bu after evolution. It is unfathomable to consider the strength Bu attained after absorbing Gotenks. Faced with the newly empowered Gohan, Bu remained unfazed, effortlessly countering Gohan's attacks, which had lost their earlier vigor. Following their initial round of combat, both warriors distanced themselves, standing in a tense standoff. Subsequently, Bu declared that Gohan should unleash his utmost power to combat him, no longer needing to test his strength. Gohan, bearing a solemn expression, acknowledged the insight gained from absorbing Piccolo's intellect, realizing that all his thoughts had been laid bare before Bu. After exchanging verbal jabs, they both assumed their iconic battle stances. Initiating a new round of confrontation, Gohan launched the first attack towards Bu, only to have his kicking foot seized by Bu's grasp. In response to Bu's taunts, Gohan concentrated an energy blast, aiming for Bu's head, yet Bu effortlessly bent to evade it. Following this, Bu's tentacles emerged from beneath him, ensnaring Gohan's neck and yanking him behind, subsequently pulling Gohan forcefully to the front. A powerful punch landed on Gohan, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Bu unleashed another energy wave, which Gohan, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Kai's realm, Goku and the others anxiously watched the live battle, with the Supreme Kai questioning his ancestor whether Gohan could defeat the Majin Bu. However, even the old Supreme Kai could not discern who held the upper hand. The scene returned to the battlefield, where Bu, utilizing his tentacles, directed an energy wave at the billowing smoke below, while Gohan concealed himself among the rubble. Realizing that Bu had discovered his position, Gohan ceased hiding and boldly initiated an assault. Despite Gohan exerting all his strength, every punch he threw failed to connect with Bu, who instead caught Gohan's fist and taunted him, questioning his pledge to kill him, comparing him to the green-skinned warrior who possessed no strength. Enraged by the comparison to his father, Gohan retaliated against Bu, but Bu deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that left Gohan momentarily stunned. When Gohan regained his composure to counterattack, Bu sent him flying with a swift kick. Following this, Bu reappeared before Gohan, unleashing a devastating explosion that forced Gohan down into the rubble, triggering a massive detonation. Observing the battle from the Supreme Kai's realm, Goku and the others were in a state of frantic anxiety, while the old Kai pondered Goku's form. On the battlefield of Earth, Gohan, fueled by rage, propelled the stones burying him away. As he looked up at Bu hovering above, he found Bu gathering one of Piccolo's signature moves, rendering him speechless with fear. As Gohan emerged, Bu unleashed his magical blast downward toward him. Gohan, unable to evade, chose to withstand Bu's assault with his own body, leading to a tremendous explosion upon impact that enveloped the area in thick dust. When the smoke cleared, Gohan, fatigued, found himself half kneeling on the ground. Witnessing this, the old Supreme Kai realized that even Goku, were he to enter the fray, would stand no chance against Bu. At this moment, Bu approached the battered Gohan on planet Earth, intent on delivering a scathing taunt. However, Gohan seized the opportunity to retaliate, launching a ki blast in a surprise attack against Bu. Unfortunately, his stealthy strike failed, and Bu extended his arm to firmly grasp Gohan's head, forcefully propelling him forward. The massive boulders along the way shattered into countless fragments upon impact. As Gohan struggled to rise from the rubble, he looked up to see Bu poised to unleash a ghost bomb, ready to strike. Instantly, the ghost bomb surged toward Gohan, prompting him to ascend into the air to evade it. Yet the ghost bomb swiftly altered its trajectory, pursuing Gohan relentlessly. Gohan attempted to thwart the attack with several ki blasts, but the ghost bomb adeptly maneuvered around them, continuing its relentless approach. Unaware of the impending danger, Gohan fired a hand cannon at the ghost bomb, which detonated violently upon contact. After the explosion subsided, Gohan plummeted to the ground, but remarkably, he survived the devastating blast. In a flash, Bu materialized beside him, seizing Gohan by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Meanwhile, on the Kaioshin realm, Goku watched in mounting anxiety, and the elder Kaioshin was equally taken aback by the dire turn of events. He proposed that Goku should assist on Earth. Goku and his companions were astonished by this suggestion, casting incredulous glances at the elder Kaioshin. Nevertheless, Goku expressed his concern, stating that even if he were to intervene now, he would still be no match for Bu. The elder Kaioshin then presented Goku with the Kaioshin earrings, suggesting a fusion with Gohan. Initially reluctant, the Kaioshin ultimately conceded, recognizing the dire stakes. Without such action, the entire universe would be doomed, and he would never see Bulma again. Simultaneously, in the underworld, King Yama noticed someone slowly approaching. Recognizing the distinctive spiky hair, he realized it was Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan. King Yama had retrieved Vegeta's soul, granting him a corporeal form similar to Goku's. and instructed the fortune teller to escort Vegeta to Earth to assist in combating the menace of Majin Buu. Back on the battlefield of Earth, Gohan had succumbed to Buu's grip, rendered unconscious. Just as Buu prepared to eliminate Gohan with his golden hand, Din's small dog dashed forward, barking furiously at Buu, successfully diverting his attention. Seizing the moment, Din rushed in to launch an assault against Buu. Just as Buu was about to eliminate his former ally, Gohan suddenly regained consciousness, delivering a kick to Buu and rescuing his father-in-law. Following this, Gohan charged at Buu once more, but was swiftly knocked away. Buu resumed employing Gotenks techniques, unleashing several golden rings that ensnared Gohan tightly. Ascending into the air, Buu prepared to execute the Kamehameha, intending to finish off Gohan. However, at the last possible moment before the devastating attack could be unleashed, Gohan broke free from his restraints, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, Buu remained utterly indifferent, viewing the current lunch as merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, transforming into whatever he wished. At that moment, Broly, who had been training on the island with Su Bufan, could no longer contain himself. It was indeed a pity that he could not engage such a formidable opponent. Previously, Su Bufan had refrained from letting him take action, but now he was the only one capable of standing against Buu. Chapter 81. The Mightiest Warrior, Vegito. Just as Broly contemplated rushing out to battle Buu, Su Bufan urged him not to be hasty, assuring him that there would certainly be an opportunity for him to participate in this confrontation. Reluctantly, Broly suppressed his inner desire for battle. Goku returned to Blue Star adorned with the Patera earrings, gazing at the dwindling number of warriors with a heavy heart, feeling deeply remorseful. Had he not sought to grant others a chance to fight, and instead allied with them from the outset, perhaps the situation would not have been so dire. With Gotenks absorbed, he realized he could not possibly contend with Buu alone. Fortunately, Gohan still remained. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for a fusion partner. Instantly teleporting to Blue Star, Goku hurled the Patera earrings toward Gohan, intending to fuse with him. However, Gohan fumbled and failed to catch them, causing the earrings to fall into a pile of rubble. Goku was taken aback, astonished that Gohan could not even manage this simple task. With no choice but to rely on the earrings for fusion, Goku resolved to hold off Buu while urging Gohan to quickly search for the lost earrings. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he charged at Buu, but given his current state, he was no match for Buu, who had revived and absorbed Trunks and Piccolo. In a moment, he was left defenseless, suffering a barrage of blows until he was battered and bruised. Just as Buu prepared to deliver a fatal strike, Gotenks' fusion time elapsed, causing Buu to morph and adopt Piccolo's appearance. Witnessing this transformation, Goku felt a surge of confidence and approached Buu, taunting him. Even without fusion, Gohan could easily handle the situation alone. At that moment, Gohan finally located the fallen Patera earrings, yet Buu remained unfazed, claiming he had a trick up his sleeve. Behind Gohan, the previously severed tendrils re-emerged, morphing into a mass of flesh that enveloped him, subsequently propelling him toward Buu. Seeing this, Goku hurriedly retrieved the earrings from the ground. Meanwhile, Buu had gradually transformed into Gohan's form, prompting Goku to exclaim in disbelief at Buu's apparent advantage. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai observed the scene in despair as Buu, now fully transformed into Gohan, erupted into laughter, reveling in his newfound power, which had surpassed his previous strength without the concern of time constraints. With no alternatives, Goku was left to seek other fusion partners, as only Mr. Satan and Dandan remained on Earth. Due to sustaining heavy injuries, Tianjin Fan collapsed, rendering him unable to merge. Buu, perceiving Goku's current predicament, resolved to grant him an opportunity, allowing Goku a mere 2 seconds to decide with whom he would fuse. Goku first glanced at Dandy nearby, envisioning the scenario of merging with him. However, Dandy was not a combat-oriented Namekian, but merely a healer, and thus, their fusion would yield no enhancement in power. He then turned his attention to Satan, yet Satan was merely an ordinary human. Even if their fusion were to marginally augment his strength, it would hardly offer a victory, and it might even diminish his combat effectiveness. Initially, Goku had intended to fuse with his son, but Gohan had been absorbed by Buu. Left with no alternative, Goku reluctantly set his sights on Satan, a desperate measure indeed. Just as Goku decided to toss the earrings to Satan, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching. It turned out that the fortune teller had brought his good friend Vegeta to Blue Star. Observing Goku in a daze, Buu intended to send him once more to meet King Enma, but Goku instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, exhilarated to see his friend reappear. Before they could reminisce, both Goku and Vegeta sensed Buu approaching at an alarming speed. In haste, Goku produced the Patera earrings, urging Vegeta to wear them so they could merge and defeat the demon. However, the proud prince was not inclined to fuse with Goku. As Buu rapidly closed in on them, Goku found himself in a bind. He could not simply force Vegeta to wear the earrings. After Vegeta once again declined Goku's request to merge, Goku hastily began to persuade him. Just as their conversation intensified, Buu arrived, shattering their moment of camaraderie. Seeing this, Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, preparing for battle, while Goku attempted one last plea for Vegeta to don the earrings, but Vegeta rejected him once more. At that moment, Buu unleashed a powerful energy wave toward them. Vegeta quickly pushed Goku aside and assumed a fighting stance. With no other option, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, standing alongside Vegeta to confront the demon. Buu released his energy wave, propelling it toward the duo, subsequently advancing toward them. Faced with Buu, Vegeta exhibited no fear. Instead, he resolved to engage the demon directly. Meanwhile, Goku implored Vegeta to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. However, the proud prince asserted his identity as the king of a warrior race. Since the enemy had appeared before him, he felt compelled to fight. With that declaration, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, bombarding Buu with thousands of energy blasts. These blasts did not strike Buu directly, but rather encircled him, creating a formidable barrier. Under the control of Vegeta, a multitude of energy waves surged towards Buu. However, Buu merely expanded a protective shield, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's energy blasts. Realizing that his advanced combat technique had proven ineffective, Vegeta charged at Buu, launching a rapid flurry of punches. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Buu repelled Vegeta with ease, sending him crashing into a distant mountainside. Emerging from the dust, Vegeta again assaulted Buu, only to be met with a counterattack that forced him into a precarious position. Observing his comrade ensnared by Buu's control, Goku swiftly rushed to the scene, seizing Buu's tentacle and delivering a solid punch to his face, propelling the creature away and rescuing Vegeta. In response, Buu arrogantly challenged both Goku and Vegeta to attack him simultaneously. Undeterred by Buu's bravado, the duo launched their assault. However, Buu skillfully evaded their strikes, inflicting severe damage upon them in a matter of moments. Faced with the formidable and arrogant Buu, Goku once again proposed a fusion to Vegeta, who vehemently declined. Subsequently, Vegeta accused Goku of deception during their previous battle, revealing that Goku had concealed his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, pretending they were evenly matched, which Vegeta found utterly intolerable. In response to Vegeta's emotional outburst, Goku, akin to a remorseful child, lowered his gaze in guilt. While the two were embroiled in their quarrel, Buu, uninterested in their banter, commenced his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy waves with his hands akin to a Gatling gun directed at Goku and Vegeta. Faced with Buu's relentless onslaught, the two could only evade his attacks. Under the relentless bombardment, Goku and Vegeta were forced back to their normal states. At this critical moment, Goku revealed his trump card, informing Vegeta that Bulma had been consumed by Buu. As a devoted husband, Vegeta's fury ignited upon hearing that his beloved wife had met such a fate. Just as Buu prepared to deliver a final, devastating blow to the two, Vegeta urged Goku to hand over the Patera earrings. Goku promptly threw the earrings to Vegeta, who, upon donning them, initiated a ripple effect. The two then rushed toward one another, and at the instant of contact, the most powerful warrior from the Dragon Ball universe, Vegito, was born. The epic confrontation between the strongest Vegito and Buu was about to commence. Chapter 82. The old Kai's doubt. Seeing the two fuse, Buu did not intervene, confident that no one could rival his strength. However, Vegito was different. He intended to demonstrate the vast power disparity between himself and Buu, resolving to no longer conceal his true strength. Consequently, he began to unleash his energy right before Buu's eyes. Yet, Buu remained dismissive of Vegeta, only to soon face the consequences of his arrogance. After delivering a relentless assault, Vegeta left Buu's form contorted and twisted. However, Buu swiftly recovered from his injuries, subsequently amplifying his power, causing his muscles to swell dramatically and unleashing a formidable energy that generated lightning all around. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, Bu's presence shook the very ground of the earth. After 2 seconds of furious roaring, an immense aura erupted from within him, forcing Vegeta back to the ground. By the time Vegeta regained his composure, Bu had conjured a colossal energy sphere, intent on obliterating both the Earth and Vegeta. At that moment, Dend arrived on the battlefield with Mr. Satan, instructing him to find a safe spot before releasing his grip. Once safely on the ground, Mr. Satan transformed into a more diminutive form, clutching himself and following Dend to a corner, taking on the role of a VIP spectator. At this juncture, Bu brandished the energy sphere capable of annihilating the planet, preparing Vegeta for an impending attack. However, Vegeta proclaimed that such a trivial assault posed no threat. He could effortlessly absorb the energy sphere while remaining stationary. Infuriated by Vegeta's bravado, Bu hurled the energy sphere downwards. In response, Vegeta stood firm, slowly extending his hands to catch the energy blast. Then, fueled by a surge of rage, he resolved to return the assault. With increasing speed, Vegeta propelled the energy sphere away, launching it with a powerful kick. Bu narrowly evaded his own attack as the energy sphere soared into the cosmos, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion beyond the Earth, creating a tempest of winds that howled at a force of 8. As tranquility returned, Vegeta instantaneously appeared before Bu, confronting him directly. Unfazed by the gravity of the situation, Bu, still brimming with confidence, mockingly gave Vegeta a thumbs up before collapsing, further taunting him. Witnessing Bu's arrogance, Vegeta resolved to no longer conceal his true power. He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his muscles swelling as he transformed into Super Saiyan Vegeta. A powerful golden aura radiated from him, surrounded by flashes of lightning. Despite Vegeta's transformation, Bu continued to scoff, claiming that he had defeated countless Super Saiyans before. Dismissing the significance of Vegeta's change, Vegeta, however, urged Bu to cease his pretense and invited him to experience the full extent of his newfound strength. Enraged by Vegeta's mockery, Bu charged at him, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. However, in the face of Bu's assault, Vegeta deftly evaded the attacks with ease. Realizing that his efforts were futile, Bu retreated momentarily, launching a ki blast towards Vegeta. In a swift response, Vegeta redirected the blast back at Bu, who quickly ducked to avoid his own attack. Yet, before Bu could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta delivered a swift kick to Bu's face, causing him to bleed from his nose. Bu, rapidly recovering from his injuries, scoffed, asserting that such an attack could not inflict any substantial damage upon him. "Is that all the strength you possess?" he taunted, observing Bu's arrogance. Vegeta pondered briefly before raising his gaze to Bu, declaring, "Well then, the warm-up is over. It is time to truly relish the joy of battle." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch into the air, unexpectedly leaving a gruesome gash across Bu's face with merely the force of the wind. Staring at the embodiment of strength before him, Bu took a moment to process the situation before hastily healing his wound. He then proclaimed to the undeniably confident Vegeta, "You cannot defeat me with such trivial efforts." Yet, dismissing Bu's bravado with a mere wave of his hand, Vegeta invited him to attack. Incensed, Bu charged at Vegeta, only for Vegeta to nimbly leap aside and counter with a kick to Bu's face, sending him flying. Regaining his balance, Bu charged at Vegeta once more. However, eager to test his current strength, Vegeta decided to withstand Bu's assault with his body. Seizing the opportunity, Bu kicked Vegeta out of the air and, gathering energy for a ki blast in his hands, he unleashed it after a brief accumulation of power. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area, and when it cleared, Vegeta stood unscathed at the bottom of a large crater. Frustrated that his attack had proven ineffective, Bu extended his arm to grasp Vegeta, who easily dodged the attempt. In response, Bu lashed out with his tentacles, ensnaring Vegeta's leg. After spinning him around, Bu violently hurled Vegeta into a nearby mountain, resulting in a tremendous crash that caused the mountain to crumble. Moments later, amidst the debris, a golden light erupted. With a surge of energy, Vegeta cleared the rubble that had buried him and, stretching his limbs, declared that it was time for him to showcase his prowess. In a seamless motion, Vegeta approached Bu, launching a flurry of combination punches. He then delivered a powerful kick that sent Bu soaring, immediately following it up with an energy wave directed at him. The massive explosion darkened the sky over a wide area. When the dust settled, Bu emerged from the darkened clouds, disheveled and clad in a skimpy outfit, standing before Vegeta. Observing Bu's state, Vegeta could not help but reflect on the overwhelming strength he now possessed. However, Bu's remarkable regenerative abilities are not to be underestimated. As he swiftly restored his shattered form, the next round of combat commenced, with their fierce clash resonating clearly even for Dandan and Satan, who were situated miles away. In the skies, Vegeta and Bu engaged in close-quarters combat, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches, each striking the other relentlessly. After exchanging countless blows, the two warriors momentarily distanced themselves, charging once more at one another. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the Supreme Kai observed with a grave expression, astonished that Bu, having enhanced his power, could contend evenly with Vegeta. Yet, the Elder Kaioshin urged him to open his eyes and recognize that it was Vegeta who consistently maintained the upper hand over Bu. Nevertheless, he pondered what Vegeta was truly contemplating, why he chose to hold back when he could swiftly conclude the battle. Chapter 83. Bu's weakness. Though the intentions of Vegeta remained unclear, the current circumstances indicated that Bu would have no opportunity for victory. Presently, Vegeta sought to test the extent of his own strength, opting to absorb Bu's attacks without any form of defense. In an instant, he suffered the brunt of Bu's powerful onslaught. As Bu's next attack sent Vegeta crashing into the surface of the lake below, he unleashed the prince's technique upon Vegeta's position. Countless energy blasts surged toward the lake, creating a massive explosion that left a considerable void in the water's surface. However, confronted with one of the most ineffectual moves in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta emerged unscathed from the lake, declaring Bu's attacks utterly ineffectual. He then resolved to demonstrate what constitutes a truly effective assault. Raising his hand, he directed a blue and white energy wave at Bu, the overwhelming force instantly engulfing him. Satan, witnessing this spectacle, leaped to his feet in excitement, only to be struck by a flying rock, leaving him dazed. In an instant, Bu was shattered into countless fragments by Vegeta's energy wave. Yet for Bu, who could regenerate even from a cloud of smoke, such damage was not fatal. Soon, he utilized his passive regeneration to restore his form to its original state. Once recovered, Bu stubbornly proclaimed that Vegeta's attacks had no effect on him. However, as Vegeta approached him, Bu, still seething with anger, gritted his teeth, his body releasing a torrent of gas. In no time, he was completely enveloped by the massive cloud of vapor, attempting to use it as a cover against Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta dismissed such juvenile tactics entirely, charging straight into the fog. After a brief moment, Bu emerged battered and bruised from the mist. Despite his injuries, Bu, in a fit of rage, disregarded his wounds and attempted to strike Vegeta with a punch. Vegeta took the initiative to launch an assault, seizing the foot of Bu that was aimed at him and forcefully hurling him down towards the ground. Once again, he gathered his energy, forming his fingers into a sword-like shape, and unleashed a golden energy blade directed at Bu's location. The blade penetrated Bu's abdomen, and thereafter, Vegeta extracted Bu from the debris beneath him, a true display of dominance. Seizing the moment, Vegeta taunted Bu, remarking on his current disheveled state. Meanwhile, on the Supreme Kai's planet, Krillin observed the battle between Vegeta and Bu on Earth through the assistance of North Kai. He was not alone on the Supreme Kai's planet. Yamcha had also been brought there by North Kai. True to his title as the God of Tea, Yamcha proved his prowess by effortlessly taking on two opponents, one of whom was the formidable Oliver. Returning to Blue Planet, after being suspended in the air for 3 minutes, Bu began to free himself from the energy blade that pierced his body, attempting to recover, albeit at a notably slower pace. Observing this, Vegeta retracted his energy and, seeing Bu restored to his former self, displayed a smile emblematic of invincibility. It seems your regenerative abilities are not without limits. As long as you endure significant damage, your recovery speed diminishes drastically, and with each recovery, your energy wanes considerably. Bu's expression darkened. Vegeta's words struck deep, revealing that he was acutely aware of Bu's predicament. While Bu remained oblivious to his opponent's capabilities, faced with the overwhelming pressure exerted by Vegeta, Bu found himself at a loss. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. If he could not overpower Vegeta externally, why not attack from within? Thus, Bu elongated his form, transforming into a liquid state. and surged directly into Vegeto's mouth, intending to cause an explosion from within. Upon fully entering Vegeto's body, he transformed him into a rotund figure, while Bu squirmed inside. Confronted with Bu's bizarre tactic, Vegeto abruptly heightened his energy, using his strength to confine Bu within his own body. Subsequently, the Bu inside Vegeto began to move, prompting Vegeto to inflict self-harm to strike at Bu within him. No matter where Bu attempted to evade within Vegeto's form, he faced relentless assaults. It must be noted that Vegeto was indeed ruthless. In his fervor, he even inflicted harm upon himself, utilizing a strategy of self-damage to deal with Bu. He caused Bu to wail in agony. Realizing his tactic was ineffective, Bu had no choice but to escape from Vegeto's body. Gazing at the now-free Bu, Vegeto wiped the corner of his mouth, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, and taunted Bu, questioning how, after absorbing so many individuals, he could only muster such weak power. Upon hearing the taunts of Vegeta, Bu, in a fit of rage, declared himself the mightiest in the universe and subsequently unleashed a surge of power. His overwhelming energy darkened the sky, summoning ominous clouds and crackling lightning, while his eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Witnessing Bu's frantic state, Dandan urgently cautioned against provoking him further. Recalling how, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Bu had shattered dimensional barriers in a fit of fury. Now, with his newfound strength, the energy radiating from Bu began to destabilize the very fabric of space, threatening to compress the entire world into a different dimension. Vegeta recognized the gravity of the situation and dashed toward Bu in an attempt to quell his rampage. However, as Vegeta approached, an energy shield enveloped Bu, preventing him from getting any closer. Undeterred, Vegeta amplified his aura, piercing through Bu's protective barrier and landing a decisive blow to Bu's face, sending him crashing into the lake below. As Bu's power waned, the overcast sky gradually returned to its original state. The fury that had clouded Bu's mind was dispelled by Vegeta's strike, awakening him to reality. After ensuring the space around him was stable, Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such strength. You nearly escaped from me. Use this power against me, and should you defeat me, you shall be the strongest in the universe." Inadvertently, Vegeta boasted of his own superiority, implying that he himself was the mightiest. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai, observing from the Kaioshin's sword, grew anxious, questioning why Vegeta did not simply eliminate Bu. Chapter 84. The Mighty Vegeta Coffee Candy Bu. Gazing up at the imposing figure of Vegeta, clenched his teeth in frustration and began to take deep breaths, attempting to calm his turbulent mind. Vegeta, meanwhile, continued to mock Bu from his vantage point, making dismissive gestures. Seizing the opportunity presented by Vegeta's arrogance, Bu charged at him. Upon reaching Vegeta, he unleashed a powerful punch, followed by a flurry of wolf-fang fist strikes. Yet, as the strongest warrior, Vegeta effortlessly evaded Bu's onslaught. He then initiated his counterattack, seizing Bu's tuft of hair and launching a ki blast that reduced Bu's form to a long, thin noodle. In response, Bu coiled around Vegeta like a springy python, attempting to constrict him. However, with a mere exertion of strength, Vegeta broke free from Bu's grasp, unleashing a force that shattered Bu into countless pink fragments. However, it wasn't long before Bu restored his form and gestured to Vegeta to return his little braid. Vegeta chuckled and tossed Bu's braid back. But just as it was 2.5 meters away, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a blast of air, obliterating Bu's antennae to mere fragments. With a grin, he remarked, "Aren't you capable of continuous regeneration? I shall employ this technique upon you shortly and see if you can restore yourself once more." Bu's expression darkened. He understood that against such an assault, no matter how formidable he was, restoration would be futile. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin observing the live broadcast presumed that the Saiyan's reckless nature was once again leading them astray, failing to directly eliminate Bu. Yet, the old Kaioshin suddenly realized that Vegeta might be contemplating a strategy to rescue those absorbed by Bu. The scene shifted back to Blue Planet, where, in a fit of rage, Bu dramatically amplified his power and employed Gotenks technique, spitting out 5 ghost bombs. He commanded the ghost bombs to attack, and they surged towards Vegeta. Faced with the oncoming ghost bombs, Vegeta skillfully distanced himself and then extended a finger, firing 5 energy waves toward the ghost bombs. Upon contact, the ghost bombs detonated in a colossal explosion, their power significantly magnified in Buu's hands. After the earth-shattering blast subsided, Vegeta remained unfazed, casually declaring that such a trivial technique employed by a mere spirit would not suffice. Do you possess any other tricks? Meanwhile, in heaven, Chi-Chi and others, believing Gohan to be deceased, were leading the demon realm King Dabura in a search for him. It was hard to fathom that just recently, Dabura had been locked in a life-and-death struggle with Gohan, yet now he resolutely claimed he would do anything to find him. Chi-Chi and the others were astonished to see the demon realm king exhibit such a caring demeanor, suggesting that King Yama's decision might indeed have been quite astute. After Vegeta thwarted Buu's ghost bombs, an agitated Buu unleashed even more. Just as Vegeta prepared to counter the ghost bombs with his previous technique, the ghost bombs approached him, aligning in formation to execute a synchronized energy wave. A barrage of Kamehameha waves then surged toward him. Observing this, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered, but the ghost bombs, controlling the energy waves with Yamcha's technique, relentlessly pursued him. Realizing he could not shake off the energy waves, Vegeta dove into a narrow fissure below, hoping to use the confined space to thwart the pursuing blasts. However, unbeknownst to him, 3 ghosts awaited him ahead, unleashing their magic flash upon him. Vegeta was unable to evade in time and was struck by the energy blasts coming from both sides, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the area in thick clouds of dust. However, according to the laws of Dragon Ball, smoke implies no injury. Vegeta reappeared behind Buu and unleashed a powerful energy wave that obliterated Buu's head, but the shattered remnants transformed seamlessly back into Buu's form. It turned out that in the instant of the explosion, Vegeta had used instant transmission to evade the damage, mockingly taunting Buu that employing his son's techniques against him would prove futile, all the while wearing a smug grin, urging Buu to reveal his ultimate moves. Buu restored his head and bellowed that he would forego that technique. He then charged at Vegeta in a fit of rage. Yet, despite Buu's fury, he could not alter the tide of battle, as Vegeta relentlessly pummeled him, all the while deriding him with remarks like, "Is this what you didn't want me to see?" Pathetically weak. Provoked, Buu unleashed a flurry of Wolf Fang fist strikes, exclaiming in anger that he was the strongest in the universe. Vegeta, however, merely blocked Buu's assault with a single foot, and when Buu attempted to retaliate with an energy wave, Vegeta effortlessly kicked it away. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to Buu's face, sending him flying several meters away. With arms crossed, Vegeta smugly declared that regardless of the techniques Buu employed, with his current strength, victory was utterly unattainable for him. Facing the relentless onslaught of Vegeta, Buu gritted his teeth in frustration. In a moment of inspiration, Buu resorted to provocation, taunting Vegeta as merely a boastful fool, beckoning him to attack. When Vegeta approached, Buu employed his little pigtail to launch a magical attack. A flash of light ensued, and to his astonishment, Vegeta was transformed into a piece of coffee candy. Seeing his plan succeed, Buu jubilantly began to dance, celebrating his victory. Meanwhile, the elder Kaioshin, observing the live broadcast from the Kaioshin realm, vehemently criticized Vegeta's ostentatious behavior. Just as Buu was reveling in the transformation of Vegeta into coffee candy and preparing to savor his prize, he slowly raised the candy to his mouth. However, in a sudden twist, he struck the candy with a fierce punch. Upon receiving his own blow, Buu released the candy, which floated back in front of him, where it emitted Vegeta's voice. Buu, bewildered, watched as the coffee candy began to move, revealing that Vegeta, despite the transformation, was still very much intact and active. At this moment, the halted Vegeta remarked that his adversary was none other than the world's most formidable coffee candy. However, Buu, undeterred by previous setbacks, dismissed him as merely a trivial piece of candy, believing that capturing him and tossing him into his mouth would suffice. Yet, Buu soon realized the fallacy of his assumptions when the Vegeto-branded coffee candy launched an assault against him. With just a couple of casual strikes, one of which landed squarely on Buu's head, he was sent crashing to the ground below. Buu surged forth from the earth, defying the odds as he charged once more at the coffee candy before him. Although Vegeta had transformed into candy and lost his limbs, he had concurrently diminished in size. Despite Buu's relentless attacks, he was unable to make contact with the now diminutive Vegeta, who deftly maneuvered around him, leaving Buu bewildered. Vegeta taunted Buu, questioning his earlier boast of devouring him whole. With that, he commenced a fresh wave of strikes against Buu. Suddenly, Buu managed to seize Vegeta, declaring his intent to crush him, to which Vegeta acquiesced, manipulating Buu's grip to position himself within Buu's mouth. There he wreaked havoc, turning the tables on Buu until he was thoroughly disoriented. Subsequently, with a powerful effort, Vegeta extricated himself from Buu's grasp and unleashed a rapid succession of blows that left Buu reeling. He then charged into Buu's mouth, piercing through, while simultaneously severing Buu's antennae. Returning to confront Buu, he taunted, "Did you not wish to consume me? Here I am, yet you squander your chance." With a grim expression, Buu began to restore his perforated body, but faced with the unyielding candy, he had no choice but to revert Vegeta to his original form. Now facing the restored Vegeta, Buu's rage boiled over, and he launched himself at Vegeta with blinding speed. However, Vegeta countered with a punch to Buu's abdomen, followed by a second strike that sent Buu flying. As Buu hurtled back toward Vegeta, he unleashed his prince's attack, sending forth a barrage of energy blasts. Yet, Vegeta disregarded Buu's efforts, advancing straight toward him. A formidable headbutt struck Buu, followed by a kick that sent him soaring, culminating in a powerful energy wave that engulfed Buu in an overwhelming torrent of force. As the energy dissipated, Buu's form lay shattered. Before Buu could fully regain his composure, Vegeta seized the opportunity to continue his assault, executing a flawless combination of punches that further fragmented Buu's already damaged body. Chapter 85: Vegeta's scheme succeeds. Now, Vegeta found himself effortlessly toying with Buu, who had yet to reassemble. Before the fractured Buu could complete his regeneration, Vegeta unleashed another beam of energy, eliciting a pained scream from the Majin as his cells uncontrollably disintegrated. Observing Buu's gradual recovery, this time Vegeta refrained from attacking, instead standing still, awaiting Buu's restoration before launching his next offensive. Before the recovering Majin Buu could react, Vegeta had already soared into the sky, delivering a powerful punch that struck Buu squarely on the face. Following this, he swiftly maneuvered beneath Majin Buu and kicked upwards, ultimately seizing Buu's antennae. Did you think that by withholding your true abilities, I would allow you to conclude like this? Did you not claim to be the strongest in the universe? Is this meager assault too much for you to endure? Faced with the seemingly invincible Vegeta, Majin Buu found himself at a loss. Upon hearing Vegeta's taunting remarks, he unleashed a ki blast aimed directly at Vegeta's face, resulting only in a cloud of dust that scarcely affected Vegeta. Immediately after, Vegeta released his grip and unleashed another ki blast, obliterating half of Majin Buu's body. However, the defiant Buu quickly regenerated, stretching lazily as if to convey that it was of no consequence, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. "Oh, is that so? It appears I must escalate the intensity," Vegeta remarked, as he gathered energy in both hands, unleashing a wave of light that left Buu battered and broken, particularly creating a significant gash in his abdomen. After a prolonged explosion, while most of Majin Buu's body had recovered, the substantial hole remained unhealed. It seems that even if you are formidable, excessive damage in one strike renders you incapable of restoration. The anger etched on Buu's face indicated that he was indeed struck by the truth. At this juncture, Majin Buu had exhausted nearly all his techniques, leaving only one final move, absorption. Thus, Vegeta commenced his strategy, gesturing with his hand. "Enough of this, it has grown tiresome. It is time to conclude this battle." He then initiated a countdown. "Now, I shall grant you a chance to escape. It all hinges on your speed." As Vegeta began his countdown to death, panic surged through Majin Buu. Having exhausted all his techniques to no avail, it seemed his only option was to absorb Vegeta. But what to do? Buu frantically pondered, until he noticed the antennae on the ground, severed earlier by Vegeta. Gradually, Buu raised the antennae, positioning them behind Vegeta. Yet, all of this unfolded precisely as Vegeta had anticipated. He had refrained from eliminating Buu to force him into a corner, hoping to be absorbed into Buu's form and rescue those who had been consumed. However, whether this would succeed remained uncertain. As Vegeta counted to 10, Buu extended the antennae, encircling Vegeta entirely. Thus, the invincible Vegeta was absorbed into Buu's being. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Supreme Kai, the comedic Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground in dismay. This is over. Even the strongest warrior has been absorbed, leaving no one to oppose Buu. Strangely though, after absorbing Vegeta, Majin Buu's form remained unchanged, still resembling Gohan Buu. While the comedic Supreme Kai believed it was the end, the Elder Supreme Kai perceived a hidden truth. Do you not find this peculiar? Each time Majin Buu absorbs the power of others, his appearance undergoes a transformation. However, this time, there was no discernible change. Contemplating this, one wonders if Vegeta harbors ulterior motives. The scene then shifts to within Majin Buu, revealing that Vegeta had not been absorbed at all, but had successfully infiltrated Buu's body. Since he had entered, it seemed reasonable to assume that the barrier protecting him from absorption could now be lifted. Yet, as soon as the barrier was removed, it disintegrated immediately, and the invincible warrior was reduced to two beings. Upon entering Buu's body, Vegeta and Goku were separated. The proud Vegeta, after the disintegration, swiftly removed the Patera earrings, declaring his desire never to fuse with Goku again, even crushing the earrings in his hand. Witnessing this, Goku could only feel resigned, and thus the two hastened to locate Gohan, who had been absorbed, intending to rescue him before confronting Majin Buu together. They began their search within Buu's body for their son and caretaker, darting about in confusion. Shortly, Goku and Vegeta found themselves submerged in Buu's gastric fluid, surrounded by the remnants of undigested sweets. Observing the white smoke rising from his clothing, Vegeta urgently warned Goku to escape the gastric fluid, lest he be digested by Buu. Once Goku emerged from the viscous liquid, a massive vortex appeared before them. Vegeta and Goku stood atop a cake that was being drawn into the swirling maelstrom. The chaos within Buu's stomach was tumultuous, and soon they were pushed down into the gastric fluid by the surrounding cakes. As Goku pondered their escape, a blue-white light suddenly flashed nearby. It was Vegeta, gathering energy for a ki blast intended to create an opening in Buu's body, which he then directed towards the creature. Simultaneously, Buu externally felt a sudden pain in his belly, mistakenly attributing it to indigestion from overindulging in sweets. In that moment, the inner Vegeta and Goku seized the opportunity to escape through the newly created breach. They resumed their anxious search for Gohan's whereabouts within Buu's body. Soon, they heard a commotion above them. Looking up, they witnessed countless green gooey orbs falling from above. Quickly, Vegeta and Goku dodged as the orbs landed upon the surrounding confections, devouring them entirely in mere moments. After consuming the sweets, the green orbs shifted their focus onto Goku and Vegeta, launching a relentless assault towards them. While Goku evaded the onslaught, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of ki blasts to obliterate the countless gooey spheres. However, before Goku could voice a warning, he was suddenly enveloped by a multitude of the sticky orbs, rendering him immobile. At this critical moment, a disturbance arose ahead, as something unknown writhed beneath their feet. Suddenly, a monstrous creature burst forth from below. Just as it aimed to devour Goku in one swift gulp, Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, sending the beast tumbling away. Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, yet another identical giant worm appeared. It turned out that the two worms were siblings. The newly arrived one immediately crawled over to its elder brother, calling out for their father into the encroaching darkness. Vegeta, overwhelmed by the sight of the enormous worm, was rendered momentarily nauseous. In response to the grotesque creature before him, he resorted to his royal combat techniques. However, the colossal worm swiftly devoured Vegeta's energy reserves with ease. In this tense standoff, the giant worm reprimanded its offspring and approached Goku and Vegeta, offering an apology. Vegeta, already pale with fright, was visibly shaken by the creature's presence. Seeing the worm's amicable demeanor, Goku inquired whether it had seen Gohan or the others. At that moment, the two smaller worms darted from the side to answer Goku's question. I know, exclaimed the larger worm. It looked upwards and declared, I spotted that green fellow up there before. Goku and Vegeta were filled with excitement upon hearing this news. At last, they had a lead on Gohan's whereabouts. Meanwhile, outside, Buu began to experience discomfort in his stomach after Goku and his companions had caused a commotion within. He hastily conjured a toilet from stone and rushed inside, unleashing an uncontrollable torrent. Observing this, Satan seized the opportunity, intending to ambush Buu while he was preoccupied. It must be noted that as the world champion, Satan exhibited a measure of courage. Just as he prepared to strike, an enormous commotion erupted from within the restroom, filling the air with a noxious stench that caused both Satan and Dandy to faint. Inside Buu's body, as the two worms continued to relay the specifics of Gohan's location, the surroundings began to tremble violently, and a torrent erupted from a nearby passage. Goku and Vegeta were instantly swept into the deluge. realizing that Bu was currently using the restroom and that they would be expelled alongside the current. Vegeta was seized by a wave of dread. He had no desire to be expelled like waste. With a surge of energy, he soared into the air, prompting Goku to quickly follow suit as they ascended towards Bu's upper body. After a brief interval, Bu finally emerged from the restroom, having relieved himself. Feeling rejuvenated, he flew towards the summit of a nearby mountain, striking various poses in a display of vanity, showcasing his physique with flamboyant gestures. At this moment, within his body, Goku and Vegeta had entered the recesses of Bu's mind, quickly arriving at a fork in the road. Vegeta, wishing to separate from Goku, chose the path to the right. Observing Vegeta's disdainful demeanor, Goku felt a twinge of irritation and made a face at him. Subsequently, Goku ventured alone into a darkened area, where he spotted a figure around the corner. Just as he prepared for battle, he realized that the person before him was none other than his long-sought son, Gohan. Meanwhile, Vegeta had also detected the presence of the two young boys and instructed them to follow him as he led them away from that place. However, as he turned around, the two boys began to fuse, and in a flash of light, they transformed into Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, launching an attack on Vegeta. Recognizing that this Gotenks was not the genuine article, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to retaliate. At that moment, Piccolo appeared behind Vegeta, forcefully restraining him. In the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kai explained that the Gohan and others they faced were not real, but mere memories projected from Bu's mind. Back with Goku. Amidst his skirmish with Gohan, he came to the realization that the figure before him was not his son, prompting him to accelerate his assault. Just as he spoke, Gohan struck him with a hand chop, sending him flying. Goku then transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Gohan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring away. Thus, a fierce battle erupted within Bu's body, yet both warriors found themselves at a disadvantage against their formidable opponents. As the conflict raged on, Goku and Vegeta found themselves surrounded, and despair began to set in. Under the relentless assault from the false Gohan and his comrades, they faced dire straits, as the imposters displayed their signature moves. Meanwhile, outside, Bu, having just relieved himself, felt an emptiness and sought to satisfy his hunger in the city. At this critical juncture, Bu arrived at a cake shop, entranced by the array of desserts on display, his mind filled solely with thoughts of sweets. The memories of Gohan and the others morphed into various cakes in Bu's recollection. After resolving their immediate crisis, Goku and Vegeta commenced their search for the absorbed Gohan and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta spotted Gohan's silhouette around a corner, and as Goku leaned in to investigate, he discovered their caretaker, Piccolo, ensconced within a gelatinous mass. Goku hurried to check on Piccolo's condition, finding that he still possessed a faint trace of life. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks were similarly in a precarious state. Meanwhile, outside, having satisfied his appetite, Bu contemplated the complete annihilation of Earth. At a critical moment, the spirit of Vegeta within Bu eagerly rescued the trapped Trunks. Subsequently, the pair diligently liberated the others who were ensnared. Suddenly, Bu's exterior began to transform, adopting the skin of Piccolo. When Goku finally freed the last of Piccolo, Bu reverted to his original form. Observing this scene from the Supreme Kai's realm, the old Kai excitedly leaped into a celebratory dance, joyfully clasping hands with his companion for an intimate moment. Once Goku and the others had rescued the absorbed Gohan and the rest, they noticeably sensed a decline in Bu's energy. After achieving their goal, they resolved to blast a hole through Bu's body to escape. Just then, Goku recalled that even if they managed to exit, they still could not defeat the current form of Bu. With a mischievous grin, he approached Vegeta and suggested an alternative method to secure victory. Before Goku could elaborate, Vegeta anticipated his thoughts of fusion and promptly rejected the idea without hesitation, affirming their camaraderie. As Goku playfully lifted his rear, Vegeta instinctively knew what was coming. At that moment, Vegeta discovered that the previous fat Bu was sealed in a corner. While they pondered the existence of two Bus, the original Bu appeared behind them. Furious and vowing to tear Goku and Vegeta apart. Faced with the formidable presence of Bu within his own body, Goku and Vegeta quickly transformed into Super Saiyans. Readying themselves for battle, they initiated the assault, yet Bu effortlessly sent them flying. Undeterred, Goku and Vegeta joined forces to strike at Bu. However, as Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, Bu transformed into a liquid state, appearing behind Vegeta and forcing a close encounter that brought tears to Vegeta's eyes. Buu then mockingly taunted the duo. In response, Goku and Vegeta synchronized their movements, launching a powerful knee strike that sent Buu reeling. Regaining their composure, Goku pressed closely against Vegeta, and together they executed their signature technique, unleashing a combined energy wave that obliterated Buu. Believing they could buy some time, Vegeta urged Goku to help eliminate the remaining fragments. They swiftly cleared away the scattered pink remnants. As Vegeta recalled their recent intimate actions, a blush crept across his face. However, the surrounding emptiness was suddenly pierced by Buu's voice. Chapter 87. The Emergence of the Malevolent Buu. Haha. Do you not consider the nature of this place? Here, I shall not perish. With that, he conjured forth an entirely new Buu. Goku and Vegeta found themselves at an impasse, compelled to persist in their onslaught. However, their attacks were utterly futile against Buu's form. In a fit of desperation, Vegeta unleashed his royal combat technique, sending a flurry of energy blasts towards Buu. Yet, due to excessive fatigue, the blasts went awry. As several energy projectiles hurtled towards the encased fat Buu, he swiftly intervened, shielding himself with his own body. Vegeta, keenly observant, noted this maneuver, while Goku, heedless of strategy, charged recklessly at Buu. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta approached Fat Buu and grasped the cocoon enveloping him. Ha ha ha, this time, I shall absorb you all. Buu cackled maniacally, witnessing Goku's retreat into despair. Just then, a voice interjected, not so fast. I am quite curious to see what transpires should I release this rotund fellow. Cease at once. What are you intending? You cannot let him down. Buu shouted in alarm. Yet, Vegeta paid him no heed and exerted his strength, tearing Fat Buu free. Upon his liberation, the Majin Buu began to transform, his frenzied demeanor leaving Satan and Dandy, who had been observing from the sidelines, utterly bewildered. With Fat Buu saved, the Buu contained within him vanished in an instant. Goku and Vegeta, still ensconced within Buu, resolved to escape the confines of his body, racing about in a frantic search for an exit. As they darted about, they suddenly broke through an aperture into a fervently heated locale. The temperature soared to unbearable levels, and Vegeta, momentarily distracted, nearly ignited Piccolo's rear. Surrounding them was a relentless barrage of scalding steam. Should they fail to extricate themselves swiftly, Goku and his companions would surely be incinerated by the oppressive heat. At that moment, a column of scorching air erupted, causing Goku to lose his grip, nearly sending Gohan plummeting. Fortunately, Goku managed to catch Gohan just in time, though his own posterior suffered in the process. While Goku lamented the elusive exit, another surge of gas shot upward beneath them. Following the direction of the gaseous eruption, they glimpsed an opening atop Buu's head. Suddenly, Goku recalled the gaseous plume that erupted from Buu's head in moments of fury, realizing that this was indeed the exit. Without delay, they hastened towards the opening. However, just as they approached the threshold, a mere 2.5 meters away, the entrance sealed shut. They could only await anxiously for the next opportunity. After an agonizing minute had passed, a commotion erupted below them once more. Goku then entrusted his son to Vegeta for safekeeping. As Goku assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, he awaited the reopening of the aperture above their heads. At that moment, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha to obstruct the oncoming surge of energy, seizing the opportunity to burst forth from Buu's body alongside Vegeta. Thus, Goku and Vegeta successfully liberated their comrades from within Buu. Just as they intended to conceal the unconscious individuals, they suddenly sensed a surge in Buu's energy, prompting them to hasten towards his condition. At that juncture, Buu's chest muscles bulged, and his entire physique began to swell with power. In mere moments, he transformed into an extraordinarily robust figure. Witnessing this transformation, the Supreme Kai fell to his knees in terror. However, Buu was not finished. He continued to evolve. Buu exhibited a phenomenon of reverse transformation, akin to a great gorilla, wildly flailing his arms as he persisted in his metamorphosis. After 2.5 seconds, Majin Buu completed his reset, emerging as a manifestation of pure malevolence, a compact, formidable version of himself. Observing Buu's juvenile appearance, both Vegeta and Goku ascended in disbelief, while the Supreme Kai displayed palpable anxiety. How can this be? He stammered, haunted by the resurgence of horrific memories. It became evident that this iteration of Buu had absorbed the Grand Supreme Kai, thereby inheriting a semblance of goodness. Yet now the most sinister version of Buu had returned. Meanwhile, on planet Blue, upon witnessing Bu's diminutive form, Satan confidently declared his ability to defeat the current Bu, though Dandan cautioned him not to be overly arrogant. As a deity, Dandan sensed a potent and malevolent force within Bu. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta took the opportunity to secure their children and caretaker. After assessing Gohan's condition, Goku found a flicker of life remaining within him, allowing him to exhale in relief. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai inquired about the younger Kai's recent display of dread. The younger Kai then reminisced about the past, recalling the time when humanity first stood upright on Earth, while a family of warriors resided in the Kai realm. This included the gluttonous Grand Supreme Kai, along with the North, West, and South Supreme Kais, and the humorously inclined East Supreme Kai. However, one day, the malevolent sorcerer Bibidi conjured the terrifying Majin Bu, the very embodiment of pure evil. This incarnation of Bu was devoid of emotion, driven solely by destruction and chaos, controlled by Bibidi to wreak havoc across the universe. Upon hearing of malevolent deeds in the cosmos, two Supreme Kais sought out Bu, yet the diminutive Bu showed no mercy, delivering a brutal onslaught against the West Supreme Kai. Regardless of her beauty, confronted by the ruthless Majin Bu, the Supreme Kai of the West concentrated a golden energy wave in his palm and hurled it towards Bu. However, with a swift kick, Bu deflected the incoming energy wave, and without a trace, he appeared behind the Supreme Kai of the West, unleashing an energy blast at point-blank range. After vanquishing the Supreme Kai, Bu engaged in combat with the Supreme Kai of the North, who wielded the Kai sword. Yet, the North Supreme Kai could not escape Bu's onslaught, falling victim to another of Bu's energy waves. Only the valiant Supreme Kai of the South managed to exchange a few blows with Bu, seizing Bu's arm and forcefully tearing it from his body. Subsequently, the South Supreme Kai hurled Bu's severed limb back at him and charged forward. In response, Bu unleashed an energy wave towards the South Supreme Kai, who countered with a powerful energy blast that shattered Bu's attack. At that moment, Bu's fallen arm transformed into a mass of pink flesh. Lunging towards the South Supreme Kai, the flesh enveloped the South Supreme Kai and soared back towards Bu, resulting in the South Supreme Kai being absorbed. As Bu assimilated the South Supreme Kai, a transformation ensued, turning him into a robust muscular figure. Ultimately, Bu arrived in the realm of the Kais, confronting his former self, who was then a mere apprentice Kai. Just as Bu prepared to unleash a taunt to obliterate the comedic Supreme Kai, the Grand Supreme Kai appeared before him, roaring with fury and deflecting Bu's energy wave. Following this, the Grand Supreme Kai unleashed his own taunt, dismembering Bu into countless pieces, leading to a massive explosion. However, once the explosion subsided, Bu, utilizing his extraordinary regenerative abilities, coalesced in the air into a pink mass and lunged at the Grand Supreme Kai. In a brief moment, the Grand Supreme Kai was absorbed, reverting Bu to the original form of the pudgy Majin Bu. Consequently, Bu's disposition became significantly more docile than before. Previously uncontrollable even by Bibidi, the evil within Bu was subdued after the absorption of the Grand Supreme Kai, making him easier to manage. Thus, the current Supreme Kai narrowly escaped disaster. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, the old Supreme Kai comprehended that the present Bu was, in essence, the same purely malevolent entity he had once been.